Yet Kong traverses the realm of cultivation, awakening a sign-in system, initially believing he could take off from the very start. However, the sign-in rewards are all unusable by him. A century passes and the system upgrades, unlocking the apprentice development feature. Disciple breakthroughs, master upgrades. Ye Kong accepts his first disciple, Dai Yaoyao, who is the reincarnation of a demon emperor. Upon entering the sect, Dai Yaoyao eagerly anticipates inheriting Ye Kong's legacy. Fortunately, this rebellious disciple has just begun her foundation establishment, and Ye Kong directly gives birth to a new life, thwarting her plans. He then takes on a second disciple, Chu Bingran, the reincarnation of the Ice Empress. In their past lives, she and Dai Yaoyao were sworn enemies. Her lifelong aspiration is to surpass Dai Yaoyao in strength. As the two engage in combat, it is invariably Ye Kong who suffers injuries. Third disciple. Chapter 1. This old man is rather peculiar. Alas, to depart just like this is truly disheartening. Having signed in for so many treasures, yet unable to use them, it would be a disgrace to the army of transmigrators. In the Myriad Dao immortal domain, at the Myriad Dao sect on the withered peak, where thunderclouds perpetually shroud the summit. At this moment, by a pond in front of a thatched cottage, an elderly Ye Kong, with graying hair and vacant eyes, reclines on a lounge chair, waiting for death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 36,500th sign-in. This sign-in reward is the immortal artifact, Soul Devouring Bell. Hearing the mechanical voice of the system, Ye Kong's lips curled into a smile more wretched than weeping. The Soul Devouring Bell appeared in his hand, resembling a mundane object, which he carelessly tossed into the system's space to gather dust. Within the space lies the immortal grade technique, chaotic creation, immortal scripture, the immortal grade martial art, one sword slays immortals, the soul slaying sword, the immortal slaying sword, the Eastern Sovereign Bell, the 9-turn golden pill. An abundance of elixirs and treasures beyond count. Yet, for reasons unknown, every treasure that reaches his hands transforms into mere trinkets. A century of sign-ins yields nothing but solitude. Ye Kong was once an ambitious youth from Lanxing. Together with a beautiful companion, he ascended a mountain. Upon reaching the summit, he boldly proclaimed, "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." But then, amidst the clear sky, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck. He found himself transported to the Myriad Dao sect's disciple recruitment ceremony, brought to the withered peak by the former peak master Xuan Daozi, awakening the sign-in system. The joy he felt upon awakening the system is now matched only by his frustration. While others acquire systems that bestow immense power, allowing them to conquer heaven, earth, and even air, he is but a beggar guarding a mountain of gold, confined to the withered peak, afraid to venture a single step, enduring the passage of time from dark hair to white. Had it not been for the initial sign-in cultivation reward that made him a foundation establishment cultivator, Ye Kong would now be the most wretched of transmigrators, clutching treasures he cannot use, driven to despair. After 120 years, his time had come. Just as Ye Kong closed his eyes, resigned to his fate, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly resonated. Ding! 100 years of sign-ins detected. System upgraded to version 2.0 with a new feature. Accepting disciples. Ye Kong was taken aback. After a century, this wretched system had provided no function beyond telling time and discarding junk. Accepting disciples allows the acquisition of rewards based on their cultivation gains. Ye Kong's pupils constricted. Rewards for cultivation? He suddenly glanced down the mountain, where the Myriad Dao sect was holding a recruitment ceremony today, throngs of mortals and cultivators congregating at the gate, all seeking fortune. Accepting disciples? Ye Kong touched his aged face, then surveyed the junk in the system space. For the first time in a century of silence, a spark ignited in his weary eyes. So, it's accepting disciples, is it? He muttered softly to himself, rising and brushing off the dust. I shall take 10, and I can afford to raise them. Ye Kong propped up his aged body and tumbled down from the reclining chair, leaning on a picked-up dry branch, limping towards the grand ceremony at the mountain gate for the acceptance of disciples. As he reached the edge of the square, he was intercepted by 2 outer disciples. Oh, is that not the old mania from Luampa Peak? Hasn't he stayed off the mountain for a century, and now he comes to join the crowd for the disciple acceptance? One disciple with a sharp face sneered, "With your frail body, you should refrain from exerting yourself." His taunts drew numerous gazes towards Ye Kong. Ye Kong paid them no mind, his eyes scanning the young men and women present who were seeking transcendent fates, contemplating the prospect of accepting a few disciples to observe the outcomes. Is this not Ye Kong, the one who established his foundation a century ago, the master of Lualpa Peak? a young man adorned with a jade crown and clad in a white and blue robe, with a black eagle perched on his shoulder, soared before Yakong. Li Qingfeng, who had joined Wan Dao's zone alongside Yakong, was now an inner disciple of Yusho Peak, possessing initial stage Jin Dan cultivation. Get lost, or I'll castrate you. Yakong spoke in a hoarse and indifferent tone, producing a second-tier premium explosive talisman clenched in his hand. This talisman, drawn with his own spiritual energy and imbued with a hint of chaotic essence, could slay initial stage Jin Dan cultivators in an instant. When someone had previously ambushed Luopa Peak, a Jin Dan cultivator had perished under this explosive talisman. You're stubborn even when death is imminent. Li Qingfeng surveyed the crowd, declaring, I wonder who dares to join Luopa Peak today. My Yusho Peak has set its sights on Luopa Peak. As a spirit beast garden, it has served its purpose. Your end is near, and you won't last long. Is that so? Yakong coldly regarded Li Qingfeng. As long as I live, you can forget about it. Li Qingfeng snorted disdainfully, casting a venomous glance before departing with a flick of his wrist. He knew better than to push Yakong to desperation. A dying man could resort to anything, and he did not wish to provoke such ill fate and lose his own life. An unwise exchange. The young men and women who had come seeking transcendence quietly resolved never to join Luopa Peak, instinctively retreating. This scene was observed by a girl clad in a purple long dress and veiled in purple gauze. Her violet eyes swept over Yakong, and her red lips curled into a playful smile. This old man is quite unique and interesting. I never expected to encounter a heavenly condemned individual here in Wandao Zone, especially from Luopa Peak. To her surprise, Yakong, this heavenly condemned person, despite being shunned by the heavenly path, could still establish his foundation. He appeared on the brink of death, yet seemed to be living out a natural lifespan. Logically, such a person should have perished long ago. Next, Dai Yaoyao. At this moment, the steward at the spirit testing platform called her name. The discussion surrounding the spirit testing platform abruptly fell silent. All eyes were glued to Dai Yaoyao as she ascended the stage. The gauze concealed her face, revealing only her pair of shimmering violet eyes, the corners slightly upturned, exuding an air of indifferent cold beauty. The purple dress accentuated her slender and graceful figure, and as she walked under the sun, it seemed as if she was enveloped in a hazy halo. Even the wind appeared to slow its pace around her. This is too beautiful. An outer disciple stared in awe, saliva escaping from the corner of his mouth. Li Qingfeng's eyes glimmered with greed as he licked his lips. It would be best if she had mixed spiritual roots. With such beauty, she would be perfect as a concubine. Yakong was also captivated by Dai Yaoyao's beauty. The ancients were not mistaken. A graceful lady is indeed a gentleman's desire. Yet, Dai Yaoyao ignored everyone and walked straight to the spirit testing pillar, extending her delicate finger to press against it. Virum, the spirit testing pillar, trembled violently. Instead of the usual vibrant glow of spiritual roots, a dense, ink-like aura surged forth, wildly climbing up her fingertip. Within the black aura, faint twinkling stars flickered, coalescing at the top of the pillar into a shadowy purple lotus phantom. The petals unfurled layer by layer, emanating a heart-stirring pure spiritual energy. This is... The steward responsible for the testing abruptly stood up, his voice trembling. A celestial-grade spiritual root, a rarity encountered once in 100,000 years, and it is even a rare dark spiritual root. What? The entire place erupted into chaos. A celestial-grade spiritual root. In nearly 100,000 years, none had emerged in the realm of Wandao. The appearance of a premium spiritual root would cause a sensation throughout the entire realm. Such potential was sufficient to make any peak master scramble for her. Instantly, several inner peak masters soared to the stage, with one master from the Dawn Peak directly calling out, "Girl, come to my Dawn Peak. Premium elixirs aplenty. Assist you in foundation establishment for 3 years. Get lost with your Dawn Peak." The master of Chi Peak shoved him aside, declaring, "Come to my Chi Peak. All cultivation resources covered. Choose any spirit weapon you desire, ensuring your unmatched combat prowess." Even the previously aloof head of the law enforcement hall spoke solemnly. "Join my law enforcement hall. The sex regulations will protect you, and no one will dare to bully you. Stop fighting." A commanding female voice rang out. "This disciple shall be taken by my Xuan New Peak." Chapter 2. The Reincarnation of the Demon Emperor, Dai Yaoyao. In an instant, Li Qingfeng's complexion turned ashen. An immortal grade, dark spiritual root. How could he even contemplate treating the possessor of such a precious gift as a mere concubine? If the peak masters were to learn of this, even 100 lives would not suffice for his penance. Dai Yaoyao nonchalantly withdrew her hand, her violet eyes sweeping over the peak masters vying for her attention, her expression devoid of any emotion. As the reincarnation of the demon emperor, she found no surprise in witnessing such a spectacle. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A wisp of black mist suddenly emanated from Dai Yaoyao's fingertips, spiraling up her wrist and swiftly coiling around her neck and cheek. From within the black fog, faint whimpers could be discerned, carrying an aura of chilling malevolence. Wherever it passed, the shadowy lotus on the spiritual measurement pillar visibly withered and dissipated. What is this? The Danfeng Peak Master's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively taking a step back. Dai Yaoyao furrowed her brow, seemingly uncomfortable, and raised her hand to brush away the mist. Yet, the fog seemed to possess a life of its own, thickening instead, even hinting at an ominous crimson glow. It is the aura of calamity. A sudden exclamation arose from the crowd, uttered by a white-haired elder who pointed at Dai Yaoyao, his voice trembling. She is the embodiment of disaster, born to attract misfortune. Those who draw near her shall surely face calamity. The embodiment of disaster. The peak masters, who had been vying for her attention moments ago, turned pale and collectively recoiled. Who among them was unaware of the legends surrounding such a physique? Millennia ago, a sect had taken in a disciple of this nature. And within half a year, the peak master had met an inexplicable demise. The entire peak's spiritual field withered, and the sect itself had nearly been obliterated by natural disasters. This type of constitution was a veritable harbinger of catastrophe. Such a beautiful girl, such a precious spiritual root. Whispers circulated among the crowd, lamenting the lost opportunity. The Danfeng Peak Master shot Dai Yaoyao a fierce glare before sweeping his sleeves and departing. Ill fortune. Alas, what a pity it is. Had she possessed the 9-turn golden pill, perhaps. The master of Xian Nv Peak shook his head, revealing an expression of regret. The 9-turn golden pill, that divine substance. The other peak masters also altered their expressions and departed. The fervor for accepting disciples evaporated, their gazes towards Dai Yaoyao akin to viewing a plague. Li Qingfeng was so terrified that his soul nearly fled him. He dared not utter a harsh word and turned to seek other prey. Fortunately, the discovery was made early. Had he encountered the misfortune of the calamity embodiment, he wouldn't even know how he met his end. The area before the spiritual measuring platform was soon vacated by half, leaving only Dai Yaoyao standing amidst the black mist, her violet eyes coldly surveying those who fled in terror. She raised her hand to remove the purple veil from her face, revealing an exquisitely beautiful visage tinged with an air of aloofness, her crimson lips curling slightly, as if she were smiling. The embodiment of disaster? Oh heavens, will you not relent? Yet what of it? I shall obtain the 9-turn golden pill. Young lady, since no peak master from the Wandao sect has taken you in, it would be prudent for you to leave post-haste. The elder with white hair spoke politely. While he cherished Dai Yaoyao's talent, he was determined to keep his distance from the embodiment of disaster. As she contemplated descending from the spirit testing platform to join Yi Kong at the fallen peak, a raucous laughter reverberated throughout the square. Ha ha! The Wandao sect is but a hollow name. A mere calamity body has instilled such fear in you all. Dai Yaoyao, obediently return with me. The purple sky divine thunder can subdue calamity bodies. A young man, adorned with a jade crown and clad in a white robe embroidered with gold patterns, stepped forth from the throng, flanked by 4 formidable black-clad guards, each possessing late-stage golden core cultivation. This individual was none other than Zhao Xiaotian, a core disciple of the Tai Chi Holy Land within the Wandao immortal domain. Beautiful, truly breathtaking, Zhao Xiaotian's gaze greedily roamed over Dai Yaoyao's exquisite visage, lingering on the swirling black mist enveloping her, as a self-satisfied smile curled upon his lips. Though your calamity body is perilous, the purple sky divine thunder of my Tai Chi Holy Land, being the utmost yang force of heaven and earth, can quell all malevolence. Return with me, and within 3 months, I shall help you suppress this disaster physique, allowing your innate dark spiritual root to flourish. No sooner had he finished speaking than his guards echoed enthusiastically. Young master is benevolent. To receive young master's assistance is indeed a blessing. The countenance of the cultivators in the square shifted subtly. The Tai Chi Holy Land ranked among the paramount powers of the Wandao immortal domain, and Zhao Xiaotian was notorious for his arrogance and ruthlessness with his personal involvement. It seemed that Dai Yaoyao was in grave danger. However, Dai Yaoyao regarded him coldly, her violet eyes glinting with frost. Purple sky, divine, thunder? Tai Chi Holy Land? Spare me your lascivious demeanor. Zhao Xiaotian had followed her all the way. Had she not conjured chaos utilizing her calamity body along the way, she would have long fallen victim to his sinister intentions. Zhao Xiaotian's expression darkened, his tone becoming brazen. You should contemplate this carefully. In the entire immortal domain, who besides me possesses the capability to subdue your calamity body? Comply with me, and you shall become Zhao Xiaotian's woman, enjoying limitless riches and glory. Should you refuse? A flicker of malice passed through his eyes. When your calamity body manifests, it can even devour the soul. At that point, do not blame me for not warning you. With that, he waved his hand, a faint purple lightning dancing in his palm, exuding scorching yang energy. Behold, this is the purple sky divine thunder. Just a mere strand infused into your being will instantly suppress the calamity energy. Do you believe me now? Dai Yaoyao gazed at the lightning, a sudden smile gracing her lips as she replied sweetly. Believe? I believe you desire my body. She was, after all, the reincarnation of the demon emperor, and she discerned the peculiar nature of the lightning in Zhao Xiaotian's palm with a single glance. That lightning, though seemingly radiant, concealed a chilling force that sought to mark the essence of her spiritual root rather than suppress her calamity body. Do you think I am unaware of your schemes? Dai Yaoyao's fingertips stirred the black mist, her face adorned with a knowing smile. You have cultivated the Tai Chi Holy Land's spirit-seizing technique, intending to seize my spiritual root for your own use. You wish to use the purple sky divine thunder to incapacitate me and seize my innate dark spiritual root. Do you not? Dai Yaoyao directly articulated Zhao Xiaotian's intentions, eager to discern whether the Wandao sect remains the formidable entity it was 100,000 years ago, daring to challenge the heavens. Should Zhao Xiaotian be humiliated at the Wandao sect's Ascension Conference without consequence, then the sect would hold no promise and its existence would be rendered unnecessary. She would unleash her calamity body, transforming the Wandao sect into a hell on earth. You know the spirit-seizing technique. Zhao Xiaotian's expression shifted dramatically, taken aback that this girl had unraveled his scheme. He abandoned all pretense, his eyes glinting with avarice. Since you choose not to drink the toast, do not blame me for taking forceful action. Seize her. At his command, for Golden Core guards lunged toward Dai Yaoyao, enveloping her with their spiritual energy, evidently intent on capturing her alive. Surrounded by surging black energy, Dai Yaoyao prepared to counter their assault with her calamity aura. Just as the peak masters turned to intervene, Yikong had already leaped forward, leaning on a gnarled branch, and hurled an explosive talisman. Boom! With a resounding blast, the four were repelled. Begone! The Wandao sect is not a playground for you petty rascals. Yikong's hoarse voice resonated in the ears of all present. At that moment, he knew he had to step forward. After all, the former peak master had once taken him in. He felt the need to uphold the dignity of the Wandao sect. Zhao Xiaotian glared menacingly at the elder. Who are you? The master of the fallen peak, Yikong. Chapter 3. Deceiving a disobedient disciple. Ha ha ha. Yikong. Zhao Xiaotian guffawed, pointing at him. You are the greatest joke of the Wandao immortal domain, a once legendary genius who, after a day of foundational cultivation, has not progressed even an inch in a century. I thought you were dead. Ha ha ha. The Wandao sect has truly fallen so low as to rely on a worthless fool to maintain its facade. Enough. The master of the Qi Peak, Tai Wuqing, bellowed, drawing forth his spiritual hammer, sending tremors through the hearts of all present. This was an egregious affront. After all, Zhao Xiaotian was merely a core disciple of the Tai Holy Land. How could he withstand such humiliation? The other peak masters quickly realized that Zhao Xiaotian had come to disrupt the Disciple Selection Conference. They simultaneously unleashed their Nascent Soul pressure, bearing down on Zhao Xiaotian and his companions, rendering them immobile. Although the Wandao sect had fallen from grace, it could not permit Zhao Xiaotian's arrogance to go unchecked. At that moment, a hearty laughter echoed from outside the sect. Ha ha! Wandao sect, are you attempting to bully the weak? A gray-robed, Nascent Soul cultivator approached from the distance, his aura rivaling that of several peak masters. Zhao Dezhong. Keep your disciple in line, or I shall reduce him to mere flesh and blood. Tai Wuqing spoke coldly. Zhao Dezhong, however, ignored Tai Wuqing's warning, his gaze calmly surveying the other peak masters. Dai Yaoyao, if the Wandao sect does not want her, The Tai Holy Land shall claim her. Do you have any objections? The peak masters began to deliberate the pros and cons. Is it worth engaging in a feud with an enigmatic outsider for the sake of a cursed body? The answer soon unfolded. In the present day, the Tai Chi Holy Land holds immense power, and the Wandao sect is no longer the formidable force it once was. They collectively retracted their imposing presence. Tai Wuching observed this scene with seething anger. Subsequently, he too withdrew his aura. It appears that the esteemed peak masters possess a keen sense of the times. Zhao Dizhu's revealed a smug smile. Dai Yaoyao, with her violet eyes glimmering, absorbed the entire spectacle before her, her gaze betraying a hint of disappointment. Yet at that moment, she noticed Yi Kong still standing in front of her, clutching a talisman that radiated golden light. It was a fourth-tier, mid-grade golden sword talisman, capable of threatening Nascent Soul cultivators. This was a life-saving talisman bestowed upon him by the former peak master. Old man, step aside. Once you activate this talisman, you will perish instantly. Dai Yaoyao spoke with an unruffled tone, devoid of any turbulence. To her, this elder seemed intent on salvaging some dignity for the Wandao sect before his demise. Little did she know, a mechanical voice from the ghost system had just echoed in the air. Ding. Detection indicates that Dai Yaoyao meets the criteria for apprenticeship. She is given the option to voluntarily become your disciple. What? Voluntary? Yi Kong fell helpless and decided to play along, a final desperate gamble. Death? I was destined for death anyway, but I refused to die in humiliation. My only regret lies in failing the former peak master Zhuandaozi and causing the lineage of the fallen peak to be severed. Yi Kong, dragging his aged form, spoke with a voice choked with emotion. Dai Yaoyao's beautiful eyes flickered with intrigue. She was well aware that the fallen peak was the birthplace of the Wandao sect. Her arrival at this sect was indeed aimed at the fallen peak. What a fortunate coincidence. Old man, if I become your disciple and you die, your inheritance will be mine. Moreover, once I become the peak master, that old man can no longer pursue me. Remarkable. Even before formally becoming a disciple, she was already eyeing the position of peak master and the inheritance. Yi Kong gritted his teeth and uttered a single word. Agreed. Dai Yaoyao tilted her head, her violet eyes gleaming as if calculating. Becoming your disciple is acceptable, but we must establish some rules. Shouldn't it be the master who sets the rules? Yi Kong felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an ominous premonition. Speak. First, Dai Yaoyao extended a finger, her tone resolute, upon your death. Everything belonging to the fallen peak shall belong to me. Not a single hair shall be given to another. Yi Kong responded, very well. At this point, he was unconcerned with such matters. Securing a disciple was his priority. Second, she raised another finger. During my apprenticeship, you must provide for me. Every meal must include meat, and spiritual chicken and fish must not be lacking. Should I become emaciated, I will immediately sever ties with you. Yi Kong's Liebsteichit. No problem. Fortunately, the back mountain of Fallen Peak was rich with spiritual resources, which he had cultivated during his moments of boredom. Thirdly, Dai Yaoyao suddenly leaned in closer. Her voice lowered, yet laced with cunning. In the future, should anyone from the Wandao sect dare to bully me, you must be the first to stand in my defense, even if it means getting beaten to a pulp. Of course, if you were to perish in the process, I shall remember to burn paper money for you each year. Yi Kong exclaimed, what is this? This is not apprenticeship. This is akin to finding an ancestor who also acts as a creditor. He Xiong, the master of beast-taming peak, listened nearby, his expression darkening as he could no longer contain his anger. Nonsense. Yi Kong, is apprenticeship a trivial matter for negotiation? You are bringing disgrace upon the Wandao sect. Dai Yaoyao paid no heed to him, her gaze fixed on Yi Kong, her eyes clearly conveying a message. Refuse, and you shall face the consequences. Taking a deep breath, Yi Kong resolved to accept the challenge for the sake of the system's rewards. Trembling, he raised his hand and retrieved a wooden token from his robe, a token of the fallen peak's master, and handed it to Dai Yaoyao. This is the master's token. I give it to you now, granting you half of the inheritance. Is that acceptable? Dai Yaoyao weighed the token in her hand, suddenly breaking into a grin that revealed two sharp little tiger teeth, rendering her surprisingly charming. Deal. She found this old man quite amusing and thought to concoct a longevity pill for him later. Turning to Yi Kong, she formally bowed, yet deviated from the customary kneeling and prostration, merely bending slightly at the waist while her voice rang out, devoid of reverence. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. Dai Yaoyao, Remember to address me as Master Peak, Lord henceforth. Yikong was taken aback. What is this rebellious disciple doing? She has skipped the apprenticeship and directly seized power? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting Dai Yaoyao as a disciple. System functionalities have been fully activated, unlocking disciple cultivation benefits and insights. Specific rewards will be calculated by this system. Additionally, the host may now freely manipulate the spiritual energy of this realm. A special reminder, treasures obtained through sign-ins may be utilized by disciples. Goodness, so all this time, I've been working for my disciple over the past century. Just as Yikong voiced his complaint, a sudden transformation occurred around Dai Yaoyao. With a whoosh, a dense black mist erupted around her, multiplying in intensity compared to the previous spirit assessment, swirling with dark red luminescence and echoing with faint wails of vengeful spirits. The spiritual herbs in the square withered in an instant. The testing pillar became riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, and the sky darkened, releasing a few drops of putrid black rain. The ominous energy, her calamity physique, had erupted. Panic-stricken screams erupted from the crowd as cultivators hastily retreated, fearful of being tainted by even the slightest misfortune. Xiong's eyes brightened, as if he had grasped a lifeline, pointing an accusatory finger at Yikong. Yikong, look at the fine disciple you have taken. To invoke calamity right after becoming a disciple, this will surely invite disaster upon the Wandao sect. He turned to the other peak masters, his tone fervent. You all have witnessed this. This girl is the source of calamity. Yikong, knowing she possesses a calamity physique, still chose to accept her as a disciple, blatantly disregarding the sect's safety. In my opinion, they should be expelled from the sect to prevent future troubles. Chapter 4. The Foundation of a Day. The Master of Dan Peak pondered for a moment before agreeing. What master he has said is indeed reasonable. The lessons from 10,000 years ago remain vividly in our minds. We cannot afford to take such a risk. The other peak masters remained silent, their tacit approval already indicating their stance. They had long harbored trepidation towards Dai Yaoyao's constitution, and now they found a convenient opportunity to cast this burden out of the sect. Zhao Dezuzu stroked his beard, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. The Wandao sect is indeed just and fair. However, in my opinion, this calamity-born body is a menace even within the immortal domain. It would be better to entrust it to my Tai sacred land for management, thus ridding the immortal domain of a threat. His words, though seemingly a suggestion, were in fact a veiled threat. Should the Wandao sect choose not to expel her, he would have a pretext to intervene forcefully. Li Qingfeng, reveling in the moment, clapped his hands. Expel her from the sect. Expel her from the sect. A waist paired with a calamity star, a match made in heaven. Let her hastily depart from the Wandao sect. Amidst the swirling black mist, Dai Yaoyao suddenly laughed, her laughter crisp yet tinged with melancholy. Old man, having just become your disciple, I am to perish. I shall not inherit your legacy. In her past life, she had fought against the constraints of fate, wielding her sword against the rules, only to ultimately meet with defeat. Now, in this reincarnation, endowed with astonishing talent, she found herself ensnared by the very rule she sought to defy, burdened with a calamity-born body. Any attempt at cultivation would summon disaster, harming both herself and others. In that moment, she realized that she was still powerless against destiny. Who says you are to die? Yikong stepped forward, embracing the faltering Dai Yaoyao. The onlooking cultivators gasped in terror. That was the very essence of calamity, capable of eroding all things in an instant. Yikong, a mere foundational stage elder, dared to rush into the black mist and embrace Dai Yaoyao. Was this not akin to courting death? Madness. Yikong has truly lost his mind. Someone could not help but exclaim. Xiong's lips curled into a cold smile. A path to self-destruction. Good. That saves us the trouble of expulsion. Zhao Dezuzu paused, his hand stilling as a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. According to his expectations, Yikong should have been corroded by the black mist, reduced to a puddle of pus. Yet the next moment, everyone was left dumbfounded, as the coarse fabric of Yikong's robe was swept by the black mist. It left not a single trace behind. His arm, which held Dai Yaoyao, was exposed to the black mist, and his skin remained as pristine as ever. Not only was there no corrosion, but not even a trace of the ominous chill had touched him. The frenzied black mist recoiling from him was as if it had encountered its nemesis, dissipating into wisps of blue smoke. How could this be possible? The master of Dan Peak gasped in disbelief. The essence of calamity could erode even those of the great ascension stage. How could it not affect him? A mere foundational stage cultivator? Dai Yaoyao leaned against Yi Kong, witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon of the black mist dissipating at his side. Her originally dim violet eyes suddenly brightened, and she mused, the body of divine retribution, so this is how it is. She finally understood why this elder could survive for over a century under the curse of the heavenly path. His body of divine retribution could counteract and even suppress her calamity-born essence. Yi Kong disregarded the astonishment of the crowd, his gaze fixed on the faintly breathing Dai Yaoyao cradled in his arms. The dark mist surrounding her began to turn upon itself, rendering her small face as pale as parchment. A pang of alarm gripped his heart, and he hastily rubbed his hands together in a frantic manner, as if attempting to cleanse himself of some unclean substance. In truth, he was utilizing the motion to retrieve the cursed 9 revolutions golden pill from his system space. As soon as the pill was extracted, it erupted with a gentle white light, dispelling its previous dullness. The dissipating malevolent black mist rushed towards the golden pill as if drawn to honey, only to be gradually consumed and purified by the golden radiance. "Open your mouth," Yi Kong commanded, his voice hoarse yet imbued with undeniable authority. Dai Yaoyao instinctively complied, and the golden pill dissolved upon entry, flooding her body with a warm and rich spiritual energy. The previously tumultuous malevolent aura began to calm as if it were a wild beast being soothed, with a strand of black mist being lured by the pill's spiritual force, integrating into her meridians and transforming into pure cultivation power. Seizing the moment, Yi Kong gently tapped her forehead, transmitting the chaos creation celestial scripture into her mind. All things begin and end in chaos. The malevolent aura is but a form of chaos, a harbinger of both calamity and fortune. As the golden light surged into her brow, countless mysterious scriptures flooded her consciousness. In the flow of these scriptures, she could distinctly sense the malevolent aura within her being meticulously refined by an ancient and formidable power, its previously savage essence becoming docile. She even faintly grasped the source of her chaotic body. It was not merely catastrophe, but rather, it harbored terrifying potential. Is this the power of chaos? Dai Yaoyao gasped in astonishment, her eyes meeting Yi Kong's with a newfound reverence. This old man was no mere waste. He was undoubtedly concealing a treasure of immense magnitude. Without hesitation, she rose to a seated position, commencing her practice of the chaos creation celestial scripture. The more she refined, the more astonished she became. This technique far surpassed the primordial demon scripture she had cultivated in her past life. At that moment, she cast aside all else and, aided by the medicinal potency of the 9 revolutions golden pill, began to refine the malevolent aura enveloping her. Her cultivation soared with remarkable speed. First layer of Qi refinement. Second layer of Qi refinement. The onlookers in the square were rendered speechless in their astonishment. He Xiong's mouth gaped open, his fists clenched tightly, embedding deeply into his palms. The 9 revolutions golden pill? Is that not the legendary elixir capable of defying fate? How could he possess it? Regret washed over him as he lamented not seizing Yi Kong sooner and claiming the fallen peak for himself. The fallen peak was the origin of the myriad celestial domains and the myriad Tao celestial sect. Who knew what secrets lay hidden there? At that moment, he resolved to expel Yi Kong and seize the fallen peak for himself. Zhao Deju's smile froze, his gaze fixated on the residual golden light of the golden pill in Yi Kong's hand, his expression a mix of greed and skepticism. That technique, its essence is even more ancient than the foundational technique of my Tai Holy Land, Tai True Scriptures. Who exactly is Yi Kong? Upon encountering the exquisite 9-turn golden elixir, the master of Dan Peak was momentarily astounded, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. He pondered the manner in which he would interact with Yi Kong henceforth. Meanwhile, Li Qingfeng's gaze was tinged with jealousy, interwoven with a thread of avarice. Just moments ago, he had derided the individual as a waste. Yet now this very person nonchalantly produced celestial elixirs and profound techniques. The covetousness stemmed from the belief that these treasures rightfully belonged to him. The other peak masters exchanged glances, uncertain of how to confront Yi Kong, especially given his status as a peak master, albeit the weakest one, a waste of a peak master who had faded into obscurity for a century. A heavy silence descended upon the square. Dai Yaoyao was enveloped in swirling spiritual energy, her cultivation soaring to the 12th layer of Qi refinement. Was she truly on the verge of establishing her foundation in a single day? A gasp of astonishment arose from the crowd. Suddenly, an explosion of resplendent spiritual aura erupted around her, starkly contrasting the previous ominous black mist. The turbulent energies of heaven and earth surged towards her like a tidal wave, coalescing above her head into a shadowy crimson lotus, its petals unfurling in layers and emanating a pure, majestic essence. Crack! It seemed as though some shackles within her shattered, and the barrier of the 12th layer of chi refinement was instantly breached, releasing an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a foundational cultivator, far surpassing the average. In less than half an hour, she had ascended from the first layer of chi refinement to the initial stage of foundation establishment. A day of foundation establishment. Indeed, it was a day of foundation establishment. The square erupted in a cacophony of disbelief, with cultivators pointing at Dai Yaoyao, their eyes wide with incredulity. A century ago, Yi Kong had established his foundation in a single day, and now his disciple had accomplished the same feat. What secrets lay hidden within this downtrodden peak? The master of Dan Peak inhaled sharply, murmuring, the 9-turn golden elixir can actually evoke celestial phenomenon during the foundation establishment of a calamity body. Such an extraordinary fate is virtually unparalleled throughout the ages. Haiyong's complexion darkened, his fingernails digging painfully into his palms. His greatest fears had materialized. Should this master-disciple duo rise, what place would remain for him at the Beastmaster Peak? Just as the crowd was engulfed in shock, a chilling aura of murderous intent suddenly erupted. Chapter 5. The Birth of a New Being. Such a prodigy could not possibly remain in the impoverished environment of the Wan Dao sect's downtrodden peak. Zhao Daizhong could no longer conceal his greed. Unleashing the oppressive aura of a mid-stage nascent soul upon Yi Kong and his disciple, Dai Yaoyao, return with me to the Tai Yi sacred land, or today shall mark your demise. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he lunged forward like a specter, his gaunt hand crackling with the divine thunder of Zixiao. Reaching for Dai Yaoyao's crown chakra, evidently intent on forcibly erasing her consciousness and seizing her spiritual root to take back to the sacred land. At that precise moment, Yi Kong received a boon from the system. Ding! Detection of the host's eldest disciple's cultivation reaching the foundation establishment stage. Activating cultivation reward. Calculating rewards for the host with initial stage nascent soul cultivation. Infusion of cultivation complete. Boom! No sooner had the system notification faded than an overwhelming surge of spiritual power, potent enough to send tremors through Yi Kong's very soul, inundated his limbs and bones like a tsunami. The originally narrow and congested meridians seemed to be forcibly expanded, emitting a soft crackling sound, yet there was not a hint of pain, only an overwhelming sense of comfort. The spiritual energy of the foundation establishment stage surged wildly within, compressing as the golden elixir suddenly shattered, transforming into specks of golden light that coalesced in the center of his dantian. A miniature phantom, palm-sized and bearing an uncanny resemblance to Yi Kong, gradually materialized. Every detail, from the brows and eyes to the wisps of hair and even the subtle wrinkles etched by a century of experience, was vividly apparent. It was indeed his primordial infant. This was the primordial infant. Yi Kong's heart quaked as he sensed an unprecedented surge of spiritual energy within him, far surpassing the foundation establishment stage by a myriad of times. The pent-up frustration of 100 years erupted in that singular moment. As he raised his hand, the energy swirling at his fingertips was no longer the feeble spiritual power of the foundation establishment, but rather the unique spiritual pressure of a primordial infant cultivator, sending ripples through the air. The clash of forces, spanning two major realms from early foundation establishment to early primordial infant, collided within him. Yet Yi Kong remained astonishingly lucid. This was the result of a long-awaited breakthrough, a culmination of a century spent guarding a treasure. At that moment, Zhao Dizhu's withered palm, charged with the thunder of the purple sky, surged towards Dai Yaoyao, the thunder crackling ominously, poised to strike her crown. Seeking death, a fierce glint surged in Yi Kong's eyes as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Dai Yaoyao, activating the mid-grade, profound-level golden sword talisman in his hand. A blade of pure, golden light erupted forth. Bang! The sword's shadow collided with Zhao Dizhu's thunderous palm strike, instantly dispersing the purple sky's divine lightning. Zhao Dizhu's felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, pain radiating through his arm as he was forced back 5 steps, his palms splitting and oozing blood. Your cultivation? Zhao Dizhu's glared at Yi Kong, his expression a tumult of disbelief. How could this be possible? A mid-grade, profound-level talisman. Before he could finish, a more imposing pressure descended like a heavenly weight, instantly overshadowing all other presences in the vicinity. Zhao Dizhu's. You dare to harm my sect's disciple within the territory of the Wandao sect? Do you believe that my sect is without defenders? As the words fell, a figure clad in azure descended from the air, a man with white hair and beard, his countenance exuding authority, the very leader of the Wandao sect, Li Siyuan. His spiritual energy was restrained, yet radiated the aura of a peak primordial infant, and as his gaze swept over Zhao Dizhu's, it was laced with icy fury. Li Siyuan did not even glance at Yi Kong. With a flick of his finger, a bolt of azure spiritual energy shot forth like a sword, landing precisely 3 feet in front of Zhao Dizhu's, creating a deep crater in the ground. Peak primordial infant. Zhao Dizhu's countenance changed dramatically, no longer daring to act recklessly. He gritted his teeth and said, Sect leader Li, this woman is a calamity incarnate, and her presence in the Wandao sect would spell disaster. My Tai Holy Land seeks to eliminate this threat from the immortal realm. Our disciples of the Wandao sect are not for outsiders to meddle with. Li Siyuan interjected sharply, his voice frosty. The Fallen Peak is the ancestral ground of our sect. Yi Kong is the peak master of the Fallen Peak, and Dai Yaoyao is his direct disciple. She is indeed a legitimate disciple of the Wandao sect. You have brazenly intruded upon the disciple recruitment ceremony today and harmed my disciple. Consider this debt duly noted. His spiritual pressure surged further, intensifying the atmosphere. Now, take your people and leave the Wandao sect. If I see you again within 3 breaths, there will be no mercy. Zhao Dezhu glared at Li Siyuan, his eyes betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. He cast a sidelong glance at the inscrutable Yi Kong and, after a moment's hesitation, gritted his teeth and shot Yi Kong a fierce look. Yi Kong, Dai Yaoyao, we shall see what comes next. With that, he departed in a disheveled manner, accompanied by Zhao Xiaotian and their guards, not daring to utter another word. With the crisis averted in the square, Li Siyuan did not turn away. His cold gaze swept over He Xiong and several other peak masters, his voice laced with a frustration akin to that of a disappointed mentor. What were you doing when Zhao Dezhu made his move? He Xiong and the others paled, lowering their heads in silence. The decline of the Wandao sect was not due to a lack of talent, but rather because each of you is consumed by the lust for power, only concerned with self-preservation. Li Siyuan's voice rose sharply, sending tremors through the eardrums of the cultivators present. Yi Kong had guarded the Lupo Peak for a century, risking his foundational cultivation to protect the honor of our sect. Dai Yaoyao, having just entered the sect, was immediately coveted by outsiders, and instead of protecting her, you sought to cast her aside. He pointed at He Xiong, master of the Beast Peak. Did you intend to expel them from the sect because you believe the ancestral spiritual veins of Lupo Peak should belong to your Beast Peak? He Xiong trembled, cold sweat pouring down his face. Sect master, forgive me, I was merely concerned for the safety of the sect. Concerned? I see only greed. Li Siyuan snorted coldly, turning to the assembly, his voice regaining its authority. Today, I establish a decree. Yi Kong will remain the peak master of Lupo Peak, and the sect shall allocate resources monthly. No one shall covet even an inch of land from Lupo Peak. Dai Yaoyao. He softened his gaze upon the newly established foundation girl. Since you are a direct disciple of Yi Kong, you shall be recognized as a true disciple of the Wandao sect, enjoying the highest privileges of inner disciples. Should anyone dare to challenge you due to your unique constitution, they will be dealt with according to sect rules. Yi Kong felt a stirring within, sensing Li Siyuan's gaze linger on him for a brief moment. Yet he did not reveal his nascent soul cultivation. This sect master is not to be underestimated. He wisely lowered his head, maintaining a posture of feigned weakness after using the talisman, concealing his true strength. Dai Yaoyao blinked her violet eyes, beaming as she clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you. Sect master. Li Siyuan continued to admonish the importance of unity against external threats, signaling for the disciple selection to proceed. After casting one last deep glance at Yi Kong, he turned and departed. Previously, when Xuandozi sought to take Yi Kong as a disciple, Li Siyuan had expressed his reservations. Now, his acceptance seemed solely based on Dai Yaoyao's influence, believing Yi Kong would soon meet his demise. His earlier restraint was meant to provoke Yi Kong into activating that talisman. Once the sect master had left, the peak masters in the square bore awkward expressions, particularly He Xiong and the master of the Pill Peak, who wished for nothing more than to vanish into a crack in the ground. The Pill Peak master hesitated before stepping forward, bowing to Yi Kong. Peak Master Yi, I acknowledge my earlier short-sightedness. Should you require any assistance from the Pill Peak in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Yi Kong nodded faintly, choosing not to elaborate. Over the past century, he had long seen through the true faces of these individuals. Were it not for the intervention of the sect leader, would they have shown such courtesy? Dai Yaoyao leaned closer to Yi Kong, speaking in a voice meant solely for their ears. Old man, are you nearing your end? Hurry and take me back to Lupu Peak to count our assets. Chapter 6. Old man, when will you die? In truth, she yearned to return swiftly, hoping to uncover treasures that could prolong Yi Kong's life. Yi Kong shot her a glare. Unruly disciple, are you truly wishing for my demise? Of course. Dai Yaoyao stuck out her tongue, her eyes sparkling with mischief. If you die, I can inherit the estate without any qualms. Yi Kong gazed into her bright, gleaming eyes, feeling the surging power of his yuan-ing within, and found it amusing. Unruly disciple, dreaming of inheriting my wealth is quite fanciful. I possess several more centuries of life. He resolved to conceal his cultivation from her, rendering her hopes futile. You may wait indefinitely. However, it was indeed time to return. He would go back to the Lupu Peak he had guarded for a century. From this day forth, the fates of Yi Kong and his disciple would be determined solely by themselves. As the sun set, the silhouettes of the old man and the young girl made their way to Lupu Peak, their figures hunched yet no longer solitary, embodied with the calmness and brilliance that would soon stir tumultuous waves. The peak master observed the pair depart, refraining from mentioning the matter of accepting disciples. After all, Dai Yaoyao was an unpredictable variable, one even the sect leader dared not provoke, and they preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. What the future held was uncertain, so it was prudent to maintain a low profile. In the distance, an elderly figure stood atop the scripture repository of the sect, gazing towards Lupu Peak, stroking his beard and chuckling. Xiandaozi, you have indeed discerned well. This game is finally coming to life. As the old man's words fell, Li Siyuan approached his side. Siyuan, what is your perspective? Li Siyuan observed the direction in which Yi Kong and his disciple had vanished, his brow furrowed, his voice tinged with complexity. Elder, I find Yi Kong to be inscrutable. The elder was none other than Xian Jianzi, the supreme elder of the Wandao sect, a disciple of Xiandaozi, who now secluded himself in the scripture repository, detached from worldly affairs. He stroked his grizzled beard, his gaze distant. A century ago, when my brother Xiandaozi insisted on accepting him into Lupu Peak, asserting he was the key to breaking the stalemate, I was skeptical. Today, witnessing this, I finally comprehend the sharpness of my brother's insight. The key to breaking the stalemate? Li Siyuan pondered. He is merely a body cursed by heaven. Having established his foundation a century ago, he is likely nearing his end. Cursed by heaven? Xian Jianzi chuckled, his laughter carrying the weight of ages. Do you truly believe that the curse of heaven is a shackle? My brother Xiandaozi once said, those afflicted by heavenly wrath possess talents that defy fate. Have you not noticed? The calamity surrounding Dai Yaoyao dissipates in his presence. With a single mysterious talisman, he was able to repel Zhao Dezhu, who was in the mid-stage of yuan-ing. Such feats are beyond the capabilities of a mere foundational cultivator. Li Siyuan's pupils constricted. Are you implying that he has transcended? Not merely transcended. Xian Lao lightly tapped the railing, his gaze drifting towards the direction of the fallen peak. He has endured for a century. His temperament has been tempered to a steadfastness akin to rock. Premature exposure would only invite the relentless suppression of the heavenly Tao in the Tai sacred land. He shifted his tone, his voice heavy with gravity. However, Dai Yaoyao possesses a celestial grade, dark spiritual root combined with a body of calamity. Such a spiritual root was only seen in ancient texts a millennium ago, akin to that of the Demon Emperor. The reincarnation of the Demon Emperor. Li Siyuan's expression changed abruptly. Could it be that? It is difficult to say. This is both a crisis and an opportunity. Xian Jianzi interjected. The Demon Emperor fell due to his defiance of the rules, thus forging an eternal enmity with them. Yi Kong is a person of divine retribution, while Dai Yaoyao is a child forsaken by heaven. Is it mere coincidence that these two converge? Li Siyuan fell silent for a moment, murmuring, the Tai sacred land will not rest easily. Zhao Di's who's suffered a setback and will undoubtedly summon stronger individuals. On the surface, they appear to be vying for talent. Yet in truth, they are testing our limits. You are not entirely foolish. Xian Jinzi sighed, stating that if you do not adopt a firm stance today, the Tai's sacred land may come even sooner. Should we protect them? Li Siyuan gazed towards a fallen peak. Xian Jinzi waved his hand, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. No, let them fight. Only those who emerge from the sea of corpses and rivers of blood are true geniuses. He was indifferent to whether Dai Yaoyao was the reincarnation of the demon emperor. This step must be taken by Dai Yaoyao herself. Li Siyuan suddenly comprehended. Then I shall instruct the sect members to steer clear of the fallen peak. No, you are mistaken again. Xian Lao gazed at the setting sun sinking behind the distant mountains, turning his sharp eyes towards Li Siyuan. What you must do is observe their battle. Those with nefarious intentions must also be purged. For instance, he shone from the Beastmaster Peak. If he does not understand unity, there is no need for mercy. The disciple understands. Li Siyuan bowed in response. He was acutely aware that he, too, was awaiting the opportune moment to cleanse these insignificant nuisances. The Wandao sect initiated a rebellion against the heavens 100,000 years ago, suffering heavy casualties from the onslaught of other celestial domains. Now weakened, the territory of the Wandao sect is being relentlessly encroached upon by other sects, and the time for retaliation has arrived. Yet before that, to expel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. The rules must be suppressed, Tai must be contended with, and the Wandao sect must rise. This game of chess now rests upon your shoulders. Xian Jianzi's figure gradually faded into the shadows of the scripture pavilion, leaving behind a faint admonition. Li Siyuan watched the direction in which Xian Lao vanished, shaking his head in resignation before his gaze grew resolute. He turned to face the depths of the sect. Where the Beastmaster Peak lay, would he shown truly court disaster? Yikong, how shall you respond? Ah, you deceitful old man. This wretched peak lacks even a decent spiritual vein, and the fish in the pond are merely common grass carp. You have hoarded this pile of junk after a century of cultivation? I shall renounce my allegiance to the sect. Dai Yaoyao stood in the center of the courtyard, hands on her hips, gazing at the myriad of discarded items she had unearthed. Rusty iron swords, chipped porcelain bowls, and a bundle of lifeless firewood lay scattered about, causing her violet eyes to gleam with indignation. Yikong, leisurely sipping tea beneath the old tea tree, did not even raise his eyelids. What do you expect? Do you think Luapa Peak is some celestial paradise? Suddenly, Dai Yaoyao's gaze fell upon the ancient tea tree, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. She reached out to pluck a leaf, but was gently rebuffed by a wave of ethereal energy as her fingertips brushed the foliage. Hiss, enlightenment, aged for a millennium. Instantly, her grievances dissipated, and she cradled the tea leaves, grinning like a fox who had just stolen a hen. This brew could enhance my comprehension, right? Old man, share half with me. Yikong glanced at her with indifference. If you wish to drink, you must pick it yourself, provided you avoid being knocked senseless by the tree's energy. Dai Yaoyao huffed, about to attempt another pluck when Yikong tossed her an old, tattered book. The pages were frayed, and the title on the cover was nearly obliterated. What is this? A rag for cleaning tables? She scoffed, pinching it between her fingers. The chaos creation immortal scripture, Yikong replied, sipping his tea with a nonchalant tone. If you deem it worthless, toss it aside. After all, you and T comprehend it anyway. Who can't comprehend it? Dai Yaoyao exclaimed, clutching the book to her chest. As her fingers grazed the pages, a surge of overwhelming chaotic energy coursed through her arm, startling her into releasing it momentarily, only to quickly grasp it again. This was a treasure far superior to her previous life's techniques. She glared at Yikong. You did this on purpose. Such a splendid item hidden within such a shabby book. Yikong raised an eyebrow. What else should I do? Wrap it in gold leaf for you to use as a pillow? Chapter 7. Old man, you truly support me. He then tossed her a bamboo scroll. And this, a sword to slay immortals. Master it, and you could slay immortals. Fail, and you can chop wood. As Dai Yaoyao caught the scroll, her eyes sparkled brighter with each glance, her smile unwavering, and her mind raced with calculations. This old man, despite his seemingly impoverished appearance, possessed treasures more valuable than the entire vault of a top-tier sect in the immortal realm. Once he passes, suddenly she leaned closer to Yikong, her face adorned with a feigned, innocent smile, and reached out to check his pulse. Old man, you used that talisman during the disciple initiation ceremony, didn't you? Are you feeling weak? Let me see. I'm studying alchemy. Perhaps I could concoct a life-prolonging elixir to save you. Though it was highly likely to be a toxic concoction, one must try to revive a dying horse, right? Yi Kong swiftly turned his wrist to evade her grasp, tapping her on the head in return. Put away your schemes. I'm perfectly lively and intend to see you married off. Who wants to marry? Dai Yaoyao rubbed her head and glared at him, her expression shifting as she pretended to be pitiful. But you just turn pale and stumble while walking. Be honest. Are you on the brink of death? What will I do if you die? The estate hasn't even been inventoried yet. Rest assured, I shall live long enough for you to remain single. Yi Kong set down his teacup and rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire. Go ahead and rummage about. There's a bell in the woodshed to the west and a rusted sword in the corner to the north. Both are discarded treasures I salvaged. If you can discern their value, they shall be yours. Dai Yaoyao's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as she turned and dashed toward the woodshed, muttering to herself, discarded treasures? I believe you simply lack appreciation. Once I uncover their true worth, let's see if you dare to underestimate me. Not long after she entered the woodshed, a gasp echoed. This bell, when struck, resonates with my very soul. The soul-devouring bell, followed by another shriek. This sword is rusted. But wait, is this the legendary soul-devouring sword? Yi Kong stood in the courtyard, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he listened. He glanced upward at the sky, feeling as though a century of gloom had lifted. With such a devoted disciple fixated on his legacy, life on this desolate peak seemed far less dreary. Meanwhile, in the woodshed, Dai Yaoyao, cradling the rusted sword and the soul-devouring bell, felt an unsettling realization wash over her. This old man is certainly not ordinary. His pulse is steadier than an ox, and all his so-called discarded items are treasures. Is he truly near death, or is he feigning weakness to deceive me? Clenching her teeth, she resolved inwardly, no, I must keep a close watch. What if he secretly regains his strength and absconds with my inheritance? As the sunset filtered through the woodshed window, illuminating the young girl's conflicted expression as she clutched her discarded treasures, she pondered how to save this man marked by divine retribution. Oh, that's it. I shall cultivate. With greater strength, I can shatter the shackles binding him and rescue him. She promptly rushed to Yi Kong's side. Old man, I wish to cultivate. I need resources. Cultivate? Resources? Yi Kong raised an eyebrow, observing the girl before him, whose expression radiated determination to grow stronger and inherit his legacy. A smile hidden deep in his eyes. Her initiative to cultivate meant that his own rewards for teaching her would also increase, a most welcome prospect. Without further ado, he instinctively drew closer to his chest, rubbing his palm there as though kneading a lump of clay. Dai Yaoyao's eyes widened in anticipation, and suddenly, a flash of white light flickered from his palm, revealing 3 vials of elixirs and a cluster of shimmering spirit stones suspended in midair. Supreme Purple Yang Elixir. 10 in a vial, to aid you in enhancing your cultivation. 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, sufficient for your needs for a while. Yi Kong casually pushed the items toward her, his tone nonchalant, as if these were merely trivial treasures. Dai Yaoyao's gaze fixated on the purple yang elixir. The vial shimmered with swirling spiritual energy, its potency so rich it seemed ready to overflow. Such quality was indeed unparalleled, even at the alchemy peak. However, just as she reached out to grasp it, her eyes caught Yi Kong's peculiar chest-rubbing gesture, and her brows knitted in distaste as she took a step back. Old man, can you not retrieve items in such a lewd manner? She pointed at his chest, her expression one of revulsion. With all that rubbing and kneading, one might think you were pulling something filthy. It's quite off-putting. Yi Kongsho paused, lowering his gaze to examine his own movements, then glanced at the disdainful expression on Dai Yaoyao's face. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, it's second nature to me. As long as I provide you with elixirs and spirit stones, what does it matter how I obtain them? That's simply one do. Dai Yaoyao interjected, snatching the elixirs and spirit stones from him, carefully stowing them away in her storage pouch. With a playful scorn, she continued, could you at least act with a bit more decorum next time? Perhaps a graceful flourish or a spell incantation. Must you truly appear so unrefined? If word of your actions spreads, others might think the master of the fallen peak is reduced to scavenging. Yi Kong did not respond, his gaze lazily drifting towards the soul-devouring bell and the immortal slaying sword she clutched tightly to her chest. A smirk graced his lips. Instantly alert, Dai Yaoyao pressed the artifacts closer to her, her violet eyes widening in defiance. What are you staring at, old man? I found these in the firewood shed, and according to the rules, what I discover is mine. Don't even think about reneging on that. I never suggested such a thing. Yikong replied leisurely as he turned to walk beneath the old tea tree, amusement lacing his voice. However, if you wish to wield the immortal slaying sword, you must first master the one sword to slay immortals technique. Otherwise, should the sword's energy recoil and bring about your demise, no one will be there to collect your remains. In that case, your inheritance would truly belong to me. Bah, bah, bah. Dai Yaoyao quickly covered the soul-devouring bell. You ravenous old man. I want to perish. Once I've mastered the sword technique, I want to just avoid backlash. I'll use it to chop firewood for you. As she spoke, she leaned closer, shaking the bottle of purple sun elixir in her hand. But old man, where did you acquire such high-quality elixirs? You didn't steal them, did you? Yikong turned to glare at her. Rebellious disciple, speak another word and I'll reclaim the elixirs. Wait. Dai Yaoyao immediately covered her mouth, retreating to the wisdom tea tree, clutching her elixirs, spirit stones, and celestial artifacts. You may leave now. I need to cultivate, and I warn you, do not dare to secretly relocate your treasures. I will be watching you. Yikong, feeling exasperated, prepared to tidy up his reclining chair and leave, for his little haven was about to be claimed by this rebellious disciple. Wait, leave the reclining chair for me. When I grow weary from cultivation, I need to lie down. Yikong shook his head and turned away. After walking a few paces, he touched his chest and couldn't help but chuckle. Perverse? He was merely concealing the secret of the system. Otherwise, wouldn't this rebellious disciple pester him with questions until dawn? Entering the thatched cottage, he glanced back towards a grass hut, sensing the rapid flow of Dai Yaoyao's spiritual energy as it mingled with the essence of the purple sun elixir. As Yikong felt the spiritual energy coursing within him, his long-slumbering heart was utterly rejuvenated. She wished to grow stronger to inherit his legacy? Very well, let her practice. But the inheritance? That was not up for grabs. However, there were matters he must attend to. Previously lacking in power, he now found himself fortified. Zhao Dizhu's and Zhao Xiaotian had shown him their murderous intent and coveted Dai Yaoyao's spiritual root. He was eager to see whether he could indeed protect her. Observing Dai Yaoyao in a state of deep meditation, he activated the isolation formation of the thatched cottage alongside the defensive array of the fallen peak. Subsequently, he departed from fallen peaks silently, pursuing the direction in which Zhao Dizhu's and his companions had fled. Beneath the Dao awakening tea tree, Dai Yaoyao, while circulating the chaos creation immortal scripture, surreptitiously kept an eye on Yikong from the thatched cottage. Musing to herself, this old man surely possesses treasures yet to be revealed. No, I must search beneath his bed tomorrow. Chapter 8. Pursuit of Zhao Dizhu's. As Yikong activated the defensive array of Fallen Peak, the formation patterns shimmered with a pale golden ripple in the night, enveloping the entire mountain securely. This was a contingency left by the former Peak Master, capable of withstanding the full force of a Nascent Soul cultivator's assault. He patted the array's foundation stone and murmured, "Safeguard my rebellious disciple. I shall return with spirit stones to reward you." With that, he vanished into the night. Releasing a hint of spiritual energy beneath his feet, he deliberately concealed the aura of a nascent soul cultivator, progressing at a pace akin to that of a foundation establishment cultivator. Though seemingly slow, each step was deftly placed upon spatial nodes, allowing him to traverse several leaps and exit the gates of the Wandao sect. Zhao Dizhu's, a mid-nascent soul cultivator, was flanked by several golden core cultivators, ready to strike. Yikong touched his chest, a flicker of black light dancing at his fingertips. The sword energy of the Celestial Slayer sword was compressed to the diameter of a hair. Did they truly believe Fallen Peak to be an easy target? Following the spiritual energy trails left by Zhao Dizhu's and his group, he halted half an hour later at a narrow passage known as Black Wind Valley. At the valley's entrance, faint fluctuations of spiritual energy intertwined with Zhao Xiaoyan's arrogant voice. Elder, that Yikong is merely a foundation establishment waste, with Dai Yaoyao just having established her foundation. We can send a few golden core cultivators to capture her. I shall first use the spirit snatching technique to absorb her spiritual roots. Silence. Zhao Dizhu's voice was laced with fury. The Wandao sect is not as simple as you imagine. The sect master is at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, and Xian Jianzi is even more unfathomable. We must endure this time. Moreover, our probing objectives have been achieved. The internal discord within the Wandao sect is evident. We must aim to dismantle them from within. The Beast Master Peak presents a significant opportunity for infiltration. However, this matter is far from settled. Upon our return, we must report to the Holy Master and request the Law Elder to take action. We shall ensure that both that girl and Yikong's heads are severed. The night wind swept through the Black Wind Valley, stirring the sands at the passage's entrance. As Zhao Di's Hus quietly instructed Zhao Xiaotian on the details of aligning with the Beastmaster Peak. Suddenly, an oppressive force, one that sent a shiver through even the nascent soul cultivators, emanated from ahead. He swiftly raised his head, his pupils constricting sharply. At the exit of a narrow passage stood a figure with hands clasped behind his back. Yikong stood tall and upright like a pine tree, no longer the hunched, coughing elder of the Foundation establishment stage. The wrinkles etched by a century's worth of hardships seemed to have been smoothed by spiritual energy, though his hair remained white. It radiated a sharp brilliance. In his hand, he grasped a long sword, its blade no longer tarnished but adorned with dark golden patterns, revealing itself to be the other celestial artifact, the Celestial Slayer Sword. What sent chills down Zhao Dezis' spine was the aura of spiritual energy enveloping Yikong. It was not the feeble presence of a foundational stage practitioner, but rather the formidable pressure of a nascent soul, albeit in its initial phase, yet more refined and domineering than that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. You, how could you be here? Zhao Dezis' voice trembled as he instinctively shielded Zhao Xiaotian behind him. Your cultivation level. It is impossible. At the disciple selection ceremony, you were clearly only at the foundational stage. Yikong paid no heed to his astonishment, a cold, playful smile gracing his lips as he raised his sword towards him. Who was it that claimed they would sever someone's head? It was you, Yikong, Zhao Xiaotian exclaimed in a mix of shock and fury, his voice harsh yet feeble. Do you dare to obstruct someone from the Tai sacred land? You seek death. As he spoke, he prepared to summon his flying sword, only to be restrained by Zhao Dezis. Zhao Dezis fixed his gaze on the sword of extermination in Yikong's hand, his throat tightening. You have concealed your true strength well. What do you intend to do? He attempted to stall for time, secretly channeling his spiritual energy as the purple cloud divine thunder quietly gathered in his palm. What do you think you are doing? Yikong laughed, his mirth carrying a hint of murderous intent upon the night breeze. You reveal your murderous intent towards me, coveting my disciple's spiritual roots. Is it permissible for you to strike while I cannot even bid farewell? Before the last word left his lips, he flickered, and the sword of extermination unleashed a wave of obsidian sword energy, slicing through the air towards Zhao Dezis' face with lethal speed. The velocity was so astonishing that even Zhao Dezis, in the mid-nascent soul stage, could not evade. You seek death, Zhao Dezis roared, channeling all his spiritual energy to unleash a palm strike, the purple cloud divine thunder transforming into a lightning shield before him. Purple cloud divine thunder, restrain. With a soft crack, the sword energy collided with a lightning shield, producing not a cataclysmic roar, but merely a faint sound. The seemingly invincible purple cloud divine thunder shield was cleaved apart by the black sword energy, the residual force sweeping across Zhao Dezis' arm. Zhao Dezis cried out in agony as the sleeve of his left arm was instantly shredded by the sword energy, revealing a wound deep enough to see the bone. Dark energy emanated from the wound, an indication of the sword of extermination's malevolence seeping in, rendering his spiritual energy incapable of healing it. Elder, Zhao Xiaotian was petrified with fear. Yikong, emboldened by his advantage, lightly tapped his toes, moving like a specter among the golden core guards. The sword of extermination glimmered, each strike precisely targeting the vital points of the guards, devoid of any unnecessary maneuvers, embodying pure lethality. After a century of patience and restraint, he was no longer one to show mercy. Having forged a mortal enemy, he would grant no opportunity for retaliation. In but 3 breaths, the 4 golden core guards, unable to even emit complete cries of despair, were pierced through the foreheads by the sword energy, their bodies collapsing lifelessly, their spiritual energy instantaneously absorbed by the sword of extermination, causing its aura to intensify. Yikong, I will fight you to the death. Zhao Dezis, witnessing the annihilation of his subordinates, recognized his inevitable demise, a frenzied glint flashing in his eyes as the phantom of his nascent soul emerged above him, preparing to ignite his nascent soul for a final, desperate strike. The Holy Master will not spare you. Upon your arrival in the underworld, you may lodge your grievances with the Holy Master. Yikong's gaze turned icy, and the power of his primordial infant surged forth unreservedly. The devouring immortal sword was raised high above his head, ancient runes shimmering along its blade. A single strike to sever immortals, he declared. This strike transcended mere sword energy. It embodied the essence of a sword to sever immortals, as the obsidian sword light soared towards the heavens, tearing the night sky of Haifeng Valley asunder. Zhao Dizhu's attack, fueled by the burning of his primordial infant, was obliterated midway by the sword light. The ethereal visage of his primordial infant let out a heart-rending wail before disintegrating in an instant. Zhao himself was struck directly by the sword light. His body cleaved in twain. As his primordial spirit attempted to flee, the dark energy of the severing immortal sword coiled around him, devouring him entirely. No, Zhao shouted on. Witnessing Zhao Dizhu's tragic demise, crumpled to the ground in terror, tears streaming down his face. Lord Yi, spare me. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. I implore you, grant me mercy. Yi Kong strode towards him, the tip of his sword resting against Zhao Xiaotian's throat. Zhao Xiaotian beheld the unflinching coldness in Yi Kong's eyes, a detachment born of a century of solitude, indifferent to the fragility of life. When you coveted my disciple's spiritual roots, you should have foreseen this very end, Yi Kong intoned, his voice steady yet imbued with immense weight. Zhao Xiaotian's pupils dilated, desperately seeking words, but with a gentle push of the severing immortal sword, his life was irrevocably extinguished. Silence enveloped Haifeng Valley, broken only by the mournful night wind. Yi Kong waved his hand, the blood and malevolence upon the severing immortal sword dissipating, restoring its ancient simplicity. He glanced at the corpses on the ground, collecting the spiritual stones from their bodies, dismissing the rest as beneath his notice. With a flick of his fingers, flames erupted, purging the remains in blood, leaving no trace of spiritual energy behind. Having completed these tasks, he turned away from Haifeng Valley, his steps considerably lighter. After a century of repression, he finally felt a measure of release. Upon returning to Lupo Feng, the golden light of the defensive array shone brightly. As he placed the collected spiritual stones into the array's core, Yi Kong approached the Wu Dao Ti tree, observing Dai Yaoyao, who lay soundly asleep in a recliner. Her left hand clutching the soul-devouring bell, her right embracing the devouring immortal sword, a content smile gracing her lips. Silently, he sheathed the severing immortal sword, hunched his back once more, coughed lightly, reverting to the guise of a frail old man, before retreating into the thatched cottage. Rest easy, my wayward disciple. Those who wish you harm shall no longer appear. Unbeknownst to Yi Kong, He Xiong, the master of beast-taming peak, was currently orchestrating plans for Li Qingfeng to seek trouble at Lupo Feng the following morning. Chapter 9. Dance of Beasts and Humans. As dawn broke, the smoke from Lupo Feng's kitchen curled gracefully into the air. Rarely rising early, Yi Kong set up a stone stove in the courtyard, boiling spiritual rice to a tender consistency, frying spiritual chicken eggs to a golden hue, and preparing several dishes of spiritual vegetables gathered from the back mountain. He even simmered a pot of spiritual chicken soup, the aroma wafting throughout the entirety of Lupo Feng. Gurgling sounds echoed as Dai Yaoyao stirred, rubbing her belly as she rose from the recliner. This night marked the most restful sleep she had experienced since her rebirth. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of an enticing aroma, her eyes widening in delight as she rushed towards the stone table, salivating at the sight of the bountiful spiritual feast. Oh, old man, who would have thought that a person on the brink of death could still relish life? She exclaimed, popping a spiritual egg into her mouth, her words dripping with sarcasm. Could it be that you, aware of your impending demise, have gone out of your way to prepare a meal for me, hoping I might remember you fondly and offer you incense in the afterlife? Yi Kong, engrossed in serving chicken soup, shot her a disapproving glance. Eat if you wish, but if not, then leave. Wait. Dai Yaoyao quickly protected her bowl, hastily scooping a mouthful of spiritual rice, her eyes lighting up. This is surprisingly delightful, much more fragrant than the spiritual dishes concocted by that group of stubborn old-timers at Danfeng. Perhaps you do possess some utility. Your demise might even be a minor loss. Just as she was about to indulge in the chicken soup, a raucous commotion erupted from outside the courtyard, accompanied by the shrill cries of spiritual beasts, shattering the tranquil moment. Yi Kong, Dai Yaoyao, come out here. Li Qingfeng, flanked by 4 disciples from the beast-taming peak, confronted them with an imposing presence, followed closely by a few disheveled spiritual wolves and leopards, clearly seeking trouble. We've lost a second-tier spiritual chicken, and someone saw it heading towards the direction of the fallen peak. You two better hand over the chicken, or do not blame us for searching the mountain. Li Qingfeng stood with his hands on his hips, his gaze sweeping over the breakfast laid out on the stone table, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Oh, has the fallen peak decided to indulge? Using stolen spiritual chickens for soup. I see. Dai Yaoyao nearly spilled her soup in outrage. She despised being interrupted during her meals, especially by those clearly looking for a fight. Setting down her bowl, she rose leisurely, a flicker of menace flashing in her violet eyes as her fingers unconsciously caressed the soul-devouring bell at her waist. Lost a chicken? You must be here to provoke us, right? She glared coldly at Li Qingfeng. Your beast-taming peak is truly incompetent, unable to keep track of a mere animal. And yet you dare come to our fallen peak to create a ruckus? Besides, even if a chicken did wander into our territory, it would belong to the fallen peak. Preposterous. Li Qingfeng, realizing his excuse had been dismantled, fumed with indignation. Enough of your nonsense. Either hand over the chicken, or we will search your premises. As he spoke, he motioned for his disciples to dismantle the defensive array. Search? I'd like to see how many lives you possess. Dai Yaoyao was thoroughly incensed now. Raising her hand, she removed the soul-devouring bell from her waist, infusing it with spiritual energy. The bell emitted an eerie, soft chime that was not loud, yet pierced deep into the minds of those present. Just as Li Qingfeng and his disciples were about to unleash their fury, they suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, their bodies swaying uncontrollably. Strangely, the spiritual wolves and leopards behind them also began to fidget restlessly, their eyes clouded with confusion, and they even started wagging their tails in the direction of the fallen peak. What have you done? Li Qingfeng gasped in horror as he realized that his limbs were involuntarily twitching in sync with the sound of the bell, as if compelled to dance. Dai Yaoyao toyed with the soul-devouring bell, a mischievous smile gracing her face, reminiscent of a fox that had successfully executed a prank. It is nothing much, merely a sentiment that your visits are rather monotonous. Allow me to add a touch of background music and perhaps a dance to liven the atmosphere. With a subtle movement of her fingertips, the sound of the soul-devouring bell suddenly transformed into a lively and swift melody. In the next moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Li Qingfeng and his 4 disciples appeared to be manipulated by invisible strings, their limbs rigid as they swayed left and right, engaging in a bizarre dance. At times spinning and at others twisting their waists, their movements both ludicrous and exaggerated. Even more astonishingly, the spirit wolves and spirit leopards behind them rose on their hind legs, pacing in time with the frenetic rhythm, emitting strange howls that eerily synchronized with the human dancers. A dance between man and beast? What a novel display. Ha ha ha. How the people of Beastmaster Peak dance like monkeys. Look at that spirit wolf. Its wiggling rear is absolutely hilarious. The commotion had already drawn the attention of cultivators from nearby peaks, who rushed over to witness the absurdity, laughing uncontrollably and pointing in disbelief. Some even produced communication talismans to share this spectacle with their fellow disciples from other peaks. Li Qingfeng, feeling both embarrassed and enraged, desperately wished to halt the performance, but found himself utterly unable to control his body, forced to watch as he made a fool of himself before the entire sect, his face turning the hue of a pig's liver, nearly brought to tears. Dai Yaoyao, stop this at once. I will not spare you. Not spare you? Dai Yaoyao raised an eyebrow, adjusting the bell's tone to one imbued with a hint of seduction. Instantly, the dance of Li Qingfeng and the others transformed into a display of flirtation, and even the spirit wolf began to cast coy glances at the onlookers, eliciting even greater laughter. Soon, the spirit beasts were embracing and kissing Li Qingfeng and his companions, the scene becoming utterly ridiculous. Yi Kong sat at a stone table, savoring a bowl of chicken soup with great delight, even commenting, that spirit leopard possesses quite the sense of rhythm, dancing better than Li Qingfeng. Having had her fill of amusement, Dai Yaoyao stowed away the soul-devouring bell. As the sound ceased, Li Qingfeng and the others collapsed to the ground like marionettes with severed strings, utterly drained, their gazes vacant. The spirit wolf and spirit leopard also wobbled and lay down, struggling to regain their composure. Leave, Dai Yaoyao coldly uttered. Should you dare to cause trouble at the fallen peak again, it will not merely be a matter of dancing. She paused, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Next time, I shall take your lives. This time, she refrained from killing them, feeling her strength insufficient to deal with that old fool He Xiong. Moreover, the old man behind her, cursed by heaven, could not shield her either. Alas, this old man is deeply hidden, yet in critical moments, one must rely on their own resolve. Li Qingfeng scrambled to escape with his disciples and spirit beasts, the sounds of laughter trailing behind him, leaving him utterly humiliated. The onlooking cultivators, having witnessed the lack of entertainment, gradually dispersed, yet their gazes toward fallen peak now bore a hint of reverence. This newly accepted female disciple possesses quite the fiery temperament, daring to confront even Beastmaster Peak so boldly. Dai Yaoyao clapped her hands, returning to the stone table to enjoy her spirit chicken soup with great satisfaction. Daring to disturb my meal. The fact that they are still alive is simply a testament to my good mood. Yikong observed her contented demeanor, unable to suppress a smile. He understood that, following this incident, there would likely be an increase in those within the Wan Dao sect seeking trouble with the fallen peak. Dai Yaoyao, at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, could effortlessly command cultivators at the early stage of the Golden Core. The bell in her possession must be extraordinary and would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. As expected among the many onlookers, a resolute young man named Lin Chun, clad in the attire of a servant, was watching intently. Fallen Peak, 9 transmutations Golden Core, Soul Devouring Bell. 3 years ago, he was pursued by enemies and fell into a cave, where he fortuitously discovered a 9 transmutations Golden Core. Unfortunately, just as he reached for it, the core vanished unexpectedly. Just the day before, while working in the servant's courtyard, he unearthed a bell, but it too disappeared the moment he attempted to grasp it. The connection between these two occurrences was undeniable. If they had no relation to Fallen Peak and Yikong, he would not believe it, even if struck dead. Everything should have belonged to me. Lin Chun had lurked in the servants' quarters of the Wan Dao sect for years, all for the inheritance of Fallen Peak. Regrettably, that scoundrel Yikong, for over a century, had remained ascetic, refusing to take in even a single servant, leaving him with no opportunity. Now that Yikong had taken a disciple, a chance had finally arrived. Dai Yaoyao, a treasure of Fallen Peak, would undoubtedly become his possession. Chapter 10. Mid-Yuanying. Dai Yaoyao watched as Li Qingfeng and the others scrambled away, a slight smile gracing her lips as she turned back to the stone table. Unceremoniously, she gathered the remaining spiritual chicken soup into her embrace, spooning it in her mouth, allowing the broth to dribble down her chin without a care. Just as Yikong finished tidying up the stove, he caught sight of her gluttonous demeanor and couldn't help but remark, "Slow down, no one is competing with you." That may not be the case, Dai Yaoyao mumbled, casting a wary glance at the courtyard entrance, as if fearing further interruptions to her meal. What if more oblivious souls come to disrupt my dining? She ladled a generous scoop of spiritual rice, suddenly lifting her gaze to Yikong, a mischievous smile curling at her lips. "Old man, considering your cooking is quite decent, I shall grant you a few more years of life, and for now, I shall refrain from coveting your estate." Dai Yaoyao nearly revealed her true identity as a demon emperor. Yikong paused in his task, a multitude of questions evident on his face. "You promised me you would take care of me, providing meat for every meal," she asserted boldly, shaking her soup bowl. "If you were to die now, who would prepare spiritual chicken soup for me? Who would procure spiritual chicken eggs for me? Therefore, you must live well until I master your culinary skills." Haha. So, he was to be treated as a free chef and a long-term meal ticket? Yikong inwardly cursed the rebellious disciple, yet refrained from retorting. After all, this rebellious disciple was his prodigious treasure. The more she indulged, the harder she practiced, and the quicker his cultivation rewards would come, relying on one's own cultivation. That is simply impossible. Last night, he attempted it. The current celestial energy no longer rejects him, but merely allows him to harness it. This experienced baby must be safeguarded. Understood, Living Yama. Yikong remarked with a hint of annoyance, urging her to finish and swiftly engage in cultivation, warning her not to dwell on his inheritance, lest she find herself empty-handed. Got it. Dai Yaoyao swiftly devoured the last bowl of rice, wiped her mouth, and seized the soul-devouring bell, racing towards the enlightenment tea tree. "Once I become formidable in my cultivation, you won't need to support me anymore. Then, you shall feast at my table." Yikong observed her retreating figure towards the tea tree, chuckling helplessly. This rebellious disciple, despite her words, likely already perceives him as a cash dispenser. The way she had sought resources yesterday left no room for modesty. Reaching the enlightenment tea tree, Dai Yaoyao settled cross-legged, retrieving the exquisite purple sun pill Yikong had given her the previous day and unhesitatingly consumed one. The pill dissolved instantly, its warm spiritual energy coursing through her limbs and bones. She promptly activated the Chaos Creation Immortal Sutra, a soft purple glow enveloping her body, intertwining with the ethereal essence emanating from the tea tree. Curiously, the ominous energy within her, upon encountering the tea tree's spiritual resonance, ceased its previous chaotic frenzy, instead becoming docile, gently guided by the Chaos Sutra, merging with the pill's energy to transform into pure cultivation power. Standing in the courtyard, Yikong could distinctly sense Dai Yaoyao's spiritual energy surging rapidly, the barriers of the mid-foundation stage shattering instantaneously. Cultivating for a genius truly appears as effortless as eating and drinking. A system notification chime rang out. Disciple Dai Yaoyao is cultivating with the resonance of the enlightenment tea tree and the purple sun pill, her cultivation steadily advancing. Host receives cultivation feedback. Mid-yuaning stage. Leaning against the old locust tree, he caressed the system space within his chest, feeling the seals of the celestial slaying sword and the Eastern Emperor bell loosening with his cultivation enhancement. This rebellious disciple, while glib and protective of her resources, must be acknowledged for her remarkable efficiency as an experienced baby. Dai Yaoyao cultivated beneath the tea tree for 2 hours, halting only when the energy of the purple sun pill was nearly depleted. She opened her eyes, excitement flickering in her violet gaze. Her mid-foundation stage cultivation had solidified, even brushing against the threshold of the late stage. She glanced at the soul-devouring bell and the soul-slaying sword at her waist, then tenderly caressed the tea tree's leaves, musing, "This enlightenment tea tree is indeed a treasure." And the pills bestowed by the old man surpassed the arduous resources she had sought in her previous life. It seems wise to allow him to live a few more years. She rose to stretch her limbs, noticing Yikong seated on a stone bench, eyes closed in repose. Stealthily, she approached and poked his back with her finger. "Old man, you're not dead, are you?" Yikong opened his eyes, swatting her hand away. "Thanks to you, I'm still alive. As long as you're alive, that's what matters." Dai Yaoyao grinned widely, revealing her small tiger teeth. "As I practiced just now, I sensed an abundance of spiritual energy emanating from the tea tree. Henceforth, please water it with more spiritual essence, allowing it to flourish even further. The tea leaves it produces, when brewed, might enhance one's cultivation." Yikong raised an eyebrow, acknowledging her astuteness. "Indeed," Dai Yaoyao proudly lifted her chin. "Once I attain the golden core stage, I shall seek retribution from the Beastmaster Peak and reclaim the dignity of today. At that time, you shall witness my prowess. I shall stride confidently without your protection." Observing her spirited demeanor, Yikong refrained from disillusioning her. Should she truly confront Xiong as her master, he could not genuinely allow her to face it alone. However, encouraging her to practice more would be beneficial. The sooner she matures, the sooner he could unlock the system's higher-tier functions. As the sun descended, the leaves of the enlightenment tea rustled in the breeze. Dai Yaoyao resumed her cultivation, cradling the soul-devouring bell, golden spiritual energy entwining with faint shadows of black mist around her, exuding an air of mystery and power. Yikong sat at the stone table, gazing at the evening glow on the horizon, feeling the steady growth of his spiritual energy within. The desolate and lonely fallen peak finally breathed life and anticipation. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Shun from the miscellaneous department lurked in the shadows, his true vision capturing every detail, particularly the sight of Dai Yaoyao resonating with the enlightenment tea, intensifying the greed in his eyes. The legacy of fallen peak, the enlightenment tea tree. And Dai Yaoyao, you are merely safeguarding them from me, albeit temporarily. Meanwhile, Xiong of the Beastmaster Peak glared furiously at Li Qingfeng, who had failed in his duties, shattering 3 teacups in his rage. "Fool, could you not devise a better excuse? You have utterly disgraced the Beastmaster Peak." Li Qingfeng stood trembling in the center of the hall, head bowed. "You deserve to be punished. If you weren't of some use, I would have struck you down." Xiong fixed a menacing gaze upon Li Qingfeng. "Get out." Relieved, Li Qingfeng hastily exited the hall. Xiong's eyes narrowed, fixating on the direction of fallen peak. "Yikong, Dai Yaoyao, you shall pay." At that moment, a young man clad in the attire of a core disciple of the Wandao sect, with a green serpent coiling around his left arm, strode into the hall. This was Xiong's son, Hiyu, the young master of the Beastmaster Peak. "Father, we have grave news." He Xiong's expression softened slightly at the sight of his son, yet he still demanded sternly, "What is it? Why the panic?" He responded gravely, "News from the Tai sacred land. Zhao Dezhozio and his companions are all dead." Chapter 11. The Unyielding He Xiong. Within the grand hall of the Beastmaster Peak. Upon receiving the news of Zhao Dezhozio's demise, He Xiong's face shifted from malevolence to shock. His fingers unconsciously clenched the beast pouch at his waist, the low murmur of the soul-devouring scorpion within echoing his unease. He had maintained close ties with Zhao Dezhozio, having exchanged numerous beast mastery secrets from the Tai sacred land. They had even agreed that if Dai Yaoyao's conditions spiraled out of control, the Tai Holy Land would intervene to rectify the situation, allowing the Beastmaster Peak to seize the opportunity to take over the ancestral grounds of the fallen peak. Now that Zhao Dezhuz had perished, the fragile veil of secrecy could be shattered at any moment. What could be said about the Tai Holy Land? He Xiong's voice quivered subtly as he feigned composure, his fingertips digging into his palm. He stepped forward, the green serpent on his wrist flickering its tongue restlessly. "Father, the envoy from the Tai Holy Land is already en route to the Wandao sect, specifically requesting to meet with sect master Li Siyuan, claiming they're conducting a thorough investigation into the truth behind Elder Zhao's demise." He paused, his tone laced with evident anxiety. "Father, although your dealings with Zhao Dezhuz have been discreet, the old stalwarts in the law enforcement hall are particularly astute. Should the Tai Holy Land pursue this matter relentlessly, the sect master may very well throw you under the bus to quell the unrest." He Xiong abruptly lifted his head, anger flashing in his eyes. "Are you afraid?" "I am not afraid," He hastily retorted, the green serpent tightening on his wrist. "I am currently on the verge of breaking through to the Nascent Soul stage, and in just 6 months, the Holy Sun selection will occur. If you are targeted by the law enforcement hall at this juncture, rumors will undoubtedly spread. And how could the elders possibly support me?" His words, though tinged with self-interest, struck at He Xiong's vulnerable spot. He Xiong yearned for his son to ascend to the position of Holy Sun and ultimately inherit the role of sect master. Silence enveloped the hall, the air thickening with tension. He gazed at his son's anxious face, recalling the news of Zhao Dezhuz's tragic end, and turmoil surged within him. The fact that Zhao Dezhuz, a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner, had perished indicated that his assailant was no ordinary individual. It was highly plausible that Yi Kong had concealed his true strength, or that the fallen peak harbored even stronger cards up its sleeve. With the Tai Holy Land applying pressure and the law enforcement hall observing closely, any rash confrontation with the fallen peak would be tantamount to courting disaster. "What do you suggest?" He Xiong's tone softened, evidently swayed by his son's arguments. He Yu's eyes glimmered with calculation. "Father, there's no need to rush against the fallen peak. Let's bide our time." He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Dai Yaoyao has just established her foundation. Even if Yi Kong is concealing his power, he can only manage a nascent stage at most. We should wait until I secure the position of Holy Sun and gain a measure of control over the law enforcement hall before finding the right moment to act. By then, we can justifiably eliminate the hidden threats within the sect, and no one will be able to find fault." He paused, adding, "As for the Tai Holy Land, you need only claim that Elder Zhao has not been in contact since his departure. From the sect master's demeanor during yesterday's recruitment conference, it seems he does not truly fear the Tai Holy Land's influence, nor is he likely to delve deeply into this matter. Once the storm has passed, we can reassess our plans." He Xiong scrutinized his son for a long moment, the veins on his wrist gradually settling. Although He Yu's words were self-serving, they were undeniably sound. He could not allow a moment of impulsiveness to jeopardize his son's future, nor could he risk his own fate. "Very well." He Xiong let out a cold snort, dismissing the gloomy spiritual energy within the hall with a wave of his hand. "The emissary from the Tai sacred land has arrived. I shall handle it myself. You must focus on your cultivation and strive for the nascent soul stage. The selection of the Holy Sun must not go awry." The child understood. He Yu sighed in relief, the green serpent coiling obediently around his wrist. As He Xiong gazed at his son's departing figure, his expression darkened once more. Concealment? He had no intention of truly holding back. Yi Kong and Dai Yaoyao had tarnished the reputation of the Beastmaster Peak. This debt must be settled. Moreover, the ruined peak harbored a great secret. It is said that as long as the ruined peak stands, the Wandao sect shall not perish. 100,000 years ago, the Wandao sect was able to endure the fierce assault from other celestial domains due to the existence of the ruined peak. Since that great battle, few have been able to access the ruined peak. The only ones he knew of were Xian Daozi, Yi Kong, and Dai Yaoyao. Yi Kong, Dai Yaoyao, He Xiong murmured softly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. If he could not confront them openly, then he would resort to subterfuge. The secret of the ruined peak belongs solely to me. This is a secret he had not even divulged to his son, Hiyu. He turned and strode towards the inner hall, where he concealed the soul-devouring powder he had extracted from the contract beast, the soul-poisoned scorpion. Colorless and odorless, it could silently erode a cultivator's spirit, making it most suitable for dealing with Dai Yaoyao. Since he could not act overtly, he would allow her to lose control during her cultivation. By then, even if Yi Kong possessed extraordinary abilities, he would be unable to protect a calamity consumed by madness. On the Qi peak, the furnace roared, its flames illuminating half the sky. The peak master, Tai Wuqing, stood beside the sword-casting platform, his fingertips gliding over a newly forged high-grade, Xian-level flying sword, its blade radiating a chilling light, yet it paled in comparison to the sharpness of his gaze. A disciple hurriedly handed over a jade slip of communication, and upon skimming its contents, his brow slightly furrowed. Zhao Dizhu's and his group had perished in the Black Wind Valley, while Li Qingfeng from the Beastmaster Peak had provoked the ruined peak, only to be ensnared by Dai Yaoyao's spell, causing a dance of man and beast. Tai Wuqing crushed the jade slip, fragments cascading from his fingers. Yi Kong, the once silent master of the ruined peak, was indeed adept at hiding his true strength. His leading disciple, curious, inquired, "Master, how could Yi Kong and Dai Yaoyao, mere foundational cultivators, possess such means?" Li Qingfeng is a foundational stage cultivator, accompanied by other disciples from the Beastmaster Peak. You are gravely mistaken. Tai Wuqing snorted coldly, rapping the sword-casting platform. To cause both a golden core cultivator and a spirit beast to lose control simultaneously, that bell is certainly no ordinary artifact. At the very least, a treasure of the 5th rank or higher. Yi Kong can produce the 9-turn golden core. Do you truly believe he is a foundational waste? He approached the scripture pavilion of the Qi Peak, gazing at the treasure appraisal mirror suspended from the ceiling. This mirror could reflect the fluctuations of artifacts within the Wandao sect. The aura of the soul-devouring bell that had just flickered within the mirror even caused him to feel a sense of trepidation. Convey the order. Tai Wuqing's voice was solemn. All disciples of the Qi Peak are forbidden from approaching within 100 yards of the ruined peak without permission. Violators will be dealt with according to the sect's regulations. The leading disciple was taken aback. Master, the relationship between Yi Kong and his disciple is fraught with uncertainty. He Xiong, harboring ambitions towards the desolate peak, seems to be courting his own demise. Tai Wuqing gazed contemplatively towards the desolate peak, his eyes deep with thought. What manner of place is the desolate peak? It is, after all, a forbidden territory of the 10,000 Path sect. Provoking it now would only invite disaster upon oneself. Our instrument peak is dedicated solely to the crafting of instruments, avoiding entanglements in murky waters. We shall wait until the situation clarifies before taking action. Other peak masters have also received the same intelligence. Some choose to silently observe, while others contemplate seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Li Siyuan, the leader of the 10,000 Path sect, sat atop the scripture pavilion, engaged in a strategic game with Xian Jianzi. The board, a tapestry of black and white, concealed lethal intent, much like the current state of the sect. Chapter 12. The Mischief of the Rebellious Disciple. Zhao Dizhu's had perished, and the envoy from the Tai sacred land would arrive in 3 days. Li Siyuan placed a black stone on the board, capturing one of Xian Lao's white stones, his tone unperturbed. The perpetrator remains a mystery. Xian Jianzi stroked his beard and chuckled lightly. Is the identity of the assailant truly of consequence? It is not. The 10,000 celestial realm requires such turbulence. He shifted the conversation, gazing toward the direction of the Beastmaster Peak. There is quite a commotion on He Xiong's side. Is this not within your control? Xian Jianzi placed another stone, swiftly turning the tide of the game. When do you intend to deal with him? A glimmer of coldness flickered in Li Siyuan's eyes. I intend to use him as a whetstone for Dai Yaoyao. He paused, a calculating smile gracing his lips. Let him create some turmoil. Xian Jianzi raised an eyebrow. You wish to lure the snake out of its hole? The collusion between the Beastmaster Peak and the Tai sacred land is no isolated incident. Li Siyuan traced the edge of the board with his fingertip. The 10,000 Path sect has deteriorated over the years, its insides hollowed out. He Xiong, driven by impatience and insatiable greed, will undoubtedly seize any opportunity to conspire with those lurking in the shadows. He gazed out the window, sunlight filtering through the clouds, illuminating the direction of the desolate peak. Yi Kong and his disciples serve as a litmus test, revealing who stands loyal and who is treacherous. The higher he Xiong leaps, the more internal traitors will reveal themselves. Once the Tai's sacred land and these traitors surface, we shall ensnare them all. Xian Jianzi interjected, his eyes glinting with intrigue. A splendid scheme. The pressure on Yi Kong and Dai Yaoyao must be considerable. I too am curious about the depths of Yi Kong's concealment. Lisa Yuan's placement of a stone sealed the outcome. The victor and vanquished of this century-long patience would soon be revealed. Xian Jianzi chuckled. You seem to regard everyone as mere pawns. The realm of cultivation is, in essence, a chessboard. One is either a piece or the player. Lisa Yuan rose, directing his gaze towards the Beast Master Peak. Convey my orders. The law enforcement hall is to closely monitor the movements of the Beast Master Peak. Should any disciples engage with external forces, do not alarm them. Instead, document everything discreetly. As the sun dipped low in the west at the desolate peak, Dai Yaoyao had just cleaved a massive boulder with her wooden sword, the residual force of her sword qi causing a few leaves to fall from the enlightenment tea tree. Yi Kong reclined in a newly crafted lounge chair, listening to the system prompt, detected that the eldest disciple Dai Yaoyao has comprehended one sword slays immortals to the entry level, rewarding host with understanding of one sword slays immortals to the mastery level. Not bad. The proficiency in martial skills can indeed be accumulated through experience. Old man, what are you daydreaming about? Dai Yaoyao wiped her brow and leaned over, nearly toppling Yi Kong from his reclining chair. Are you pondering how to hide your treasures again? Yi Kong snapped back to reality, gazing into her sparkling eyes, and suddenly chuckled. It's nothing, just contemplating what delectable dish to prepare for you. Really? Are you trying to deceive me? Dai Yaoyao regarded Yi Kong with a skeptical expression, unable to fathom that this old man would take such care for her. Yi Kong stood up and set up a peculiar stone pot in the courtyard, its bottom lined with vibrant red spirit peppers, alongside a colorful array of spirit herbs. There were fiery peppers emitting steam, red-patterned chili peppers, and fresh slices of spirit beast meat. Dai Yaoyao curiously poked at the stone pot. Old man, what nonsense are you concocting now? The colors are so garish, it's utterly unappetizing. As Yi Kong poured spirit spring water into the pot, he raised an eyebrow at her comment. This is called hot pot, a specialty from my hometown, far more exciting than your spirit chicken soup. He deliberately omitted mentioning the extraordinarily spicy hot pot he was preparing. As a time traveler, he had longed to replicate the devilishly spicy hot pot from his homeland using the spirit herbs he acquired through signing in. And Dai Yaoyao, with her insatiable curiosity, was the perfect candidate for the inaugural taste test. Hometown? Where is that? Dai Yaoyao inquired with suspicion. Yet her nose betrayed her as it caught the aroma wafting from the pot. The fragrant scent of hot pot ingredients mixed with spices made her stomach audibly grumble in response. Yi Kong ignited the spirit fire, and the stone pot quickly reached a boil, the crimson broth bubbling energetically, with visible red spirit energy swirling in the steam, causing Dai Yaoyao's eyelids to flutter. This. Can we eat this? How can we not? Yi Kong picked up a piece of spirit beast meat and tossed it into the pot, grinning like a cat that had stolen cream. These are prime cuts of spirit meat. The fiery peppers can enhance your physique, and the explosive peppers can refine your spiritual power. The spirit beast meat will stimulate your meridians, providing immense benefits to your cultivation. Rebellious disciple, I intend to make you feel the heat to your very soul. Dai Yaoyao settled onto a stone stool, seizing the wooden chopsticks Yi Kong offered. I'll begrudgingly give it a try, but if it doesn't taste good, I shall smash your pot. The moment she took the first bite of the spirit beast meat, her face flushed crimson, her eyes widening in shock as if she had been scalded by fire. It's spicy. It's burning me alive. The heat exploded on her tongue, traveling down her throat and igniting her stomach, causing beads of sweat to form all over her body. If it doesn't suit your palate, then don't eat it. Ye consitiflit, I laugh, pretending to advise Dai Yaoyao to back off. No way, I must try another. Dai Yaoyao grabbed another piece of spirit beast meat and stuffed it into her mouth, gasping from the spiciness, yet finding herself unable to stop. I'm starting to feel it just a bit. Intoxicating. This flavor is rather peculiar. The spicier it gets, the more I crave it. As she slurped on the cold air, she fervently stuffed her mouth with spiritual meat, her violet eyes shimmering with moisture, making it difficult to discern whether it was sweat or tears. Yi Kong sat across from her, nearly bursting into laughter at her spicy endeavor. Fanning herself while refusing to cease her eating, Dai Yaoyao became increasingly engrossed in her meal, even neglecting to wipe the spicy broth that splashed onto her chin. The fiery flavors stimulated the spiritual energy within her, causing the previously stagnant barrier of her cultivation at the mid-foundation stage to show signs of loosening. She felt an intense heat coursing through her body, akin to a flame raging within her meridians. Yet, strangely, this fire brought no discomfort. Instead, it unleashed the pent-up spiritual energy, leaving her feeling invigorated, almost wanting to shout in delight. Finally, Dai Yaoyao set down her chopsticks, cradling her round belly, her lips painted a vibrant red, akin to being adorned with spiritual balm, and even the corners of her eyes glowed with a rosy hue. "Old man, your wretched hot pot, though it burned fiercely, has left me feeling utterly energized," she exclaimed, flexing her wrist, her fingertips suddenly emitting a surge of spiritual energy that was several times more concentrated than before. It seems my spiritual power has grown stronger." No sooner had she uttered those words than a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted around her, shattering the barrier of the mid-foundation stage with a resounding crack. Pure spiritual energy surged through her limbs and bones like a tidal wave, and she instinctively began to circulate the Chaos Transformation Celestial Sutra. The ominous energy seamlessly melded with her spiritual power, and within moments, her aura stabilized at the late foundation stage. I have broken through." Dai Yaoyao was both astonished and elated, glancing down at her hands, only to suddenly realize something, narrowing her eyes in a glare at Yikong. "Wait, old man, there must be something amiss with your hot pot. Just a moment ago, the spice nearly sent my soul astray, and now I've unexpectedly broken through?" Yikong, having long since quelled his mirth, solemnly raised a cup of cool tea. "What is all the fuss about? These spiritual herbs are, in fact, excellent for breaking through to the late foundation stage. The spice is merely a result of the purity of the spiritual energy which stimulated your meridians. Had I not noticed your recent laziness in cultivation, I wouldn't have been so generous." He chuckled inwardly, thinking, "My rebellious disciple, unaware of the prank she has just been subjected to, ought to thank me." Dai Yaoyao furrowed her brow, pondering for a considerable time, ultimately finding no evidence of Yikong's interference. The sensation of her breakthrough felt undeniably authentic, and her spiritual power was indeed more than double what it had been. She rubbed her belly and glanced at the remaining spicy broth in the stone pot, muttering, "I suppose you have a slight conscience, but could you perhaps use a bit less chili next time? It's so spicy, I still feel like breathing fire. I want to cook myself." As Yikong tidied up the stone pot, he contemplated, "Next time, I shall try using soul-disrupting peppers and see if this rebellious disciple dares to speak out again." Dai Yaoyao ceased her inquiries and excitedly ran to the wisdom tea tree to experience the power of her newfound breakthrough. As she circulated her spiritual energy, she absorbed the Taoist essence from the tea tree at an even swifter pace. Unbeknownst to her, she had just been pranked by her cunning master with an extraordinarily spicy hot pot, all while inadvertently achieving a breakthrough. She felt that despite his eccentricities, the treasures he concealed were indeed plentiful. It seemed that allowing him to live a few more years was certainly worthwhile. Meanwhile, Yikong observed her practicing, listening to the system. After the disciple Dai Yaoyao broke through to the late foundation establishment stage, the host received a cultivation feedback, mid to late stage of the Nascent Soul. In an instant, Yikong felt his nascent soul solidify once more, and the spiritual power within his dantian surged severalfold. A smile could not help but grace his lips. To play tricks on his rebellious disciple while concurrently leveling up, life on the fallen peak was becoming increasingly intriguing. However, in the next moment, Yikong's expression darkened. Chapter 13. Slaying the Poison Scorpion Amidst a Complicated Situation. Yikong had yet to fully recover from the exhilarating sensation of his nascent soul's abundant energy when he suddenly caught a faint whiff of a metallic odor. It was neither the fragrant aroma of the spiritual plants on the fallen peak nor the dust raised by Dai Yaoyao's sword practice. Instead, it bore a chilling, putrid scent reminiscent of beasts, mingled with an almost imperceptible aura of soul erosion. He abruptly raised his gaze towards the edge of the fallen peak's protective formation. The pale golden array patterns left by the former peak master, which once flowed like water, now flickered slightly in the northwest corner, akin to ripples on the surface of water disturbed by a stone. At the intersection of the patterns, a nearly undetectable wisp of black mist was slithering through the crevice in the rock, reminiscent of a venomous serpent tasting the air. Yikong furrowed his brow, channeling a subtle surge of spiritual power through his fingertips. His nascent soul's consciousness instantly spread out, enveloping the entire fallen peak like a spider's web. Beneath a pile of withered leaves in the northwest corner, a palm-sized poisoned scorpion lay coiled. Its body was pitch black, and its tail's stinger glimmered with a ghostly blue light, while its pincers were covered in fine barbs. With each movement, a layer of transparent slime oozed from the surface, causing the grass and leaves to wither and darken at a visibly alarming rate. It was indeed He Xiong's contracted beast, the soul-devouring poison scorpion. This poison scorpion was evidently specially trained, skillfully avoiding the core nodes of the formation, and was now burrowing through a minuscule crack left by the former peak master during the array setup. Its movements were exceedingly subtle, its aura deliberately restrained. Had Yikong not just broken through to the late nascent soul stage, enhancing his perceptiveness, and had he not caught the scent of the scorpion, it might have stealthily infiltrated without detection. He Xiong was indeed willing to use this creature as a vanguard. A glint of cold light flashed in Yikong's eyes. This soul-devouring poison scorpion was a fourth-tier spirit beast, adept at concealment and the release of soul toxins, particularly the toxin stored in its stinger, which could paralyze the soul, was refined into soul-devouring powder, possessing an eroding power tenfold stronger than its direct release. Once unleashed, even Dai Yaoyao, in the late Foundation establishment stage, let alone a careless nascent soul cultivator, would suffer soul damage. At that moment, Dai Yaoyao was still meditating beneath the Dao Tea tree, her brow slightly furrowing. The calamity aura within her seemed to be disturbed by some unseen force, gently stirring within her meridians. This disruption left her feeling unsettled during her cultivation. Though she could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort, she merely attributed it to the lingering spiciness from a hot pot meal, muttering about the lingering effects of the dish before settling down to resume her practice. Yikong did not immediately alert her. Instead, he rose quietly, his footsteps soundless upon the ground. He approached the edge of the formation, observing as the poison scorpion prepared to slip through the crack, its tail stinger already slightly raised, clearly poised to unleash its toxins upon entry. Beast, do you dare to act recklessly? Yikong's fingertips coalesced a thread of exquisite sword energy, a manifestation of the perfected sword of the celestial slayer, specifically designed to sever souls and banish malevolence. The silent blade of energy shot forth with precision, aimed directly at the scorpion's head. Hiss! The venomous creature sensed imminent danger, abruptly raising its head, its eerie blue compound eyes flashing with terror. Just as it attempted to retract its tail to evade, the soul-slaying sword energy had already pierced through its head, striking at its very essence. A faint, crisp sound echoed, rendering the scorpion momentarily immobile. Yet, pain soon overwhelmed it, prompting an instinctive, sharp shriek as it flailed its pincers in a frantic bid for freedom. Yikong let out a cold snort, unleashing 3 streams of sword energy that severed its pincers and tail. Deprived of its means to attack, the scorpion was engulfed in panic, its body writhing wildly, but remained firmly ensnared by Yikong's spiritual power, unable to move. At a distance, on the slopes of Beastmaster Peak, He Xiong observed the commotion at Fallen Peak through the bond of his contract with the scorpion. At the moment the sword energy struck, he clutched his chest, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. When the contracted beast is injured, the master suffers as well. How could this be? He Xiong, both astonished and enraged, had meticulously calculated the weak points of Fallen Peak's formation. The scorpion's concealment technique was such that even a peak nascent soul cultivator might not detect it. How could it have been discovered? Was Yikong's cultivation truly of such an exalted level? Unwilling to accept defeat, he urged the contract, intent on forcing the scorpion to self-destruct, even in death to unleash the soul-devouring powder. Yet, as he began to concentrate, he felt a surge of excruciating pain from the contract, followed by a complete severance of the connection. It was evident that the scorpion had been annihilated. Atop Fallen Peak, Yikong unleashed a chaotic sword energy, instantly reducing the scorpion to dust. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a gentle breeze to disperse the lingering stench and toxins. The faint golden patterns of the formation softened once more, as if nothing had transpired. Just as he prepared to depart, he sensed 2 consciousnesses traversing the nascent soul realm, sweeping across Fallen Peak. Nonetheless, he feigned nonchalance, approaching the wisdom tea tree. where Dai Yaoyao had just concluded her meditation and opened her eyes, spotting Yi Kong beside her. "What are you doing here, old man? You look like a ghost," she queried, perplexed. "Nothing much," Yi Kong replied, bending down to pick up a yellowed tea leaf. "It seems there was a wild scorpion attempting to steal the leaves of your wisdom tea. I chased it away." "Stealing tea leaves?" Dai Yaoyao exploded in indignation, rising to shield the tree. "What brazen creature dares? If I encounter it again, I'll make it dance the scorpion dance with the soul-devouring bell." Yi Kong observed her protective demeanor, a smile playing on his lips, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Yi Xiong's intervention indicated a palpable urgency. He gently touched his chest as the system notification chimed in. "Check-in time has arrived. Would the host like to check in? Wayward disciple, do not cultivate too late. Rest early," Yi Kong remarked, turning towards the thatched cottage, leaving behind a warning. "Things are unsettled lately. Remain vigilant while you sleep." Dai Yaoyao pouted, muttering, "I know, you old fossil," yet subconsciously reached for the soul-devouring bell at her waist. She always felt that the old man was acting a bit strangely today. Yet as she gazed upon the verdant leaves of the tea tree, she cast her doubts aside. As long as no one coveted her precious tea tree and the resources for cultivation, she felt secure under the old man's protective presence, even if the sky were to fall. Meanwhile, Yi Kong returned to his humble abode, observing the deepening night through the window, his fingertips gently tapping on the table. Yi Kong had already begun to make his move. However, Yi Kong was certainly not the kind of soft persimmon that could be easily squeezed by others. The internal power dynamics of the Wandao sect were intricate and convoluted, making it difficult to discern the underlying truths. 100,000 years ago, the Wandao sect had commanded great respect across the realm, boasting a legacy of myriad pathways, reaching the pinnacle of glory. It was said that the powerful members of the sect sought to shatter certain shackles that constrained them. Thus, with unwavering resolve, they drew their swords towards the heavens, challenging the boundless firmament. Alas, such prosperity was short-lived. Soon after, the Wandao sect came under a concerted assault from other celestial domains. In the face of formidable foes, the sect's warriors did not falter. They fought valiantly. Their indomitable spirit and fearless courage ultimately succeeded in repelling the invaders. However, this battle left the Wandao sect gravely weakened, leading to its subsequent decline. Today, it would be more accurate to describe the Wandao sect not as a unified sect, but rather as a conglomeration of clans seeking warmth in solidarity. Yi Kong remained unaware of the roles that Li Siyuan and Xian Jinzi played within this intricate web. If he was not mistaken, the two divine senses he had just sensed were likely theirs. At that moment, the system once again prompted him to check in. Would the host like to check in now? Remarkable. The system allowed for the accumulation of check-in time, with longer intervals yielding more valuable treasures. Now, Yi Kong had grown indifferent to ordinary items. The desolate peak should not be so blatantly exposed to these individuals. Chapter 14. Midnight Mosquito Hunt. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Kong waved his fingertip through the void, and the shimmering screen of the system space unfolded quietly. The array materials accumulated over a century of check-ins flowed forth like a torrent. Stardust shimmering with celestial brilliance, mystic iron thread imbued with spiritual energy, fog stones that could conceal one's presence, and even several pieces of inked jade inscribed with ancient runes. These treasures, gathered over the years through diligent check-ins, were now perfectly poised for use. The Heavenly Gang Isolation Array could obscure divine senses, conceal fluctuations of spiritual energy, and provide defensive capabilities, making it ideally suited for the desolate peak. Yi Kong brushed off the dust from his hands, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. He had not merely been biding his time over the past century. He had thoroughly mastered the system's reward, comprehensive understanding of various arrays. Previously, he had been hindered by his meager cultivation, unable to put it into practice, but now, with his spiritual power at the late stage of the Nascent Soul, he was fully capable of activating this fifth-tier high-grade formation. After storing away the materials and stepping out of the humble abode, he found the night deepening. The moonlight filtering through the clouds and casting a silvery frost upon the vegetation of the desolate peak. Dai Yaoyao had long fallen into a deep slumber, her steady breathing breaking the serene silence, as the leaves of the Enlightenment tea tree swayed gently in the night breeze, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Yet Yi Kong dared not to slacken his efforts. He stepped onto the nodes of the formation diagram, channeling his Yuan Ying spiritual energy through his fingertips into the jade of the array's foundation. A low hum resonated as the first piece of inked jade embedded itself into the ground, instantly emanating a soft azure glow, intertwining with the golden light of the defensive array to create a more intricate web of luminescence. Yikong moved with remarkable swiftness, the Xian-Tai threads slithering like ethereal serpents among the rocks, evenly scattering the star sand along the trajectory of the array's patterns. Each step corresponded precisely to the illustrations of the comprehensive understanding of 10,000 arrays, a century's worth of theoretical accumulation materializing into a seamless execution at this moment. His fingertips' spiritual energy surged dramatically. The illusion mist stone reduced to powder as the energy infused into the array's patterns, gradually enveloping the desolate peak in a veil of hazy white mist, softening the moonlight and starlight. Within the white mist, the patterns of the Tiangang array seemed to come alive, intertwining with the defensive array of the former peak master, forming a dual-layered barrier. The outer layer repelled physical impacts, while the inner layer obstructed the probing of divine consciousness. After half an hour, the final piece of inked jade was embedded at the summit of the main peak, fully activating the Tiangang isolation array. The soft azure patterns rippled outward to envelop the entire mountain, then quietly faded away as if they had never existed. Yet Yikong could distinctly perceive that the surrounding space had grown viscous. Any attempt to probe within would be silently guided and obstructed, while the fluctuations of spiritual energy were perfectly concealed by the formation. To the outside world, the desolate peak appeared as an ordinary barren mountain, devoid of any trace of treasures or powerful presences. Mission accomplished. Yikong clapped his hands, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his eyes sparkled with satisfaction. At the moment the array was activated, atop the scripture pavilion of the Wandao sect, Li Siyuan and Xian Jinzi simultaneously looked towards the direction of the desolate peak. HM, the divine consciousness has been severed. Li Siyuan raised an eyebrow. Just moments ago, he could faintly sense the flow of spiritual energy from the desolate peak. But now it felt as though an invisible wall had risen, blocking all investigation. Xian Jinzi chuckled lightly while stroking his beard. Yikong possesses quite a few hidden talents. He has managed to deploy the ancient Tiangang isolation array. It seems that after a century of patience, he has not only cultivated his prowess, but also acquired numerous skills. This bodes well. A glimmer of approval flickered in Li Siyuan's eyes. The stronger the formation, the more it would force He Xiong and the traders to reveal their true cards. I will relay orders to the law enforcement hall to keep a close watch on those restless individuals, ensuring they remain oblivious to the movements of the desolate peak. Meanwhile, atop the desolate peak, as Yikong finished tidying up the array materials, Dai Yaoyao rose from her reclining chair. Rubbing her eyes, she looked at Yikong and asked, "Old man, what are you doing at this late hour? You're making so much noise, I can't sleep. Are you hiding some treasure again?" She had been awakened by the surge of spiritual energy from the activation of the array, feeling enveloped by a comforting aura, yet unable to discern the specifics of the commotion. Yikong turned around, casually pocketing a piece of the unused illusion mist stone, and replied nonchalantly, "Nothing of consequence. I was just swatting mosquitoes. It got a bit loud." "Swatting mosquitoes?" Dai Yaoyao scanned her surroundings with suspicion. Apart from the air feeling a touch fresher, she noticed nothing unusual. She walked to the wisdom tea tree, touched its leaves, and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, the aura of the tea tree seems to have intensified. Has it not? What delightful nourishment have you bestowed upon it? Perhaps it is merely your imagination." Yikong urged her towards the reclining chair, insisting she should rest promptly, lest she suffer from insufficient sleep and misalign her leg while practicing swordplay. My swordsmanship is impeccable," Dai Yaoyao retorted, stumbling slightly as she was propelled forward, instinctively glancing around. There was something peculiarly tranquil about the desolate peak tonight. Even the chirping of insects had quieted considerably. Yet she yawned, overwhelmed by fatigue, muttering that she would settle accounts tomorrow before turning to recline in the chair. Yikong observed her retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As long as his rebellious disciple slept soundly, he would weather the storms that lay ahead. He returned to his humble abode, anticipation flickering in his eyes as he regarded the system panel. Once he resolved the internal troubles of the Wandao sect, he too yearned to understand the motivations of the sect's formidable members who dared to draw their swords towards the heavens. Furthermore, he sought to uncover the reason behind his previous inability to absorb spiritual energy. All this surely demanded an explanation. As the night deepened, the Tiangang isolation array operated silently, completely severing the desolate peak from external scrutiny. Outside the array, dark undercurrents surged furiously. Within the damp, cold confines of a secret chamber deep within the Beastmaster Peak, Xiong sat cross-legged on a mat, his complexion as pale as parchment, remnants of unclean blood staining the corner of his mouth. He cradled a luminescent pill in his palm, its surface radiating a gentle glow. It was the spirit restoration pill, capable of mending the soul. This treasured possession had been safeguarded for many years, only to be utilized in dire circumstances. The pill dissolved upon contact, warm spiritual energy coursing down his throat and flooding his consciousness, yet it could not alleviate the excruciating pain tearing at his soul. When the contract with the soul-devouring scorpion shattered, the backlash felt like a blade, carving countless fissures in his consciousness, each breath now accompanied by piercing agony. He clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, replaying the last moments of the scorpion in his mind, the faint golden patterns of the formation, the silent sword intent, and the abrupt severance of perception. It was impossible. Yi Kong was merely a foundational waste. How could he possibly see through the soul-devouring scorpion's concealment technique? Xiong muttered to himself, his eyes filled with reluctance and bewilderment. In the days of Xuandaozi, the desolate peak was a forbidden ground of the Beastmaster Peak. Its methods unfathomable. It seemed evident that Xuandaozi had left a contingency for Yi Kong, and perhaps, just perhaps, Yi Kong was not a foundational waste at all, but had been masquerading all along. The secrets of the desolate peak ignited a frenzied greed in Xiong's eyes, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. The legacy that had safeguarded the Wandao sect from obliteration 100,000 years ago must not fall into the hands of a waste like Yi Kong. His obsession with the desolate peak had seeped into his very marrow, driven not only by the treasure of his ancestors, but also by the legendary Wandao immortal scriptures that could break the shackles of the immortal realm. He firmly believed that the inheritance lay hidden within the desolate peak. Chapter 15, Exposed. The excruciating pain in Xiong's sea of consciousness gradually subsided. Trembling, he raised his hand, the tips of his fingers coalescing spiritual energy to inscribe a complex contract rune before him. As the rune illuminated, a low sobbing emanated from the shadows in the corner of the secret chamber, and a silvery figure quietly materialized. It was a half-foot-long Lin beast, its body adorned with delicate ice scales, a faint blue vertical pupil gracing its forehead. His faithful contract beast, the Xianbing Lin beast, all in. Xiong's voice was hoarse as the Xianbing Lin beast affectionately nudged his wrist, exhaling a plume of pale blue chill. The cold air brushed against Xiong's brow, instantly transforming into a refreshing spiritual energy that surged into his sea of consciousness, calming his previously turbulent soul and alleviating the pain significantly. The Xianbing Lin beast, possessing a trace of the Ice Qilin bloodline, was inherently gifted with the ability to soothe the soul, making it Xiong's most trusted companion, summoned only in times of dire need. Now, it nuzzled against the back of Xiong's hand, its vertical pupil filled with concern, its tail gently sweeping across his wrist, as if offering comfort. "It's all right," Xiong murmured, caressing the beast's ice scales, a rare softness flickering in his eyes, soon replaced by a shadow of malice. "Yi Kong destroyed my scorpion, and this grudge shall be avenged. Until I discern his methods, I must remain in the shadows." He shifted his tone, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "However, the envoy from the Tai Holy Land is about to arrive." At that time, the Xianbing Lin beast seemed to grasp his intent, shaking its head in vague understanding, its emitted chill intensifying. Xiong took a deep breath, channeling the beast's strength to exert his full power. The fissures in his sea of consciousness gradually healing under the dual influence of the spirit-condensing pill and the Xuanbing's cold air, though the void left by the ruptured contract could never be filled again. "Yi Kong, Dai Yaoyao." Xiong's eyes narrowed, a fierce glint flashing within. "Do you think hiding behind the formation renders you safe? Just wait. Once I ally with the envoy from the Tai Holy Land and incite those noble families into action, even if it is an impregnable fortress, I shall topple the fallen peak." The beast oil lamp in the secret chamber flickered ominously, casting his grotesque visage against the stone wall, merging with the totems of beast souls, rendering the atmosphere increasingly sinister. The Xianbing Lin beast lay quietly upon his knees, its vertical pupil reflecting the flickering flames as it too awaited the impending storm. Meanwhile, in the miscellaneous courtyard of the Wandao sect, Lin Shun employed his true eye to observe the Tiangang isolation array rising from the fallen peak. A subtle smile graced his lips, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his gaze. Though he hailed from humble beginnings, Lin Shun had traversed this path with unyielding fortune, able to unearth treasures even in the bustling streets. He had never anticipated that on several occasions, when treasures lay within reach, they would vanish without a trace. He was certain that all of this was intricately linked to the enigmatic Yikong. The 9-turn golden pill should have been a gift to Dai Yaoyao, aiding her in overcoming her calamity, yet it had now been intercepted by Yikong. Late stage of the Nascent Soul, Zhao Dezuzu of Tai Holy Land. You must have perished at his hands, hadn't you? As Yikong vanquished the soul-devouring scorpion. He employed the eye of truth to pierce through the veils concealing Lin Chen's cultivation. Yet, no matter how deeply you hide, everything lies within my grasp. Suddenly, a faint aura emanated from Lin Shun, revealing his nascent stage of spiritual transformation. He resolved to personally confront Yikong at the Desolate Peak the following day. On the morrow, at Desolate Peak, the morning light filtered through the ethereal mist of the heavenly formation, casting its glow upon the stone table. Yikong rose early and prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Dai Yaoyao, engrossed in her spiritual rice, twitched her nose. The spiritual essence at Desolate Peak was palpably denser than the day before. Even the spiritual food resonated with a subtle Tao rhythm, clearly a result of the formation's gathering of spiritual energy. As she savored her meal, her peripheral vision caught sight of Yikong, who was holding a bowl of soup. Despite the wrinkles adorning his hands, they exuded an uncharacteristic steadiness. The graceful arc of spiritual energy flowing from his fingers was both smooth and natural, a far cry from a frail old man who could barely walk. Abruptly, Dai Yaoyao set down her bowl and chopsticks, narrowing her purple eyes, fixating intently on Yikong. Old man, something is amiss with you. Yikong paused mid-action. Your prowess. Dai Yaoyao slammed her palms on the table. Are you not ill? Have you been deceiving me all along? You were on the brink of death when I became your disciple. Yet in these past few days, I have witnessed your vigorous actions, devoid of any signs of impending demise. The strength you exhibited while chopping wood could cleave stone. As the reincarnation of the demon emperor, her sensitivity to fluctuations in energy far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The energy within Yikong, though intentionally restrained, had grown increasingly refined, clearly not characteristic of a dying person. What infuriated her further was the prospect that if Yikong were indeed healthy and growing stronger, her long-cherished hopes of inheriting his treasures would be indefinitely postponed. You crafty old deceiver. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Rising abruptly, she placed her hands on her hips. I became your disciple to inherit the treasures of Desolate Peak, and yet it appears you are not even close to death? Have I labored in vain? I shall renounce this apprenticeship. She feigned a dash towards the formation's exit, secretly musing, if this old man tries to stop me, it would confirm he has been hiding something. If he does not, then the coveted tea tree, the soul-devouring bell, and the immortal slaying sword shall be mine. Yikong observed her indignant demeanor, helplessly pinching the bridge of his nose. This rebellious disciple's thought processes were perpetually eccentric, her focus always fixated on the treasures. Setting down his bowl, he cleared his throat. What is the rush? Who says I have deceived you? Then why has your prowess become so adept? Where's the semblance of a dying man? Dai Yaoyao glared back at him, though a glimmer of anticipation flickered within her eyes. Yikong concentrated a strand of golden core stage spiritual energy at his fingertips, allowing its radiance to swirl within his palm, deliberately making it visible to her. Is it not thanks to your influence? You have brought me fortuitous luck, and after a century of accumulation, I have broken through to the nascent stage of the golden core. He intentionally suppressed his true power, revealing only the aura of the golden core. This provocation technique was unfailingly effective on his competitive disciple. Golden core stage? Dai Yaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment, her anger flaring anew. On what grounds? After enduring arduous training to reach the late foundation establishment stage, how could you, with your laid-back demeanor, surpass me? She is the reincarnation of the demon emperor, possessing a celestial grade, dark spiritual root that eclipses all others. How could she tolerate being outshone by an old man? The recent betrayal of her sect has been cast aside. Her mind is now consumed with the thought of not losing. Thanks to your fortune, I have experience to turn around. Yikong leisurely sipped his soup, deliberately provoking her. However, I fear that achieving the golden core stage may be my limit, and I am content with that. Your exceptional talent holds boundless possibilities for the future. My legacy will still belong to you. Indeed, Dai Yaoyao's crimson lips curved slightly, her violet eyes shimmering. Life has been exceedingly comfortable these past few days, and my cultivation has somewhat lagged. I have been conserving my energy. Just wait. In less than half a month, I shall break through to the golden core stage and leave you behind. The pride of the demon emperor will never allow her to be bested by an old man, even if that old man is her master. Yi Kong chuckled inwardly. The provocation method proved effective. Dai Yaoyao placed her hands on her hips and glared at him for a while before her eyes suddenly shifted, fixating on his aged face. Wait a moment. You have already achieved the golden core stage, yet you still appear so old? You must be feigning it. She stepped closer to Yi Kong, poking his cheek with her finger. I command you to restore your youthful appearance. Otherwise, I shall. Chapter 16. Hey, old man, you're quite handsome. Yi Kong, helpless from her prodding, replied, restoring my youth requires spiritual energy. I don't care. Dai Yaoyao pouted. Your old man visage looks exceedingly lecherous. Unable to resist her, Yi Kong sighed. All right, I concede. With a subtle shift in his internal spiritual energy, he intentionally suppressed his nascent soul pressure. In an instant, a radiant light enveloped him, and the wrinkles on his face vanished at a visible rate. His white hair gradually darkened, his hunched back straightened, and the once aged contours of his face transformed into a strikingly handsome visage. In mere moments, the old man before her morphed into a youthful man in his 20s, with sharp features akin to a sword, a slight smile gracing his lips, and his azure robes accentuating his tall, elegant figure, a sight so captivating that even Dai Yaoyao was left spellbound. What is this? Dai Yaoyao gaped, speechless for quite some time. She had imagined that Yi Kong's youth would render him an ordinary cultivator. Yet he turned out to be a strikingly handsome figure that could drive female cultivators of the celestial realm into a frenzy. Yi Kong adjusted his sleeve with a casual flick, raising an eyebrow and asking, how do you find it? Your master was also a prominent figure in the Myriad Path sect during his youth. This statement was half-truth. He had always been handsome before his reincarnation, and now, nurtured by spiritual energy, he naturally exuded an extraordinary presence. Dai Yaoyao regained her composure, her face flushing crimson as she awkwardly turned away. How vain! Who's looking at you? Yet internally, she mused, this old fellow was quite formidable in his youth and knew how to conceal his talents. No wonder he has hidden so many treasures. Wait, the crux of the matter is that he is no longer old. The inheritance is harder to wait for. She abruptly turned back, clenched her fist, and glared at him. No way. With your good looks, you will surely attract the attention of other female cultivators. If a vixen were to whisk you away, who would cook for me? From this day forth, you must stay at the ruined peak every day to accompany me in my cultivation. You are not allowed to wander. Suddenly, the demon emperor's possessiveness erupted, surprising even herself. Her concerns had long transcended mere inheritance. She was also captivated by her cunning yet culinary skilled master. Yi Kong gazed at her flustered demeanor and laughed heartily. Very well. I shall heed your wishes, O living Yama. The morning light filtered through the branches of the enlightenment tea trees, casting a warm glow upon the two figures, while the tumultuous currents beyond the Tiangang formation seemed momentarily banished by this fleeting moment of merriment. Meanwhile, Lin Chun from the Servant Academy was approaching in the morning light, now standing before the desolate peak. The desolate peak, shrouded in the mist of the Tiangang formation, appeared ethereal in the dawn's glow. Lin Chun, clad in servant's attire, could not conceal the latent pressure that surrounded him as he stood outside the formation. He gazed at the hazy green mist, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With a subtle movement of his fingers, his nascent divine consciousness, akin to an invisible giant hand, penetrated the thin fog at the formation's edge, precisely locking onto Yi Kong within the academy. Yi Peak Master, I wish to meet you. A chilling transmission pierced Yi Kong's consciousness, laden with unmistakable menace. I am Lin Chun, a disciple who has long admired the esteemed reputation of Yi Peak Master. I wish to join your peak as a servant. Of course, if the Peak Master is unwilling. The transmission paused, and a surge of spiritual power, 100 times more formidable than that of a late-stage nascent soul, suddenly erupted, enveloping the desolate peak with the oppressive weight of a storm cloud. I have urgent matters to discuss regarding the Tai Holy Land and Zhao Dezuzu. He believed he had seized upon Yi Kong's weakness. Yet he failed to perceive the fleeting smirk that crossed her eyes. Yikong raised an eyebrow, her form swiftly reverting to that of an elderly man. "Old man, what is the matter?" Dai Yaoyao inquired, puzzled by Yikong's transformation back to his aged appearance. "Someone has come to visit." Yikong repeated calmly, though Dai Yaoyao detected the underlying fury in his tone. She turned her gaze towards Lin Shun at the foot of the mountain. "Who dares to invade my territory?" Dai Yaoyao was the first to bristle, her focus shifting from Yikong's handsome visage to the unwelcome aura that disrupted her mood. Lin Shun radiated an overwhelming aura of fortune, a crimson beam shooting skyward. This energy clashed discordantly with the misfortune residing within her, courtesy of a remnants of the demon emperor's soul, inciting her inexplicable agitation. The colors of the rainbow, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, were manifest in the weakest of the progeny of fortune, rendering him utterly detestable to her. "Who is this person? He is simply irksome." Dai Yaoyao tugged at Yikong's sleeve, her eyes fixed warily on Lin Chun outside the formation. "Old man, ignore him. He clearly intends to steal something." She feared any excessive interaction between Yikong and this individual, for Yikong was the embodiment of heavenly retribution, while this child of fortune was his sworn adversary. Yikong gently patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm, and moved to investigate further. He soared alongside Dai Yaoyao to the summit of the desolate peak, his gaze surpassing the formation to rest upon Lin Shun. "Desolate Peak has no need for additional servants. You may depart." Is the Yi Peak Master truly so ruthless? Lin Chen's tone appeared humble, yet it was laced with an undercurrent of threat. He proceeded to transmit once more. "I am aware that the Peak Master has concealed his cultivation at the late stage of the Nascent Soul, and that the demise of Zhao Dizhu's from the Tai Sacred Ground is attributable to him. Should these matters reach the Tai Sacred Ground, could the Peak Master continue to enjoy his peace and comfort? Huh, this brat dares to threaten me. He is indeed clever. Having deduced that my hidden prowess is linked to Zhao Dizhu's death. However, he may not possess substantial evidence." Yikong chuckled coldly within, feigning surprise, and immediately cowered. To reach the fallen peak? Quite simple. He waved his hand, and a path of blue stone emerged at the entrance of the fallen peak, leading directly to the summit. Should you manage to traverse this path to stand before me, I could relinquish not only the position of a mere servant, but even that of the Peak Master. Lin Shun raised an eyebrow at these words, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He believed Yikong was intimidated by his divine pressure and the exposure of Yikong's murderous deeds, thus seeking a way to retreat. The Peak Master was rather forthright. With a cold smirk, he stepped onto the blue stone path. At the very moment his foot touched the stone, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The once clear sky abruptly darkened, and the thunderclouds above the fallen peak churned violently. Lightning serpents danced within the clouds, and with a thunderous crack, a violet lightning bolt, as thick as a barrel, struck down without warning, landing squarely upon Lin Chen's head. Taken by surprise, Lin Chun instinctively summoned a spiritual energy shield, which was effortlessly torn apart by the lightning. The purple lightning coiled around his body like a relentless parasite, instantly reducing his robe to ashes. His skin charred and cracking as blood flowed from the wounds. To his horror, he discovered that this thundercloud contained a power that could restrain the soul. His early-stage divine energy was rendered as fragile as paper beneath the thunderstorm. How is this possible? Lin Chun felt both astonished and enraged, for he had never endured such a setback, relying on his eye of truth and divine cultivation. He looked up towards the summit, where Yikong leisurely sat on a stone bench, sipping tea. Dai Yaoyao crossed her arms, laughing with malicious glee, well aware that this old man would not come to harm. Yet she had not anticipated it would be to such an extent. Is this the chaotic divine thunder? A ludicrous thought flickered through Lin Chen's mind. His fortune was excessively potent, imbued with a chaotic aura of plunder. The chaotic divine thunder of the fallen peak seemed to transcend the rules of heaven and earth. A sense of inexplicable fear began to rise within him. Should he continue? Yikong's voice echoed through the formation, calm yet tinged with mockery, stating that he had not taken a single step. Chapter 17. Old man, you are deviously cunning. But I appreciate it. Lin Chun gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he attempted to summon his spiritual energy to take another step. However, as he raised his foot, a second thundercloud followed closely behind, even thicker and more violent than the first, striking him and sending him flying, crashing heavily outside the formation. blood spilling from his mouth in a wretched state. The eye of truth throbbed painfully beneath the thunderstorm, causing his vision to blur. Leave. Dai Yaoyao stood atop the peak, glaring down at him, the soul-devouring bell gently swaying in her palm. Should you dare to take another step, the consequences will not merely be a trivial injury next time. She could sense that Lin Chen's fortune had been considerably disrupted by the thunderclouds, and the ominous energy within her had become remarkably more bearable. Lin Chen gazed at the serene Yi Kong atop the peak, observing his own battered form. It dawned on him that Yi Kong was not afraid of him. Rather, he had never regarded him as a threat from the very beginning. The fallen peak was, in fact, a trap designed specifically for him. He shot Yi Kong a venomous glare, clutching his wounds as he departed in disarray, leaving no threats in his wake. Watching his vanishing silhouette, Dai Yaoyao triumphantly placed her hands on her hips, exclaiming, "Serves him right. Why didn't the lightning strike him dead?" Yi Kong set down his teacup, the glint in his eyes still cold. Lin Chen's cultivation at the transformation stage was indeed unexpected, yet the aura surrounding him evoked a sense of eerie familiarity. "Old man, did you know he would be struck by lightning all along?" Dai Yaoyao inquired, leaning in with curiosity. Yi Kong raised an eyebrow. "After all, this is my territory. Those who may enter must heed my command." He refrained from disclosing the matter of the chaotic thunderclouds, gently ruffling Dai Yaoyao's hair. "Focus on your cultivation. Keep the wooden token I gave you safe. Should anyone disturb us again, let the heavenly thunder escort them away." Dai Yaoyao nodded earnestly, feeling a sense of security. This old man was indeed cunning. However, she found it endearing, with such formidable chaotic divine thunder and a shrewdly charming master at her side. Her cultivation resources and inheritance were temporarily safeguarded. She glanced up at the thunderclouds overhead, which instilled a tinge of apprehension even in this demon empress. Unconsciously, she touched the polished wooden token hanging at her waist. "Old man, I shall begin my cultivation." The minions of the heavenly Tao had already arrived, and she could not afford to remain idle. Depending solely on the old man made her uneasy. What if he were to perish suddenly? In that event, she would have nowhere to weep. Despite his mysterious demeanor, the old man was pathetically weak, requiring her protection as the demon empress. It was crucial that he not be bullied, especially by those favored by fortune. If he were truly mistreated, it would reflect her own incompetence. And where would she find her dignity then? "Go ahead. When the spirit stones run out, let me know," Yi Kong declared with a grand air, embodying the essence of a nouveau riche. Old man, can't you be a bit more proactive? Do I lack dignity? Must I ask for them?" Dai Yaoyao scolded, "Baoting." Once her resources were depleted, she intended to procure more. After all, they were all hers. Yi Kong mused that rather than a disciple, she was more akin to a demanding ancestor. He retrieved a storage ring and handed it to Dai Yaoyao, filled with 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, a variety of elixirs, and several third and fourth-tier attack talismans and spirit artifacts. "Old man, you're giving me so much at once. Are you preparing for your final arrangements?" Dai Yaoyao exclaimed, taken aback by his sudden generosity, yet she couldn't resist a bit of teasing. "No, give it back," Yi Kong retorted, slightly exasperated. "I want it." Dai Yaoyao clutched the storage ring and dashed away towards the enlightenment tea tree. Yi Kong could only shake his head in resignation. After all, he had taken on a rebellious disciple. He gazed upward at the ominous thundercloud hovering above. This cloud had been present since his arrival at the fallen peak, but today marked the first time he witnessed it strike a person. The former peak master, Xian Daozi, had once informed him that this thundercloud served as both a guardian and a shackle for the Wandao sect. Those who surpassed the Nascent Soul realm were forbidden from stepping foot on the fallen peak, with the exception of those possessing the Peak Master's token. What secrets lay concealed within the depths of fallen peak? Yi Kong then turned his attention to Dai Yaoyao, who was deep in meditation. "Rebellious disciple, hasten your cultivation. I require strength." Meanwhile, two entities of consciousness quietly retreated from the distant clouds. Li Siyuan observed Lin Chen's fleeing figure and remarked to Xian Jianzhao, "A mere servant in the transformation stage? This Wandao sect truly conceals dragons and crouching tigers." Xian Jianzhao chuckled lightly as he stroked his beard. This lad remains woefully uninformed about the Wandao immortal sect. For 100,000 years, while the world has known of the Wandao sect, few remember the existence of the Wandao immortal sect. Li Siyuan sighed, pondering Lin Chen's intentions. What would he possibly aim for? What else could there be? Xian Jianzhao contemplated the direction of the servant courtyard. His ambitions are lofty. He has set his sights on the sect's heritage. Should we take action against him? Leave him to the two of them, Yi Kong and his disciple. Li Siyuan intends for Lin Fan to be left for Dai Yaoyao. Only those who survive are the ones he desires. The envoy from the Tai's sacred land was approaching. How would you respond? Xian Jianzhao's gaze lingered on the thundercloud above Fallen Peak, his expression complex. Li Siyuan offered no reply, merely adjusting his own cultivation to the transformation stage. A glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. His cultivation had transcended the peak of the Nascent Soul. The Wandao sect had remained silent for far too long. The world had forgotten the origins of its myriad paths. Xian Jianzhao nodded, having understood Li Siyuan's stance. In the most secluded and dilapidated hut of the servant courtyard, a mingling of mildew and blood permeated the air. Lin Shun curled up among the straw, his charred skin marred by numerous gaping wounds, blood seeping into his robes, presenting a most tragic sight. Trembling, he retrieved a jade vial from his bosom and poured forth a blood-red pill. This was the blood soul pill he had procured from the ruins, capable of swiftly restoring one's spirit using vital blood, albeit at the cost of sacrificing a decade of lifespan. Ye Kong, Chaos divinetander. Lin Shin clenched his teeth and swallowed the blood soul pill. As the pill slid down his throat, the scorching potency erupted within him, half rushing toward his sea of consciousness to mend the wounds of his true eye, while the other half nourished his damaged meridians, bringing with it excruciating searing pain that forced a muffled groan from his lips. The faint blue vertical pupil on his forehead flickered ominously, the true eye barely regaining a semblance of clarity under the influence of the pill. Yet it still throbbed with pain. That thundercloud had not only injured his corporeal form, but had also shaken the very essence of his life's magical powers. He raised his hand to touch the vertical pupil on his forehead, a glimmer of vengeful light igniting in his eyes. From the moment of his birth, he had been the chosen one. Treasures fell into his hands effortlessly, and fortuitous encounters awaited him in times of peril. Never before had he endured such humiliation. The emergence of Yi Kong not only intercepted his 9 revolutions golden pill and soul-devouring bell, but now he was also struck down by the chaos divine thunder, leaving him utterly disheveled. This indignity was one he could not swallow. What a chaos divine thunder! Lin Chen sneered, gathering a wisp of faint divine energy at his fingertips, tracing the likeness of Zhao Di's Hu's in the air. You have slain the disciples of the Tai sacred land. This debt must be settled. He distinctly remembered that the Eye of Truth had glimpsed Yi Kong's sword energy, which bore a striking resemblance to that left behind in Black Wind Valley when he killed the soul-devouring scorpion. What was once mere conjecture was now a certainty. Zhao Di's Hu's and his companions had perished at Yi Kong's hands. This was the most formidable leverage he possessed to bring Yi Kong down. Chapter 18. The arrogant Zhao Dajin, the envoy from the Tai sacred land, was poised to arrive at the Wandao sect, their purpose being to investigate the cause of Zhao Di's Hu's demise. The Wandao sect was currently beset by both internal strife and external threats. In order to quell the wrath of the Tai sacred land, Li Siyuan would inevitably sacrifice any unstable factors. Yi Kong's concealed cultivation and his enmity with the Beast Master Peak rendered him the perfect scapegoat. All I need is to use the Eye of Truth to uncover evidence of Yi Kong's murderous deeds. Lin Chen's eyes glinted with a sinister calculation. Furthermore, I will inform the Tai sacred land of Yi Kong possessing a celestial artifact and harboring the legacy of the fallen peak. Greed being their nature, they would surely act against Yi Kong. At that time, Yi Kong would undoubtedly become the target of the Tai sacred land or be expelled by the Wandao sect, and he could simply reap the benefits, seizing the legacy of the fallen peak once the storm had passed. As for the chaos divine thunder, he had come to realize that the thunderclouds only targeted those who stepped into the fallen peak. As long as Yi Kong departed from the peak, the protection would dissipate. The Tai sacred land had ample means to lure Yi Kong out, such as kidnapping Dai Yaoyao. Dai Yaoyao was Yi Kong's disciple, possessing a cursed physique and a celestial-grade dark spirit root. Zhao Di's Hu's and his companions had originally come for this very purpose, and the Tai sacred land would not easily relinquish their prize. Lin Shun licked his parched lips, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Using her as bait, Yi Kong would have no choice but to leap into the trap, even if he was aware of it. The effects of the blood soul pill gradually took hold, and the wounds on Lin Chen's body began to scab over, with his divine energy recovering to 50%. Struggling to rise, he made his way to the corner of the dilapidated house, digging out a concealed wooden box. Inside lay the treasures he had amassed over the years, several fragmented ancient formation discs, a vial of concealment pills that could mask one's aura, and a token inscribed with the totem of the Tai sacred land. This token was salvaged from a deceased disciple of the Tai sacred land, and as Lin Shun caressed it, a gleam of triumph flickered in his eyes. With it, he could easily approach the envoy. He consumed a concealment pill, suppressing his cultivation to the 12th level of Qi refinement, and donned a clean set of servant's attire, concealing his injuries, making him indistinguishable from any ordinary servant. Having completed these preparations, he raised his gaze towards the mountain gate of the Wandao sect, his eyes shimmering with an unwavering determination. Yi Kong, Dai Yaoyao, just wait. It will not be long before all that belongs to the fallen peak will be mine. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Outside the gates of the Wandao sect, a procession of monks clad in purple robes approached with measured grace. At the forefront stood a pale-faced man, devoid of facial hair, emanating the oppressive aura characteristic of the transformation stage. At his waist hung the sacred flame token of the Tai Chi Holy Land, identifying him as the envoy dispatched to investigate the circumstances surrounding Zhao Dizhu's demise, Zhao Dishing. Following closely behind him were 4 formidable guardians at the late stage of the Nascent Soul, each step resonating with a steady, powerful cadence, their gazes filled with disdain. Clearly dismissive of the fallen Wandao sect, Zhao Dashing cast his eyes upon the gates of the sect, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. Zhao Dizhu's perished within the territory of the Wandao sect. Regardless of who is responsible, an explanation must be provided to the Holy Land. That explanation is none other than Dai Yaoyao, which is the purpose of my visit. Zhao Wujin, the scion of the Tai Chi Holy Land, had entrusted him with this mission, intending to exert pressure on the Wandao sect and secure the return of Dai Yaoyao. At the stone steps shrouded in mist outside the Wandao sect, Elder Liamo, a practitioner at the late stage of the Golden Core, awaited with 2 disciples. He clutched the sect's token, his fingertips paling slightly. As a relatively junior elder of the Wandao sect, it was evident to the discerning that he was being used as a mere shield to confront the envoy from the Tai Chi Holy Land. However, he was unprepared for the overwhelming display of authority that Zhao Dashing's party exuded upon their arrival. The moment the figure in purple robes stepped onto the threshold of the sect, the oppressive aura of the transformation stage surged forth like a tempest, catching Liamo and his 2 disciples off guard, causing them to stagger back 3 steps, breathless and disconcerted. Zhao Dashing, leading the charge, regarded Liamo with a gaze rife with arrogance and derision, a sneer playing upon his lips. Is there no one left in the Wandao sect? You sent a Golden Core elder to address the envoy of the Tai Chi Holy Land? Suppressing the turmoil within him, Liamo clasped his hands in salute. Envoy Zhao, having journeyed from afar, the sect master has prepared refreshments within the sect. Allow me to guide you. Refreshments? Zhao Dashing abruptly raised his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual power that struck Liamo's shoulder with the force of a battering ram. Liamo reeled back as if struck, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, while his disciples rushed to steady him. Zhao Dashing's cold laughter echoed through the gates. A destitute sect dares to treat me in such a manner? Elder Zhao Diz, who's met a tragic end within your territory, yet you do not personally emerge to atone. Instead, you send a worthless fool to placate me. Is this the courtesy of the Wandao sect? The disciples of the Wandao sect, drawn by the commotion, glared in outrage but refrained from intervening, daunted by the stature of the Tai Chi Holy Land envoy. Liamo clutched his shoulder, a tempest of fury and urgency roiling within him. Yet he could only endure and respond. Envoy, please temper your anger. The sect master has made arrangements. Arrangements? I suspect it is more a matter of shame. Zhao Dashing pressed forward, releasing his oppressive aura once more, suffocating the surrounding disciples. Where is Li Siyuan? Have him emerge at once. Either deliver the perpetrator who took Zhao Dizhu's life, or, his tone shifted, a glint of avarice flickering in his eyes. Hand over that one named Dai Yaoyao, and perhaps we can negotiate. Impudence. A sharp rebuke suddenly pierced the air from within the gates, interrupting Zhao Dashing's tirade. The gathered crowd turned to behold Li Siyuan, robed in the garb of the sect master, emerging with deliberate steps from the swirling mists. He did not deliberately exert his pressure, yet the air around him instantly solidified. Zhao Dashing's aura of the transformation stage was unexpectedly suppressed, causing even his robe to cease its fluttering. Xian Jinzi trailed behind him, his expression calm, yet exuding an undeniable authority. Zhao Dashing's pupils constricted, transformation stage? You have actually broken through? The intel he had previously received indicated that Li Siyuan was merely at the pinnacle of the Nascent Soul stage. Yet the presence emanating from him now was even more refined than that of Zhao Dushing, who was in the early stages of transformation. Li Xianabunka Li Macao, extending a hand to impart a thread of spiritual energy. His voice as cold as ice. Is this how the envoy of the Tai sacred land treats the elders of my Wandao sect? Zhao Dushing feigned composure, snorting dismissively. Li Siyuan, do not divert the topic. Elder Zhao Daiju has died at your Wandao sect. You must provide an explanation to the sacred land. Surrender the murderer. And also hand over Dai Yaoyao. Otherwise, the sacred land's army will descend, and Wandao sect shall not escape annihilation. An explanation? Li Siyuan Sudanli Lauga. His laughter laced with coldness. Zhao Dashing, causing a ruckus at my sect's disciple recruitment conference. Allowing him to leave was already a display of mercy from my Wandao sect. You repeatedly claim that my Wandao sect has committed murder. Where is your evidence? To dare come to my mountain gate without proof and to covet my Wandao sect disciples. Do you truly believe my Wandao sect is a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? With a wave of his hand, faint golden formation patterns suddenly arose on both sides of the mountain gate as the protective array of Wandao sect was quietly activated. The spiritual energy flowing within the formation caused the 4 nascent soul guards behind Zhao Dashing to change color drastically, instinctively tightening their grip on their weapons. To threaten my Wandao sect without any basis? Li Siyuan's gaze sharpened, his voice rising sharply. Depart. From today onward, Wandao sect welcomes no one from the Tai sacred land. Dare to set foot within my gates again, and do not blame me for being impolite. Chapter 19, Early Transformation Stage. The surrounding peak masters had already heard the news and arrived, standing on either side to witness this scene, their faces filled with shock. The peak master of the artifact peak, Tai Wuqing, slightly loosened his grip on his hammer, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. No wonder the sect master had previously indulged He Xiong's antics. It turns out he had long been confident. The peak master of the pill, Peak, appeared pale, his gaze wavering. His connections with the Tai sacred land made him seem especially ridiculous under Li Siyuan's assertive stance. Other peak masters whispered among themselves. The sect master has actually broken through to the transformation stage. It was about time to be so resolute. The Tai sacred land has gone too far. Zhao Dashing, sensing the determination in Li Siyuan's eyes and the oppressive aura of the protective array, realized he would not fare well today. He glared at Li Siyuan with resentment and gritted his teeth. Li Siyuan, is this the stance of your Wandao sect? Oomph. Li Siyuan snorted coldly. What stance do you desire? As he spoke, the intensity of his aura surged even further. Sect master, please calm your anger. Envoy Zhao, please calm your anger. A somewhat obsequious voice suddenly interjected, as He Xiong hurriedly stepped out from the ranks of peak masters, a false smile plastered on his face. Bowing to Li Siyuan while simultaneously nodding and fawning over Zhao Dushing. All was in pursuit of uncovering the cause behind Elder Zhao's demise. Anger had marred their harmony, placing them at a disadvantage. He stepped between the two, deliberately positioning himself in front of Zhao Dushing, ostensibly to mediate, yet covertly conveying a significant glance to Zhao Dushing. In my humble opinion, let us proceed to Haifeng Valley at once. The site of Elder Zhao's fall must harbor residual traces. Our beast master Peak excels in tracking. With the assistance of spirit beasts, we may uncover vital clues. Li Siyuan, observing He Xiong's duplicitous demeanor, felt a tremor of indignation in his fingertips, but forcibly suppressed his ire. He had long been aware of He Xiong's collusion with the Tai Chi Holy Land. Thus, his opponent's sudden emergence to take charge spared him the effort of crafting an excuse. A cold smile curled at the corners of Li Siyuan's mouth as he feigned contemplation, saying, very well, since master he is proficient in beast tracking, your involvement will undoubtedly expedite the truth's revelation. He then shifted his gaze to the beast pouch at He Xiong's waist, insinuating, I have heard that your Xianbing Lin beast possesses an innate ability to discern auras and trace origins. This occasion is indeed a perfect opportunity for it to prove its worth. Do not let me down. He Xiong's heart sank momentarily, pondering how Li Siyuan was privy to the Xianbing Lin beast's capabilities. Yet, he quickly realized this was a chance to shine before Zhao Dushing. If he could leverage the guise of tracking to communicate privately with Zhao Dushing, revealing a few details about the spirit beast was a trivial matter. He promptly thumped his chest in assurance, exclaiming, Rest assured, Sect Master, My Chu Bingran beast will certainly uncover clues, and Elder Zhao's demise will not be in vain. Zhao Daxing, already simmering with frustration from Li Siyuan's assertiveness, felt his countenance ease slightly at He Xiong's willingness to lend support and the newfound impetus for investigation. He snorted coldly, refraining from further confrontation with Li Siyuan, and stated, "Since Master he is willing to contribute, let us not waste time. We shall depart immediately." As the group prepared to turn, the sky abruptly darkened, not from clouds obscuring the sun, but from a torrent of formidable spiritual energy sweeping in from the direction of the fallen peak. Everyone looked up to see the celestial array above the fallen peak dispersing under the onslaught of spiritual energy, a golden beam shooting skyward, entwined with faint black mist, resembling a clash of calamity and golden core spiritual power. The clouds churned around the beam, and the spiritual energy from the heavens converged frantically into a colossal vortex, even rendering the distant ethereal silhouette of the Enlightenment Tea tree faintly visible within the whirlpool. A phenomenon of breakthrough. The master of the weapon peak, Tai Wuqing, exclaimed in astonishment. The concentration of spiritual energy is at the golden core level. Moreover, this phenomenon carries calamity energy. It must be Dai Yaoyao. Zhao Daxing's pupils constricted sharply, fixating greedily on the intertwining golden and black beam, his eyes brimming with avarice. A calamity physique breaking through to golden core? Such an extraordinary occurrence. Dai Yaoyao's spiritual fruit is indeed remarkable. Initially tasked with merely retrieving Dai Yaoyao, he now recognized that her breakthrough had summoned an awe-inspiring celestial phenomenon, signifying her worth exceeded his previous estimations. If he could present her to the Holy Sun, Zhao Wuji, he might exchange her for a breaking barrier pill. Yet, He Xiong's expression darkened instantaneously. Dai Yaoyao's breakthrough had occurred far too swiftly. In the brief period following the Foundation establishment, he ascended to the Golden Core stage. Should this continue, his demise would be inevitable. It was imperative to enlist the aid of the Tai sacred land to eliminate her. He instinctively touched the beast pouch at his waist, feeling the restless movements of the Xianbing Lin beast within, as if disturbed by the ominous energy of the extraordinary phenomena. As he gazed at the unusual occurrences on the fallen peak, a flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. Dai Yaoyao's growth had surpassed his expectations. This litmus test was becoming increasingly sharp. He turned to He Xiong and Zhao Daxing, his tone laden with significance. It appears the disciples of Fallen Peak are indeed diligent. Master He, Envoy Zhao, it would be prudent to hasten to the Black Wind Valley. We cannot allow Dai Yaoyao's breakthrough to impede the investigation. He Xiong and Zhao Daxing snapped back to reality, exchanging glances that reflected mutual urgency. He Xiong was eager to exploit the investigation for personal gain, while Zhao Daxing was intent on uncovering the truth before devising a plan to subdue Dai Yaoyao. Let's proceed. Zhao Daxing took the lead, his steps noticeably quicker than before. He Xiong followed closely, unable to resist glancing back at the beam of light emanating from Fallen Peak. A glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Dai Yaoyao, you are obstructing my path. The other peak masters also withdrew. The Wandao sect was currently in a tumultuous period, necessitating a stance of tranquility over action. Meanwhile, on Fallen Peak, Dai Yaoyao sat cross-legged beneath the Enlightenment Tea tree, enveloped in black spiritual energy. Having just absorbed the spirit stones and elixirs provided by Yikong, she unexpectedly shattered the golden core barrier, significantly suppressing the ominous energy within her body with the power of the golden core. Upon opening her eyes, excitement sparkled in her purple irises. She waved her hand, unleashing a streak of golden core, sword energy imbued with faint black mist, which effortlessly pulverized a nearby boulder. Golden core stage, she exclaimed, leaping up in jubilation and calling out to Yikong, "Old man, I have broken through to the golden core. Faster than you." Yikong, seated on a stone bench, observed the system prompt indicating that Disciple Dai Yaoyao has broken through to the golden core stage. Host receives cultivation feedback. Late Yuanying to early Huashan. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. He had just achieved the Huashan stage and had yet to fully relish it when the exuberant shouts of this rebellious disciple pulled him back to reality. Raising an eyebrow, Yikong remarked, "What is there to be proud of? It is merely the golden core stage. Not only do you refuse to praise me, but you even seek to dampen my spirits." Dai Yaoyao approached, poking his arm. "Why not break through one yourself to show me?" Yikong chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to engage in debate with her. Notijing ye conseil distriction. Dai Yaoyao lost interest in him and soared back to the Enlightenment Tea Tree to solidify her cultivation. She was determined to continue her training, aiming to surpass this old man. Yikong lifted his gaze towards the direction of the Wandao sect's main gate, his early Huashan consciousness silently unfurling. He Xiong and Zhao Dashing had already set off for the Black Wind Valley, with Lin Shen's aura trailing closely behind them. The drama was about to unfold. A glint of sharpness flashed in Yikong's eyes. The Tai sacred land remained undeterred, persistently seeking to take away Dai Yaoyao, truly underestimating him. Chapter 20, Breaking the Seal. Yikong's consciousness swept over the three auras emanating from the direction of Black Wind Valley. His fingertips still subtly stirred by the spiritual energy of the initial stage of transformation. After breaking through to this realm, he could distinctly sense the tighter connection between the chaotic power within him and the laws of heaven and earth. Accompanying this sensation was the faint outline of a long-sealed, forbidden area deep within the ruined peak, now emerging in his awareness. It was time. Yikong rose, glancing at Dai Yaoyao, who was stabilizing her cultivation beneath the wisdom tea tree. He formed a faint azure barrier with his fingertips, isolating her from the outside world. This was a subarray of the heavenly gang formation, capable of protecting her from disturbances arising from the forbidden area. Having completed this, he turned towards the stone wall behind the thatched cottage, pressing his fingertips against an inconspicuous indentation, infusing it with chaotic energy. With a rumble, the stone wall responded and opened, revealing an unfathomable passage. Inside, bolts of thunder danced wildly. Purple chaotic divine lightning slithered like venomous serpents, and the air was thick with a destructive aura potent enough to rend apart transformation cultivators. This was the forbidden area of Ruined Peak, where the former peak master, Xian Daozi, had left a warning before his passing. Without the transformation realm or a chaotic constitution, entry means death. Previously, Yikong had been bound by heavenly punishment, unable even to approach. Now, having broken through to transformation and possessing the chaos creation scripture, he finally qualified to enter. Taking a deep breath, he activated his cultivation technique, enveloping himself in a layer of gray, chaotic mist. As he stepped into the passage, a bolt of chaotic divine lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck down. Yet upon contact with the chaotic mist, it abruptly receded, transforming into delicate arcs of lightning that danced around him, nourishing his spiritual energy. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The chaos creation scripture originated from chaos and shared the same source as the chaotic divine lightning. Thus, the lightning barriers of this forbidden area became the finest trial for him. He ventured deeper, the lightning within the passage growing denser. From the initial purple arcs, it gradually shifted to golden chaotic thunderclaps, each powerful enough to severely injure transformation cultivators. However, the chaotic mist surrounding Yikong acted as an indomitable shield, absorbing the lightning, and his internal spiritual energy became increasingly refined under the nourishment of the thunder's power, showing faint signs of loosening even at the initial stage of transformation. After an indeterminate time, the passage suddenly opened up. A circular altar floated in the void, surrounded by ancient runes etched from 10,000 years ago, with a faint golden resonance flowing between them. At the altar's center stood a three-legged cauldron, adorned with countless interwoven patterns, sometimes resembling sword shadows, sometimes appearing as alchemical symbols, and at other times forming array diagrams. It was the long-lost treasure of the 10,000 Ways sect, the 10,000 Ways cauldron. Above the mouth of the cauldron, a yellowed ancient tome hovered, its pages turning without wind, exuding an aura that soothed the chaotic divine lightning throughout the forbidden area. It was the 10,000 Ways immortal scripture. Yikong leaped onto the altar, his fingertips grazing the patterns of the 10,000 Ways cauldron, and a profound legacy of power surged into his consciousness. It was the will of the ancestors of the 10,000 Ways sect from 10,000 years ago, documenting the truth behind the sealing of the 10,000 Ways immortal realm. In the days of yore, the ancestors of the Wandao sect sought to transcend the shackles of the immortal domain, only to be besieged by the united forces of other realms. To safeguard the Wandao immortal domain from annihilation, the ancestors employed the Wandao cauldron as the focal point of a seal, isolating the domain from the outside world and sealing away 90% of its spiritual energy, which ultimately led to the gradual decline of the Wandao sect. Thus, it became clear to Yikong, as enlightenment flickered in his eyes. No wonder the Wandao immortal domain was deprived of spiritual energy. leaving even the transformation stage cultivators exceedingly scarce. It was not a deficiency of talent, but rather the constraints of the seal. Resolute, he channeled the chaotic energy within him, directing his palm towards the Wandao cauldron. The patterns on the cauldron's surface glowed instantly, resonating with the chaotic energy coursing through his being. The runes surrounding the altar began to shift, producing a resonant hum. The suspended Wandao immortal scripture transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring into his grasp. The characters on its pages seemingly animated. He stored the cultivation method within the system space. Rise, Yi Kong uttered with fervor as the chaotic energy erupted forth, causing the Wandao cauldron to ascend gradually. A golden beam erupted from its opening, piercing towards the pinnacle of the forbidden ground. With a deafening crack, the space at the summit of the forbidden ground was rent asunder by the beam, shattering the decade-long seal. In the next moment, an unimaginable torrent of pure spiritual energy gushed forth from the Wandao cauldron, sweeping through the desolate peak like a tsunami, radiating outward to envelop the Wandao sect. The furnace atop the instrument peak roared to life with a surge of spiritual energy, while the medicinal fields on the Dan Peak erupted with towering spiritual herbs. The spirit beasts on the Beastmaster Peak emitted jubilant cries, and even in the most secluded servant quarters, disciples broke through their realms under the cleansing waves of spiritual energy. This surge did not cease, but continued to permeate every corner of the Wandao immortal domain, revitalizing the long-dry spiritual veins and breathing life back into withered spiritual flora. Even the skies transformed, becoming bluer, and the celestial bodies shone with renewed brilliance. In that singular moment, the entire Wandao immortal domain awakened from its slumber. At the mountain gate of the Wandao sect, Li Siyuan and Xian Jianzi simultaneously lifted their gazes. Sensing the air thick with palpable spiritual energy, their eyes filled with astonishment and exhilaration. The seal has been lifted. It is the Wandao cauldron. Li Siyuan's transformation stage aura erupted, yet it appeared trivial before this overwhelming spiritual energy. After a century of darkness, the Wandao immortal domain finally saw the light of day. In Black Wind Valley, He Xiong and Zhao Dusheng were tracing the energy signature when they were suddenly staggered by an immense wave of spiritual energy. Zhao Dusheng's expression changed dramatically. This spiritual energy is impossible. How could the Wandao immortal domain possess such richness of spiritual energy? He Xiong trembled uncontrollably as he finally grasped the secret of the desolate peak. It was not the spiritual veins nor the tea trees, but the Wandao cauldron that could unseal the immortal domain. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Shan was forced to reveal his initial transformation stage cultivation under the onslaught of spiritual energy. His gaze fixated on the direction of desolate peak. Filled with madness, the Wandao cauldron and the Wandao immortal scripture are rightfully mine. Meanwhile, beneath the enlightenment tea tree on desolate peak, Dai Yaoyao abruptly opened her eyes, her violet pupils reflecting shock. The ominous energy within her, nourished by the pure spiritual essence, began to merge with the power of the golden core, awakening even the remnants of the demon emperor's soul. What could this mean? She lifted her gaze towards the forbidden area, just in time to see Yi Kong emerging from the passage, cradling the myriad cauldron, surrounded by chaotic energy. As Yi Kong landed, the myriad cauldron hovered behind him, its emanating spiritual energy continuing to expand. He looked at Dai Yaoyao, a smile gracing his lips. It seems that in future cultivation, we should no longer require spirit stones. Dai Yaoyao stood speechless, her mouth agape, as she sensed that this surge of energy not only propelled her cultivation to new heights, but also altered the very rules of the entire immortal realm. And the source of all this was none other than the old man she often ridiculed. Who exactly are you? Dai Yaoyao finally voiced the question that had been hidden in her heart. Yi Kong, now, at the initial stage of the transformation god realm, had dashed her hopes of inheriting the legacy. He did not respond, merely gazing upward at the sky. He could feel that with the unsealing of the myriad Dao immortal realm, the energies from other realms were seeping through the spatial barriers, arriving in a continuous flow. There was curiosity, greed, and unabashed hostility, both an opportunity and a crisis. Yi Kong murmured as the intricate patterns of the myriad Dao scripture intertwined with those of the myriad cauldron. Let us see who is swifter. Meanwhile, in the distant Qi Shao celestial domain, the burning heaven celestial domain, and the icebound celestial domain, the rulers of various domains raised their heads, gazing towards the myriad Dao immortal realm, their eyes reflecting a mixture of gravity and greed. The seal of the myriad Dao immortal realm has been broken. After 100,000 years of silence, the era of the myriad Dao immortal realm has begun. Chapter 21. Shaking off Karma. The spiritual energy of the fallen peak continued to flow gently, the leaves of the enlightenment tea tree shimmering in the breeze. Yikong had just placed the myriad cauldron in the center of the courtyard when two figures approached, stepping lightly upon the spiritual energy. Li Si Yuan, clad in the robe of the sect leader, bore no hint of imposing pressure, while Xian Jianzi, holding a feather duster, exuded a gentle demeanor. The two stood at the courtyard entrance, first bowing in a gesture of respect before lightly knocking on the door. Master Yi, I humbly visit and hope for your understanding. Li Si Yuan's voice carried a reverence that starkly contrasted with his earlier firmness at the mountain gate. His gaze fell upon the floating myriad cauldron, filled with awe. It was this cauldron that had breathed life back into the dormant myriad Dao immortal realm after 100,000 years. And this seemingly casual youth before him was the key to unlocking it all. Yikong raised his hand to open the courtyard door and gestured toward the stone bench. Please have a seat. I have just brewed some enlightenment tea. Dai Yaoyao, clutching the soul-devouring bell, leaned against the tea tree. Though she did not rise, she set aside her usual sharpness, observing the two men with curiosity. She could sense that these pillars of the myriad Dao sect regarded Yikong with an attitude akin to that of senior. As Xian Jianzi settled down, his gaze fell upon Yikong, exclaiming, "My senior brother once foretold that Fallen Peak would eventually have a successor to unseal the seal. I did not believe it then. But now seeing is believing." His tone was laden with a sense of nostalgia. After 100,000 years, the Wandao sect had finally awaited this day. Li Siyuan nodded in agreement, retrieving a sect master token from his bosom and presenting it to Yikong. Peak Master Yi, your unsealing of the immortal domain and retrieval of the Wandao cauldron has rendered you a benefactor of the Wandao sect. This position of sect master rightfully belongs to you. Should you desire it, all within the Wandao sect shall heed your command. However, Yikong did not accept the token. Instead, he pushed the ancient tome, Wandao Xianjing, across the table. I shall not usurp the position of sect master. This scripture belongs to you. The legacy from 100,000 years ago rightfully belongs to the Wandao sect, not merely to one individual. The time-worn volume glimmered with a golden hue under the sunlight. Li Siyuan and Xian Jianzi were rendered speechless by this spectacle. This was the scripture coveted by countless cultivators, and Yikong offered it without a hint of hesitation. He then gestured towards the cauldron in the courtyard. I intend to relocate it to the scripture repository. The Wandao cauldron can sense the loyalty and talent of disciples, automatically imparting matching doctrines, which is far more useful than accumulating dust here with me. Li Siyuan trembled with excitement. How can this be? The Wandao Xianjing and the Wandao cauldron together signify that Yikong has returned the very foundation of the Wandao sect without seeking any recompense. Such matters are inconsequential. Yikong replied, lifting his teacup and taking a delicate sip. I am a man of leisure, accustomed to the tranquility of the fallen peak, and I have no inclination to meddle in sect affairs. With you and Elder Xianjinzi, along with the various peak masters, the sect is in capable hands. He paused momentarily before adding, as long as you refrain from disturbing my disciple and me during our cultivation and prevent any unruly individuals from causing trouble at Fallen Peak, that will suffice. Li Siyuan nodded vigorously, as if afraid Yikong might reconsider. Rest assured, Peak Master Yi, I shall issue a decree at once, declaring Fallen Peak a forbidden area of the Wandao sect. Except for you and your beloved disciple, no one shall approach. Realizing that Yikong sought not power, but rather a sense of unfettered freedom, Li Siyuan understood a vision far beyond his own. Xian Jianzi regarded Yikong with admiration. What a splendid embodiment of tranquility. Should our late brother be aware, he would surely take pride in you. After a brief exchange regarding the plans for the unsealing of the Wandao immortal domain, such as eliminating internal strife, reconstructing spiritual veins, and selecting disciples, they took their leave, mindful not to overstay their welcome. Before departing, Li Siyuan deliberately left behind a communication jade slip, assuring that the Wandao sect would be at their service whenever needed. Yikong wasted no time. With a grand gesture, the Wandao cauldron soared directly into the scripture repository, its rightful abode. The courtyard was left with only Yikong and Dai Yaoyao, who approached, clutching the soul-devouring bell, and frowned as she remarked, "Old man, are you foolish? The Wandao, Xianjing, and the Wandao Cauldron are such precious treasures, and you simply gave them away? That was an opportunity to become sect master. Despite her words, there was no genuine anger in her eyes. As Li Siyuan handed over the token, she inwardly mused about the futility of being the sect leader, believing it would be far more beneficial to hone her swordsmanship instead. Yi Kong, observing her haughty demeanor, chuckled softly, remarking, "What is so appealing about being the sect leader? Endless meetings, managing this and that, leaving no time for you to enjoy a hot pot or watch you practice your swordplay. Who truly craves the hot pot you make?" Dai Yaoyao turned her face away, yet could not refrain from adding, "However, you do have a point." Pausing briefly, she gazed up at the sky, a glint of the demon emperor's sharpness flickering in her violet eyes. Cultivators rely on strength, not mere trifles of power. The territory of the Wandao sect cannot confine you. The places we aspire to reach are far grander than this Wandao immortal domain. Once a ruler of a realm of demons, she found the authority of a mere sect beneath her notice. More importantly, she did not wish for Yi Kong to be ensnared by such trivial matters. Those deserving of heavenly retribution were meant for a broader horizon, not to be confined within the diminutive Wandao immortal domain. Simultaneously, she anticipated whether Yi Kong would rise against the established norms. Yi Kong, noticing the brilliance in her gaze, felt a stir within him. This rebellious disciple, though brash in speech, possessed a commendable perspective. He reached out, tousling her hair, assuring her, "Fear not, I shall take you to witness a vaster world." Dai Yaoyao swatted his hand away. Her cheeks flushed as she retreated beneath the tea tree, declaring, "Who wishes to accompany you? I simply do not want you to appear inept and be bullied." As the sun descended, the Wandao Ding in the courtyard shimmered with a soft golden light, elongating the shadows of the master and disciple. From the direction of the scripture pavilion, the excited chatter of disciples echoed. The Wandao Ding had commenced imparting its teachings, enveloping the entire Wandao sect in a joy of liberation. Yet Yi Kong understood that this was merely the beginning. The gazes from other immortal domains were already upon them. Opportunities and crises coexisted. However, as long as he and Dai Yaoyao remained together, safeguarding this humble and desolate peak, they could weather any storm. As for power and hollow fame, in comparison, the prospect of watching his rebellious disciple practice her swordplay and preparing her an extraordinarily spicy hot pot was far more delightful. At the entrance of the Black Wind Valley, the remnants of the marks left by Zhao Di's Hus and others had long been concealed. He Xiong crouched on the ground, his fingertips grazing a fragment of stone still faintly marked by lightning, his brow furrowed in concentration. The Xianbing Lin beast anxiously circled at his feet, its nose pressed to the ground, sniffing incessantly, yet could not detect any trace of Yi Kong, not even the faintest ripple of spiritual energy. How could this be? He Xiong muttered under his breath, the Xianbing Lin beast inherently capable of tracing scents from within a half-month span. Even if Yi Kong had tidied the scene, there should have been some remnant left behind. He raised his gaze to Zhao Dusheng, his tone laced with urgency. "Zhao Messenger, this Yi Kong is too meticulous. It seems we may struggle to find evidence." Chapter 22, Seeking Evidence. Zhao Dusheng's expression darkened. He had presumed that with the Xianbing Lin beast's capabilities, they would swiftly obtain evidence of Yi Kong's alleged crime. At that moment, they would be able to compel Li Siyuan to surrender Dai Yaoyao and Yi Kong, thus providing an explanation to the Tai Holy Land while seizing the treasure of the Calamity physique. However, now they couldn't even find evidence, and his previous arrogance had diminished significantly, leaving only a heart full of vexation. Unable to find evidence? Does that not render our efforts futile? Li Siyuan, that old man, has broken through to the transformation god stage. Without evidence, how can we force him to allow us into the fallen peak? As they found themselves in a quandary, a shadow clad in pale gray unexpectedly emerged from the depths of the valley. Lin Chun, still dressed in the attire of a servant, no longer suppressed his cultivation, and the faint pressure of an early transformation god emanated from him, causing He Xiong and Zhao Dusheng to turn in unison, alert. They hadn't even noticed when he had been lurking nearby. "There is no need for haste, gentlemen." Lin Chen's lips curled into a calculating smile, the faint blue vertical pupil on his forehead glimmering slightly. "No matter how thoroughly Yi Kong cleansed the scene, he cannot evade my true eye. I can retrace the events of that day and uncover the evidence of his slaying of Elder Zhao. But I have a condition." He Xiong and Zhao Dusheng exchanged glances, each perceiving excitement mixed with wariness in the other's eyes. Zhao Dishing spoke first. What is your condition? As long as you can provide evidence. The Tai Holy Land will not treat you unjustly. What I seek is not the Holy Land's reward. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the two, his tone revealing unabashed greed. Once I capture Yikong, the inheritance of the fallen peak, including the enlightenment tea tree, the soul-devouring bell, and the potential secrets lingering within the 10,000 path cauldron, I shall take 30%. Furthermore, I wish to personally study the calamity energy within Dai Yaoyao. He Xiong's expression shifted. He had initially intended to monopolize the secrets of the fallen peak, but now, without Lin Shun, he could not obtain the evidence and could only grit his teeth in agreement. Very well, as long as we can kill Yikong, I shall grant you 30% of the inheritance. However, Dai Yaoyao must be handed over to Messenger Zhao. That is the Tai Holy Land's directive. Zhao Dushing exhaled in relief. As long as they could bring Dai Yaoyao back to the Holy Land, the rest could be negotiated. Agreed. As long as you provide the evidence, I assure you that no one shall covet your rewards. Seeing their agreement, Lin Shun hesitated no longer and raised his hand to press against the true eye on his forehead. A pale blue light erupted from his vertical pupil, spreading like ripples, enveloping the entirety of the Black Wind Valley. The next moment, the scene within the valley suddenly distorted, the wind and sand swirling backward. Truly retracing to the night, Zhao Deju was slain. Under the moonlight, Yikong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding the pressure of an early nascent soul, holding the immortal slaying sword that shimmered with dark sword energy. Zhao Deju and the others were drenched in blood. The spectral form of Zhao Deju being crushed by the sword energy, while Zhao Xiaotian lay on the ground, wailing, and the 4 golden core guards had already fallen in a pool of blood. The final scene revealed Yikong raising his hand to unleash flames, incinerating the corpses and bloodstains, leaving not even a trace of spiritual energy behind. It was him. It truly was Yikong. Zhao Dishing pointed at the illusionary Yikong, his eyes ablaze with fury and greed. An early nascent soul cultivation and the immortal slaying sword. This evidence is sufficient. Even if Li Siyuan has broken through to the transformation god stage, he cannot protect a murderer of the Holy Land's elder. He Xiong trembled with excitement. His apprehension towards Yikong's formidable prowess in the illusion dissipated upon hearing the undeniable evidence. With this, he could ally with Zhao Dishing, compelling Li Siyuan to make a choice. At that moment, the secrets of the fallen peak and Dai Yaoyao's spiritual roots would be within his grasp. Lin Shun retracted his eye of truth, a flicker of fatigue passing through the vertical pupil on his forehead. Yet it could not conceal the exhilaration in his eyes. The evidence was in hand. Now what to do next? I need not instruct you, do I? We shall storm the Wandao sect. Zhao Dashing abruptly rose, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of his transformation stage, demanding that Li Siyuan surrender both Yikong and Dai Yaoyao. Or else he would, in the name of the Tai Holy Land, rally forces from other celestial realms to jointly besiege the Wandao sect, this den of malice. He Xiong also stood, patting the beast pouch at his waist, the Xianbing Lin beast inside letting out an excited cry. I will contact the individuals from the Pill Peak, inciting them to cause a stir within the sect, forcing Li Siyuan to capitulate. No matter how deeply Yikong hides, he will find it impossible to escape this time. Lin Shen observed the two as they prepared for action, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was precisely the effect he desired. Once Yikong and Li Siyuan were mutually weakened, he would reap the benefits, not only securing 30% of the inheritance, but perhaps seizing the Wandao Xianjing and the Wandao Ding, thus becoming the true master of the Wandao celestial realm. The three harbored ulterior motives, yet shared the same murderous intent as they turned and soared towards the Wandao sect. The winds and sands of Black Wind Valley stirred once more, concealing their tracks but failing to mask the impending storm of bloodshed. Meanwhile, within the Wandao sect, Li Siyuan had just deposited the Wandao Xianjing in the scripture pavilion when he received a message from the law enforcement hall. The Pill Peak Master, in conjunction with several elders, was stirring up trouble in the sect square, demanding that the sect master rigorously punish Yikong and provide an explanation to the Tai Holy Land. Li Siyuan gazed at the communication jade slip, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. What was destined to come had finally arrived. He turned to Xian Jianzi. It was time to clean house. Relying solely on the two of us, it would be difficult to reign in those peak masters and their clans. A flicker of concern appeared in Xian Jianzi's gaze. The peak masters of the Wandao sect were no trifling matter. A moment's negligence could lead the sect to utter ruin. Many coveted the inheritance of the Wandao Xianjing and the Wandao Ding, and not all would uphold the ancestral will, recklessly shattering that chain of restraint. Should we call upon Yi Kong? Li Siyuan immediately thought of him, as these individuals were seeking a pretext involving Yi Kong. Indeed, he was the only one we could trust at this moment. Xian Jianzi nodded in agreement. Li Siyuan promptly conveyed the current situation to Yi Kong. His fingers gripped the communication jade slip, applying slight pressure. Requesting Yi Kong's intervention was a last resort. Although he knew Yi Kong had broken through to the transformation stage, he was uncertain if the latter would wish to involve himself in the sect's internal strife. He did not anticipate Yi Kong's response would be so unequivocal. Have everyone gather at the foot of the fallen peak. Xian Jianzi leaned over to read the contents of the jade slip, surprise flickering in his eyes before understanding set in. It is indeed in accordance with his temperament. Not wishing to attract trouble, he diverts it to his own territory for resolution. This approach allows him to avoid stepping into the core of the Wandao sect while leveraging the advantages of the array at Lupofeng, achieving two objectives simultaneously. Li Siyuan exhaled a sigh of relief, his previously tense shoulders relaxing slightly. Very well. With the Tiangang array and the Chaos Divine Thunder at Lupofeng, since Yi Kong dares to send them, he must have confidence in his ability to manage the situation. No longer hesitating, he promptly retrieved another communication jade slip and sent a message to the law enforcement hall. Stabilize the individuals at the square and inform them that the sect master has contacted Peak Master Yi and will negotiate the matter concerning Zhao Di's Hu's at Lupofeng. Let the Peak Master of Danfeng and others accompany me. Chapter Yidmuch Yi Kong's teaching. Subsequently, he sent a message to Zhao Dusheng, his tone tinged with a hint of concession. Messenger Zhao, Peak Master Yi is willing to step forward to resolve this matter. Let us bring the relevant parties to the foot of Lupofeng for detailed discussions. We hope to reach a peaceful resolution, and the Wandao sect is willing to provide an explanation to the Tai Holy Land. In the direction of Haifeng Valley, upon receiving the message, Zhao Deshing could not suppress a cold smile. Li Siyuan has indeed softened. Yi Kong is frightened and has invited us to Lupofeng. He turned to He Xiong and Lin Shun, exclaiming, "Let us proceed to Lupofeng. This time, we shall not only capture Yi Kong, but also seize the opportunity to dismantle his array and uncover the treasures hidden within Lupofeng." Soon, the group returned to the Wandao sect. Greed flickered in He Xiong's eyes as he promptly contacted the Peak Master of Danfeng. It has succeeded. Li Siyuan intends to have Yi Kong provide us with an explanation at Lupofeng. You must quickly gather your forces to accompany us. I have obtained evidence of Yi Kong's crimes. The Peak Master of Danfeng, already inciting the disciples in the sect square, was further invigorated by the news, immediately leading several supportive elders in a grand procession behind He Xiong. Each individual harbored ulterior motives. Some sought a share of Lupofeng's legacy, while others, fearing retribution from Li Siyuan, felt compelled to follow He Xiong down a dark path. Lin Chun lingered at the back of the procession, the eye of truth on his forehead flickering subtly. He harbored a persistent belief that Yi Kong would not easily concede. Yet the thought of the Enlightenment Tea Tree and the soul-devouring bell at Lupofeng quelled his doubts. Even if Yi Kong were to deceive, with his divine transformation cultivation and the eye of truth, he still possessed a fighting chance. Meanwhile, at Lupofeng, Yi Kong had just stowed the communication jade slip when he noticed Dai Yaoyao approaching with the soul-devouring bell, her violet eyes brimming with excitement. Old handsome. Are they really coming? Perfect. I just broke through to the golden core stage and have yet to test the effectiveness of the soul-devouring bell against divine transformation cultivators. As she attempted to rush out, Yi Kong caught her arm. Do not be careless. You're only permitted to act against golden core cultivators. Yi Kong raised an eyebrow, adding, moreover, you must remain within the array. Dai Yaoyao pouted, feeling that Yi Kong was overly cautious. Nonetheless, this feeling of being protected was quite delightful. Yi Kong waved his hand, and the brilliance of the Tiangang array coalesced at the foot of the mountain, forming a faint azure light curtain. The ground outside the curtain faintly revealed the charred marks left by Lin Chen's earlier strike. That serves as both the most formidable warning and the most enticing bait. Dai Yaoyao gazed at the luminous barrier and suddenly realized, you intend to lure them into the array, then strike them down with the chaos divine thunder? Her eyes sparkled with delight. How devious of you. But I must admit, I like it. Yi Kong merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. He lifted his gaze towards the base of the mountain, where his spiritual sense had already detected a throng of figures approaching. He Xiong, Zhao Desheng, Lin Shun, and several elders from Danfeng. Altogether, dozens of individuals ranging from golden core to transformation stage. Perfect. It would save time to deal with them all at once rather than hunting them down one by one. Yi Kong concentrated a wisp of chaotic energy at his fingertips, linking it with the formations of the Tiangang array. It seemed that the chaos divine thunder at the mountain's foot sensed his presence. Distant rumbles of thunder began to echo from the clouds, with purple arcs of lightning flickering ominously within. Half an hour later, Li Siyuan, accompanied by Xian Jianzi, met with He Xiong, Zhao Dushing, and others at the foot of Luapa Peak. Zhao Dushing eyed the pale blue barrier before him and glanced at the charred marks on the ground, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes, though he maintained a facade of calmness. Where is Yi Kong? Bring him out. Those who have slain members of the Tai sacred land must return with me to face justice. He Xiong joined in the outcry. Yi Kong, you murdered Elder Zhao. You must be punished. Do not let your actions jeopardize the entire Wandao sect. He positioned himself atop a moral high ground, chastising Yi Kong. The master of Danfeng further fanned the flames. Yi Fengzhu, if you're truly innocent, step forth and clarify. Hiding away only suggests guilt. Yes. Come out and speak the truth. A single rat's droppings spoil the whole pot of porridge. Get out of the Wandao sect. In an instant, a multitude of elders joined in the vitriol. Beside them, Li Siyuan and Xian Jianzi refrained from intervening, allowing the malevolent spirits within the sect to reveal themselves, ready to ensnare them all. The cacophony of insults surged like a tide beyond the pale blue barrier. Get out of the Wandao sect. Coward. Various shouts erupted. Even the master of Danfeng joined in, thumping his thigh in fury. However, within the confines of the barrier atop Luapa Peak, the scene was starkly different. Yi Kong sat beneath the Wudao tea tree, cradling a freshly brewed cup of Wudao tea, leisurely savoring a sip, his gaze never straying outside. Dai Yaoyao, playing with the soul-devouring bell, squatted beside him, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the patterns on the bell as she listened to the uproar outside. A smirk of derision playing at her lips. These people are like rabid dogs. Their noise is unbearable. Should I ring the bell and make them dance again? As she spoke, she raised her hand, only to be gently rapped on the back of her hand by Yi Kong's teacup. What has to hurry? Yi Kong set down his cup, his gaze now fixed on her, his tone more serious than usual. Have you become so arrogant just after breaking through to the golden core? There are two transformation stage cultivators outside, Zhao Dushing and Lin Shun, and He Xiong possesses a Xianbing Lin beast. Do you truly believe your soul-devouring bell can secure victory? Dai Yaoyao pouted, muttering to herself. Back in the day, this demon emperor could manipulate even celestial emperors at will. What is this mere situation? Her lips curled into a feigned defiance as she remarked, did I not recently subdue the golden core, cultivator Li Qingfeng? What the transformation stage cultivators? The soul-devouring bell can disrupt their very spirits. Can Li Qingfeng truly be compared to them? Yi Kong interrupted her, gesturing with his finger to the ground, where the faint remnants of chaos divine thunder still lingered. Lin Shun is no ordinary individual. His eyes possess an unusual quality that can counter your bell's chime. Zhao Dusheng, being an elder of the Tai sacred land, undoubtedly possesses soul-protecting treasures. If you recklessly act, and they seize upon your flaws, what then? He paused, softening his tone, laced with sincere admonition. I am aware of your exceptional talent, solid foundation, rapid breakthroughs, and formidable abilities. However, caution is the key to longevity in this world of cultivation. It is a brutal realm. A moment's negligence can cost one their life. One must strategize before taking action, to know oneself, and the adversary ensures victory in every battle. Dai Yaoyao hesitated momentarily at his words, but soon resumed her nonchalant demeanor. She lifted her gaze to Yi Kong, observing his earnest expression, devoid of jest, which struck her as somewhat amusing. These principles were as familiar to her as the back of her hand from her past endeavors in quelling the demonic realm and resisting the onslaught of the celestial domain. Yet, for reasons unknown, she refrained from her usual retort and instead nodded obediently. I understand. You truly are like a mentor to me, so wordy. Nevertheless, she thought to herself, well, considering his genuine concern for my safety, I will indulge him for a while. After all, those outside shall not stir much trouble. Let us see how he manages the situation, saving me the effort and spiritual energy. She settled herself beneath the tea tree, clipping the soul-devouring bell to her waist, and casually picked the spirit fruit to nibble on, adopting a thoroughly relaxed demeanor. Very well, I shall refrain from intervening and observe your performance. Should you falter, I expect you to brew me spirit chicken soup daily henceforth. Yi Kong watched as she effortlessly transitioned to her languid posture and smiled wryly. This rebellious disciple had finally absorbed some wisdom. He resolved to demonstrate his own capabilities to her, ruffling her hair gently. Fear not, defeat is not in our cards. Chapter 24. Does one require justification for taking life? At this moment, the uproar outside the luminous barrier intensified. He Xiong, noticing Yi Kong's prolonged silence, assumed he was genuinely intimidated and grew increasingly arrogant. Yi Kong, if you are a man, step forth. What prowess is there in hiding behind a formation? The peak master of Danfeng echoed. Sect leader, Yi Kong's cowardice is a clear admission of guilt. Please, give the order to breach the formation and deliver him to the Tai sacred land for reparation. Li Siyuan stood to the side, observing the antics of this troop of clowns with a cold gaze, his fingers discreetly forming a spell. The disciples of the law enforcement hall had already laid the groundwork, ensnaring the traitors, awaiting the moment Yi Kong would act to capture them all in one fell swoop. Xian Jinzi leaned close to Li Siyuan's ear, whispering, Yi Fengzhu is merely testing their patience. When they grow impatient and breach the formation, that shall be the moment to ensnare them. Li Siyuan nudda, his gaze fixed on Yi Kong's silhouette within the barrier, his eyes brimming with approval. The composure he exhibited was far superior to that of his past. Within the shimmering screen, Yi Kong finished the last sip of his cool tea, rose, and gently patted his robes. Dai Yaoyao, having devoured the spirit fruit, wiped her mouth and gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Are we about to begin? Don't embarrass yourself too much, or I shall forever tease you about this. Yi Kong raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, merely lifting his hand to gently wave towards the outside of the screen. The once swirling pale blue light suddenly dissipated, revealing the ominous, dark chaotic clouds behind it. The purple arcs of lightning within the clouds grew increasingly bright, crackling ominously, as if waiting for prey to approach willingly. The cacophony of curses from outside abruptly ceased, with all eyes fixated on the clouds that emanated an aura of destruction, their expressions shifting dramatically. Dai Yaoyao, arms crossed, leaned against the tea tree, grinning like a sly fox. Finally, the show begins. Don't let this emperor down. Yi Xiong was about to speak when Yi Kong's voice, laced with a hint of mirth, echoed throughout the foot of the mountain. Oh, everyone has gathered? Yi Kong regarded the starkly divided factions of Li Siyuan and Zhao Dixing, his smile broadening. Zhao Dixing was momentarily taken aback by Yi Kong's flippant "oh." Soon, however, the chaotic divine thunder in the clouds tightened his chest. Yet spurred by the presence of the Tai Holy Land behind him, he steeled himself and stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Kong. Yi Kong, stop pretending to be mad. Elder Zhao Daiju is a core elder of the Tai Holy Land. How dare you attempt to kill him? If you do not provide a reasonable explanation to the Holy Land today, not only you, but the entire Wandao sect shall face dire consequences. He deliberately raised his voice, seeking to crush Yi Kong under the weight of the Holy Land's authority. But to his surprise, Yi Kong merely scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. An explanation? Does one need a reason to kill Zhao Dizhu? As soon as the words left his mouth, he stepped forward, and the oppressive aura of the initial stage of transformation surged forth, striking like an unseen hammer upon the hearts of all present. Moreover, does one require justification for taking a life? Boom! This declaration resounded like thunder among the crowd, leaving everyone in shock. Yi Xiong stood with his mouth agape, the curses that had been ready to spill forth caught in his throat. The leader of the Dan Peak widened his eyes, as if he had heard an absurd tale. Even Zhao Dashing found himself rooted in place. He had anticipated Yi Kong to defend himself, to deny, or even to capitulate, yet he had never envisioned such audacity. To claim that killing required no justification? It was as if he had ground the dignity of the Tai Holy Land into the dirt. Arrogant, utterly arrogant. The first to react was the leader of the Dan Peak, who pointed at Yi Kong, exclaiming, "Do you think that breaking through to the transformation stage makes you impressive? The Tai Holy Land could obliterate you with a mere gesture. Ignorant, utterly ignorant." Yi Xiong echoed the outcry. Elder Zhao stands behind the entire Tai Holy Land. You are inviting calamity upon the Wandao sect. Lin Chen's true, I throbbed violently as he fixed his gaze on Yi Kong, desperately seeking any hint of panic in his expression, yet all he perceived was an icy indifference. To Yi Kong, these individuals were merely ants awaiting slaughter. The cacophony of insults surged once more intense than before. A few impulsive golden core disciples had already gripped their weapons, itching to rush forward. Li Siyuan and Xian Jianzi exchanged a glance, both astonished by what they saw in each other's eyes. They were aware of Yi Kong's exceptional prowess, yet they were unprepared for his overwhelming dominance, which left no room for negotiation. At that moment, Yi Kong made his move. He ceased his idle chatter. Raising his right hand, the pitch-black sword of celestial slaying materialized in his palm. The blade was entwined with a murky chaos energy, and as he unleashed the sword aura, the surrounding air was rent with minute fissures. In the blink of an eye, he dashed forth like a phantom, his speed so swift that he left behind mere afterimages, directly plunging into the heart of the most vociferous crowd. With a swift motion, the first sword aura cleaved through the air, aimed at the elder of the Pill Peak who had shouted the loudest. Before the elder could react, the sword aura pierced through his chest, his spiritual energy dissipating instantaneously, and his lifeless body fell to the ground without a sound of protest. The second strike. Yi Kong did not falter in his steps. He pivoted and unleashed another blow, this time targeting a disciple from the beast-taming peak standing beside He Xiong. That disciple, who had previously incited the crowd alongside He Xiong, was now paralyzed with terror. Attempting to evade, he was struck by the sword aura on his shoulder, his entire arm severed in an instant, blood splattering all over He Xiong. Ah! The cries of anguish finally erupted, and the crowd descended into chaos. Yi Kong wielded the sword of celestial slaying as if he were in a realm devoid of opposition. Wherever the dark sword aura passed, both the elders who had instigated and the impulsive disciples fell to the ground. He employed no complex techniques. Each strike was simple and direct, yet devastatingly precise. The chaos energy clung to the blade, effortlessly cleaving through even the spiritual shields of Nascent Soul cultivators. This scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Li Siyuan's hand, which was forming a spell, froze mid-air, while Xian Jinzi's grip on his sword trembled slightly. They had anticipated Yi Kong would leverage the formation or confront Zhao Dushing and others. They never imagined he would unsheath his sword and kill with such efficiency. Akin to harvesting crops, Dai Yaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment, her action of nibbling on a spirit fruit suspended in mid-air, her purple eyes brimming with excitement. Wow, this old man, usually so lethargic, can strike with such ferocity? Even more imposing than this demon emperor in his prime. Initially intending to watch the spectacle, she now found herself gripping the soul-biting bell tightly, her gaze sparkling as she focused intently on Yi Kong, a thrill of exhilaration curling her lips into a smile. This was indeed someone capable of unsealing the myriad realms of the celestial domain. He Xiong trembled violently, his ice-scaled beast howling in frenzy, yet daring not to advance a single step. Zhao Dashing's complexion turned ashen as he hastily summoned a violet shield, placing it protectively in front of him, pouring his divine power into it with fervor. He hadn't anticipated that Yi Kong would act so decisively, nor that his strength would be even more ferocious than what he had witnessed in the illusion. Lin Shun retreated several steps, the eye of truth on his forehead flickering erratically. He could perceive that the chaos energy on Yi Kong's sword harbored the essence of destructive principles, sending a shiver through even his advanced divine transformation. This is inconceivable. How could he, having just broken through to the nascent soul stage, advance so swiftly to the god transformation stage with such formidable strength? Yi Kong, with a single stroke of his sword, sent a golden core disciple flying. He turned to face Zhao Dashing and He Xiong, whose faces were ashen, the tip of his sword dripping with fresh blood. His tone remaining calm, yet laced with an icy chill. You were quite vocal just now. Why the silence now? Chapter 25, Effortless Slaughter. He advanced step by step, with each footfall fracturing the ground beneath him, a chaotic sword aura swirling around, forming a pitch-black aura. The crowd instinctively recoiled, the earlier jeers having vanished, leaving only the sound of labored breaths and expressions of fear. Li Siyuan finally regained his composure, taking a deep breath, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. With Yi Kong having taken action, he had no need to hide anymore. He raised his hand, and the disciples of the law enforcement hall surged forward, encircling the elders and disciples who had not yet been slain but had participated in the ruckus, shouting, "Those who collude with outsiders and incite internal strife shall be killed." Xian Jinzi swung his sword, coldly addressing the remaining peak masters. "Anyone who dares to assist outsiders against Master, ye shall be seen as an enemy of the Wandao sect." At the moment Yi Kong drew his sword, the situation had completely reversed. Dai Yaoyao leaned against a tea tree, observing Yi Kong's warlike figure and the traitors surrounded by the law enforcement hall. Unable to resist, whistling, "Old man, well done. I'll reward you with an extra chicken leg later." Hearing this, a slight smile crept onto Yi Kong's lips as he raised the sword of slaying immortals once more, this time aiming directly at the pale Zhao Dusheng and He Xiong. "Now, it's your turn." Upon seeing the sword pointed at him, Zhao Dusheng's expression shifted from ashen to fierce in an instant. He abruptly slapped the sacred fire token at his waist, bellowing, "Yi Kong, do you truly believe that being in the early stages of God transformation grants you free reign? The means of the Tai sacred land are beyond your imagination." Before his words faded, the token erupted into blinding golden flames, coalescing before him into a towering shield inscribed with sacred fire runes. A searing heat radiating that warped the surrounding air. This was the 5th-tier superior defensive spiritual artifact, the Sacred Fire Shield, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a peak God transformation cultivator. Sacred Fire Burning Heaven Palm. Zhao Dusheng immediately unleashed a palm strike, the golden flames gathering in his palm to form a lion-shaped blaze, surging towards Yi Kong with the intent to incinerate all. First, he would use the Sacred Fire Shield to block the sword of slaying immortals, then employ the Sacred Fire Palm to burn away Yi Kong's chaotic power. This was his ultimate combination technique, one that had previously allowed him to slay equally ranked rogue cultivators. Yi Kong regarded the approaching flames with an unwavering gaze. He gently vibrated the sword of slaying immortals, as the dark chaotic sword aura entwined around the blade, actively meeting the Sacred Fire Palm. The fire of the Tai sacred land dares to flaunt itself before me? Boom! At the moment the chaotic sword aura collided with the sacred fire palm, the golden flames rapidly diminished as if confronted by frost. The fire that could incinerate spiritual power being gradually devoured by the chaotic force, leaving not even a trace of heat behind. Zhao Dusheng's pupils constricted sharply. Just as he intended to activate the sacred fire shield for enhanced defense, he saw Yi Kong's figure flicker and arrive before the shield. The immortal slaying sword, infused with chaotic power, lightly struck the center of the shield. With a resounding crack, the 5th-tier high-grade spiritual artifact, the Sacred Fire Shield, split open as if made of paper, its golden runes dimming instantly while the searing heat dissipated significantly. Zhao Dusheng was paralyzed with terror, frantically attempting to retract the shield. But Yi Kong, with a flick of his wrist, directed the sword energy through the fissure, cleaving the Sacred Fire Shield in two. "No!" Zhao Dusheng let out a desperate howl, turning to flee, only to be pierced through the back by a chaotic sword energy flung carelessly by Yi Kong. The initial stage transformation power was utterly powerless against the chaotic force, crumbling in an instant. He staggered and collapsed to the ground, crimson blood seeping from his wound, his breath fading rapidly. Beside him, He Xiong watched in horror, his eyes wide with disbelief. He clearly understood Zhao Dusheng's strength. Initial stage transformation combined with a 5th-tier high-grade spiritual artifact, and yet he had fallen to Yi Kong in merely 3 moves. Realizing he was no match, he had no choice but to gamble everything. With a sudden, fierce grip, he shattered the beast pouch at his waist and cried, "Alin, fuse the soul." With a roar, the Xianbing Lin beast surged forth from the pouch, its form expanding to a length of 10 feet, its icy scales radiating a bone-chilling aura. He Xiong leapt into the air, colliding his forehead with that of the Xianbing Lin beast. The faint blue energy of the beast's soul surged into his body through his brow. This was the forbidden technique of the beast-taming peak, soul fusion, allowing temporary access to the beast's power, elevating one's cultivation to the initial stage of transformation, albeit at the cost of the beast's essence and the risk of backlash. Now fused, He Xiong's skin was covered with fine, icy scales. A pale blue vertical pupil appeared on his forehead, and his hands transformed into icy claws, his aura surging close to the initial stage of transformation. "Yi Kong, I will fight you," he declared, launching himself toward Yi Kong with claws capable of freezing souls, leaving icy traces on the ground. Yi Kong regarded him with disdain. Foolhardy creature, daring to recklessly fuse with a beast's soul. He activated the Chaotic Creation Sutra, his chaotic power surging and forming a grayish barrier around him. The moment He Xiong's icy claws made contact with the barrier, the chilling energy was absorbed instantaneously. Even the icy scales began to melt. "How can this be?" He Xiong's face contorted in disbelief. His Xianbing cold energy could freeze even the spiritual power of transformation cultivators. How could it be so easily absorbed by Yikong? Yikong offered no time for contemplation, swinging the immortal slaying sword once more. A pitch-black sword energy slicing directly at the point of connection between He Xiong and the Xianbing Lin beast. Its vulnerability. As the sword energy passed through, the faint blue light connecting He Xiong to the Xianbing Lin beast shattered instantly. The beast let out a heart-wrenching cry, rapidly diminishing in size, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Without the beast soul support, He Xiong's cultivation plummeted back to the peak of the Nascent Soul stage, suffering a violent backlash that forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood as he staggered backward. Yikong stepped forward, pointing his sword at He Xiong's throat. His tone icy. You covet the legacy of the fallen peak, colluding with the Tai Chi's sacred land, and even plot against my disciple. Today, you shall pay with your life. No, please spare me, Master Yi. I was wrong. He Xiong completely collapsed, kneeling on the ground in a plea for mercy. I am willing to relinquish the beast master peak, willing to serve like a beast of burden. Yikong's gaze remained unwavering as he lightly thrust the sword of immortal slaying, and He Xiong's head rolled to the ground, blood staining the earth crimson. A profound silence enveloped the foot of the mountain. Even the actions of the law enforcement hall disciples came to a halt. Li Siyuan stood frozen in place, oblivious to the jade slip of communication that had fallen from his hand. He fixated on the sword of immortal slaying in Yikong's grip and the chaotic power surrounding him, murmuring, the chaotic physique, one sword slays immortals with such power. Even the pinnacle of the transformation god stage may not be his match. Xian Jianzi's hand trembled slightly as he stroked his beard, his eyes filled with astonishment. My senior brother once claimed that Yikong is the hope of the 10,000 Paths sect. I was skeptical. But now it appears he is not merely hope, but the very pillar capable of bearing the sect. Tai Wuqing, the master of the instrument peak, widened his eyes, his gaze firmly locked on the sword of immortal slaying, his breath quickening. That sword, its blade bears chaotic patterns, forged from ancient chaotic iron. No wonder it can effortlessly cleave through the sacred fire shield. At the back of the crowd, Lin Shun felt a sharp pain in his third eye, watching Yikong swiftly eliminate He Xiong. Sensing the all-consuming chaotic power, and fear enveloped his heart. His true eye could pierce through cultivation realms. Yet could not fathom the essence of chaotic power. His early transformation god cultivation level made the outcome of a battle with Yikong uncertain. He cannot remain. He must flee immediately. Chapter 26. Refining the chaotic divine thunder. Lin Shen quietly retreated, striving to diminish his presence, his eyes filled with hatred. He had initially hoped to profit from the chaos, but did not foresee the terrifying might of Yikong's power. Remaining any longer would only lead to a fate akin to that of Zhao Duxing and He Xiong. Under the tea tree, Dai Yaoyao had already risen, her violet eyes sparkling with excitement. Unable to contain herself, she waved her fist and exclaimed, "Old man, well done. Now, this is what fighting looks like." The aura of the demon emperor from years past. Previously, she had found Yikong verbose. But now she realized that his domineering presence was far more reassuring than any words. Yikong sheathed his sword, surveying the surroundings. The oppressive weight of chaotic power enveloping the area, and none dared to meet his gaze. He kicked aside He Xiong's corpse, his tone flat, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Please take care of this." However, no one responded. Only the sound of the wind passing through the chaotic clouds and the occasional sounds of swallowing could be heard. Yikong ceased to speak further, turning to walk toward the fallen peak, leaving behind a crowd in shock and a multitude of cold corpses. Li Siyuan gazed at his retreating figure, took a deep breath, and commanded the disciples of the law enforcement hall, clear the scene and register the list of elders and disciples involved in the rebellion. From this day forth, the 10,000 Paths sect shall declare war on the Tai Chi sacred land. Xian Jianzi watched as Yikong's figure vanished into the pale, azure light, a smile gracing his lips. The new era of the 10,000 Paths sect has indeed arrived. As Yikong stepped into the celestial array, he was abruptly confronted by Dai Yaoyao. The young woman stood with her hands on her hips beneath the enlightenment tea tree, the soul-biting bell jingling in her palm, her violet eyes brimming with indignation. "Old man, you slaughtered so effortlessly just now, yet you allowed that Lin Shun fellow to escape?" She had clearly witnessed Lin Shen slipping away amidst the chaos, while Yikong remained fixated on Zhao Duxing and He Xiong, entirely oblivious to Lin Shen's movements. That individual possessed the eye of truth and concealed the transformation into divinity. Letting him go this time would undoubtedly invite future retribution. Dai Yaoyao's indignation swelled as she poked Yikong's arm, accusing him. Did you get so carried away with your bravado that you forgot about him? Yikong, caught off guard by her jab, felt a slight flush creep to his ears, realizing she had struck a nerve. His mind had been preoccupied with swift resolution. Coupled with the overwhelming aura of the chaotic sword energy, he truly had neglected Lin Chen's whereabouts. Yet, how could he possibly admit to such a lapse? Feigning composure, Yikong cleared his throat twice and turned to stride towards the center of the courtyard. I intentionally let him go, he asserted, stroking his chin and fabricating a serious demeanor. Lin Chen undoubtedly has backing. Sparing him allows us to ensnare an even greater prize. If I were to eliminate him now, it would merely alert the unsuspecting. Dai Yaoyao narrowed her eyes at him, scrutinizing for a moment before bursting into laughter. Spare me the theatrics. I distinctly saw you glance around after dispatching He Xiong, and you hesitated for a heartbeat. You certainly forgot about him. As a reincarnation of the Demon Emperor, her ability to read subtle cues was ingrained in her very being. Yikong's minor embarrassment was far from hidden from her. Unfazed by her revelation, Yikong raised an eyebrow. And even if I did forget, what of it? He is merely Lin Chen. He poses no significant threat. When he returns, it will serve as an opportunity for you to hone your skills. Once you break through to the Nascent Soul stage, how else will you solidify your cultivation without testing yourself against several transformation into divinity practitioners? Really? Dai Yaoyao regarded him with skepticism. Would you genuinely be so benevolent? Of course. Yikong's lips curled into a smile, betraying the awkwardness of letting Lin Chen slip away. He then gazed up at the chaotic clouds swirling above the fallen peak. Those storm clouds had lingered for 100,000 years, and now, with his breakthrough into transformation into divinity and mastery over the chaotic creation scripture, he finally possessed the capability to refine them. Allow me to present you with a surprise, Yikong declared, raising his hand towards the clouds in a gesture of grasping. Watch closely. This is the true treasure. Before his words fell silent, the chaotic energy surrounding him surged dramatically, a grayish mist soaring skyward, intertwining with the purple storm clouds. The thunderclouds appeared to awaken, churning violently as arcs of purple lightning crackled, yet they did not disperse outward. Rather, they were gradually drawn towards Yikong's palm by the chaotic force. Is he attempting to absorb the chaotic thunderclouds into his body? Dai Yaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld Yikong. She could sense the destructive power contained within the storm clouds. Even a mere touch could severely wound a practitioner of transformation into divinity. Yet Yikong dared to refine them directly. The violet thundercloud, enveloped in chaotic energy, gradually diminished in size, transforming from a vast canopy that obscured the sky into a sphere the size of a basketball, ultimately dispersing into a delicate thread of lavender lightning that slipped through Yikong's fingertips and into his being. A formidable aura erupted from Yikong. Though he remained at the initial stage of the god transformation, his combat prowess had significantly increased. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a slender arc of purple lightning dancing around his fingertips, his heart brimming with exhilaration. This thundercloud could serve not only as a shield, but also as a source of power. In future encounters with adversaries, he would no longer need to rely on formations. As the chaotic thundercloud was refined, the spiritual veins beneath the desolate peak erupted in full force. Purified spiritual energy gushed forth like a fountain, spreading throughout the entire Wandao sect via the Tiangang formation. The roar of the furnace atop Weapon Peak was deafening, propelling Tai Wuching's cultivation to the mid-stage of god transformation. Above the medicinal fields of Pill Peak, a rare spiritual rain fell, rejuvenating the withered millennium-old spiritual mushrooms. The disciples of the miscellaneous court were overwhelmed with joy, as those previously stuck at the Qi refinement stage broke through directly to the foundation establishment stage under the cleansing of spiritual energy. Talented inner disciples leaped from the mid-stage of Golden Core to the late stage, while some even shattered the barriers of the Nascent Soul, inviting the luminous aura of tribulation. The entire Wandao sect basked in a fervor of breakthroughs. Lisa Yuan stood before the scripture pavilion, sensing the restless barrier of peak god transformation within himself, his eyes alight with excitement. The chaotic thundercloud, Yikong actually managed to refine it. Such prowess might surpass even that of our ancestors from 100,000 years ago. Xian Jianzi stroked his beard, gazing towards the desolate peak, a broad smile upon his face. With such a successor, how could the Wandao sect not reclaim its former glory? Meanwhile, atop desolate peak, Dai Yaoyao was seated cross-legged beneath a tea tree, harnessing the surging spiritual energy from the spiritual veins to elevate her cultivation. She felt the fusion of calamity energy, chaotic spiritual power, and golden core strength within her, culminating in a direct breakthrough to the peak of the Nascent Soul. Even awakening much of the remnant soul of the Demon Emperor, given a little more time, a breakthrough to God transformation was imminent. Peak of the Nascent Soul? Dai Yaoyao paused for a moment, having only felt a sense of relief during the outpouring of spiritual energy without delving deeper. Now, upon introspection, she discovered that the barrier of the golden core had long shattered, with pure spiritual energy flowing through her meridians, propelling her directly to the peak of the Nascent Soul. I have broken through to the peak of the Nascent Soul. She sprang up, her spiritual energy erupting uncontrollably. The intertwining golden and black aura swirling around the tea tree 3 times, even causing the leaves to tremble. This speed of breakthrough was more than 10 times faster than in her previous life. Old man, your abilities are becoming increasingly outrageous. Dai Yaoyao opened her eyes and offered a tender bud freshly picked from the tea tree. Here, this is your reward. This tea now contains lightning patterns, and brewing it will enhance your spiritual energy. Yi Kong accepted the tea, his fingertips brushing against the delicate lavender patterns on the bud, unable to restrain a smile. At least you still have a bit of conscience. Just then, the voice of the system chimed in. Ding! The detection indicates that the eldest disciple, Dai Yaoyao, has reached the pinnacle of the Nascent Soul stage, prompting the system to reward the host with the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Chapter 27. Lin Chen's Hatred. The pinnacle of transformation. Indeed, it seems I must take on a few more disciples. After all, I can afford it. He lifted his gaze toward the entrance of the Wandao sect, his consciousness quietly unfurling. Lin Chen's aura had already fled to the outskirts of the Wandao sect, yet Yi Kong remained unperturbed, having refined the chaotic thunderclouds. Lin Chen was struck by the chaotic divine lightning. Should he dare to return, even from a distance of 1,000 miles, the chaotic lightning patterns would be able to lock onto him. Let him frolic for a few days. Yi Kong tucked the tea leaves into his robe, observing Dai Yaoyao as she once again closed her eyes in meditation, a reassuring smile gracing his lips. The seal of the Wandao celestial domain has been lifted, and the traitors have been eradicated. Next, it is up to Li Siyuan to lead the Wandao sect in overcoming obstacles and restoring its former glory. For now, it is about accompanying this rebellious disciple as she grows gradually, and then exploring the scenic vistas of the other celestial domains. Not to mention taking on disciples. The pestilent marsh of the Wandao celestial domain was overgrown with grass taller than his knees, shrouded in miasma. Lin Chen stumbled into a cave, unable to endure any longer. Collapsing onto the cold stone ground, black blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. In his haste to escape, he had forcibly activated his transformation stage powers, only to be rebuffed by the residual lightning patterns of the chaotic thunderclouds. At this moment, his internal spiritual energy was in disarray, and even his eye of truth had dimmed. He pulled out his last healing pill and swallowed it, the gentle spiritual energy easing some of his pain. Yet suddenly, a message from the Wandao sect flashed through his mind. Yi Kong had actually given the Wandao celestial scriptures to Li Siyuan and moved the Wandao cauldron to the scripture repository. That cauldron could automatically impart techniques based on a disciple's talent, enabling even the most ordinary inner disciples to receive matching martial skills. With a sudden burst, Lin Chen spat out another mouthful of blood, this time fueled by rage. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood trickling down between his fingers. Why did I rush to monopolize everything back then? He recalled the first surge of spiritual energy, when he was seeking evidence against Yi Kong for murder and missed the opportunity of the spiritual veins revival. Ironically, the evidence was found, yet what of it? Yi Kong had taken action and killed. Yi Kong's words, "Does one need a reason to kill?" echoed in his mind. Indeed, to kill, one needs no reason. This time, while Yi Kong absorbed the chaotic thunderclouds, he was fleeing in panic, not daring to inhale even a breath of the dense spiritual energy above the Wandao sect. Had he remained at the Wandao sect, with his transformation stage powers and the talent of the Eye of Truth, the Wandao cauldron would have surely bestowed upon him the most exceptional legacy. 2 surges of spiritual energy would have been sufficient for him to break through to the pinnacle of transformation, perhaps even touch the barriers of the void refinement stage. Then, the Wandao sect would not be beyond his control. It is all Yikong's fault. Lin Chun slammed his fist onto the ground, sending stone fragments flying. His eyes filled with a frenzied resentment. If it were not for him killing Zhao Di's who's ruining my plans, would I have been forced to flee? If it were not for him refining the chaotic thunderclouds, how could I have missed 2 opportunities for breakthrough? He retrieved the Tai Chi Sacred Land token from his bosom, the sacred flame pattern upon it glimmering faintly amidst the miasma. Once regarded as his trump card, this token now bore an ironic weight. He had initially intended to harness the power of the Tai Chi Sacred Land to eliminate Yikong, but now, with Zhao Dishing deceased, he found himself a wretched outcast. The Eye of Truth. My Eye of Truth can penetrate formations and trace back to the source. The myriad paths will surely grant me the finest inheritance, Lin Chen murmured, his gaze vacant, brimming with resentment. I was meant to be the chosen one of the myriad path, celestial domain. It is Yikong. He has stolen everything from me. He had never reflected upon his own avarice. Had he not sought to monopolize the inheritance of the fallen peak? Had he not threatened Yikong and colluded with Yixiong? How could he have met such a fate? In his eyes, all misfortunes stemmed from Yikong. The glory, cultivation, and legacy that should have been his were utterly obliterated by Yikong's hand. Yikong. Lin Chen seethed through clenched teeth. The Eye of Truth upon his forehead flickered with a pale blue light before swiftly dimming. The backlash had injured his innate divine ability, rendering even the Eye of Truth temporarily unusable. Struggling to rise, he leaned against the cold cave wall, his expression gradually morphing into one of malice. Do you think that by letting me go, I shall simply concede? He recalled the other celestial auras he had sensed earlier, a manic smile creeping upon his lips. The myriad path, celestial domain, had been unsealed, along with the red sky, celestial domain, and the burning heaven, celestial domain. There were plenty of forces eager to confront the myriad path sect. Yikong, wait for me. Everything I have lost shall be reclaimed from your grasp. He staggered out of the cave, flying towards the exterior of the myriad path, celestial domain, his silhouette growing increasingly indistinct amidst the miasma, leaving behind a cavern filled with the stench of blood and deep-seated hatred. Meanwhile, a distance away at the rocky slope beyond the myriad path sect, he who pressed on despite the wind-whipping sand against his face, clad in dusty, gray attire. His once meticulously arranged hair was now disheveled. Only the azure-scaled, venomous snake coiled upon his wrist remained glossy, its tongue flicking out frequently, exuding a chill that mirrored his pallid visage. Behind him, Li Qingfeng struggled to keep up, his robes still flecked with grass, clearly having fled in a rather disheveled state. Young master, shall we rest for a moment? It has been 3 days since we left the myriad path sect, and I have yet to eat a warm meal. He dared to steal a glance at He Yu's countenance, his voice diminishing. Ever since hearing of He Xiong's demise at Fallen Peak, He Yu had not spared him a kind glance, the oppressive atmosphere around him palpable enough to freeze a soul. Abruptly halting his steps, He Yu turned, his eyes alight with fury, as the azure-scaled snake coiled tighter around his forearm, its head raised slightly towards Li Qingfeng, prompting the latter to hastily retreat a step. Rest? He Yu scoffed coldly, pinching the snake's head with force, causing it to hiss in pain. My father is dead. The dignity of the beast tamer peak has been utterly tarnished. My chance at being the saint's son has vanished, and you suggest I rest? He abruptly raised his hand, unleashing his pent-up fury upon a nearby boulder. His spiritual energy, entwined with venom, struck the stone, eroding it in an instant and creating a gaping hole from which dark poison dripped through the cracks. It's all because of Yikong. He Yu gritted his teeth, his mind flashing with images of his father, He Xiong, brimming with vigor, and the various schemes he had prepared for the sacred son election. These scenes ultimately crystallized into the moment when Yikong wielded his sword to slay He Xiong. If it weren't for his sudden emergence, how could my father have met his demise at the desolate peak? How could I have been reduced to fleeing like a stray dog? Li Qingfeng shrank his neck, softly chiming in, Indeed, that scoundrel Yikong is utterly detestable. He was once a mere foundation establishment waste, yet somehow, through sheer luck, he broke through to the transformation stage and even killed the peak master. He dared not mention He Xiong's collusion with the Tai sacred ground, nor allude to He Xiong's multiple attempts to harm Dai Yaoyao. Instead, he followed He Yu's lead, demeaning Yikong to the utmost. He Yu's expression softened slightly as he retrieved a jade talisman engraved with the Dai sacred ground S totem from his bosom. This was a token of communication between his father, He Xiong, and Zhao Dusheng during his lifetime, and it was his final trump card. His father had once maintained a close relationship with the Dai sacred ground. Although Zhao Dusheng was deceased, the Dai sacred ground would undoubtedly still require someone to keep an eye on the Wandao sect. Clutching the jade talisman tightly, a glimmer of calculation flickered in his eyes. We shall seek refuge with the Dai sacred ground. As long as we can leverage their power to eliminate Yi Kong and reclaim the Beastmaster Peak, I may surpass my father in future endeavors. Chapter 28. The Fallen Dai Yaoyao. Li Qingfeng's eyes brightened. Indeed, the Dai sacred ground possesses formidable strength and will surely be able to confront Yi Kong. The young master is brilliant. In an instant, he forgot his fatigue, his mind brimming with visions of aligning with He Yu at the sacred ground, no longer fearing Yi Kong and basking in the ensuing glory. They lingered no longer and, after discerning their direction, soared towards the location of the Dai sacred ground. As they passed through a small town, they intended to find an inn to rest, only to overhear the laughter of disciples from the Wandao sect within the inn. Have you heard? Peak Master Yi has refined the chaotic thundercloud, and our Wandao sect's spiritual veins have all revived. I just broke through to the late foundation establishment stage yesterday. Not to mention, the Wandao cauldron is transmitting teachings in the scripture pavilion, and even my senior brother, who has average talent, has acquired an earth-level sword technique. Moreover, Peak Master Ye's beloved disciple has directly broken through to the pinnacle of the Nascent Soul stage. From now on, our Wandao sect will no longer fear the Dai sacred ground. These words pierced He Yu's ears like needles. He clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his palms. The azure-scaled serpent sensed its master's wrath and hissed in the direction of the inn. Just you wait. He Yu lowered his voice, his gaze filled with malice. Once I reach the Dai sacred ground, you will all learn the consequences of offending the Beastmaster Peak. He led Li Qingfeng away without daring to linger. Hastening out of the small town, their figures soon vanishing into the mist leading to the Dai sacred ground. Along the way, He Yu glanced at the azure-scaled serpent coiled around his wrist and suddenly let out a cold chuckle. Yi Kong, do you think that by slaying my father you have won? I shall return with the inhabitants of the Tai Chi sacred land and rend you to pieces, transforming the fallen peak into your tomb. As for Dai Yaoyao, I will have her beneath me. The azure-scaled serpent seemed to comprehend his words, nuzzling against his wrist, its forked tongue flickering with bloodthirsty excitement. Meanwhile, within the Tai Chi sacred land, a purple-robed elder clutched a communication jade slip, his brow furrowed in concern. The news of Zhao Dusheng's demise had reached them, and the Wandao sect's stance was unwavering, having produced Yi Kong, who could refine the chaotic thunderclouds, inciting great fury among the higher echelons of the sacred land. At that moment, the disciple announced from outside, Elder, the Vice Master of the Beastmaster Peak, He Yu, seeks an audience, claiming he has urgent matters to report and bears tokens of correspondence from the Peak Master, He Xiong. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in the elder's eyes. He Xiong's son? Let him enter. Just what we need. A person well-versed in the inner workings of the Wandao sect. A new conspiracy began to brew the moment He Yu stepped into the main hall of the Tai Chi sacred land, while Yi Kong, far away at the Wandao sect, remained blissfully unaware. At this moment, he was practicing swordplay with Dai Yaoyao beneath the Enlightenment Tea Tree, oblivious to the fact that two enemies, harboring deep-seated hatred, were converging from different directions to draw new foes upon him. Beneath the Enlightenment Tea Tree, golden and black sword energies interwove intricately. Dai Yaoyao wielded the devouring immortal sword, each strike emanating the pressure of a peak nascent soul, causing the ground to crack with fine fissures and stirring the Tao rhythm of the tea leaves. Swirling around her form, with a swift motion, she executed her final strike, the sword energy precisely severing a crevice in a distant boulder. Standing with her sword sheathed, beads of perspiration glistened on her forehead, yet could not mask the pride in her eyes. She turned to glance at Yi Kong, reclining in a chair, and tilted her chin. Old man, did you see that? The power of a peak nascent soul. In 3 days, I shall surely break through to the transformation god realm. When that time comes, we shall have a duel. If I win, you must share half of the treasures in your storage ring with me. Agerli antijipatink ye conspires. She was met with his nonchalant posture, propped up on one hand, his gaze drifting towards the distant gates of the Wandao sect, seemingly oblivious to her swordplay, murmuring, "Peak of the transformation god realm. Still a bit slow? What kind of disciple should I take? Ideally, one with high talent who is obedient, capable of accumulating experience without requiring my attention. Hey, are you even listening to me?" Dai Yaoyao, indignant, marched over and snatched the cool tea from Yikong's hand. "I'm telling you, I'm about to break through to the transformation god realm, and I want to fight you. Did you hear that?" Only then did Yikong return to the moment, leisurely rising to a seated position, his lips curling into a smirk at her flustered demeanor, a hint of mischief flickering in his eyes. He remained silent, but the aura surrounding him shifted ever so slightly. The previously contained chaotic energy erupted suddenly. The pressure of the peak transformation god realm surging forth like a tidal wave. It was more formidable than during the refining of the thunderclouds. The leaves of the tea tree trembled under the weight of the pressure, and the distant mist was pressed downwards. A pale gray aura of transformation circled around Yikong 3 times, while chaotic lightning patterns flickered at his fingertips, even though he intentionally restrained his power. This overwhelming presence rendered Dai Yaoyao momentarily frozen in place, causing her peak Yuaning-level spiritual energy to struggle under the weight of his might. Have you broken through to the pinnacle of transformation?" Dai Yaoyao's eyes widened, nearly spilling the cold tea in her grasp. She had presumed that Yikong was at most at the mid-stage of transformation. How could he have surged to the pinnacle in just a few days? This rate of advancement was more astounding than that of her reincarnation as a demon emperor. Yikong raised an eyebrow and sighed deliberately. "What can I say? The spiritual energy has been exceptionally rich lately. One can enhance their cultivation even while sitting idle. Unlike certain individuals who, upon breaking through to the peak of Yuanying, become overly proud, leaving gaping flaws in their sword techniques." He took the tea from her hands, taking a sip and delivering a blunt remark. "Even if you had just broken through to the initial stage of transformation, you still wouldn't stand a chance against me." Dai Yao's face flushit crimson, a mix of indignation and shock from the oppressive aura. Clenching her fists, she focused on the aura surrounding Yikong, suddenly recalling something, her eyes widening even further. "The pinnacle of transformation. Does this mean you will live for a long time?" Yikong nearly spat out the tea he had just sipped. "What else did you expect? Do you think transformation cultivators live only a few decades like those in the foundation establishment stage? What about my inheritance?" Dai Yaoyao finally exploded with her core grievance, her voice rising an octave. "I have been waiting from foundation establishment to Yuanying, and from Yuanying to your breakthrough in transformation. Now you leap straight to the pinnacle. Are you intending to live like an old monster, leaving me without the chance to inherit your legacy after I die?" The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, her violet eyes shimmering with tears. "Had I known you would live this long, I would never have taken you as my master. Following you, I can't even catch a glimpse of the inheritance." Half of her sentiment was genuine grievance, while the other half was a feigned act. She turned to leave the formation, declaring, "I'm going to the Wandao sect to find Li Siyuan. He would definitely take me as his disciple and shower me with treasures." Yikong grabbed her arm, both amused and exasperated. "You ungrateful disciple. Is your mind solely on inheritance?" He flicked her forehead playfully. "Is it not good that I live longer? I can cook you hot pot, help you fend off troubles, and teach you sword techniques. Do you wish for me to pass the mantle to you now, only for you to be chased and beaten by Lin Shun and his ilk?" Dai Yaoyao covered her forehead, stubbornly retorting, "I'm not afraid. Even without your protection, I could make them hunt for their teeth." Yet, despite her bravado, her steps did not move away. Instead, she subtly inched closer to Yikong. When she felt the pressure of the pinnacle of transformation earlier, a sense of security washed over her, surpassing any treasure. Observing her contradictory demeanor, Yikong's smile grew warmer. He retracted his oppressive aura and ruffled her hair. "Rest assured, your inheritance is not going anywhere. Once you can surpass me, not only will I give you my storage ring, but even this desolate peak will be yours. However, the condition is that you must first catch up to my cultivation level." Chapter 29. Old man, I shall surpass you. Who would chase after you? Dai Yaoyao averted her gaze, yet secretly clenched her fists, a glimmer of defiance flickering in her eyes. "What of reaching the pinnacle of the transformation stage? My pace of advancement is swift. In 3 months, at most, I shall undoubtedly ascend to that peak, trampling you beneath my feet." Having uttered her declaration, she turned and seized the devouring sword, practicing with even greater fervor than before. Her sword energy, now more formidable, evidently spurred by Yi Kong's pinnacle status. Yi Kong observed her retreating figure, chuckling softly as he shook his head, yet his mind was already formulating plans. It is indeed time to consider taking on an apprentice. Although Dai Yaoyao possesses exceptional talent, her capriciousness and occasional laziness are concerning. If I could find a more composed disciple, the two of them might spur each other on, potentially accelerating my own cultivation. Ideally, I would like to recruit someone adept in alchemy or formations, allowing me the luxury of not having to toil over alchemy myself. With assistance in crafting formations as well. He quietly extended his consciousness, scanning the inner disciples of the Wandao sect. Some exhibited decent talent, but were impulsive in nature, while others were obedient yet mediocre. After much deliberation, he found none to his liking. Never mind, I shall take my time. Yi Kong reclined back in his chair, watching Dai Yaoyao practice her swordsmanship, and as he heard the system notification stating, Disciple Dai Yaoyao has comprehended the sword of slaying immortals to great perfection. Rewarding the host with profound insights, a smile inevitably crept upon his lips. With such a spirited and rebellious apprentice, even without a new disciple for the time being, my cultivation shall gradually flourish. As for Dai Yaoyao's obsession with inheritance, when she truly breaks through to the transformation stage, she shall find herself disappointed once more. Within the grand hall of the Wandao sect, the air was fragrant with sandalwood. Li Siyuan, clad in the robes of the sect leader, sat at the head of the table. Xian Jianzi, Tai Wuqing, and other peak masters were positioned on either side, each bearing solemn expressions, yet concealing a hint of exhilaration. Spread across the table was a newly drafted sect charter, the ink still fresh, yet radiating a determination akin to burning bridges. Effective immediately, the scripture pavilion shall be accessible to all disciples, regardless of inner or outer sect status. Any who have reached the foundation establishment stage may enter to receive teachings from the Wandao Cauldron. Li Siyuan's voice resonated steadily throughout the hall. Yet he added one stipulation. After receiving teachings, disciples must register their learnings in the law enforcement hall, should anyone dare to transmit knowledge to outsiders. They shall be dealt with as traitors to the sect. Xian Jinzi nodded first. This initiative is indeed commendable. The Wandao Cauldron can transmit teachings according to need, perfectly compensating for the shortcomings in our sect's cultivation methods. Just yesterday, a disciple from the artifact Peak, though of mediocre talent, obtained the long-lost heavenly craftsmanship technique from the cauldron and forged 3 third-tier spirit artifacts overnight. This exemplifies the power of inheritance. Tai Wuqing tightened his grip on the hammer, his eyes brimming with agreement. Precisely. Previously, our disciples at the artifact Peak suffered due to the lack of high-tier forging techniques. Now, with the Wandao Cauldron, we shall surely restore our forging standards within half a year. Li Siyuan raised his hand to calm the room, continuing. The second matter concerns the reform of sect resources. From this point forward, spirit stones, elixirs, and spiritual plants shall no longer be allocated based on status, but rather through a contribution point system. Hunting demonic beasts, gathering spiritual materials, guarding the mountain gate, and even assisting the alchemy Peak in refining elixirs and the artifact Peak in forging weapons can all be exchanged for contribution points, which can then be redeemed for resources. Those with exceptional talents, if they become complacent, may find that their resources pale in comparison to the diligent efforts of ordinary disciples. This rule applies equally to all, starting from us Peak masters. Upon hearing this, the previously hesitant acting master of the alchemy Peak immediately expressed his agreement. The sovereign is wise. The previous wastage of resources in the alchemy Peak was severe. With contribution points, the disciples will surely dedicate themselves more earnestly to alchemy. I have already instructed someone to inventory the medicinal fields, and we will be able to commence accepting alchemy tasks for contribution points in 3 days. The other Peak masters echoed his sentiments. They had obtained cultivation techniques suited to their own levels from the myriad cauldron, leading to breakthroughs in their powers. Xian Jianzi was poised to break through the illusory realm, while Tai Wuqing had advanced to the late stage of transformation. The master of the array Peak received a legacy of array techniques. Each Peak master reaped benefits, and their sense of belonging to the sect had transformed significantly. The previous selfish desires gradually gave way to the resolve to preserve the myriad Dao sect in the face of the opportunities and crises presented by the unsealing of the myriad Dao immortal domain. The third matter at hand was the reconstruction of the alchemy Peak and the Beastmaster Peak. Li Siyuan gazed out of the hall, his eyes resting on the desolate direction of the Beastmaster Peak. The alchemy Peak would be temporarily overseen by junior brother Lin, who would first take stock of the remaining alchemical recipes and cauldrons. I will select disciples with high alchemical talents from the myriad cauldron to supplement the peak. As for the Beast Master peak, he paused, his tone turning serious. He Xiong is dead. If the disciples of the Beast Master peak wish to repent, they may remain in the outer sect to observe. Should anyone dare to collude with outside enemies again, they shall be dealt with mercilessly. The new Peak Master will not be appointed for now and will be managed by the Law Enforcement Hall until a loyal and reliable successor can be chosen from among the disciples after the battle. Everyone responded in unison, and the atmosphere in the hall shifted from initial tension to fervent excitement. Each person understood that this was not merely an ordinary sect reform, but a necessary preparation for the impending war. The Tai Holy Land would not relent, and other immortal domains were likewise watching closely. Only by empowering the myriad Dao sect swiftly could they survive the approaching storm. As news spread, the myriad Dao sect was abuzz with activity. A long queue formed outside the scripture pavilion, with disciples eagerly awaiting their turn at the myriad cauldron, even if it meant only acquiring basic techniques. On a outer sect disciple, upon entering the pavilion, was greeted by a soft green glow emanating from the cauldron, and a phantom of the Qing Yuan breathing technique integrated into his consciousness, perfectly suited to his spiritual roots. He broke through to the 12th layer of Qi refinement on the spot, overwhelmed with joy. The contribution point redemption area was lively, with disciples eagerly accepting tasks. Some formed teams to hunt demonic beasts in the Black Wind Valley. Others accompanied Alchemy Peak disciples to weed the medicinal fields. And even those previously lazy inner disciples were now fully motivated to earn contribution points. Everyone aspired to quickly redeem elixirs to solidify their cultivation after receiving teachings from the myriad cauldron. In the medicinal fields of the Alchemy Peak, newly appointed disciples diligently learned to identify spiritual herbs under the guidance of the acting Peak Master. Although their techniques were still awkward, their earnestness was evident. The forges of the artifact Peak roared day and night, with Tai Wuching personally instructing disciples in the art of forging, the flames illuminating half the sky. Disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall, clad in freshly forged armor, patrol both within and beyond the sect, their gazes sharp as that of a hawk. As the sun descends, Li Siyuan stands atop the main peak, surveying this vibrant scene, yet remains vigilant. He retrieves a communication jade slip and sends a message to Yi Kong. The scripture repository is now open, the Wan Dao Cauldron operates smoothly, and the disciples are advancing rapidly. However, there may be movements from the Tai Yi Sacred Land. In this time of crisis, I hope Master Yi will intervene. Soon, a concise reply from Yi Kong arrives. Understood. Attend to the sect's affairs. If a conflict arises, I will act. Li Siyuan gazes at the jade slip, a wry smile crossing his face. Yi Kong retains his ethereal demeanor, yet exudes an air of assurance that conveys, "With me here, you need not worry." He lifts his gaze towards the direction of the fallen peak, where clouds swirl and chaotic thunder patterns faintly emerge, resembling the most steadfast support of the Wan Dao sect. Xian Jianzi approaches him, following his line of sight. With Master Yi present, our odds have increased significantly, not merely by 30%. A glint of determination flashes in Li Siyuan's eyes. The Wan Dao Cauldron transmits power, the spiritual veins rejuvenate, and the morale of the disciples, coupled with Master Ye's chaotic divine thunder, means that this time, victory is not beyond our grasp. Should we triumph, the Wan Dao sect could once more bask in the glory of 100,000 years past, reclaiming its rightful place as the true sovereign of the Wan Dao immortal domain. Conversely, defeat would condemn us to become vassals of other immortal realms, or worse, face annihilation. The harsh reality of the cultivation world now weighs heavily upon the hearts of every disciple of the Wan Dao sect. As night deepens, the lights of the Wan Dao sect shine brighter than ever, the sounds of disciples practicing, forging, and alchemizing intertwining to create a stirring prelude to the impending war. Chapter 30. The Conspiracy of Chun Tai within the Sacred Fire Hall of the Tai Yi Sacred Land. Golden flames quietly flicker atop 12 coiling dragon pillars, casting a radiant glow upon every gilded ornament within the hall. Zhao Wujia sits regally upon the highest jade throne, his golden robe cascading to his ankles, the pearls on his crown swaying slightly with his movements. A nonchalant expression graces his handsome features, yet his fingertips press the communication jade tablet with such force that it begins to crack. The voice of the purple-robed elder emanates from the tablet, each word crystal clear. "Holy Son, Yikong of the Wan Dao sect has broken through to the early stage of deification, refining the chaotic thunderclouds, and has taken the immortal grade dark spiritual root Dai Yaoyao as his disciple. He alone, son of Yixiong, has pledged allegiance to us and is willing to act as a guide to help us seize the Wan Dao sect. Yikong. Zhao Wujia murmurs this name, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, while a flicker of repressed malice, dormant for a century, glimmers in his eyes. 100 years ago, his extraordinary talent, 3 days to foundation, astonished the Wan Dao immortal domain, earning him the title of a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Yet, before he could fully relish in the accolades, news arrived of Yikong achieving 1 day to foundation. From that moment, the title of the foremost genius in the Wan Dao immortal domain was reduced to mere whispers of being the second best. Eventually, upon hearing that Yikong had incurred divine retribution and his cultivation stagnated, he gradually set his heart at ease, dismissing him as a fleeting, worthless phenomenon. However, now this incompetent individual has not only transcended the initial stage of divinity, but has also refined the chaotic thundercloud. He has even taken in the coveted celestial dark spirit root, which even the sacred lands desire, as a disciple. How can he possibly endure this? The celestial dark spirit root. Zhao Wuji's fingertips traced the armrest of the jade throne, where the carved patterns of sacred fire instantly illuminated. It is said that this spirit root can devour calamities and transform its essence. If I can refine it, my indestructible body of sacred fire will undoubtedly break through to the realm of virtuality, paving the way for infinite possibilities in the future. Yikong, by what virtue do you deserve such a disciple? He suddenly raised his hand, casting the jade token to the ground. As it shattered, 2 figures clad in purple robes swiftly entered the hall and knelt on one knee, asking, "What orders does the Holy Sun have? Relay my commands." Zhao Wuji's voice resonated with undeniable authority. "Mobilize the 3,000 sacred fire guards of the Holy Land, and I shall personally lead them to swiftly obliterate the myriad Dao sect." The 2 purple-robed cultivators exchanged glances, hastily advising, "Holy Sun, consider carefully. The myriad Dao sect possesses Yikong's chaotic divine thunder, as well as the enhancement of the myriad Dao cauldron. Acting recklessly may lead to significant losses. It would be wiser to let you first ascertain the situation before making plans." Ascertain the situation? Zhao Wuji scoffed, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a peak divinity that filled the hall. The golden flames within surged by 3 feet in an instant. A mere incompetent at the initial stage of divinity dares to challenge us? A century ago, I could suppress him. A century later, I shall ensure he has no place to bury his remains. He descended from the jade throne, his golden robe flowing like sunlight in the flames. Yet his gaze was as frigid as ice. As for he is but a stray dog. He shall serve as a guide. If he dares to play tricks, eliminate him immediately. Understood. The 2 purple-robed cultivators dared not offer further counsel and promptly withdrew. Alone in the hall, Zhao Wuji approached the sacred fire pillar, raising his hand to touch the burning golden flames. The flames coalesced in his palm into a sacred fire lotus, the patterns on its petals harmonizing perfectly with his aura. This is the supreme inheritance of the Tai Holy Land, the indestructible body of sacred fire, which he has cultivated to perfection, causing ordinary divinity cultivators to refrain from approaching. Yikong, I shall see if your chaotic divine thunder can withstand my sacred fire. A glimmer of greed flickered in Zhao Wuji's eyes, and as for Dai Yaoyao, once I conquer the myriad Dao sect, you shall learn what kind of individual is truly deserving of a celestial dark spirit root. Wuji, do not act impulsively. A voice of authority resonated within the hall, halting Zhao Wuji. From the depths of the sacred fire hall, a figure clad in a dark golden robe slowly emerged, exuding an elusive pressure characteristic of a late-stage virtuality cultivator. The golden flames instinctively receded as he approached, and the air grew thick and stagnant. It was Chun Tai, the lord of the Tai Holy Land. His visage was ancient, and his gaze was as tranquil as a deep pool. Merely standing there compelled the once arrogant Zhao Wuji to instinctively temper his aura and bow in deference, stating, "Master." Chun Tai did not glance at the shattered jade token on the ground, but instead focused on the sacred fire lotus in Zhao Wuji's palm. His tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Refrain from your fervent aspirations. The 10,000 Path sect is far more complex than you perceive. And Yikong is certainly not the feeble being you describe as being at the early stage of divine transformation. With your limited strength and the 3,000 sacred fire guards, should you truly venture into the 10,000 Path sect, it is more likely that you would meet your demise rather than subdue them. Zhao Wuji was momentarily taken aback, retorting with defiance. Master, I have already reached the pinnacle of divine transformation, and my sacred fire mortal body is fully realized. Even if Yikong were to surpass the divine transformation, how formidable could he possibly become? What Dai Yaoyao's celestial grade, dark spiritual root? You see only the dark spiritual root, yet overlook the broader scenario of the 10,000 Path immortal domain. Chun Tai interjected, raising his hand to conjure a faint golden light curtain, which revealed the movements of various sects within the 10,000 Path immortal domain. The Reliant Mountain sect is bolstering its forces at the borders. The Medicinal King Valley is stockpiling elixirs, and even the typically neutral 100 Flowers sect has dispatched cultivators to scout the periphery of the 10,000 Path sect. Though the Tai Holy Land appears to be the leader of the 10,000 Path immortal domain, are not these sects all poised like hungry wolves? Chun Tai's expression grew grave as he stated, the news of the 10,000 Path sect unsealing its spiritual veins and the transmission of the 10,000 Path Cauldron's teachings has long spread throughout the immortal domain. They are merely waiting for us and the 10,000 Path sect to weaken each other, allowing them to reap the benefits. If you lead your troops there now, you would be falling right into their trap. Zhao Wuji observed the information on the light curtain, his expression gradually shifting. He had been so consumed by his obsession to suppress Yikong that he failed to notice the subtle maneuvers of other sections. Moreover, the potential of the 10,000 Path sect runs deeper than you might assume. Chun Tai continued. Yikong's ability to refine the chaos thundercloud indicates that he has mastered the chaos inheritance. The 10,000 Path Cauldron can transmit power as needed, and within half a year, the strength of the disciples of the 10,000 Path sect could double. If we attack now, even if we emerge victorious, the cost would be monumental. When Reliant Mountain sect and Medicinal King Valley join forces to invade, do you believe we can still defend the Holy Land? Zhao Wuji clenched his fists, yet he could not deny the validity of his master's words. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the turmoil within. So, are we to simply let Yikong be? Allow Dai Yaoyao's celestial grade, dark spiritual root to escape unscathed? Chun Tai smiled, a glint of calculation in his eyes. The 10,000 Path sect must be eradicated, but not at this moment, nor solely by our hands. We must find a reason to draw in those sects awaiting the spectacle, compelling them to act alongside us. This way, we share the risk and leave the 10,000 Path sect without a chance for resurgence. He gestured to the light curtain, shifting the image to Dai Yaoyao, who was surrounded by ominous energies during the Disciple Recruitment Conference. Have you forgotten? Dai Yaoyao is not only endowed with a celestial grade dark spiritual root, but also possesses a calamity body. The calamity body, as rumored, can provoke disasters within the immortal domain. If it spirals out of control, the entire 10,000 Path immortal domain would suffer the consequences. All we need to do is spread the word that the 10,000 Path sect is deliberately harboring a calamity body with the intent to endanger the immortal domain. When the time comes, we need not make any requests. The various sects, such as the Reliant Mountain sect and the Medicine King Valley, will proactively dispatch their forces for self-preservation. Zhao Wuji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, you are truly wise. In this manner, we not only embrace the righteousness of our cause, but also utilize the hands of other sects to weaken the Wandao sect. Ultimately, the benefits of the dark spiritual root and the Wandao cauldron shall belong to us. Indeed, Chun Tai nodded in satisfaction. Your current task is not to lead troops in a battle, but to establish connections with the leaders of various sects, solidifying the information regarding the Calamity Body's threat to the immortal domain. We must assert that the Wandao sect disregards the safety of the immortal domain and brazenly nurtures the Calamity Body. Furthermore, offer them incentives, such as promising them some spiritual veins upon the Wandao sect's downfall. They will undoubtedly be swayed by such prospects. He paused momentarily before adding, as for you, let him remain on the outskirts of the Wandao sect to gather more evidence regarding the Calamity Body they nurture. For instance, capturing the images of Dai Yaoyao drawing upon calamity energy during her cultivation. The more terrifying, the better. Zhao Wujia bowed in acknowledgement. Disciple understands. I will not disappoint, Master. At that moment, the resentment in his heart transformed into excitement, compared to directly leading troops into a confrontation. This strategy of using others as a blade evidently allowed him to eliminate Yi Kong while acquiring the dark spiritual root without incurring significant risk. Chun Tai watched his departing figure, his gaze returning to the direction of the Wandao sect, his expression complex. Yi Kong, the Chaos Legacy. I hope you do not let me down. Though he appeared to be plotting the demise of the Wandao sect, he was secretly testing Yi Kong's hidden strengths. If Yi Kong could truly withstand the combined forces of the major sects, his value might surpass that of the Wandao sect and the dark spiritual root. 3 days later, in towns and sect outposts throughout the Wandao immortal domain, countless yellowed portraits suddenly adorned the walls. The portrait of Dai Yaoyao depicted her with a ghastly visage, surrounded by swirling black mist, within which faint skeletal shadows could be discerned, accompanied by a shocking inscription: "The calamity body Dai Yaoyao, whose uncontrolled cultivation brings disaster. The plague of Black Wind Valley, the depletion of spiritual veins, all due to her." Yi Kong of the Wandao sect conceals chaotic, demonic energy, aiding her in nurturing calamity, aiming to overturn the immortal domain. Simultaneously, numerous communication jade slips circulated among various sects and independent cultivators, the contents of which were even more exaggerated than the portraits. I witnessed Dai Yaoyao cultivating at the desolate peak, calamity energy leaking forth, causing the surrounding flora to wither and spiritual beasts to drop dead. When Yi Kong intervened to suppress her, chaotic demonic patterns emerge around him, suggesting he may be the reincarnation of the world-ending demon from 100,000 years ago. These rumors were precisely what Zhao Wujia had disseminated among the disciples in accordance with Chun Tai's plan, to render the transformation into a true monstrosity more convincing. He even had special poisonous powder released in Black Wind Valley to create a plague. In an instant, the entire Wandao immortal domain was engulfed in panic. Lower-tier cultivators, upon seeing the portraits and jade slips, fled in terror from the direction of the Wandao sect. Some smaller sects hastily shut their mountain gates, fearing the calamity energy would encroach upon them. The reactions of the major sects unfolded precisely as Chun Tai had anticipated. Within the grand hall of the Mountain Reliance sect, the sect leader, Zhou Shan, gazed at the communication jade slip in his hand, a covetous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He cast the jade slip upon the table and addressed the elders behind him. The so-called calamity body threatens the immortal domain. Such sweet words surpass mere song. However, we have contended for 5 years over the mysterious iron or vein of the Wandao sect, and this time we shall seize it under the pretext of disaster relief. The elders echoed in agreement, their eyes gleaming with avarice for the Orvein. They were not oblivious to the fact that this was merely a ploy by the Tai Holy Land to utilize them as pawns. Yet, the resources of the Wandao sect had long made their mouths water. Now, adorned with the cloak of righteousness, they could smoothly capitalize on the situation. In the pill hall of the Medicine King Valley, the Valley Master Lu Qing held a parchment of alchemical formulas passed down from the Wandao cauldron, his fingers lightly caressing it. The Wandao cauldron concealed ancient alchemical scriptures. If obtained, the Medicine King Valley could surpass the alchemical legacy of the Tai Holy Land. He commanded his disciples to send word to Zhao Wujin, proclaiming that the Medicine King Valley was willing to dispatch troops for disaster relief. Yet after the annihilation of the Wandao sect, the inheritance of alchemy from the Wandao cauldron must belong to us. The so-called calamity body was merely an excuse for him to seize the alchemical scriptures. In stark contrast, the Hundred Flowers sect, under the leadership of Sect Master Su Wan, chose a path of neutrality. Within the grand hall of the Hundred Flowers sect, Su Wan looked at the portrait, her brow furrowed. The machinations of the Tai Holy Land are too evident, instigating war under the guise of the calamity body, ultimately to reap the benefits. We lack the strength to engage. Meddling will only render us mere pawns. Relay the orders to seal the mountain gates. No disciple shall participate in the disputes between the Wandao sect and other sects. She understood that the Hundred Flowers sect excelled in support rather than combat. Once embroiled in a great conflict, they would inevitably become sacrificial lambs. The most tumultuous situation arose among the rogue cultivators. Without the protection of a sect, these cultivators, upon hearing news of treasure within the Wandao sect, could hardly contain their excitement. A group of rogue cultivators, ranging from Foundation Establishment to Golden Core, spontaneously formed a team and advanced toward the Wandao sect's peripheral spirit herb garden and low-tier or veins. They dared not storm the core of the Wandao sect, but aimed to seize resources amidst the chaos. Even a few hundred-year-old spirit herbs or a few low-grade spirit stones would be a significant gain for them. Brothers, the Wandao sect is currently preoccupied. Let us divide the Millennium Spirit mushrooms in this herb garden. The leader of the rogues, wielding a long blade, was the first to charge into the herb garden, hacking at the spirit herbs. The outer disciples of the Wandao sect tasked with guarding the herb garden immediately drew their swords to intervene. Bold thieves, dare to trespass into the realm of the Wandao sect, seeking death. It is you who seek death. The rogue cultivators surged forward, intertwining spiritual energy with the glint of blades, turning the herb garden into a scene of utter chaos. News of the incident swiftly reached the peak of the Wandao sect. Li Siyuan, upon reviewing the battle report delivered by the law enforcement hall, wore a grim expression. Do these rogue cultivators think us easy prey? He issued a direct order to the task hall, assigning sect disciples to deal with these rabble. Simultaneously, he sought to train his own sect disciples through this engagement. Beneath the black halo of the Wudao tea tree, the ominous energy entwined around Dai Yaoyao had transformed from a pitch darkness to a deep violet, harmoniously blending with her nascent spiritual power at the initial stage of the transformation realm. With an ample supply of spirit stones and elixirs provided by Yikong, along with the enhancements from 2 surges of spiritual energy, she achieved a remarkable breakthrough from the pinnacle of the Nascent Soul stage to the initial phase of transformation in just 3 days, as she had promised. Upon concluding her meditation and opening her eyes, she beheld Yikong holding 2 portraits, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Curiously, she leaned closer, but as her gaze fell upon the images, her expression darkened instantly. The portrait on the left depicted her, a visage with a greenish face and sharp fangs, hair frizzled like wild grass, surrounded by a skeletal black aura, resembling a malevolent spirit clawing its way from the depths of hell. The one on the right portrayed Yikong. Despite being labeled as the chaos demon god, the depiction showcased a sharp brow and an upright posture, with the surrounding chaotic energy rendered as ethereal golden patterns, presenting him as an enchanting figure of allure. What is this abominable depiction? Dai Yaoyao seized her portrait in a fit of indignation, crumpling it into a ball and smashing it onto the ground, her violet eyes aflame. When did this Empress ever look like this? To be rendered as an eyesore is tantamount to courting death. And why on earth do you appear so handsome? Chapter 32. Old man, I crave hot pot. She was once the sovereign of the demon realm, revered by cultivators from the immortal domain as the Demon Empress. Even in her reincarnation as a young girl, her beauty was unparalleled. Now, being depicted in such a grotesque manner infuriated her more than being called worthless. Dai Yaoyao abruptly grasped the sword of devouring immortals and dashed towards the array's exit. No, I must slay the scoundrel who created this portrait and expose the mastermind behind it. Send the woman to a brothel and castrate the man. Wait, why the rush? Yikong grasped her wrist, stifling a chuckle as he teased. Is this too much for you? Have you lost your composure? In times of trouble, one must remain calm. The puppeteer behind this is no simple character. Should you unleash chaos, you would only play into their hands, becoming the enemy of all in the immortal domain. And what if I become an enemy? Dai Yaoyao glared at him, her cheeks flushed with anger. The embodiment of misfortune belittles my strength, and such a hideous portrayal is an affront to my beauty. My visage is not to be trifled with. She paused, adding, moreover, your portrait is more flattering than mine. That is simply unfair. Observing her proud, yet aggrieved demeanor, Yikong could no longer contain his laughter. All right, it is indeed unfair. However, if you charge out now, who will you find? The mastermind may very well be waiting for you to walk right into their trap. Even if you were to eliminate a few small fry, it would not bring you satisfaction. He picked up the crumpled portrait from the ground, smoothing it out as he pointed to the image. Rather than squabbling with rogue cultivators or artists, it would be far more prudent to seek out the true puppeteer. Dai Yaoyao paused, gradually regaining her composure. She had indeed allowed her indignation over her appearance to cloud her judgment, forgetting who her real adversary was. What should we do? We cannot allow him to slander us like this, can we? Of course not. Yikong tucked away the portrait, his gaze turning earnest. With Li Siyuan and Xian Jianzi watching over Wandao sect, along with the Wandao Ding and the protected mountain formation, those scattered cultivators and minor sects could hardly cause a stir. Remaining at the ruined peak, we would merely wait passively for them to strike. Instead, It would be wiser to take the initiative and explore the Wan Dao immortal domain. He paused, adding, firstly, to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind this, and secondly, to give you a glimpse of the true nature of the Wan Dao immortal domain. Don't you feel stifled staying within the confines of Wan Dao sect? The last remark, in truth, reflected his own feelings. After a century, he felt truly constrained, having no idea what lay beyond the Wan Dao sect. Yikong's restless heart urged him to seek the world beyond. Additionally, he wished to see if he could recruit disciples. With Dai Yaoyao breaking through to the transformation stage, the system surprisingly offered no rewards for cultivation. At this rate, he might indeed be surpassed by this rebellious disciple. Naturally, he was compelled to defend her against any injustice. Dai Yaoyao's eyes sparkled, her previous anger morphing into excitement. Excellent. Let's venture forth. I am eager to discover which scoundrel dares to slander me. It is the perfect opportunity to test the devouring sword of the transformation stage. She paused, recalling something, and added, moreover, if we uncover the identity of the one who painted that portrait, you must not hinder me. I shall ensure he learns of my explosive temper. Yikong smiled and nodded. Very well, I shall not impede you. He waved his hand, retracting the recliner into the system space, and sent a message to Li Siyuan. I shall take Yaoyao to explore the Wan Dao immortal domain. The Wan Dao sect is in your capable hands. Should the main forces of the Tai Yi Saint descend upon us, shatter this jade slip, and I will return post-haste. Within the jade slip, he infused a strand of chaotic lightning pattern. Once shattered, he would sense it even from miles away. When Li Siyuan received the message, he was commanding the Law Enforcement Hall's disciples to clear the scattered cultivators. Upon reading the message, he breathed a sigh of relief. Those individuals had indeed touched Yikong's reverse scales. Throughout the years, no matter how they insulted him, Yikong had endured it all. However, now that the matter involved his disciple, Yikong was genuinely enraged. This marked Yikong's first departure from a sect. He promptly replied, Rest assured, Peak Master Yi, the Wan Dao sect shall surely stand firm, eagerly awaiting your return. The celestial gang array at ruined peaks slowly opened a narrow gap, and the figures of Yikong and Dai Yaoyao transformed into two streaks of light, vanishing beyond the horizon of Wan Dao sect. As Dai Yaoyao soared in midair, gazing at the retreating mountains below, she could not help but ask, Old man, are you not permitted to reveal your true form before others? Yikong sighed helplessly at her words. This rebellious disciple harbored such unseemly thoughts. Am I truly the kind of person who relies on looks? Yet, if one could indeed thrive on appearances, that would not be so bad. He concentrated a wisp of spiritual energy at his fingertips and gently brushed it across his face. Instantly, the youthful visage of the handsome young man relaxed. Wrinkles spread like a tidal wave, white hair recovered his head, and his stooped back slightly curved. Even his voice took on an aged, hoarse quality. Is this satisfactory? Are you pleased now? Dai Yaoyao circled around him twice, poking at the aged skin on his arm. A triumphant smile dancing on her lips. Yes, now it looks the part. Your face is too conspicuous in the bustling Wan Dao immortal city. It would be troublesome if someone recognized you. Besides, this way you're safer. With you around, I feel anything but secure. Though he was not genuinely angry, the two transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards Wan Dao immortal city. Wan Dao immortal city, the largest trading hub in the Wan Dao immortal realm, was a melting pot of various sects and trades, making it the ideal place to gather intelligence. After flying for about half an hour, Dai Yaoyao suddenly halted, clutching her stomach with a frown. I can't take it anymore. The more I think about that portrait, the angrier I become. Old man, I want to eat outrageously spicy hot pot, the kind with triple the spirit peppers. I want to be able to move until I cool down. Yikong observed her petulant demeanor, a mix of exasperation and amusement washing over him. Are you perhaps just craving it? Oomph. Yes, I am craving it. So what? Are you going to make it or not? Dai Yaoyao replied, defiantly. With a resigned shake of his head, Yikong found a picturesque valley nestled by a mountain stream. The valley was adorned with the unique fire spirit peppers, perfect for their hot pot. With a wave of his hand, chaotic power transformed into an invisible shovel, quickly constructing a fire pit, setting up a pot, and igniting the flames effortlessly. He then retrieved fresh spirit deer meat, spirit fish, and a special sour plum soup brewed from 5th-grade spirit herbs, ice spirit fruit, and sour plums, something he had treasured for decades and rarely indulged in himself. The spicy broth in the pot soon boiled, and the tantalizing aroma filled the valley. Dai Yaoyao eagerly picked up a piece of spirit deer meat, shoving it into her mouth without even blowing on it first. The spiciness made her stick out her tongue, yet her eyes gleamed with delight. This is intense. More, please. Yikong handed her a jar of sour plum soup, saying with a hint of exasperation, slow down. No one is competing with you for it. This soup alleviates the spiciness. Don't choke. Dai Yaoyao took the jar eagerly, gulping down a large mouthful. The sweet and sour liquid glided down her throat, instantly suppressing the heat, infused with rich spiritual energy that left her feeling invigorated. Wow, this sour plum soup is exquisite. Old man, how many treasures have you hidden away? Why didn't you bring them out before? Previously, you hadn't broken through to the transformation stage. The spiritual energy in this soup was too potent, and I feared you wouldn't be able to absorb it. Yikong replied with a smile, pouring himself a bowl as well. Just as he was about to pick up a piece of spirit fish, hurried footsteps and shouts echoed from outside the valley. Chapter 33. Old man, do you desire a woman? Dai Yaoyao turned towards the sound, and upon catching sight of the face of a woman clad in white, she raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corners of her lips. The woman bore an air of icy elegance, her skin as fair as snow. Even in her present state of disarray, she could not conceal the innate pride within her. She was none other than the Ice Empress, Chu Bingran, who had once been renowned alongside the Demon Emperor in a past life. Oh, is that you, Bingran? What has befallen you to render you so wretched? Dai Yaoyao approached, wielding the devouring immortal sword, deliberately scrutinizing her with an air of mockery. How is it that you have only reached the 12th level of chi refinement? It seems your days have not been kind. In their previous existence, one ruled the demon realm, while the other led the Xianbing immortal sect, engaging in veiled rivalry for millennia, neither yielding to the other. Now, with Dai Yaoyao having reached the initial stage of divine transformation, Chu Bingran still languished in chi refinement, a disparity that compelled Dai Yaoyao to tease her. Upon hearing Dai Yaoyao's voice, Chu Bingran's murky gaze sharpened momentarily. Gritting her teeth, she raised her head. But the poison coursing through her veins rendered her body uncontrollably trembling, a peculiar flush adorning her cheeks. It's you. How could you be here? No sooner had she spoken than she stumbled, and Dai Yaoyao instinctively reached out to steady her. The moment her fingers brushed against Chu Bingran's skin, an intense heat radiated from her. What poison have you been afflicted with? Dai Yaoyao's expression shifted, sensing that this heat was not a mere injury, but rather akin to a potent spring toxin. Yikong approached, his aged voice tinged with gravity. It is the enigmatic harmony powder. He recognized the poison at a glance. This toxin, concocted from various malevolent herbs, was colorless and tasteless. Once it entered the body, unless one engaged in union with the opposite sex, one would suffer a violent disruption of spiritual energy and perish within the hour. Even should an antidote exist, it would need to be a 6th-grade cleansing heart pill, exceedingly rare in the myriad Dao immortal domain. Dai Yaoyao's eyes widened as she turned to Yikong, deliberately raising her voice. Old man, do you desire a woman? Here's a ready-made one, quite pleasing in appearance and figure, just a remedy for your boredom. Dai Yaoyao. Chu Bingran was both furious and anxious, even in her poisoned state, unable to refrain from glaring at her. Do you dare to humiliate me? Yikong, exasperated, tapped her on the head, his tone remaining elderly yet firm. Do not be foolish. This poison is formidable. If we delay any longer, there will be no hope for her. Though he preferred not to meddle in others' affairs, he could see that Chu Bingran possessed considerable talent. If she could be saved, she might prove to be an excellent disciple. Rectifying his regret of not having found new apprentice, Dai Yaoyao, regarding Yikong with suspicion, wondered if the old man truly intended to take advantage of the situation. Old man, perhaps I should step aside while you hasten your actions. Though she voiced this, she genuinely feared Yikong might act shamelessly. What are you thinking? Yikong lightly struck Dai Yaoyao on the head. Was he truly that kind of person? In truth, had Dai Yaoyao not been present, he might have seized the opportunity to rescue the damsel. Alas, a chance encounter was thwarted by this rebellious disciple. What a pity. With a sigh, he mused that saving a life was worth more than erecting a grand pagoda. With that, he retrieved a 7th-grade cleansing heart pill from his system space, presenting it to her for consumption. Dai Yaoyao gazed at the 7th-grade Qingxin pill in Yikong's hand, a slight smile gracing her crimson lips. Should Yikong truly wish to use his body to detoxify Chu Bingran, she would promptly defect from her sect. Fortunately, the old man did not disappoint her. Accepting the pill, she looked at Chu Bingran with keen interest. Sister Bingran, consider yourself lucky to encounter this old fool. Once the poison is resolved, you shall offer yourself in gratitude. With that, she administered the pill to Chu Bingran. Seated cross-legged upon the tingshui, the medicinal properties of the 7th grade Qingxin pill swiftly permeated her being. The pale blue Xianbing's spiritual energy coursed through her meridians, gradually enveloping and dissolving the searing toxins of the Qin Huan San. Her rosy cheeks gradually regained their pallor, and her tightly shut eyes slowly opened, revealing a clarity devoid of the previous haze, replaced instead by a piercing, cold light. The efficacy of this pill exceeded her expectations tenfold, nearly cleansing even the residual traces of poison. Just as she intended to express her gratitude, Dai Yaoyao's laughter erupted nearby. Old man, I noticed your hesitation just now. Were you contemplating using your body to detoxify her? Yikong, who was in the midst of savoring a piece of spiritual fish, paused at her words. The pale, gray, chaotic spiritual energy flickering at his fingertips before dissipating without further action. He merely raised an eyebrow, retorting, rebellious disciple, speak not such nonsense. Or next time I shall withhold the spiritual peppers from your hot pot. Would you dare? Dai Yaoyao triumphantly swung her legs, seizing a hefty chopstick of spiritual peppers and stuffing it into her mouth, gasping from the heat, yet reluctant to relinquish it. Moreover, even if you wished to, Sister Bingran would not cast a glance at your aged visage. Her standards are exceedingly high. Hearing this, Chu Bingran felt warmth rise to her cheeks. Just as she was about to respond, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the valley's entrance, accompanied by a coarse voice cursing as it intruded. Damn it! Where has that little wench Chu Bingran scurried off to? Oh, and what are these two fools doing, daring to obstruct my path? Before he could finish, the speaker, a burly cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage, had thrust half his body into view. Upon seeing Dai Yaoyao feasting at a stone table, Yikong hunched over like a gnarled old man, and Chu Bingran still meditating. He relaxed his guard, his tone growing even more arrogant. Who are these wild girls? An old codger. Hand over Chu Bingran at once, and leave behind the spiritual materials and pills on the table. Perhaps I might spare you. How bothersome. Without lifting her head, Dai Yaoyao casually plucked a leftover fishbone from the plate, enveloping it with her spiritual energy, and sent it flying like a silver streak, piercing precisely through the cultivator's brow. His curses were abruptly silenced as his eyes bulged, collapsing to the ground with blood gushing from the small wound in his forehead. This scene unfolded so swiftly that it left onlookers momentarily stunned. The cultivators at the valley's entrance froze, forgetting to even breathe. Kill him. Momins latte. A cultivator clad in the attire of the burning incense valley, at the initial stage of Golden Core, regained his senses and barked with authority. They are in cahoots with Chu Bingran. Capture them and bring Chu Bingran back to the young master. A dozen or so disciples of the burning incense valley rushed in, their cultivation levels ranging from the mid-foundation establishment stage to the early Golden Core stage. They swiftly spread out, encircling Yikong and his companions, their spiritual energy surging as swords, talismans, and spirit beast bags gleamed ominously, their murderous intent directed at the trio by the stone table. Chu Bingran immediately rose to her feet, condensing her profound ice spiritual energy into a shimmering ice sword, which she positioned protectively beside Yikong and Dai Yaoyao. Although she had just resolved her poison and her spiritual energy was not yet fully stabilized, she would never allow Dai Yaoyao to look down on her. Dai Yaoyao set down her chopsticks, wiped her greasy hands, and stood up, exuding an air of confidence akin to that of an ordinary person. You scruffy lot dare to surround me? The leading Golden Core cultivator, unable to discern Dai Yaoyao's cultivation level, shouted, Where did this wild girl come from? Do you dare meddle in the affairs of the burning incense valley? As he spoke, he brandished a flaming long knife, its blade entwined with searing spiritual energy, swinging it towards Dai Yaoyao. The other cultivators, witnessing this, also sprang into action. Some unleashed spirit beasts, others cast spells, while a few charged at Chu Bingran with swords drawn. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of spiritual energies, sword lights, and shadows intermingled within the valley, all converging towards the stone table. Just as Dai Yaoyao was about to unleash her own spiritual energy to eliminate the burning incense valley disciples, Chu Bingran swung her ice sword. The pale blue ice blade clashed with the flaming long knife, producing a crackling sound as the spiritual energy enveloping the knife was frozen, intricate cracks appearing along its length. Though she was merely at the 12th level of chi refinement, her sword techniques from her previous life were exquisite, far surpassing those of her peers, momentarily thwarting the golden core cultivator's assault. Dai Yaoyao's eyes brightened at the sight, and instead of rushing to intervene, she stepped back beside Yikong, watching with keen interest. "Oh, Bingran, your sword technique is quite impressive, even more refined than before." Yikong leisurely sipped his sour plum soup, his aged voice carrying a hint of critique. "The ice sword intent is commendable, yet the spiritual energy is too weak. If you could break through to foundation establishment, that strike could shatter the knife effortlessly." His gaze fell upon Chu Bingran, a flicker of satisfaction dancing in his eyes. This woman not only possessed remarkable talent, but also exhibited a resilient spirit, facing the golden core cultivator's onslaught without a hint of panic. Truly a promising candidate worthy of cultivation. Dai Yaoyao pouted, rummaging through her storage ring to retrieve a mid-grade spirit stone, tossing it to Chu Bingran. "Use it without hesitation. If you lose, it'll be quite the disgrace." Chu Bingran caught the spirit stone, and the moment her spiritual energy infused it, the radiance of her ice sword intensified. Taking a step back to gather momentum, she retaliated with a powerful strike, the pale blue ice arc slicing directly at the wrist of the golden core cultivator. Startled, the cultivator hastily retracted his knife, but he was a moment too late. The ice arc grazed his wrist, instantly freezing it and eliciting a pained scream. "Charge! Everyone attack!" The golden core cultivator, gritting his teeth against the pain, bellowed orders. If he failed to capture Chu Bingran, he would have no face left to show within the burning incense valley. The remaining disciples exchanged glances, gritting their teeth as they surged forward once more. This time, they no longer fought alone. Instead, they formed a simple formation, their spiritual energies intertwining to create a faint crimson barrier that enveloped the three. Yikong retracted his intention to merely observe, his palms surging with spiritual power as he prepared to act. Dai Yaoyao set down her jar and shook her head, saying, "Old man, do you wish to play the hero? You'd best refrain from intervening. Bingran is harboring a surge of pent-up frustration. It would be better to let her vent it." Upon hearing this, Chu Bingran's gaze sharpened, her grip on the ice sword tightening. She understood that Dai Yaoyao's mockery was not merely about the battle. She could not afford to be looked down upon by her. Drawing a deep breath, she propelled the essence of the Xianbing sword to its utmost limit, the icy brilliance of the sword slicing toward the crimson barrier. When the Xianbing sword clashed with the barrier, a momentary stillness ensued, freezing the barrier instantly. With a resounding crack, the barrier shattered. Yet the chilling essence of the Xianbing sword did not dissipate, cascading through the spiritual artifacts of the cultivators. Cries of agony echoed as those cultivators were instantaneously encased in ice. The chilling aura of the Xianbing sword lingered, transforming the valley into a desolate scene littered with frozen statues of cultivators, some caught mid-swing, others in the throes of escape. Their icy forms refracting a stark light in the sunlight, devoid of any vitality. Chu Bingran's hand, clutching the ice sword, trembled slightly, the brilliance of the Xianbing sword's essence gradually dimming. Just as she attempted to straighten her posture, her legs buckled, and she fell backward. "Be careful!" Dai Yaoyao, quick-witted, stepped forward to catch her, her fingertips brushing against Chu Bingran's arm, feeling a chill that accompanied her weak breaths. "What ails you? Why put yourself through this?" Dai Yaoyao frowned, retrieving a spirit-replenishing pill from her storage ring and placing it in Chu Bingran's mouth. "Is it worth exhausting all your energy just to compete with me?" Leaning against her, Chu Bingran swallowed the pill and took a moment to gather herself before replying, her voice faint yet unmistakably resolute. "Not worth it. I refuse to be defeated by you, and I certainly do not wish to owe you a favor." In her past life, she had been the Empress of Xianbing, while Dai Yaoyao was the demon emperor of the demon realm. They had fought for millennia without conceding. Now, in this reincarnation, Dai Yaoyao had Yikong's guidance and boundless resources, while she was left to struggle on her own. This disparity ignited a fierce determination within her. Despite her lower cultivation level, she could never show weakness in front of Dai Yaoyao. Observing her stubborn demeanor, Dai Yaoyao could not help but laugh, leaning closer and teasingly whispering in a tone only they could hear. "You'd rather owe him than me? Did you not see the way he looked at you just now? That old lecher might have already set his sights on you. I am willing to let him look. It concerns you not." Chu Bingran's cheeks flushed, yet she did not deny it. The moment Yikong produced a 7th-grade clear heart pill, she realized this old man was anything but ordinary. If she could cultivate alongside such a figure, perhaps she could indeed hasten her pursuit of Dai Yaoyao's prowess. Dai Yaoyao, noticing her silence, felt a surge of delight within her. Intentionally raising her voice so that Yi Kong, who was not far away, could hear her, she taunted, "Do you think you could defeat me? Merely relying on your own strength will not suffice. How about this? You can take the old man as your master, and I shall grant you a month. After a month, we shall have a rematch. If you manage to win, I shall let bygones be bygones. But if you lose, you will have to heed my words from then on. What do you say?" She calculated in her mind. Although Chu Bingran possessed great talent, her late start meant that even with Yi Kong as her mentor, she would not be able to catch up to Dai Yaoyao's cultivation in just 1 month. In that case, having a little junior sister would allow her to tease her daily and also have her assist with menial tasks. A perfect arrangement. Chu Bingran was momentarily taken aback and turned to glance at Yi Kong. The old man was leisurely seated on a stone bench, savoring his hot pot. The sunlight illuminated his white hair, dispelling the earlier impression of frailty and instead exuding a reassuring calm. She bit her lip, her hesitation gradually dissipating. Becoming the old man's disciple and finding a support would be advantageous, and it would also provide her with the opportunity to surpass Dai Yaoyao. This was indeed the best choice for her. Senior, Chu Bingran broke free from Dai Yaoyao's support, mustering her strength to approach Yi Kong. She bowed respectfully. Kneeling was out of the question. "I, Chu Bingran, wish to become your disciple. Please accept me." Yi Kong paused his movements, lifting his gaze to her. His aged voice tinged with scrutiny. "Are you seeking to be my disciple solely to defeat Dai Yaoyao, or do you genuinely wish to cultivate?" "Both," Chu Bingran replied, her eyes unwavering. Yet, becoming stronger was her primary desire. She did not conceal her thoughts. Her honesty only deepened the satisfaction reflected in Yi Kong's eyes. He smiled, extending his hand to assist her. "Very well, I accept you." He retrieved a vibrant wooden token from his storage ring and handed it to Chu Bingran. "This is the identity token of the fallen peak. With it, you shall be my second disciple, Yi Kong." Dai Yaoyao looked at the vibrant token, identical to the one given to her during the disciple initiation ceremony. That old man had once referred to it as the Peak Master's token. As Chu Bingran accepted the token, a warm sensation coursed through her fingertips, and her eyes slightly moistened. Since her rebirth, she had believed that her previous experiences would ensure a smooth journey, yet it felt as if she were cursed, encountering obstacles in every endeavor. This time, in her quest for a piece of mysterious ice jade, she had been poisoned by Song Yin, the young master of the incense-burning valley. Like a rootless floating weed, she finally found someone to rely on and an opportunity to grow stronger. However, she soon regained her composure. "Yi Kong," she exclaimed, momentarily startled. The person before her was none other than the legendary Chaos Demon God, who had been the talk of the Wan Dao immortal domain. Chapter 35. What does it matter if one is immortal or demon? Dai Yaoyao, observing Chu Bingran's moment of daze, chuckled mischievously. "Little junior sister, are you having second thoughts? You have become the disciple of a grand demon. Henceforth, you shall be a little demon yourself." Chu Bingran clutched the explosive wooden plaque. Her fingertips, feeling the warmth, collide violently in her mind with the ominous name of the Chaos Demon God. It was rumored that Yi Kong had refined the Chaos Divine Thunder and slain an elder of the Tai Holy Land, becoming a menace that the cultivators of the immortal realms sought to eradicate. Yet, the elderly figure before her was one who would prepare an excessively spicy hot pot for his disciple, casually producing a 7th-grade cleansing heart pill to save lives. His demeanor towards the so-called demon, Dai Yaoyao, was remarkably amiable and indulgent, whereas the slightest trace of the demon god's ferocity. Was this a case of attracting like? She gazed at Yi Kong in a daze. In the sunlight, Yi Kong leisurely enjoyed his hot pot, seemingly unfazed by her moment of distraction, while also awaiting her decision. Beside her, Dai Yaoyao continued chattering. "Little junior sister, don't just stand there. Although the old man appears to be a kind-hearted soul, when he gets angry, it is truly terrifying. Last time, a transformation stage cultivator intruded upon the fallen peak and was instantly reduced to cinders by his chaos thunder. Chaos demon god, Chu Bingran, as memories from her past surged forth. She had once slain the so-called demons to safeguard the orthodox path of the immortals, but in the end, the Xianbing immortal sect had been schemed against by other sections. She, the Xianbing Empress, had become a sacrificial offering to the ancient immortal sovereign, with no room left for resistance. What did it matter if one was an immortal or a demon? Suddenly, Chu Bingran smiled, her laughter tinged with both relief and self-mockery. I have devoted my life to the rules of the immortal path, battling for the immortal realm, only to meet a fate of death and oblivion. Yet you, known as the demon god, can genuinely care for your disciples and readily save others. It appears that the so-called distinctions between immortals and demons have never been defined by reputation. Taking a deep breath, she raised her hand to press against her dantian. The pale blue Xianbing's spiritual power erupted suddenly, not for the purpose of attack, but instead, it coursed backward through her meridians, forcibly dismantling her cultivation at the 12th level of qi refinement little by little. "What are you doing?" Dai Yaoyao exclaimed in shock, reaching out to stop her, only to be restrained by Yikong. Chu Bingran's complexion gradually paled, cold sweat beading on her forehead, yet her gaze remained resolute as she looked at Yikong. "Master, I practice a technique that contradicts your chaos inheritance. If I wish to become your disciple, I cannot carry my previous cultivation. I will disperse this 12th level of qi refinement. I only seek for you to impart to me the true great path, allowing me to find true freedom in this world governed by the law of the jungle." As her words fell, the spiritual power within her completely dissipated, returning her to the state of an ordinary person. She collapsed to the ground, utterly drained, yet defiantly raised her head, presenting the explosive wooden plaque before Yikong. Disciple Chu Bingran, forsaking the old path, seeking a new master, earnestly implores Master to accept me. Silence enveloped the valley. Even the sound of the wind stirring the leaves was distinctly audible. Dai Yaoyao opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed her words instead. In that moment, she understood. Chu Bingran was not acting impulsively. She genuinely wished to cast aside her past and begin anew under Yikong's guidance. Yikong gazed upon the figure of Chu Bingran, who sat despondently on the ground. A flicker of emotion passed through his aged eyes, swiftly transforming into a sense of acknowledgement. He raised his hand, and a surge of chaotic energy gently lifted Chu Bingran. His voice, no longer the feigned frailty of old age, carried a tone of clarity. "The realms of immortals and demons are boundless, confined only by the human heart. Your willingness to abandon the old path signifies your enlightenment. Henceforth, you shall be my second disciple." Nearby, Dai Yaoyao listened to Yikong's words and found herself enlightened as well. Yet, inwardly, she scoffed. This guy has truly been deceived by that old fool. His words do bear a semblance of wisdom. Yikong retrieved a weather tome from his storage ring and handed it to Chu Bingran. "This is the chaos creation scripture, the ancestral technique of my lineage, suitable for cultivating various spiritual roots and physiques." He then produced several exquisite elixirs fit for the qi refining stage, along with a handful of spirit stones. "These will suffice for your foundation establishment. Do not emulate your senior sister, who always seeks to cut corners." "Who seeks to cut corners?" Dai Yaoyao immediately protested. "I merely advocate for a balance between work and rest." Chu Bingran accepted the scripture and elixirs, her fingertips trembling slightly. For the first time since her reincarnation, she felt a genuine sense of hope. With a quivering voice, she expressed, "Disciple, thank you, Master." Yikong smiled as he assisted her to her feet. "Rise. We must journey to the city of 10,000 paths. You have just dispersed your cultivation, for now. Accompany us and refine your skills along the way." He turned to Dai Yaoyao. "As your senior sister, you must take good care of your junior sister and refrain from bullying her." I know. Dai Yaoyao replied impatiently. Yet she willingly approached and linked arms with Chu Bingran. "Come, little junior sister, let us go cultivate and not concern ourselves with this old man." After walking a few paces, Dai Yaoyao whispered conspiratorially in Chu Bingran's ear, "Little junior sister, you must heed my plans moving forward. This old man is quite stingy. He possesses many treasures. Together, we shall surely scheme to acquire all his riches." Chu Bingran, being pulled along, could not suppress a smile. It seemed this demon emperor had transformed into a woman of the common folk. Yikong watched the two depart, shaking his head in resignation. Alone, he sipped on sour plum soup while enjoying a hot pot. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully accepting a disciple. Chu Bingran possesses the exceptional ice spirit root and holds the Xianbing Dao body. Sign in, rewards doubled." The system finally proves its worth. In his delight, Yikong retrieved a jar of peach blossom brew from the system space and poured himself a cup. Meanwhile, Dai Yaoyao waved her hand, casting a light purple barrier of spiritual energy to securely seal the entrance of the cave dwelling. This cave, a mere hollow she had excavated from the mountainside, had been crudely polished with chaotic energy, lacking even a proper stone table or chair. However, in one corner, she had scattered a pile of high-grade spirit stones. The spiritual energy, so dense it nearly condensed in a mist. This will have to do for now. Once we reach the city of 10,000 paths, I shall find you a better place. Dai Yaoyao clapped her hands and, upon turning, met Chu Bingran's icy gaze, which instantly piqued her interest. She leaned slightly forward, a teasing tone in her voice. Little junior sister, why not call out senior sister for me to hear? Just a word, and I shall protect you from anyone who dares to bully you. As Chu Bingran steadied herself, she raised an eyebrow at the remark, taking a step forward with her chest slightly lifted. Her previously dim ice-blue eyes, dulled from the dispersal of her energy, rekindled with the fierce brilliance characteristic of the Ice Empress. Who is your little junior sister? The contest in a month has yet to commence. The outcome remains uncertain. Perhaps, by that time, it will be you who needs to call me senior sister. She had not forgotten the wager made by Dai Yaoyao, nor the rivalry that had spanned several millennia in their past lives. Chapter 36. A drink to soothe 1,000 sorrows. Oh, quite the stubborn one, aren't you? Dai Yaoyao chuckled at her unyielding demeanor, circling around to appraise her. What good is stubbornness? You are merely an untrained novice, while I am at the initial stage of transformation. Even with the chaos creation scripture, you will not catch up to me in a month. You will inevitably have to call me senior sister. Chu Bingran ceased to argue, instead placing her hand on the spirit stone embedded in the cave's wall. The energy flowing from it revitalized her spirit. These high-grade spirit stones were treasures that only elders could utilize in her former sect, yet Yikong had casually bestowed upon her a generous supply. Dai Yaoyao, however, had carelessly tossed them into a corner, a display of nonchalance that further convinced Chu Bingran she had chosen the right mentor. By the way, do you think our master is biased? Dai Yaoyao suddenly changed the subject, raising her right hand as the dark Su Xian sword unsheathed with a swift motion. The purple-black sword energy coiling around it sliced through the air, producing a faint tearing sound. With her left hand, she retrieved the soul bell, gently shaking it to produce a barely audible chime that caused the cave's spiritual energy to tremble slightly. Look, when I first entered the sect, Master gifted me these two artifacts. The Su Xian sword is indomitable, and the soul bell disrupts one's mind. They are not mere trinkets. As she spoke, she waved the sword and bell before Chu Bingran, her lips curling into an arrogant smile. You, having just joined, received only techniques and spirit stones from Master, which pales in comparison to my treasures. In truth, she was aware that Yikong was not biased. He had refrained from giving Chu Bingran artifacts since she had just dispersed her energy and could not utilize them yet. Nevertheless, she could not resist teasing her old rival. Chu Bingran gazed at the two artifacts, a flicker of envy flashing in her eyes, quickly suppressed. What she desired was not ready-made treasures, but the ability to grow stronger. Once she mastered her cultivation, she would surely possess her own artifacts. She also understood that Dai Yaoyao was attempting to sow discord between her and their master. Ignoring Dai Yaoyao's display of superiority, she watched her stride proudly out of the cave before retrieving the yellowed chaos creation scripture from her robes. As her fingertips brushed the pages, a faint aura of chaos surged into her being, sending a tremor through her entire body. As she turned to the first page, her eyes were met with densely packed ancient script, each character seemingly imbued with the laws of the universe. The opening did not delve into the mundane practice of drawing energy into the body, but rather, it spoke of the primordial chaos giving rise to yin and yang, and the transformation of yin and yang into myriad forms. It astonishingly allowed for the direct infusion of chaotic energy from the heavens and earth into one's being, proving to be at least tenfold more efficient than the Xian Nu Immortal Sutra she had cultivated in her previous life. This method, the deeper Chu Bingran flipped, the more her astonishment grew. The chaos creation scripture not only embraced all spiritual roots and physiques, but could also transmute energies of different attributes into chaotic power. It even had the ability to refine the physical body through the laws of the universe, surpassing the pinnacle of immortality she had once sought in her past existence. She finally grasped why Dai Yaoyao had managed to ascend from foundation establishment to the early stages of divine transformation in such a short span. This was an extraordinary legacy. Taking a deep breath, she carefully tucked the scripture close to her, then poured a top-grade energy-gathering pill from her bottle and popped it in her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, releasing pure spiritual energy that coursed through her meridians. Following the techniques of the chaos creation scripture, she guided the energy to merge with the chaotic essence present in the air. In less than a minute, she sensed a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from her dantian, surpassing that of an ordinary first-level Qi refining practitioner by threefold. A month later, Chu Bingran clenched her fists, a determined glint flickering in her ice-blue eyes. Dai Yaoyao, I may not be outdone for the position of junior sister. She sat cross-legged, immersing herself in her cultivation, as the spiritual energy in the cave surged towards her like a tidal wave, even causing the high-grade spirit stones in the corners to emit a faint glow, resonating with the icy power within her. Just as Dai Yaoyao finished inspecting the boundary of Chu Bingran's cave, she turned to find Yikong lounging against a stone bench, casually pouring peach blossom wine from a jug to his lips. The amber liquid flowed gracefully from the jug's spout, filling the air with a delicate fragrance of peach blossoms. Her eyes sparkled as she hurried over, hands on her hips, boasting with a hint of pride, "Old man, let me tell you, I prepared a splendid cave for our little junior sister, and even tossed in a bunch of high-grade spirit stones to ensure her cultivation speed is remarkably swift." As she spoke, she leaned slightly towards a wine jug, sniffing the air. "What are you drinking? It smells delightful." Yikong cast her a sidelong glance, shifting the jug aside and responding nonchalantly, "Peach blossom wine. It's high in alcohol content. What business do children have with alcohol? Go play elsewhere." "Children?" Dai Yaoyao nearly burst into laughter at the term, rolling her eyes internally. She was the demon emperor who had dominated the demon realm for millennia. Not only had she tasted peach blossom wine, but even the soul-burning demon flame wine. And now, she was being treated like a child? Just as she was about to protest, she glanced down at her youthful appearance, swallowing her words, her tone softening as she tugged at Yikong's sleeve playfully, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Oh, just one sip. I promise, just one. I won't drink more." The contrast between her current demeanor and the authoritative presence she had displayed before Chu Bingran was stark. Yikong found himself at a loss, helplessly sighing as he retrieved a delicate jade cup from his storage ring, pouring half a cup of peach blossom wine and presenting it to her. "This is all I have, nothing more." Dai Yaoyao's eyes sparkled as she accepted the jade cup and drank it in one swift motion. The peach blossom wine was sweet upon her tongue, yet a warm, intoxicating sensation surged from her throat to her abdomen, infused with a hint of spiritual energy, more delightful than any libation she had tasted in her previous life. "What a delight! This wine is splendid." She smacked her lips and promptly extended the empty cup back to Yikong, demanding another. "I told you, there isn't any more." Yikong reclaimed the cup, taking a sip from the wine jug while deliberately averting his gaze from her. In an instant, Dai Yaoyao was incensed, hands on her hips, glaring at him. "You heartless old man, I just helped you settle your new disciple and kept an eye on her training, and you can't even spare a cup of wine for me? You clearly have more than half a jug left." No sooner had she spoken than, seizing the moment while Yikong was distracted by Chu Bingran, she tiptoed and snatched the jug from his hands, turning to flee. "Hey, you ungrateful disciple." By the time Yikong reacted, Dai Yaoyao had transformed into a streak of purple-black light, soaring to a nearby ancient tree. Perched on a sturdy branch, she swung her legs joyfully, raising the jug triumphantly towards Yikong. "This jug shall serve as my reward, as my junior sister cultivates. I must remain here to protect her from any unwelcome intruders." With that, she took a generous swig from the jug, the liquid trickling down her chin. Unbothered, she wiped it away with her sleeve, her eyes nonetheless vigilantly scanning the entry of the valley. Though she claimed to be after the wine, her thoughts were also on Chu Bingran, who had just concluded her cultivation, wary of any rogue cultivators or remnants of the Fragrance Valley seeking trouble. Yikong observed the disheveled yet watchful figure in the tree before glancing back at the direction of Chu Bingran's cultivation cave, shaking his head with resignation, yet unable to suppress a smile. He had initially intended to venture to Wandao Xian City to seek information, but recognizing that Chu Bingran required time to establish her foundation, he deemed it prudent to linger in the valley a few more days while Dai Yaoyao took it upon herself to guard. Settling back onto the stone bench, he retrieved another jar of wine from his storage ring. The previous jar had been a deliberate bait for Dai Yaoyao. This one contained the vintage he had been secretly hoarding. Pouring himself a cup, he gazed at the distant stream and verdant mountains, savoring the wine leisurely as the setting sun cast a rare tranquility upon him. Meanwhile, Dai Yaoyao took a few sips, glancing occasionally toward Chu Bingran's cave. Once she confirmed that the spiritual barrier outside was stable, she felt reassured. Leaning against the tree trunk, she rattled the jug, plotting in her heart. Once my junior sister establishes her foundation, I will take her to Wandao Xian City to purchase a few elegant dresses. As for those who scheme against us, I pay them no mind. One swift strike will suffice. Yet, casting her eyes skyward, she recognized her most formidable adversary. Downing another mouthful of peach blossom wine, she sought solace, for one drink could dissolve 1,000 woes. In the tranquil valley, silence envelopes the surroundings, interrupted only by the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind, the gentle babbling of the stream, and the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Chu Bingran's cave dwelling. Dai Yaoyao sips on peach blossom wine, while Yi Kong savors aged liquor. Together, they create a rare and serene tableau, one perched upon a tree, the other beneath it. However, none could have anticipated that this peace would soon be shattered by Song Yan, the young master of the burning incense valley. Chapter 37. Who moves, who dies. A day later, on a mountain path outside Clearwater Valley, a group of riders gallops swiftly. At the forefront is a young man clad in a crimson brocade robe, his countenance dark and brooding, a burning heaven order hanging from his waist. Song Yan, the young master of burning incense valley, seated atop of a blazing lion. He lacks his usual spirited demeanor. Instead, he occasionally furrows his brow, instinctively clutching at his lower abdomen, his eyes brimming with barely contained malice. Young master, we are nearing Clearwater Valley. The scouts report that Chu Bingran is inside, accompanied by 2 cultivators, one elderly and one young. A Jean Dan attendant murmurs cautiously. Since Song Yan was incapacitated by the chilling aura of Chu Bingran's ice, his temper has grown increasingly volatile, to the point where even the Yuanying elders dare not provoke him lightly. With a sudden crack of his whip, the blazing lion emits an irate roar. He lifts his gaze toward the valley, a flicker of frenzied hatred crossing his features. Chu Bingran, that wretched woman, how dare she ruin my foundation and sever my path? During the contest for the Ice Jade, he had initially intended to capture Chu Bingran, recognizing her exceptional spiritual roots, to serve as a furnace for his desires, administering a concoction of carnal ecstasy. However, he had not anticipated her fierce resistance, resulting in a direct hit from her chilling aura. That frost, infused with the primordial power of the Ice Empress, rendered all healing elixirs from burning incense valley futile, merely dulling the pain while leaving him irrevocably crippled. For one like Song Yan, who relies on the practice of yin-yang harmony and is as lustful as he is ambitious, this fate is more torturous than death itself. He promptly commanded a full-scale search for Chu Bingran throughout Burning Incense Valley, vowing to capture her and subject her to repeated humiliation by all cultivators, followed by a fiery soul refinement to quell his burning hatred. Let's enter the valley. Song Yin gestured, and 2 elders clad in gray robes immediately stepped forward. They are early-stage Yuanying elders, the trump cards he has brought along. Following closely behind are over 20 Jean Dan cultivators, each wielding fiery artifacts, their spiritual energy causing the very air to grow scorching. The group surged forth into Clearwater Valley. As they rounded a bend, they beheld the scene in the valley's center. By a stone bench, a stooped old man leisurely prepared to roast meat. Nearby, in an ancient tree, a young girl in purple swayed her legs, persistently urging, "Old man, could you hurry it up? I'm starving. Plus, my junior sister is about to break through. When she emerges, we can enjoy the roast together." Dai Yaoyao feigns a doting demeanor toward her junior sister, though in truth, it is her own cravings for meat that drive her impatience. Yi Kong paid no heed to Dai Yaoyao, methodically preparing the ingredients, grilling, and crafting the roasted meat. Song Yin observed the serene scene within the valley, his frustration nearly reaching a boiling point. He had come with the elite of the Burning Incense Valley, brimming with rage to seek revenge. Yet this elderly man and young girl brazenly indulged in grilling meat and urging for food, not sparing him a single glance. An utter humiliation. "Hand over Chu Bingran, or you shall all perish." Song Yin bellowed, striking the neck of the fire lion beneath him. The steed reared in pain, fiery spiritual power erupting from its form. The 2 Nascent Soul elders behind him exchanged glances, on the verge of unleashing their own powers. Yet suddenly they both shivered in unison. A chilling aura, without warning, emanated from the direction of Chu Bingran's cultivation cave, instantly suppressing the heat in the air, as thin frost began to form on the ground. Such pure ice power. Elder Zhang furrowed his brow, instinctively retreating a half-step. This was stronger than the last time Chu Bingran unleashed her power, tenfold at the very least. Before he could finish his thought, the sky abruptly darkened. The gathered onlookers looked up to see the clouds above the cave slowly parting, revealing an ice lotus, composed of faint blue coldness, gently swirling. The lotus had 9 petals, each adorned with intricate frost patterns, emanating an aura that even made Nascent Soul cultivators' hearts tremble, an extraordinary phenomenon heralded by the successful Foundation establishment. Foundation establishment. A golden core attendant beside Song Yin gasped. Just yesterday, she was merely at the 12th layer of chi refinement. How could she have established her foundation overnight and invoked such a celestial manifestation? Song Yin quickly comprehended that this was undoubtedly connected to the elderly man and the girl before him. He was acutely aware of Chu Bingran's talents. Even with the celestial grade spiritual root, establishing a foundation overnight without resources was inconceivable, let alone summoning such a rare ice lotus phenomenon. Behind this, it must be the machinations of that old man and the girl in purple, demonic cultivators. This is the work of demonic cultivators. Song Yin roared in fury, attempting to mask his inner astonishment. She is establishing her foundation through demonic means. She must die today. Elders Zhang and Li, take action. Destroy her cave and interrupt her foundation establishment. The 2 Nascent Soul elders gritted their teeth, about to raise their hands, when suddenly they felt a chilling, murderous intent locking onto them. Dai Yaoyao rose slowly from atop the ancient tree, her purple attire fluttering in the cold wind. The pitch-black, devouring sword had appeared in her hand unbeknownst to them, and she casually began to trim her nails with it. Verfamu shall die. Dai Yaoyao's voice was not loud, yet her calm, purple gaze swept across Song Yin and his entourage as if she were surveying a group of corpses. The branches beneath her quivered slightly from her spiritual power, frost creeping along the trunk of the ancient tree, as if the very air was succumbing to her murderous aura. Elder Zhang and Li's movements froze instantly, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. They could not discern Dai Yaoyao's cultivation level, but years of experience warned them that they had provoked someone they ought not to have. The fire lion beneath Song Yin fidgeted anxiously, yet dared not take a single step forward. At this moment, Song Yin finally came to a realization. He gazed at Dai Yaoyao, whose demeanor was remarkably nonchalant, and then turned his eyes to the slowly swirling ice lotus in the sky, an unfamiliar sensation of fear blossoming within him for the very first time. He had believed that the presence of a nascent soul elder would guarantee his victory, yet he found himself utterly unable to fathom the depths of this purple-clad maiden. Though he was audacious, he was not foolish. In the past, his endeavors in the practice of yin-yang complementarity had gone unscathed, as the female cultivators he targeted were typically from insignificant backgrounds or minor cultivation families. Deterred from speaking out due to his status as the young master of the Burning Incense Valley, his choice to act against Chu Bingran had been a calculated decision, as she lacked any backing, standing alone. However, the current situation had spiraled far beyond his expectations, and at this moment, he felt a burgeoning desire to withdraw. As Song Yin hesitated over whether to depart, several presences of nascent soul and transformation appeared, advancing towards the clear water valley. Resolutely, he made up his mind. He would not provoke them. He would flee. Yet, just as he prepared to take action, Dai Yaoyao's voice rang out. Stay put. If you disturb my junior sister's breakthrough, it could lead to fatal consequences. An instantaneous silence enveloped the scene, with no one daring to breathe audibly. Observing this, Dai Yaoyao wore a satisfied expression, her violet eyes shifting to Yi Kong, who was busily grilling meat, and she complained, Old man, why are you so slow? Yi Kong shot her an irritated glare and retorted, Little brat, don't just stand there yapping. Grilling meat requires precision. It cannot be rushed. If the flames are too high, the outside burns while the inside remains raw. If the flames are too low, it turns into firewood and is inedible. You are such a nuisance. Dai Yaoyao pouted, but, captivated by the aroma of the grilled meat, displayed an expression of contentment. Song Yin and the others watched this scene in silence, not daring to make a sound. What a fascinating spectacle. A resonant voice shattered the stillness, as a late-stage nascent soul cultivator in gray robes appeared above Clear Water Valley, looking down upon Yi Kong and his disciples. Upon hearing the voice, a glint of cold light flashed in Dai Yaoyao's eyes. Chapter 38. Chu Bingran's Foundation Establishment. The gray-robed cultivator's voice echoed through the valley, and before his words could fully dissipate, Dai Yaoyao transformed into a streak of purple-black light. No one could discern how she moved. All they heard was a sharp sound as the dark sword energy of the devouring immortal sword cleaved through the air, aimed directly at the cultivator's brow. Despite being a late-stage nascent soul, the cultivator, sensing danger, was unable to evade in time and could only hastily summon a yellowish shield. Yet, the sword energy of the transformation stage was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator to withstand. With a crack, the shield shattered, and the sword energy's momentum remained unabated, piercing through his skull. Blood splattered onto the azure stones of the valley, and his lifeless body plummeted from the air. Never having the chance to utter a scream, Dai Yaoyao sheathed her sword, dusted off her hands as if brushing away non-existent dirt, glanced disdainfully at the corpse, and spoke with a tone that was playful yet undeniably fierce. "I had warned you. Affecting my junior sister's breakthrough could lead to dire consequences. What if your loud voice frightens her?" Yekong, seated beside the stone bench, did not even lift his eyelids. He merely poked at the roasting meat with an iron skewer, flipping it over and sprinkling a handful of spirit herb powder, speaking in a monotone. "The meat is on the verge of burning. Do not flounder about near the corpse, as the blood stench will render it unpalatable." I know. Dai Yaoyao skipped back to the ancient tree, even kicking the corpse as she passed. Such misfortune, obstructing my view of my junior sister's emergence. This scene shattered the last vestige of hope in Song Yin. He gazed at the Yuan Ing corpse on the ground, then glanced at Dai Yaoyao's nonchalant demeanor. A late-stage Yuan Ing cultivator could not even withstand a single strike from her. A pale yellow liquid trickled down his pants, dripping onto the crimson mane of his fierce fire lion, causing the mount to paw anxiously at the ground, emitting low growls. Song Yin trembled all over, his teeth chattered, lacking the courage to meet Dai Yaoyao's gaze, only daring to fixate on the tips of his shoes, fearful that he might be cleaved in two by that obsidian sword in the next moment. At that instant, a resplendent blue light erupted from the ice lotus in the sky, its 9 petals slowly rotating, illuminating the entire clear water valley as if it were midday. An ethereal figure of an ice maiden materialized in the heavens, her gaze seemingly surveying all of creation. Xianbing Dao body. Dai Yaoyao's lips curled slightly, sensing that in this lifetime, she and Chu Bingran would engage in yet another contest. Figures approaching from afar halted in their tracks, captivated by the awe-inspiring vision, recognizing that such a prodigy must be recruited into their sect. Moments later, the ice lotus diminished at a visible rate, transforming into a pale blue shadow that, as if animated, precisely slipped through the crevice of Chu Bingran's stone door. A soft hum resonated from within the cave, heralding a faint surge of spiritual energy as the stone door gradually opened. Chu Bingran, clad in white, stepped forth gracefully, her hair speckled with shards of ice. Enveloped in a solid aura of Xianbing spiritual power, the youthful exuberance she once bore had completely faded, replaced by an air of poise. Approaching Yekong, she knelt in reverence, her voice imbued with the freshness of a recent breakthrough. "Master, I am your disciple, Chu Bingran, and I have successfully established my foundation." As she spoke, she extended a hand, presenting a translucent pale blue crystal, the ice spirit crystal she had condensed during her foundation establishment, containing the pure essence of Xianbing power, perhaps to enhance the flavor of Master S roast meat. Yekong accepted the ice spirit crystal, feeling its chilly touch at his fingertips, and nodded with a smile. "Very well. Far more stable than when your senior sister established her foundation." He casually broke the ice spirit crystal into small pieces, sprinkling them over the roasting meat. As the ice crystals met the heat, they melted instantly, transforming into a delicate blue aura, infusing the aroma of the meat with a refreshing chill that tempered the grease, making it all the more enticing. Dai Yaoyao leaned in closer, reaching out to grab the meat. "Old man, let me have a taste." With my junior sister's ice spirit crystal added, it must be even more delicious. "Patience, it is not yet done." Yekong gently pried her hand away, yet still prodded a small piece with an iron skewer and offered it to her lips for a taste. Dai Yaoyao opened her mouth and bit down, her eyes instantly sparkling. Delicious, more tender and fragrant than the spirit deer meat from last time. Chu Bingran observed their interaction, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Just as she was about to speak again, she suddenly lifted her gaze toward the entrance of the valley. There, formidable presences were swiftly approaching, emanating fluctuations of the nascent soul stage, and even a few hints of pressure that brushed against the transformation stage. Before long, a dozen figures appeared at the valley's mouth, led by an elder clad in a purple robe from the Tai's sacred land, Elder Wu, who bore the holy fire token at his waist, evidently a person of considerable status. Accompanying him was Elder Zhou Shan from the Reliant Mountain sect, and the alchemist Lu Qin Yao from the Medicine King's Valley, along with several unfamiliar cultivators whose attire suggested they were powerful figures from the Wandao immortal domain. Upon their arrival, they were met with the sight of the nascent soul corpse on the ground, the lingering ethereal ice lotus in the sky, and the scene of Yi Kong and his two disciples roasting meat as if oblivious to their presence, which caused their expressions to shift to a complex mix of emotions. Is that not Elder Lu from the Yuhua Palace? How did he perish? Zhou Shan scrutinized the corpse on the ground, his voice tinged with astonishment. Elder Lu was indeed at the late nascent soul stage, yet he had met his end in this clear water valley. Elder Wu's gaze fell upon Dai Yaoyao, then swept over Yi Kong's stooped figure, finally settling on the freshly established foundation of Chu Bingran, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. The foundation manifestation. Indeed, the Xinbing Dao body. He pondered what justification he could use to compel the individuals before him to submit, to legitimately take away this foundation cultivator. Thus, he directed his attention to the corpse of Elder Lu from the Yuhua Palace, and an idea quickly formed. Friends, is it not rather improper to kill innocents without cause? As he spoke, his gaze sought affirmation from the other elders present, yet these seasoned individuals refrained from expressing any stance, wary of the unclear situation. Dai Yaoyao, savoring her roasted meat, glanced at him with disdain. Merely dealing with a nuisance, what concern is it of yours? Do you wish to meddle in our affairs? Chu Bingran stepped closer to Dai Yaoyao, her Xianbing's spiritual energy subtly circulating. Though she had just established her foundation, she felt no fear of these so-called strong individuals, for with her master and senior sister by her side, she had no reason to retreat. Yikong finally picked up the roasted meat, placing it on the prepared spiritual leaves, and turned to face the assembly at the valley's entrance. His aged voice carrying a hint of nonchalance. Have you come to witness the spectacle, or do you intend to see someone? If it is merely to observe, the show has concluded, and you may leave. If it is to take someone, you ought to consider whether your lives are sturdy enough. He gestured toward the corpse on the ground, his voice having been too loud, disturbing his disciple. The atmosphere within the valley became instantly tense, as the cultivators at the entrance regarded the imposing presence of Yi Kong and his disciples, then glanced back at the nascent soul corpse, none daring to make the first move. If Dai Yaoyao could casually slay someone at the late nascent soul stage, then how could that seemingly stooped old man be an ordinary person? In a forgotten corner, Song Yin had long been paralyzed with fear atop the fierce fire lion, utterly devoid of the strength to flee. He could only watch helplessly as the tension-filled standoff unfolded before him, his mind consumed by a singular thought. It is over. Not only have I failed to exact my revenge, but I have also entangled myself in an even greater predicament. Chapter 39. Does my disciple require justification for murder? Yikong gazed fondly at the freshly grilled meat on the spiritual leaf, his eyes tenderly fixed upon his two disciples. Eat while it's hot. It loses its charm when cold. Before he could finish his sentence, Dai Yaoyao had already snatched a skewer and presented it to Chu Bingran. Here, junior sister. This is specially grilled for you by our master upon your emergence. Chu Bingran accepted the skewer without hesitation, savoring the tender and fragrant meat. This was a sensation she had never experienced before. As for this old man, he was not the fearsome figure of legends. This mentorship was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Dai Yaoyao lifted a cup of sour plum juice. Gulme. Junior sister, help your senior sister chill this for me. Chu Bingran glanced over at Dai Yaoyao, observing the sour plum juice in her hand. With a delicate flick of her fingers, a chill enveloped the cup, forming a layer of frost upon its surface. Dai Yaoyao took a hearty gulp and exclaimed, "What a delight!" Then, she leisurely turned her attention to Yikong. "Old man, I leave these bothersome individuals to you. My junior sister and I wish to strengthen our bond." Her earlier intervention had stemmed from her desire to protect the quality of the grilled meat, not wanting anyone to disrupt the process. Now, to engage further would be to disregard her formidable status. Besides, the act of slaying these individuals paled in comparison to the pleasure of indulging in grilled meat. She handed a cup of sour plum juice to Chu Bingran. "Junior sister, the grilled meat pairs splendidly with this sour plum juice." Skeptical yet intrigued, Chu Bingran accepted the sour plum juice and took a tentative sip, finding it pleasantly sweet and tangy. Subsequently, she summoned her spiritual power, encasing the cup in frost, and mimicked Dai Yaoyao, downing it in one gulp, her face reflecting sheer enjoyment. Indeed, it was quite delightful. Yikong observed his two rebellious disciples, shaking his head in resignation. Elder Wu watched as Yikong and his disciples indulged in meat and soup, seemingly oblivious to his presence, and his suppressed fury boiled over. He stepped forward, the sacred fire patterns on his purple robe glowing, and the oppressive aura of an early-stage transformation god gradually emanated from him, attempting to intimidate Yikong. Friend, your words are misguided. Although Elder Lu of the Yuhua Palace may have erred, his crimes do not warrant death. Your disciple resorts to lethal force at the slightest disagreement, which is nothing short of indiscriminate slaughter. If you do not provide Yuhua Palace and the gathered elders with a proper explanation today, it may be difficult to quell the public outcry. He shifted his tone, his gaze sweeping across the assembled sect elders, his voice laced with a calculated persuasion. How about this? You and your disciple accompany me back to the Tai sacred land to cooperate with Yuhua Palace in the investigation of this matter. If it can be proven that Elder Lu was indeed at fault, the sacred land shall restore your innocence. Should you be found in the wrong, you must provide Yuhua Palace with an explanation. This proposal, though seemingly fair, concealed a web of ulterior motives. As long as we can deceive Yikong and his disciples back to the Tai sacred land with the strength of the sacred land, we need not fear our ability to control them, especially with Chu Bingran's celestial grade, ice spirit root, and mysterious ice body. Once acquired, the power of the Tai sacred land will undoubtedly ascend to a new height. Zhou Shan from the mountain sect was the first to echo this sentiment, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. Elder Wu is correct. In the immortal realm, one must adhere to the rules. Indiscriminate slaughter of nascent soul cultivators is no trivial matter and should be thoroughly investigated by the sacred land. He had long desired to cling to the Tai sacred land, and this was a perfect opportunity to curry favor, perhaps even gain benefits from the spiritual veins of the Wandao sect. Lu Qingyao from the Medicine King Valley hesitated for a moment before speaking. Indeed, we must provide an explanation to the Yuhua Palace. However, the investigation must be impartial and not favor any party. She did not wish to flatter Elder Wu, yet she was also reluctant to directly offend the old man. A girl capable of slaying a late-stage nascent soul practitioner was certainly not to be underestimated. Elders from two smaller sects, sensing the tide, also aligned themselves with Elder Wu, eager to leverage the influence of the Tai sacred land for their own gain. Only a few rogue cultivators and an elder from a neutral sect stepped back, their eyes wary as they regarded Yikong, clearly unwilling to become entangled in this dispute. Seeing the growing support, Elder Wu felt emboldened. Just as he was about to press his advantage further, he heard Yikong's leisurely voice break the tension. What do you all think? He did not look at Elder Wu, but instead turned to the neutral cultivators, his tone calm, yet imbued with an inexplicable sense of menace. The cultivators hurriedly waved their hands, with one even exclaiming, "This matter has nothing to do with us. We are merely passing through and will take our leave." They turned to depart, fearing the repercussions of becoming embroiled in this conflict. Watching this scene of opportunism unfold, a cold smirk crept across Yikong's lips. He set down the skewer of roasted meat, and his fingertips began to swirl with a faint, gray, chaotic spiritual power. Though seemingly weak, it sent a shiver through all present, as if the very air was on the verge of freezing. An investigation? Yikong slowly rose to his feet. His once hunched back now straightened. His aged visage suddenly sharpened, his gaze becoming as piercing as a blade. My disciple has killed. Do I need to account to you? What need have I to report to the Tai sacred land? Elder Wu's expression shifted dramatically, just as he prepared to summon the sacred fire energy to resist. He saw Yikong wave his hand. That strand of chaotic spiritual power instantly transformed into an invisible sword chi, moving with such speed that it left no afterimage behind. Swish, swish, swish. Three soft sounds resonated almost simultaneously. Elder Wu's head rolled from his neck, the sacred fire patterns on his purple robe dimming at once. Zhou Shan, who had supported him, along with the two elders from the smaller sects, were simultaneously pierced through the forehead by the sword chi, their bodies collapsing to the ground. Blood splattered onto the bluestone, mingling with the previous stains from Elder Lu, emitting a pungent scent of blood. The entire valley fell into an eerie silence. Even the sound of wind rustling through the leaves ceased. The remaining cultivators turned pale, trembling all over, unable to believe their own eyes. In the early stages of the transformation realm, a mere flick of Yi Kong's hand effortlessly dispatched one person in the God transformation stage and three at the peak of the Nascent Soul stage. What kind of cultivation is this? Transformation? Or perhaps refinement of the void? Song Yin collapsed onto the blazing fire lion, darkness closing in as he nearly fainted, the damp stain in his trousers expanding further. It was only now that he comprehended the magnitude of the danger he had provoked. He was not confronting ordinary disciples, but a formidable being capable of casually slaying those in the transformation stage. Yi Kong retracted his hand, the chaotic spiritual energy dissipating in an instant, reverting to the guise of a stooped elder, as if the act of murder had not been committed by him. He cast a glance over the remaining cultivators, his voice still aged, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. As for my disciple, let it be known that not only can I eliminate a troublesome nascent soul, but I would do so without needing a reason. Consider today a warning. In the future, meddle less in our affairs, and do not covet my disciples. Otherwise, your fate will mirror that of those who lie here. Dai Yaoyao, munching on roasted meat, playfully winked at Chu Bingran. Did you see that, little junior sister? Isn't it exhilarating to feel protected? Chu Bingran tightened her grip on the sour plum soup, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. This sensation was truly delightful. In her past life as the Ice Empress, she was forever bound by the rules of the celestial realm, never having the freedom to protect her own in such an unrestrained manner. At this moment, she fully grasped that Yi Kong's words about the boundary between immortals and demons were no mere rhetoric. With sufficient strength, one could safeguard those they wished to protect, without concern for others' opinions. Chapter 40. Kindly indicate the direction. The remaining cultivators dared not linger any longer, bowing deeply to Yi Kong without uttering a single courteous phrase, hastily retreating towards the valley's exit, wishing they had sprouted additional legs. Lu Qingyao moved the fastest, casting a lingering glance at Yi Kong, her eyes filled with trepidation. At this moment, she had surmised the identity of the man before her. He was none other than the one known as the Chaos Demon God, Yi Kong, 100 times more terrifying than the rumors suggested. Soon, only Yi Kong and his disciples remained in the valley, alongside the crumpled Song Yin and his entourage. Amidst a sea of corpses, Dai Yaoyao glanced at Song Yin and turned to Yi Kong. Shall we dispose of him? We wouldn't want him to taint this place and spoil our enjoyment of the roasted meat. Yi Kong leisurely approached Song Yin, a mischievous smile curling at his lips. Was it you who drugged my disciple? Song Yin, terrified, lost all composure and knelt upon the fire lion, repeatedly bowing. Senior, spare my life. Fairy Chu, please forgive me. I shall never dare again. I am willing to offer all the resources of the Incense Valley to you, begging for a chance to live. Yi Kong smiled slightly. As for the resources of the Incense Valley, we shall procure them ourselves. Kindly indicate the direction. Upon hearing Yi Kong's request to point out the way to the Incense Valley, Song Yin trembled uncontrollably, yet he dared not hesitate for even a moment. He pointed towards the western side of the valley, his voice quivering. Tishish there, Senior. The Incense Valley lies to the west of the burning Heaven Mountain Range, marked by 3 fiery spirit stone pillars at its entrance, making it quite easy to locate. I implore you, grant me a chance for survival. I vow never to set foot in the clear water valley again, he pleaded, his gaze filled with dread as he fixated on Yi Kong's face, hoping that this elder might show mercy, considering he had revealed the sex location. Yet, Yi Kong merely regarded him with an indifferent demeanor, the smile at the corners of his mouth growing increasingly frigid, while the chaotic spiritual energy at his fingertips quietly coalesced. How could one who dared to place poison upon his disciple and sought to capture him as a furnace for alchemy be allowed to leave alive? Do you believe you still have a chance to escape? As Yi Kong's words resonated, he raised his hand to unleash a surge of sword energy. Who dares to harm my son? A resounding roar erupted from Song Yin. In an instant, a surge of crimson flames erupted from Song Yin's chest, coalescing into the spectral figure of a middle-aged man clad in a robe of fire. This apparition emanated the oppressive aura of a mid-stage transformation god, bearing a striking resemblance to Song Yin. It was indeed the life-preserving incarnation left by Song Jiang, the master of the Incense Valley, for his son. Upon its emergence, the incarnation fixated on Yi Kong with a gaze brimming with hostility. Though my son has erred, it is not for a mysterious elder like you to intervene. Release Yin at once, and forfeit your cultivation as an apology, and I may yet spare your life. Otherwise, the incense valley shall ensure you meet a gruesome end, leaving you with no resting place. He believed that the appearance of his initial stage transformation god incarnation would intimidate Yi Kong. Yet he failed to notice the flicker of derision in Yi Kong's eyes. How tiresome! Yi Kong, too indifferent to waste further words, raised his hand and unleashed a pale, gray, chaotic sword energy toward the apparition. This seemingly innocuous sword energy harbored the power to consume all. The flaming shield summoned by Song Jiang's incarnation could not withstand even a breath's duration before being rent asunder, the apparition instantaneously enveloped by chaotic force, vanishing into wisps of blue smoke without uttering a single cry, leaving behind only a shattered fire jade pendant on Song Yan's chest. Song Yan was utterly dumbfounded, collapsing to the ground, devoid of the strength to even bow his head. His father's transformation god incarnation had failed to withstand a single blow from the adversary. What manner of monster was this elder? I shall seek you out. Yi Kong spoke softly toward the direction of the burning Heaven Mountain range, his voice seemingly capable of penetrating the void to reach Song Jiang's ears. A child's failure is the father's fault. In your next life, ensure you are reborn to a worthy father. As his words concluded, the chaotic sword energy was unleashed once more, and Song Yan, along with the last dozen or so followers he had brought along, were reduced to mere dust before they could even react. Yi Kong waved his hand, the pale gray chaotic energy sweeping across the scene, instantly devouring the corpses and bloodstains from the ground, leaving behind only a collection of shimmering storage rings and magical artifacts. These were the remnants of Elder Wu and Song Yan. He gathered these treasures together and handed them to the approaching Dai Yaoyao, speaking casually, "Take these as pocket money. The spirit stones and spiritual tools within should suffice for some time." Dai Yaoyao extended her hand to take the items, casually flipping through them. To her dismay, she discovered that the contents primarily consisted of golden elixirs, third and fourth grade spirit tools used by Yuanian cultivators, and medium grade spirit stones. She couldn't help but curl her lip in disdain. Is this all? These worthless trinkets? Not even enough to purchase a decent sword tassel. After all, she possessed the Shixian sword and the Shihuan bell, two artifacts of considerable power. These ordinary treasures hardly captured her interest. Let alone the thought of meticulously organizing them within a storage ring seemed tedious. Turning her gaze to the side, she noticed Chu Bingran standing nearby. Her eyes suddenly sparkled, and she thrust the pile of treasures into Chu Bingran's arms, her tone tinged with a hint of sisterly concern. Junior sister, having just established your foundation, you are in dire need of cultivation resources. Here, these are for you. Take the spirit stones for your training. Use the spirit tools as you see fit. And if any are unnecessary, you can store them and exchange them at a merchant association. With a playful smirk, she added from now on, the task of organizing these items falls to you, for you are the junior sister. Chu Bingran was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the storage ring in her arms. Then, observing Dai Yaoyao's evident reluctance to deal with the mess, a sense of frustration welled up within her. She was well aware of her kind-hearted senior sister's intentions, realizing that it was merely a facade to avoid the inconvenience of handling such mundane treasures. Yet, she refrained from calling her out, instead bowing gracefully while clutching the treasures. Thank you, senior sister. For her, these resources were indeed a timely boon, and even the prospect of organizing them paled in comparison to the arduous task of earning them herself. Yi Kong watched this scene unfold, shaking his head in resignation. This rebellious disciple, clearly disinclined to engage in the tedious work, cloaked her motives in grandiloquent terms. However, seeing the gratitude in Chu Bingran's eyes as she accepted the treasures, he chose not to comment further, stating simply, "Since Song Yan has already taken care of matters, we should depart from the Clearwater Valley. Let us first visit the Finshan Mountain Range to acquire resources from the Finsong Valley, and then proceed to the Wandao Immortal City to gather information." To Finsong Valley? Dai Yaoyao's eyes lit up, momentarily forgetting her disdain for the treasures. Will we be able to seize their spirit herbs and elixirs? I have heard that Finsong Valley possesses Finshan flame, perfect for roasting meat. Chu Bingran nodded in agreement, a flicker of coldness flashing in her eyes. The Finsong Valley had assisted Song Yan in pursuing her. This debt needed to be settled as well. Yi Kong smiled and nodded, leading the way toward the Finshan Mountain Range. Let them witness the price they must pay for provoking my disciple, Yi Kong. As the silhouettes of the trio gradually receded against the setting sun, The clear water valley was left desolate, as if no one had ever visited. Meanwhile, deep within the Finchan mountain range at Finsong Valley, Song Jiang stared at the shattered fire jade pendant in his grasp, his expression darkening ominously. The flames of spiritual energy raging violently around him. He could distinctly feel the terrifying power that surged through him at the moment his avatar was extinguished. Along with Yi Kong's ominous warning, "I will come for you." For the first time, a profound sense of fear seeped into his bones. Chapter 41. A Desperate Gamble by Song Jiang. Within the council chamber of Finsong Valley, the flickering light of the flame lantern illuminated Song Jiang's increasingly grim countenance. He forcefully slammed the shattered flame jade pendant onto the council table, causing fragments to scatter before several elders seated below. This pendant was the last means of protection he had bestowed upon his son, and now that it lay in ruins, the fate of Song Yin was all too evident. "Master," the Grand Elder spoke tremulously, his voice tinged with undeniable concern. "That old man could obliterate your divine incarnation with a single strike. His power has likely reached the late stage of divine transformation, perhaps even the realm of void refinement. Should we not consider retreating from the burning Heaven Mountain range for the time being and seek aid from the Tai Holy Land?" As soon as he finished speaking, the other elders nodded in agreement. The chaotic force they had felt during the obliteration of the incarnation still haunted them. Retreat? To where? Song Jiang slammed the table, and a tempest of fiery, spiritual energy instantly charred the council table to black. This burning Heaven Mountain range is the very foundation of our incense valley. Can we abandon a millennia-old legacy for the sake of a rogue cultivator? Furthermore, Song Yin is my only son. If he perishes, what meaning is there in fleeing to the ends of the earth? He could not express these thoughts to the elders, of course. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure. The rage that had surged upon hearing the news of his son's demise was gradually replaced by a steely resolve. He stepped to the center of the council hall, his gaze sweeping across the elders, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Now that spiritual energy is reviving, it is precisely the opportunity for our incense valley to rise. A victory in this battle will undoubtedly elevate my standing in the realm of 10,000 paths. He refrained from mentioning that Song Yin lacked talent, which was why he had chosen the technique of yin-yang cultivation for him, often advising his son to seek out those without backgrounds. Song Yin had always been cautious, and any troubles that arose, he had managed to resolve discreetly with his mid-stage divine transformation strength. Alas, trouble had still found its way to them. If something had befallen Yinner, he could only blame himself for not having taught him well. Yet, he shifted his tone abruptly, a newfound firmness emerging. Blame or no blame, my incense valley is not to be treated as a soft persimmon. A rogue cultivator seeking to flatten our valley must first consider if he has the means to do so. With a wave of his hand, a topographical map of the burning Heaven Mountain range materialized above the council table, key locations marked in cinnabar. Grand Elder, you are to immediately activate the burning Heaven Flame Array in our sect's forbidden grounds. This array, built upon the fire spiritual vein, can incite the burning heaven flames to incinerate any intruders. Even those in the late stage of divine transformation will face dire consequences. Second Elder, mobilize all fire spirit guards to defend the 3 fire spirit stone pillars at the valley entrance. No one is to enter or leave without permission. Also, distribute the fire spirit pearls from the treasury to the disciples for early refinement, enhancing their fire attribute spiritual energy. Yikong's chaotic force can devour flames. We must rely on numbers and formations to compensate. Third Elder, organize the sect's communication jade slips and send messages to the smaller sects allied with us, informing them that this old man is a chaotic demon posing a threat to the realm of immortals. If he flattens our incense valley, they'll be next. Urge them to send elders to assist in battle. Those who dare not come shall no longer expect to obtain the fire spirit grass from us. Command after command was issued with unwavering precision, as the elders, observing the resolute determination in Song Jiang's eyes, gradually shed their initial panic and bowed in acceptance, as per the Valley Master's orders. Once the elders departed, the council chamber was left with only Song Jiang. He approached the window, gazing out at the sprawling, fiery peaks of the burning Heaven Mountains. There lay his long-cultivated medicinal fields, mineral veins, the millennia-old legacy of the burning incense valley, and the last remnants of his hopes for his son. His earlier display of firmness before the elders was merely a facade he had forced himself to maintain. Only he understood that with a mere thought of the elder's effortless extinguishing of the chaotic sword energy, a chill gripped his heart. Initially, he had intended to carry the flame of the burning heaven fire to the Tai Chi sacred land and join the alliance against the 10,000 Path sect. But now he found himself murmuring bitterly, "How ironic! The alliance has slipped through my fingers, only to attract such a formidable adversary." His original plan had been to leverage the campaign against the calamity body under the guise of the Tai Chi sacred land's efforts, hoping to reap the benefits of dividing the 10,000 Path sect while simultaneously elevating the status of Burning Incense Valley within the celestial domain. However, the death of Song Yen had completely derailed all his arrangements. He raised his hand to his chest, where lay a dark red token inscribed with intricate flame patterns. This was the ancestral Burning Heaven Order of the Burning Incense Valley, capable of summoning the colossal fire spirit beast that slumbered deep within the Burning Heaven Mountains. It was the valley's ultimate trump card. He would not resort to using this token unless absolutely necessary. Yet now, faced with a formidable foe like Yi Kong, he found himself with no retreat. Old man Song Jiang clenched the token, his knuckles turning white, a glint of fierce resolve flashing in his eyes. What if you are at the peak of the transformation stage? The 1,000-year accumulation of the Burning Incense Valley, the Fire Spirit Guards, the Burning Heaven Array, and the colossal Fire Spirit Beast. Come what may, I shall ensure you pay the price. At this moment, the Burning Incense Valley had entered a state of full wartime readiness. The Fire Spirit stone pillars at the valley entrance radiated a dazzling red light. The array patterns of the Burning Heaven Array emerged throughout the valley, and the Fire Spirit Guards clad in crimson armor patrolled the grounds wielding flaming spears. The smaller sects allied with the Burning Incense Valley sent their disciples. Though mostly consisting of Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivators, they managed to muster a force of several thousand, surrounding the valley tightly. The air was thick with the intense heat of fire spirit energy, tinting the sky a pale red. All within the Burning Incense Valley awaited the arrival of Yi Kong. At the Medicine King Valley, within the Alchemy Hall, the aroma of medicinal herbs filled the air as dozens of bronze alchemical furnaces stood in orderly rows, wisps of white smoke curling from their tops. Lu Qing sat at his desk, adorned in a moon-white alchemy robe, his fingertips caressing a yellowed alchemical formula. This was a painstakingly acquired relic from the outer disciples of the 10,000 Path sect, said to be a fragment of ancient alchemical scriptures passed down from the 10,000 Path cauldron, containing only a few strokes yet haunting his thoughts for days. Elder brother. The door to the alchemy hall was thrust open, and Lu Qingyao hurried in, her robe dusted with the remnants of travel, her expression tinged with urgency. She had just returned from Qingshui Valley and made her way directly to the Dan Hall. The effortless extinguishment of the chaotic sword energy by Yi Kong that had obliterated Elder Wu of the Tai sacred land still echoed in her mind. She felt compelled to prevent her elder brother from stepping into this inevitable demise. Lu Qingyao lifted her gaze, momentarily diverting it from the alchemical formula before her. Her tone laced with impatience. "What is the hurry? Did I not instruct you to gather intelligence in Wandao Immortal City? Why have you returned so swiftly?" His thoughts were entirely consumed by the page of alchemical scripture, neglecting to observe Lu Qingyao's expression closely. "I have gathered the information, but brother, we cannot align ourselves with the alliance of the Tai sacred land." Lu Qingyao approached the desk, her hands pressing against its surface, her voice trembling slightly. "The Wandao sect is not as feeble as you perceive, and Yi Kong is genuinely formidable." She was certain in her heart that elder was indeed Yi Kong. Chapter 42. Who is the demon god? Taking a deep breath, she spoke rapidly about her experiences in Qingshui Valley. "I witnessed him with my own eyes. An old, stooped man accompanied by a girl in purple, along with the recently established Chu Bingran. The girl in purple casually waved her hand and killed Elder Lu of Yuhua Palace, who was at the late Nascent Soul stage. Even the transformation of Song Jiang, the lord of the Burning Incense Valley, was annihilated by the old man with a single sword strike. His chaotic power can devour flames. Even the burning sky flame may not harm him. Such a person is not someone we can provoke." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing was merely dismissive, letting out a scoff as he gently placed the alchemical formula on the table, his gaze tinged with disdain. "Qingyao, you are still too young and easily deceived by appearances." He rose and approached the alchemical furnace, picking up a jade spoon to scoop out a ladle of crimson elixir. Speaking with unwavering certainty, Zhao Wujie stated that Yikong is merely at the initial stage of the transformation stage. The so-called chaotic demon god is merely a sensationalized ploy devised to mislead the masses. As for the slaying of transformational beings and the obliteration of incarnations, perhaps he employed some insidious artifact, or the opponent feigned weakness. No, brother. Lu Qingyao interjected urgently. I saw it clearly. He did not employ any spiritual artifacts. It was merely the sword energy he unleashed. The oppressive force of that chaotic power surpassed even our Apothecary Valley's treasured apothecary cauldron. It is beyond what someone at the initial transformation stage could wield. And the girl in purple, she effortlessly severed a being at the late Nascent Soul stage. There can be no deception regarding her initial transformation stage prowess. Enough. Lu Qing abruptly interrupted her, slamming the jade spoon against the edge of the alchemical furnace, causing droplets of elixir to splatter, which instantly crystallized upon contact with the ground. The ancient alchemical scripture of the Wandao sect lay before him, representing Apothecary Valley's prime opportunity to surpass the Tai sacred land. No matter how formidable the Wandao sect was 100,000 years ago, it now consisted only of remnants. What storm could a single Yikong stir? He fixed his gaze on Lu Qingyao, his tone resolutely unyielding. This matter is settled. 3 days hence, I shall personally lead 100 alchemists to meet with the Tai sacred land. You need not accompany us. Remain in Apothecary Valley to safeguard our alchemical resources and maintain order within the sect. As for Yikong, do not concern yourself further. It would only sow discord among the hearts of our people. Lu Qingyao gazed into her elder brother's eyes, filled with an unwavering obsession, and a chill enveloped her heart. She recognized that he, in his relentless pursuit of the ancient alchemical texts, had completely lost his grip on reason, even dismissing the tangible experiences he had undergone. She longed to articulate her thoughts, yet the coldness of Lu Qing's gaze silenced her. The resoluteness reflected in his eyes made it abundantly clear that any further entreaties would be futile. Elder brother, Lu Qingyao's lips parted, but the words never materialized. Instead, she clenched her sleeves tightly, her fingertips turning pale. Lu Qing, avoiding her gaze, turned back to the alchemical manuscript with a tone that was both flat and distant. You may leave now. I still need to organize the medicinal materials in preparation for our journey in 3 days. Lu Qingyao nodded silently and exited the alchemy hall. The moment the door closed behind her, her urgency faded, leaving only profound concern. She lifted her gaze towards the direction of Wandao Xian City, and, involuntarily, the scenes of Qingshui Valley surfaced in her mind. The stooped yet commanding figure of Yikong, the dark, soul-devouring sword wielded by Dai Yaoyao, and the ethereal ice lotus that emerged during Chu Bingran's foundation establishment flashed before her eyes. Elder brother, you have no idea whom you are about to confront. Lu Qingyao murmured to herself, a wave of intense unease swelling within her. She was certain that the old man from Qingshui Valley was indeed Yikong, and the woman by his side was the fabled Dai Yaoyao, possessing the celestial grade dark spirit root. This formidable master-student duo, coupled with the inheritance of the Wandao Ding and the alliance of the Tai sacred land, would likely not only fail to conquer Wandao sect, but could also plunge Yaowang Valley into an abyss from which there was no return. Taking a deep breath, she turned towards her dwelling. Since persuading her elder brother proved fruitless, she resolved to make preparations in advance, reinforcing the protective array of Yaowang Valley, stocking sufficient healing elixirs, so that in the event of an alliance's failure, the foundation of Yaowang Valley might be preserved. Yet, the mere thought of Yikong's chaotic sword energy, capable of devouring all, sent shivers down her spine, and she could only hope that this impending conflict would be delayed as much as possible. 3 days later, within the bustling confines of the Gathering Immortals Tea House in Wandao, Xian City, the air buzzed with lively chatter, the aroma of tea mingling with the essence of spiritual energy. 3 square tables were pushed together, surrounded by 7 or 8 cultivators, each clutching a crumpled piece of paper. Scrawled upon it were depictions of the battle at Qingshui Valley, the stooped old man extinguishing his avatar with a wave of his sleeve, the purple-clad maiden cleaving a nascent soul with her sword, and the white-clad girl summoning an ice lotus during her foundation establishment. Adjacent to these images were annotations that read, Mysterious Trio, slaying a transformation stage avatar and 3 nascent souls in a single day. The fall of the young master of the burning Heaven Valley. What do you think this old man is truly capable of? A golden elixir cultivator with a beard exclaimed. Sipping his tea, astonishment lacing his voice. To annihilate an avatar in the mid-transformation stage with such ease, his strength must be at least that of the late transformation stage. And that purple-clad maiden, she cleaved Elder Lu, who is at the peak of the Nascent Soul stage, with a single sword strike. Her cultivation must be at least early transformation stage, yet she appears even more formidable than most in the mid-transformation stage. What do you think? Could they be the two terrifying figures, Yikong and Dai Yaoyao? A cultivator clad in azure shook his head, pulling out another piece of parchment from his robe. It was indeed the image of the chaos demon god, previously disseminated by Zhao Wuji, depicting Yikong as a striking yet sinister figure, enveloped in chaotic energy. In contrast, Dai Yaoyao appeared with a green visage and sharp fangs, shrouded in darkness. He juxtaposed the two images and scoffed. Let us not speak of illustrious figures. Just look at this portrayal. The legendary chaos demon god, Yikong, resembles this, while Dai Yaoyao looks like a ghastly apparition, far removed from the trio of Qing Shui Valley. That old man, hunched and slow in speech, exhibits none of the ferocity one would associate with a demon god. Although the girl in the purple attire is formidable, she is also a beauty, utterly unrelated to the visage of fanged horror. Indeed, echoed another cultivator. I have heard from those who escaped that the old man even shared roasted meat with two young ladies. How could he possibly be the scourge of the immortal realm? Perhaps he is merely an elder from a secluded sect, out with his disciples for training, who coincidentally encountered Song Yin's malevolence and intervened. The discussions in the tea house were lively, with speculation ranging from the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse to a cultivator from overseas immortal islands. Yet no one connected these three individuals with Yikong and Dai Yaoyao. The disparity in the imagery was too vast, compounded by Yikong's rumored seclusion within the Wandao sect. No one could fathom that the one vilified as the chaos demon god would present himself in the guise of an old man at Qing Shui Valley. The street storyteller was surrounded by a throng, embellishing the details of the battle in Qing Shui Valley, including the specifics of Song Yin administering spring poison and the demise of Song Zhang's avatar, making them vividly clear. He even ventured a hypothesis that the old man might indeed be Yikong, pointing to the promotional board that described the chaos power devouring flames. Someone furrowed their brows and speculated, could the chaos power capable of consuming flames truly be related to Yikong? Immediately, a rebuttal arose. If Yikong possessed such power, he would have long since emerged from the Wandao sect. Why would he remain a cowardly turtle? It must be mere coincidence. In Chapter 43, Dai Yaoyao Sotabat. Meanwhile, in an elegant residence in the eastern district of Wandao, Immortal City, the atmosphere at the temporary stronghold of the Tai Holy Land was particularly grave. Zhao Wuji sat in the principal seat, grasping the battle report delivered by his subordinates, his countenance dark enough to draw water. The report meticulously detailed the casualties from the battle at Qing Shui Valley, Elder Wu from the Holy Land, Elder Lu from Yuhua Palace, Zhou Shan from the Kaoshan sect, and including Song Yin, a total of 1 transformation stage and 3 nascent soul cultivators had perished, along with the obliteration of Song Zhang's transformation. Such a toll had not been witnessed in millennia. Your Holiness, in my humble opinion, these 3 may very well be Yikong and Dai Yaoyao. A subordinate clad in purple stepped forward, speaking with conviction. That old man can manipulate chaotic energy, and the purple-clad girl, being at the early transformation stage, bears striking resemblance to Yikong and Dai Yaoyao. They must have altered their appearances to conceal themselves. Preposterous. Another subordinate in gray robes immediately countered. Since joining the Wandao sect, Yikong has not set foot beyond the fallen peak. The disciples of Wandao sect can attest to that. 3 months ago, Dai Yaoyao was at the pinnacle of the Nascent Soul stage. How could she possibly ascend to the transformation stage overnight? Furthermore, if Yikong possessed the strength of a transformation avatar, he would have long since challenged us from the Holy Land instead of hiding within the 10,000 Dao sect. The subordinate in the purple robe attempted to argue, but was interrupted by Zhao Wuji, who raised a hand, his gaze fixed on the battle report, where the words chaotic power devouring flames stood out, his fingertips turning slightly pale. While others may be oblivious, he understood that Yikong's ability to refine chaotic thunderclouds and manipulate chaotic energy was entirely reasonable. Dai Yaoyao, being of celestial grade, dark spiritual roots, had an extraordinary breakthrough speed, thus transitioning from nascent soul to transformation stage in 3 months, though outrageous, was not beyond the realm of possibility. That old man is likely Yikong. Zhao Wuji's voice carried an imperceptible gravity as he spoke. He is deliberately disguising himself as an old man. Firstly, to mislead others. And secondly, to lull us into complacency. With Dai Yaoyao's breakthrough and Chu Bingran's foundational manifestation, there must surely be the support of the 10,000 Tao cauldron behind them. Their emergence indicates that matters are far from simple. Your Holiness, do you truly believe it is they? The subordinate in the gray robe remained skeptical. What if it is merely a coincidence? If we misjudge, wouldn't we be startling the snake in the grass? Whether it is coincidence or not, we will ascertain the truth. Zhao Wuji rose, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Relay my orders. Keep watch on all entrances and exits of the 10,000 Tao immortal city. Should the stooped old man, the purple-clad girl, or the white-clad girl make an appearance, report immediately. Furthermore, expedite communication with the various sections. The Alliance Conference in 3 days must proceed as scheduled. Regardless of whether those 3 are Yi Kong, we must flatten the 10,000 Tao sect this time and deny them any chance of resurgence. Understood? Oh, by the way, didn't that old man say he was going to seek retribution from the Incense Valley? Zhao Wuji tapped the table, instructing, send someone to monitor the Incense Valley. And if there's any movement, report at once. The subordinates bowed in compliance and retreated. In the courtyard, only Zhao Wuji remained. He approached the window, gazing in the direction of the 10,000 Tao immortal city, tightly clutching an image of the chaotic demon god. The eyes of Yi Kong in the portrait were sharp, as if locking onto his own. Yi Kong, no matter your disguise, this time I shall not let you escape, he murmured to himself, his tone laden with a century's worth of suppressed animosity. Your chaotic legacy, Dai Yaoyao's dark spiritual roots, and the 10,000 Tao cauldron, all of it shall belong to me. 3 days later, en route to the Burning Sky mountain range, the mist in the mountains had yet to dissipate, and the air was imbued with the fragrant aroma of damp foliage. Dai Yaoyao trailed behind Yi Kong, idly kicking small pebbles by the roadside when suddenly her eyes brightened. Grabbing Chu Bingran's wrist, she dashed toward a valley to the left. Little junior sister, look over there. Chu Bingran followed her pointed direction. Deep within the valley, a clear spring shimmered with a faint blue glow, bubbling forth, surrounded by spirit herbs flourishing several times more abundantly than elsewhere. The spiritual energy so dense it seemed almost tangible. Indeed, a natural spiritual spring. A spiritual spring. Chu Bingran was pleasantly surprised. After 3 days of cultivation, she had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage and was in dire need of pure spiritual energy to consolidate her realm. This spiritual spring was indeed a delightful addition. Dai Yaoyao immediately rushed to Yi Kong, wrapping her arms around his, adopting a demure demeanor. Master, my junior sister is cultivating too quickly, and her spiritual power is still unstable. The energy in this spring is so pure. It would be perfect for her to soak and solidify her foundation. Shall we linger here for just 1 day? As she spoke, she covertly exchanged a glance with Chu Bingran. Chu Bingran could only smile wryly in agreement, nodding. Master, I indeed feel a certain stagnation in my spiritual power. If I could cultivate in the spiritual spring, it would surely aid in my future breakthroughs. She was well aware of Dai Yaoyao's ulterior motives. It was clear that Dai Yaoyao wished to relax in the spring, but was too embarrassed to voice it directly. Ye Konglans Dai Yaoyao, noting the uncontainable anticipation in her eyes, and shook his head helplessly. Very well, we shall stay for a day. However, do not think of slacking off. You will help me with the cooking later. He had long seen through his rebellious disciples' intentions, but chose not to expose them. It was indeed exhausting to travel, and allowing them a moment of respite was justifiable. Dai Yaoyao instantly beamed with joy, thumping her chest in assurance. No problem. Cooking is a trivial matter for me and my junior sister. With that, she dragged Chu Bingran to the edge of the spring, already scheming about how to soak comfortably. Yi Kong found a flat area, raised his hand, and summoned chaotic energy, quickly constructing a simple stone stove. He then retrieved fresh spiritual fish, spiritual shrimp, and some leftover spiritual deer meat from his storage ring. Since they were stopping, it was only fitting to prepare a delicious meal for his 2 rebellious disciples. Dai Yaoyao leaned over, eyeing the ingredients on the stone stove, gulping in anticipation. Master, how about we make grilled fish today? Cooking it with the spring water will surely make the fish soup even more delectable. You glutton, Yi Kong remarked, tapping her forehead. Yet he still poured some spring water into the pot. Before long, The aroma of grilled fish and the fragrance of fish soup wafted through the air. The fish sizzled over the fire, releasing oil, and after sprinkling some spiritual herb powder, the atmosphere was filled with a sweet aroma. Chu Bingran assisted in arranging jade bowls, and, seeing Dai Yaoyao's impatience, couldn't he help but remind her, "Senior sister, let us wait for Master to join us." "I know." Dai Yaoyao picked up a grilled fish, but did not eat it immediately. Instead, she nudged Yi Kong towards a nearby ancient tree. "Master, you've been busy all day and must be tired. That tree looks inviting. You should rest there while my junior sister and I finish our meal and clean up. You need to worry about it." Yi Kong raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you find my presence here bothersome?" "Not at all." Dai Yaoyao's eyes flickered as she hastily concocted an excuse. "My junior sister and I plan to borrow the spiritual spring for cultivation, and it would be inconvenient for you, an old man, to be here. Rest assured, we will keep an eye on our belongings." As she spoke, she pressed a jar of peach blossom brew into Yi Kong's hands, urging him toward the ancient tree. Observing her flustered demeanor, Yi Kong felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. The pretense of candidness was clearly a ruse to prevent him from peering into the spirit spring. He initially intended to suggest that he could store the spirit spring within his system space and return it to Lupofeng. But upon seeing the eager expressions of his two disciples, he swallowed his words. "All right, I'll rest over there. You both stay safe and don't forget to cultivate." "Got it, got it." Dai Yaoyao, seeing his acquiescence, immediately turned him around, fearful he might change his mind. Chapter 44. Chu Bingran breaks through to the golden core. Reaching the ancient tree, Yi Kong leapt onto a sturdy branch and took a sip of the peach blossom brew. The pale pink liquid glided down his throat, carrying a subtle floral fragrance, yet it did little to dispel the lingering doubts in his mind. Leaning against the trunk, he gazed into the distant mist, pondering the identity of the person orchestrating the slander against him. For a century, he had resided at Lupofeng, rarely interacting with outsiders aside from those from the Wandao sect. Zhao Dashing of the Tai sacred land had been slain by him for attempting to seize the Wandao cauldron, while Zhao Wujia harbored resentment due to Yi Kong overshadowing his renown on the first day. However, the recent rumors about the Chaos Demon and the coalition of various sects against the Wandao sect suggested that the mastermind was not limited to Zhao Wujia alone. After all, to sway the likes of Yaowang Valley and Kaishan sect could not be the work of a mere saint. Could be Chuntai? Yi Kong murmured to himself, shaking his head. As the leader of the Tai sacred land, if Chuntai truly intended to act against him, there would be no need for such subterfuge. Or perhaps other forces from different celestial realms were instigating the discord. After pondering for a while, he could not unravel the threads of this enigma. After all, he had been nearly isolated from the world for a century, and his understanding of the power dynamics and hidden conflicts within the Wandao celestial realm was scant. "Never mind. If it eludes my grasp, I shall let it be," Yi Kong declared, lifting the jar for another generous sip, his gaze regaining its tranquility. "When soldiers arrive, I shall meet them. When water comes, I shall bury it." Regardless of who was scheming behind the scenes, should they dare threaten his disciples, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Although he possessed the system, his cultivation still depended on the diligent efforts of his disciples. At the edge of the spirit spring, Dai Yaoyao had already shed her outer robe, her feet submerged in the spirit spring as she closed her eyes in bliss, seemingly struck by inspiration. As her toes stirred within the spring, a faint purple aura of calamity, spiritual energy emanated from her fingertips. Suddenly, an idea sparked, and her eyes brightened. She raised her hand, forming seals, and as her fingers traced the air, intricate purple-black array patterns spread along the edge of the spirit spring, swiftly weaving into a dense array barrier. With the final seal, the barrier erupted in a veil of mist, enveloping the entire spirit spring and effectively containing the dispersing spiritual energy. From the outside, only a hazy white fog was visible, obscuring all within. "Now I need not worry about the old man peeking." Dai Yaoyao clapped her hands and turned to the still-standing Chu Bingran at the spring's edge, grinning mischievously. "Little junior sister, come down. The temperature of this spiritual spring is just perfect. Soaking in it is far more effective for absorbing spiritual energy than meditating." Chu Bingran gazed at the thick mist and then at Dai Yaoyao's eager expression. She shed her outer robe, for she was not one to be shy. The allure of the spiritual energy was indeed tempting, so she stepped carefully onto the smooth pebbles and slowly waded into the spring. As the water reached her waist, a wave of gentle spiritual energy seeped through her pores, instantly relaxing her tense body, and she could not help but exclaim, "How delightful! Isn't it? Dai Yaoyao kaimding," leaning closer and playfully splashing water that landed on Chu Bingran. She scrutinized her companion with a teasing gaze, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. "Little junior sister, I must say, you hide your figure quite well. In white robes, it was hardly noticeable, but now in the water, it's quite apparent." A blush crept onto Chu Bingran's cheeks, yet she did not back down. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she splashed water back at Dai Yaoyao, retorting, "You dare to flaunt, but alas, it's just that." As she spoke, she deliberately cast a glance at Dai Yaoyao's chest, her tone laced with jest. "You're like an unripe little grape. How can you boast? Hey, how dare you call me a little grape?" Dai Yaoyao immediately bristled, reaching out to tickle Chu Bingran's waist, exclaiming, "I see you're itching for a lesson. Today, you shall learn who the true senior sister is." Chu Bingran laughed and dodged, and soon the spring was filled with the sound of their cheerful frolicking. Water splashed everywhere, mist swirled around them, as the two young women playfully splashed each other, momentarily forgetting their previous rivalry over seniority. Having spent her past life in the Xianbing sect, Chu Bingran had never experienced such a moment of relaxation. Even though Dai Yaoyao had lived for millennia, it was her first time being so close to another in her youthful form. The barriers between them quietly dissipated amidst the playful antics in the spiritual spring. Meanwhile, the ancient tree's leaves rustled as Yikong caught a glimpse of the white mist rising from the direction of the spring. He shook his head in resignation. How could he not know that Dai Yaoyao had set up a barrier to isolate them, even blocking his divine sense? This clever girl was certainly cautious against him. He had intended to offer a word of caution, but upon hearing the sounds of their merriment, he swallowed his words. Let them enjoy themselves for a while, he thought. Lifting a jar of peach blossom brew, he took a generous swig, the liquid spilling from the corner of his mouth and dripping onto his clothing without a care. Leaning against the tree trunk, his gaze drifted toward the distant Finshan mountain range, yet his mind was occupied with thoughts of the Incense Valley. A sect with thousands of years of accumulation surely had its trump cards, but so what? Since some dared to label him the Chaos Demon God, he might as well engage in the deeds befitting a villain. As he pondered, a sudden shout from the mist broke through. "Old man, don't you dare sneak over here. You're not allowed to approach until the barrier is lifted." At this, Yikong could not help but roll his eyes. Calling out toward the mist, "Rest assured, I have no interest in watching you two play in the water. Focus on your cultivation and do not squander this spiritual spring. Got it? Stop nagging." The voice of Dai Yaoyao emerged from the mist, laced with a hint of impatience, yet tinged with an almost imperceptible joy. Hearing the exchange between the two, Chu Bingran could not help but chuckle. It seemed that this seemingly formidable master was rather amiable in the presence of her disciple. She gazed upwards at the misty barrier above, feeling the continuous flow of spiritual energy from the spiritual spring, and a profound sense of tranquility blossomed within her heart. Unlike anything she had experienced before, with her master's protection and her senior sister's companionship, perhaps in this lifetime, she could indeed escape the fate of her past and carve out her own path. Closing her eyes, Chu Bingran absorbed the spiritual energy and gradually sensed the increasing vitality of the mysterious ice spiritual power within her. The gentle essence from the spiritual spring appeared to resonate perfectly with her ice-type constitution as it coursed through her meridians, spontaneously washing away the barriers of spiritual power in her dantian. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, surprise flickering in her ice-blue gaze. The spiritual energy in her dantian had coalesced into a pale blue vortex, hinting at a breakthrough from the pinnacle of foundation establishment towards the golden core stage. Hastily, she adjusted her breathing and, following the methods outlined in the Chaos Creation Sutra, guided the spiritual energy from the spring to merge with her internal ice power. Forcefully launching against the barriers, a resonating hum echoed as a faint blue halo erupted around her, the surface of the spiritual spring rippling with waves, and tiny ice crystals began to form upon the water surface. A miniature phantom of an ice lotus materialized above her head. Though not as radiant as during her foundation establishment, it was more solid, with the ice patterns on its petals distinctly visible. This was a unique phenomenon that occurred when the ice-type constitution broke through to the golden core stage. Chapter 45. The Child of Orange Fortune, Li Xian. Had she truly broken through? Dai Yaoyao, who was frolicking moments ago, sensed the ripple of spiritual power and immediately halted, rushing over to Chu Bingran with delight. "Junior sister, have you really reached the golden core stage? That is astonishingly swift." As soon as she finished speaking, it seemed a thought struck her, and she spun around abruptly, not even taking the time to properly don her outer robe, enveloped instead by a layer of spiritual energy as she dashed toward the ancient tree. Yikong, leaning against the trunk and contemplating matters regarding the incense valley, caught sight of a purple figure rushing toward him. Dai Yaoyao, her hair dripping, stood beneath the tree, panting as she reached out for something. "Old man, quickly, bring me resources." Junior sister has broken through to the golden core stage, and the spiritual energy from the spring isn't sufficient to stabilize her realm. "How many high-grade spirit stones do you have? Hurry and bring them all out." Yikong raised an eyebrow, about to glance in the direction of the spiritual spring when Dai Yaoyao blocked his view with her hand. "Don't look." Junior sister isn't dressed yet. As she shielded his gaze, she urged him on with a tone of righteous insistence. She is an ice-type constitution. Breaking through to the golden core requires far more spiritual energy than others. Ordinary spirit stones are useless. We must have high-grade ones. Stop hoarding them and bring them out quickly. Observing her demeanor, Yikong was well aware of her motives. This rebellious disciple was not genuinely anxious for Chu Bingran. She was clearly seizing the opportunity to exploit him once again. Just days prior, she had requested spiritual herbs and elixirs, and now she sought high-grade spirit stones. His treasures were nearly depleted by this Dai Yaoyao. Enough with the pretense. Yikong sighed helplessly, retrieving a brocade box from his system. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained exactly 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, their dense spiritual energy nearly spilling out. "This is all there is. Don't even think about hoarding it. Deliver it to your junior sister and help her stabilize her realm." Dai Yaoyao's eyes sparkled as she snatched the brocade box, weighing it in her hands. Though she feigned a pout, teasing him, "Old man, your attitude is unacceptable. It's one thing if you're not happy about your disciple's breakthrough, but to be so stingy, only giving 1,000? If my junior sister and I don't support your retirement, let us see how you fare." Despite her words, her fingers stealthily tucked the brocade box into her bosom, fearful that Yikong might change his mind. Yikong glared at her. "Stop with the theatrics. If you keep this up, I'll take the spirit stones back." "No, no, no." Dai Yaoyao immediately covered the brocade box and dashed toward the spiritual spring, turning back after a few steps to grumble, "Humph, you're getting stingier. You used to be so generous with the celestial artifacts, and now you're reluctant to part with a few spirit stones." Her voice faded into the distance, yet was laced with unmistakable glee. Yikong watched a retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation, a smile involuntarily tugging at his lips. Though this rebellious disciple loved to exploit opportunities, she had never truly hoarded resources. Everything she obtained eventually found its way to Chu Bingran. He lifted his gaze toward the direction of the spiritual spring, where the ethereal image of the ice lotus still lingered, sensing Chu Bingran's spiritual energy rapidly stabilizing, alleviating some of his concerns. With two such gifted disciples, even if a bit of wool was sheared, it didn't seem so bad after all. At the spiritual spring, Dai Yaoyao presented the brocade box to Chu Bingran, eagerly opening it like a treasure trove. "Junior sister, look. The old man gifted us 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, with 500 enough for you to stabilize your golden core. The other half is mine. I must tell you, this old man is quite stingy. If I hadn't pressed him, he surely wouldn't have given us anything." Chu Bingran accepted the brocade box, gazing at the spirit stones within, then observed the pride in Dai Yaoyao's eyes, unable to suppress a smile. "Then I must thank you." She extracted a few spirit stones, and as her spiritual energy infused them, she felt a surge of pure spiritual essence flowing into her body, solidifying her golden core even further. She understood well that Dai Yaoyao had leveraged her name to acquire these resources, pocketing a portion for herself. Henceforth, she resolved to be bolder and request resources directly, denying Dai Yaoyao the chance to profit from her efforts. Sitting beside her, Dai Yaoyao propped her chin on her hand, watching her practice when a thought struck her. She leaned in and whispered, "Once we eliminate the burning incense valley, let us ask the old man for more treasures. He must have more good stuff. We need to find a way to seize it. And now that you've broken through to the golden core, you deserve a celestial artifact as well." Chu Bingran nodded in resignation, not bothering to argue. With this demonic emperor by her side, it seemed that even cultivation had become a tad more enjoyable. The mist of the spiritual spring rises once more, with one disciple earnestly consolidating her realm, while the other contemplates how to outsmart her master. Meanwhile, Yikong, perched upon an ancient tree, sips the peach blossom brew, cherishing this fleeting moment of warmth as they prepare to journey to the incense valley. At that instant, the long silent mechanical voice of the system suddenly resounds. Ding! Detecting that the host's eldest disciple, Dai Yaoyao, has broken through to the initial stage of the transformation realm, and the second disciple, Chu Bingran, has advanced to the initial stage of the golden core. The host is rewarded with cultivation at the initial stage of the void refinement. Void refinement, quite commendable. This sensation of effortless victory is truly delightful. As long as I safeguard these two prodigious disciples, eternal life and invincibility are within reach. Gulp. After downing a generous sip of the peach blossom brew, he feels exhilarated. Deep within the dense forest outside the spiritual spring, a shadowy figure clad in azure conceals itself among the branches of the ancient trees. It is Li Xian, the fortunate son of Orange Fate, who has come in search of the spiritual spring. He was following the advice of a mysterious figure who claimed that this valley harbors a natural spiritual spring, prompting him to take a detour in pursuit of treasure. Yet, as he approached, he unexpectedly sensed a faint yet chilling aura. Although subtle, this presence stirred his internal spiritual energy, as if he had encountered a formidable adversary. Just as he contemplated forcing his way in, a chilling voice resonated in his consciousness. Do not approach. That elder possesses the primordial chaos power, an unfathomable strength beyond your capacity to contend with. Immediately conceal your presence, or you shall undoubtedly perish. This voice belonged to the mysterious entity residing within him, who had guided his cultivation since his youth without error. A shiver ran down Li Xian's spine, prompting him to retract all his spiritual energy. Utilizing the cover of the leaves, he fixated intently on the direction of the spiritual spring. Although the scene within the mist remained obscured, he could distinctly perceive the increasingly potent aura of the profound ice spiritual energy. The breakthrough from the peak of the foundation establishment to the initial stage of the golden core occurred in merely half an hour. Such rapid advancement surpassed even that of this fated son. Profound iced-out body, Li Xian clenched his fists, a glimmer of avarice flickering in his eyes. If he could recruit this woman under his banner, she would undoubtedly become his right-hand ally. Yet, recalling the mysterious figure's warning, he felt compelled to suppress his impulses. Helplessly watching the swirling mist of the spiritual spring until dawn painted the horizon in pastel hues. The first rays of sunlight penetrated the leaves, cascading onto the stone stove by the spiritual spring. Yikong had already prepared breakfast, a spiritual fish soup brewed in the spring, golden and crispy roasted spiritual deer meat, and a dessert crafted from ice spirit fruits, the aroma wafting through the valley, tantalizing to the senses. Chu Bingran, clad in pristine white robes and with her hair neatly arranged, approached the stone stove and bowed respectfully to Yikong. Thank you, master. Having just broken through to the golden core, her complexion had improved significantly, her ice blue eyes glimmering softly, radiating an aura of vitality. Quickly eat, lest it cools and diminishes in flavor, Yikong urged with a smile, handing her a bowl of fish soup and offering a piece of roasted meat to Dai Yaoyao. Once we've finished, we shall set out to reach the outskirts of the incense valley before nightfall. Dai Yaoyao accepted the roasted meat, taking a hearty bite and mumbling, Old man, your culinary skills are improving, far superior to those at the fallen peak. As she spoke, she did not forget to serve a piece of dessert to Chu Bingran. Little junior sister, do taste this. It's made from my spirit fruit, which suits you perfectly. The three of them sat around the stone stove, sharing laughter and breakfast, with the sunlight casting a warm glow upon them. In stark contrast, Li Xian, hidden within the dense forest, felt his eyes redden with envy. Septic warantasis, Li Xuan's schema. He had been lying in wait for an entire night, cold and hungry, forced to nibble on spirit food to stave off hunger, while Yikong and his disciples indulged in delightful meals by the spirit spring, accompanied by two exceptionally gifted beauties. The brilliance of Dai Yaoyao's laughter and the gentle demeanor of Chu Bingran as she sipped her soup ignited a fervent jealousy within him, akin to a cat's claws raking at his heart. Why should this be? He roared inwardly. That old man is merely a loose cultivator. What right has he to such fortune? These two women should rightfully belong to me. Li Xian, a murderous intent uncontrollably emanated from him, only to be instantly suppressed upon brushing against the mysterious soul within his consciousness. Fool! The mysterious voice resonated again, tinged with reproach. Do you wish to meet your demise? That old man has reached the initial stage of void refinement. Even if you unleash all your luck, you cannot withstand a single strike from him. To deal with him, you must exercise patience and seek the right opportunity. Li Xian trembled, realizing how close he had come to revealing himself. He quickly inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the jealousy and killing intent within, his gaze fixated on the figures of Yi Kong and his disciples. Initial stage of void refinement? This old man possesses such cultivation. As Yi Kong and his disciples finished their breakfast and tidied up their belongings, heading towards the burning Heaven Mountain range, Li Xian stealthily descended from the tree, utilizing the forest cover to follow at a distance. His footsteps were light, his spiritual energy meticulously restrained, and combined with the mysterious soul's aura obscuring his presence, he remained undetected by Yi Kong and Dai Yaoyao. Just wait, Li Xian thought as he observed the three figures gradually receding, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. One day, I shall seize everything you possess. Meanwhile, Yi Kong, walking at the forefront, seemed to sense something amiss. His steps faltered slightly as he turned to glance back towards the dense forest, his brow furrowed. What is it, master? Chu Bingran inquired upon noticing his unusual demeanor. Yi Kong shook his head, a faint, gray, chaotic spiritual energy flickering at his fingertips, yet he sensed no abnormalities. It's nothing, perhaps just an illusion. For some reason, he felt as if a pair of eyes were fixated upon him. Dai Yaoyao also noted an unwelcome presence trailing her. As evening fell over the burning Heaven Mountain range, it was enveloped in a dark red glow. 3 fire spirit pillars, thick enough for 3 people to embrace, stood at the entrance of the incense-burning valley, their bodies entwined with blazing flames that shot skyward, staining half the heavens a deep crimson. This was the signal for the highest level of alert at the incense-burning valley and a declaration of war from Songjiang to all cultivators. Yi Kong and his disciples stood 100 meters from the valley entrance, the blue stone ground beneath them still resonating with lingering fire spirit energy. The very air imbued with a searing warmth. Dai Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively, her violet eyes sweeping over the dense throng of fire spirits at the valley's entrance. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of her mouth. Such a grand spectacle, yet they believed themselves formidable, merely a show of numbers. Meanwhile, Chu Bingran tightened her grip on the ice spirit sword, having just broken through to the golden core stage. She could faintly sense the violent aura emanating from the blazing heaven flame, a layer of pale blue ice mist unconsciously coalescing in her palm, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. The valley's entrance was already teeming with cultivators drawn to the commotion. There were solitary practitioners, disciples from nearby, small sects, and even a few managers from the Wan, Dao, Immortal City trade guilds. They had all heard the rumors of the mysterious elder slaying a nascent soul and extinguishing a transformation god. Eager to verify the claims that this elder was none other than the chaos demon god, Yi Kong. Is this the formidable adversary that Song Jiang spoke of? To the eye, he appeared merely as an ordinary old man accompanying 2 young female disciples on a spring outing. One solitary cultivator could not suppress a laugh, pointing at Yi Kong's hunched back. Chaos demon god? Don't make me laugh. The tales described Yi Kong as strikingly handsome. How could he be this frail old man? Yet, another cultivator promptly retorted, haven't you heard? During the battle at Qing Shui Valley, this old man casually annihilated a transformation god. He might be deliberately masquerading as an old man to deceive us. He gestured towards the purple-clad maiden beside him, unable to conceal her initial stage transformation god aura. Perhaps she is Dai Yaoyao. Whispers of speculation filled the air. Some believed that Yi Kong and his disciples were courting death, while others regarded Yi Kong's power with trepidation. There were also those who eyed Dai Yaoyao and Chu Bingran with avarice. The sight of 2 exceptionally gifted beauties in the company of an old man appearing decidedly incongruous, inevitably stirring thoughts of intrigue. At that moment, the gates of the incense valley slowly swung open. Song Jiang, clad in a crimson robe and wielding a flame-laden longsword, emerged flanked by 2 peak nascent soul elders. He stood beneath the fire spirit pillar, looking down at Yi Kong with suppressed fear lurking in his eyes, yet feigning an air of authority. Old man, we finally meet. I thought you dare not come. Yi Kong had arrived a day later than anticipated. Throughout that day, he had meticulously reinforced the blazing heaven formation, even awakening some of the fire spirit behemoth's powers in advance, his heart racing with anxiety, fearful that Yi Kong might storm in unannounced. Now, witnessing Yi Kong's actual arrival, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, as if to say, is finally upon us. Yi Kong raised his gaze, his eyes piercing through the searing flames to fixate on Song Jiang. His tone nonchalant, as if discussing a matter of little import. I told you I would come. The debt your son owes must be repaid by you and the Incense Valley. Impudent. Song Jiang's grip tightened around the flaming sword, its blade erupting with blinding red light. You killed my son and annihilated my avatar, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. Today, with 100,000 disciples of the Incense Valley present, we shall rend your body to pieces, making you pay for my son's life. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at the onlookers, raising his voice further. Esteemed friends, behold, this wretch possesses the ability to wield the power of chaos. He must be Yi Kong of the 10,000 Paths sect. His disguise as an old man is merely a ruse to deceive us, attempting to subvert the immortal domain. Today, we unite to eliminate this threat to our realm. He seeks to rally surrounding cultivators under the guise of the Chaos Demon God, yet not a single bystander dares to act. No one wishes to be the first to act. Should this old man truly possess the strength to annihilate gods, rushing forward would be tantamount to courting death. Yi Kong observed Song Jiang's clumsy attempts at incitement, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Seeking to drag others down with you? Alas, no one is willing to join your madness. He stepped forward, his previously hunched back now straightened, and the faint gray chaos spiritual energy swirled around him, instantly overpowering the fiery essence in the air and causing the temperature to plummet. State your name. Song Jiang, gripped by the oppressive aura, felt a tightening in his chest, but still forced himself to shout. He at least needed to know who his opponent was. Yi Kong remained silent, slowly raising his hand, the chaos spiritual energy at his fingertips coalescing into a slender blade of sword energy directed at Song Jiang. The dead have no need to know my name. As his words fell, the air at the valley's entrance became instantly stifled. The fire spirit guards of the incense burning valley instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. The ground's burning heaven formation began to flicker with red light, and even the flames of the 3 fire spirit pillars grew more ferocious. Onlookers among the cultivators retreated, fearful of being embroiled in this impending battle. It was evident to all that this old man was truly prepared to engage in combat. In the crowd, Li Xian concealed himself behind an ancient tree, the voice of the mysterious figure in his consciousness resonating once more. Observe the unfolding events and discern the true strength of Yi Kong. Additionally, keep an eye on those 2 young women, especially the one with the Xianbing Dao body. Should an opportunity arise, make every effort to recruit her. Li Xian clenched his fists, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He was eager to see if this peak transformation god could indeed flatten the incense-burning valley. If presented with an opportunity, he would deliver a fatal blow to Yi Kong. At this moment, Yi Kong merely revealed his peak transformation god cultivation, mindful of retaining some trump cards in this perilous world of cultivation. Chapter 47. The Hypocritical Song Jiang. Yi Kong surveyed the throngs of cultivators at the valley's entrance, his gaze resting upon the terrified foundation and golden core disciples. Most were young, their fluctuations of spiritual energy feeble, evidently conscripted by Song Jiang against their will, their eyes betraying reluctance. Not wishing to indiscriminately slay the innocent, he spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but resonating clearly throughout the valley's entrance. All low-tier disciples of the incense-burning valley, those not part of the core high ranks, may leave at this moment. I shall not hinder you. Today, I seek only to settle accounts with Song Jiang and the elders of the incense-burning valley. If you wish to depart, you may do so now. Upon hearing this, the valley's entrance erupted into commotion. Those low-tier disciples, already disinclined to court death, found their interest piqued at the prospect of leaving. The incense-burning valley was notorious for its harsh treatment of disciples, and the notion of defection was unthinkable. Now presented with a chance to escape, who would wish to remain? A few audacious foundation-building disciples cautiously retreated half a step, their eyes filled with hesitation, waiting for someone to take the lead in departing. Do not move. Upon witnessing this, Song Jiang's countenance turned ashen, and he barked a stern warning. These low-level disciples were the sacrificial pawns he had meticulously prepared, crucial for his breakthrough into the void refinement realm. Should they all abandon him, his sacrificial scheme would be utterly thwarted. He suppressed the murderous intent surging within him and suddenly donned a mask of profound sorrow. Addressing the lower-ranking disciples with tears streaming down his face, "Dear friends, how can you be swayed by his deceitful words? He does not even dare to reveal his name. clearly fearing retribution from the celestial domain afterward. His intention in letting you go is to sow discord within our fragrant incense valley. Once he has eliminated me and the elders, you will be the next to suffer. He stepped forward, placing a hand on the shoulder of a foundation-building disciple attempting to flee, his tone deliberately imbued with warmth. Have you forgotten? Who provided you with cultivation resources? Who protected you from being bullied by powerful rogue cultivators? Without fragrant incense valley, you would be like rootless weeds, unable to survive in this brutal, celestial domain. Your current level of cultivation is a result of the sect shielding you from the storm. It is the sect that has given you all of this. Now that the sect is in peril, how can you abandon it in its time of need? His words, seemingly heartfelt, were, in truth, laden with coercion. He intentionally refrained from mentioning how the upper echelons of Fragrant Incense Valley exploited the disciples' contributions to extract the spiritual energy of low-level cultivators and hoard resources. He made no mention of those disciples who had perished under the relentless toil in the mines due to insufficient contributions, instead wielding the sect's benevolence as a shackle to bind these young individuals. Among the crowd, a mid-stage Golden Core disciple could no longer suppress his dissenting voice. Valley Master, but we simply cannot contend with him. Staying behind is tantamount to courting death. Courting death? Song Jiang's gaze sharpened, yet his tone grew increasingly earnest as he proclaimed, sacrificing for the sect is your honor. As long as we defend Fragrant Incense Valley, you will be its heroes. Once the spiritual energy is fully unsealed, I shall impart to you even more profound techniques, enabling you to break through to the Nascent Soul stage. At that time, you shall be the formidable forces of the myriad paths in the celestial domain. Should you leave now, you will forever remain as bullied rogue cultivators. As he spoke, he discreetly signaled to the elders beside him. Two Nascent Soul elders immediately understood, subtly shifting their positions to block the retreat at the valley's entrance, their fire's spiritual energy subtly surging, forming an invisible barrier that trapped the lower-level disciples in the center. Meanwhile, a cold grin curled within Song Jiang's heart. Honor? Heroes? Merely stepping stones for his breakthrough into void refinement. With the unsealing of the spiritual energy in the myriad paths of the celestial domain imminent, only by breaking through to void refinement could one secure a foothold in the forthcoming era of great conflict. The spiritual energy and blood essence of these low-level disciples were perfectly suited to activate the blood sacrificial techniques of the sky-burning formation, aiding him in shattering the barriers of his realm. Regarding the potential scorn that may follow, who would dare to speak ill of the demon lord once he ascends to the realm of the void refinement? Dai Yaoyao observed all of this with a slight smile playing on her red lips, exclaiming, "That old rascal Song Jiang certainly knows how to put on a show." Little junior sister, have you discerned anything of significance? Chu Bingran, aware that this was Dai Yaoyao's attempt to undermine her, recognized that although her cultivation was currently low, her perception remained sharp. This old man keeps these disciples not for the glory of the sect, but rather to utilize them as offerings for his own ascension. Little junior sister possesses keen insight. Dai Yaoyao responded nonchalantly. Yet, her words struck like a thunderclap, rendering the lower-ranked disciples pale with fear. Though they were unfamiliar with the blood sacrifice forbidden technique, they had heard whispers of offering cultivators to facilitate another's breakthrough. Coupled with the sect's usual harsh treatment of its disciples, a chilling realization surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. It turned out that the sect master was not intent on preserving the sect, but rather on orchestrating their demise. Utter nonsense. Song Jiang's facade crumbled as his true feelings were exposed, his expression twisting in fury. Unable to maintain his previous warmth, he bellowed, "I see you are afraid. Even if it means sacrificing the foundation of the incense-burning valley, I shall ensure you have no place to die." With a sweeping gesture, the fiery command at his waist ignited in a crimson glow, and he shouted towards the fire spirit pillars at the valley entrance, "Activate the fiery array. Everyone, remain here. Whoever dares to flee shall be treated as a traitor and executed without mercy." Boom! The flames of the three fire spirit pillars surged violently, red runes spreading across the ground, enveloping the entire valley entrance. The lower-ranked disciples, desperate to escape, found themselves blocked by the runes, helplessly gazing at Song Jiang. The sect master, whom they once believed could shield them from the storm, had transformed into a demon intent on taking their lives. Dai Yaoyao, growing impatient, turned to Yikong and said, "Old man, spare us the chatter. This old fool is beyond saving. Let us charge in, seize the resources, and enjoy our midnight feast." Chu Bingran, gripping her ice spirit sword, gathered her icy essence upon the blade, ready to lend support at a moment's notice. The visage of Song Jiang reminded her of the hypocritical elders from her past life who had sacrificed others for their breakthroughs. A cold glint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Noticing this, Dai Yaoyao held back Chu Bingran, saying, "Little junior sister, why the agitation? Leave the fighting and killing to the old man." Yikong couldn't help but grimace at her words. This rebellious disciple had blurred the lines of teacher and student. No longer could he afford to be lenient with her cultivation resources. He had previously indulged her too much. However, Yikong also recognized that despite having traversed into this world for a century, his mindset had yet to adapt. For someone like Song Jiang, once enmity was established, there is no need for idle threats. One should act decisively and annihilate the foe. With a slow nod, the celestial slayer sword materialized in his hand. A pale, gray, chaotic essence enveloping the blade, his gaze fixed intently upon Song Jiang. There is no longer any necessity for the incense-burning valley to exist. As the voice fell, the sword of celestial severance, imbued with the devouring force of chaos, struck fiercely towards the heart of the blazing heaven formation. The pale gray chaos sword aura cleaved through the twilight, bearing the might to consume all as it aimed directly at the core of the formation. At that very spot, the convergence of three fire spirit pillars intertwined to form a colossal net of flames, radiating temperatures capable of incinerating even the most formidable deities. "Stop him!" The Grand Elder of the Incense Valley roared, his hands weaving seals as the fiery spirit energy surged wildly into the formation's core. Suddenly, the great net of flames expanded violently, morphing into a crimson fire lion that lunged towards the chaos sword aura. Boom! The clash between the sword aura and the fire lion erupted in a burst of pale gray and crimson brilliance, a scorching wave sweeping across the arena, cracking the blue stone ground at the valley's mouth. The chaos sword aura was momentarily halted. Yikong raised an eyebrow. The blazing heaven formation, bolstered by spiritual energy, proved to be more formidable than he had anticipated. It appeared that Song Jiang had indeed invested considerable effort into the formation. Before he could adjust his offensive strategy, he saw Song Jiang suddenly raise his hand, shattering the blazing heaven token at his waist. "Blood sacrifice formation, activate." Song Jiang's voice echoed with madness as 3 drops of his essence blood dripped from his palm, falling upon the formation's core. Instantly, the crimson runes were stained with blood, and the flames previously encircling the fire spirit pillars morphed into a sinister dark red, filling the air with a pungent scent of blood. "Valley Master, do we truly have to proceed with this?" The second elder's voice trembled, yet he refrained from intervening, a flicker of struggle flashing in his eyes. He understood that this was the sole opportunity for the Incense Valley. If they could not leverage the blood sacrifice to enable Song Jiang to break through the illusory refinement stage, they would inevitably face destruction against Yikong and the impending upheaval in the celestial realm. The Grand Elder closed his eyes briefly and spoke softly. "For the future of the Incense Valley, sacrifice is essential." The third elder and other core elders fell silent, tacitly approving of Song Jiang's actions. Those lower-tier disciples, with their mediocre talents, would never amount to anything even if they survived. However, if Song Jiang were to break through illusory refinement, they, as the core members, could rise alongside him and potentially secure a place in the forthcoming era of great conflict. "No, Valley Master, spare me. I do not wish to die. I want to leave." The lower-tier disciples finally sensed the gravity of the situation and frantically rushed towards the formation's edge, only to be repelled by the blood-red runes, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. The dark red flames seemed to possess a life of their own, spreading along the runes and enveloping the fleeing disciples. Those who came into contact with the flames found their bodies dissolving instantaneously, transformed into streams of pale red spiritual energy, which were absorbed by the formation's core, ultimately converging within Song Jiang. Wails, pleas for mercy, and cries of anguish echoed at the valley's mouth as once vibrant lives became mere sustenance for Song Jiang's breakthrough. Some disciples attempted to resist, only to be consumed by the flames in an instant. Others curled on the ground, despairingly gazing at the indifferent expressions of the core elders. Those whom they had once believed would shield them from the storm now stood as the most ruthless of spectators. Yikong stood frozen in place, his hand gripping the immortal slaying sword trembling slightly. Having traversed this realm of cultivation for a century, he had witnessed bloodshed and treasure-seeking, seen the strife of power. Yet he had never encountered such a grand and unabashed sacrifice. The despairing gazes of the low-ranking disciples, the bodies dissolving in flames, pierced his heart like daggers. He finally comprehended that the brutality of this world surpassed his imagination. The so-called righteousness could turn so frigid in the face of profit. Huh. The old man's expression is quite amusing, Dai Yaoyao remarked, tugging at Chu Bingran as they stood atop a higher rock, her tone laced with amusement. Having ruled the demon domain in her previous life, she had seen sacrifices far more ruthless than this and had grown desensitized. Chu Bingran, however, furrowed her brow, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Though she had never participated in sacrifices in her past life, she was aware that the immortal sect was unhesitant to sacrifice the inconsequential for gain. Witnessing it firsthand still brought discomfort. Little junior sister, do you think the old man will soften? Dai Yaoyao poked Chu Bingran's arm, a smile playing at her lips. If he dares to relent, we will be in dire straits and will need to seize resources ourselves. Chu Bingran shook her head, her gaze fixed on Yikong. He will not. She sensed that, despite the tumultuous fluctuations of chaotic spiritual energy around Yikong, there was no sign of retreat, rather an icy resolve had taken root. It was a steadfastness born from seeing the cruelty of the world, not a softness of heart, but an aversion to this false righteousness. Indeed, Yikong took a deep breath, the shock in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a chilling ferocity. He raised his hand, the chaotic spiritual energy on the immortal slaying sword surging once more, this time not as a probe, but imbued with a determination for destruction. Song Jiang, you have made me re-evaluate this world. At that moment, Song Jiang was enveloped in a dense aura of blood-red spiritual energy, his cultivation rapidly ascending. From mid-transformation to late transformation, then to peak transformation, he even showed faint signs of approaching the void refinement realm. Sensing the surging power within him, he threw back his head and laughed. Yikong, they could have lived in peace, but you forced this upon them. Song Jiang brazenly cast the blame for the sacrifice onto Yikong. In this brutal world, power was the ultimate law. Once I break through to void refinement, the entire immortal domain will know the name of Song Jiang. He waved his hand, and the blood-red flames transformed into a long sword, striking toward Yikong, the stench of blood making the onlooking cultivators gag. Yikong se gazes sharpenit, unleashing the chaotic sword energy once more, clashing with the blood-red sword. This time, the pale gray sword energy devoured the blood-red flames, surging forth relentlessly towards Song Jiang. Song Jiang's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly urged the burning heaven formation to defend, only to see the blood-red inscriptions being gradually consumed by the chaotic force. Though the power from the blood sacrifice was formidable, it was still restrained by the chaotic energy. Impossible, Song Jiang roared. I have clearly broken through to peak transformation. How can this be? Yikong remained silent, steadily advancing towards the center of the formation, a barrier of chaotic spiritual energy enveloping him, repelling the encroaching crimson flames. You should not have appeared before me. On a distant rock, Dai Yaoyao observed Yikong's silhouette, her smile gradually fading, a glimmer of acknowledgement flashing in her eyes. It seems this old man is not as obstinate as I thought. Chu Bingran also nodded, tightening her grip on the ice spirit sword. She understood that this battle was only just beginning, and Yikong's choices reinforced her conviction that becoming his disciple was indeed a wise decision. Hidden behind an ancient tree, Li Xian watched the blood sacrifice and Yikong's formidable presence, the voice of a mysterious figure resonating once more in his consciousness. This young man possesses a resolute heart and a chaotic legacy. If he cannot be utilized by us, he will undoubtedly become a future threat. Li Chuan seized the opportunity when they are both gravely injured. A flicker of malice crossed Li Xian's eyes as he discreetly clenched the spiritual artifact in his hand, awaiting the opportune moment. Chapter 49. The Second Blood Sacrifice. The chaotic sword energy of the Celestial Slayer Sword had already approached Song Jiang's throat, the pale gray edge even breaking the skin on his neck, leaving a crimson mark. As his pupils contracted sharply, facing life and death, he abruptly retrieved a dark golden beast core from his storage ring and crushed it fiercely. Awaken, fire spirit beast. Boom! The ground at the valley's entrance trembled violently. A deep crimson fissure spreading from the formation's center, molten lava surging forth, and a gigantic beast, comparable to a small mountain, erupted from the depths. Its body was covered in scales, each scale ablaze with heavenly flames, a crimson horn glowing atop its head, and its eyes pure flames, exhaling scorching sparks with every breath. This was the guardian beast of the Incense Valley, the Fire Spirit Beast, one of Song Jiang's trump cards. As the Fire Spirit Beast emerged, it lunged fiercely towards Yi Kong, its massive claws striking at the chaotic sword energy. Clang! The sword energy collided with the beast's paw, being forcefully deflected. The pale gray chaotic power intertwining with the flames, exploding in a dazzling cloud of light. Seizing the opportunity, Song Jiang retreated hastily, wiping the blood from his neck. His gaze wild and bloodshot. Yi Kong, this is all you're doing. Just as Yi Kong intended to pursue, he observed the formation's sigils swell once more. The Grand Elder, nearly exhausting his spiritual energy, formed seals with his hands and hoarsely roared, "Heavenly Flame Sword!" Slash! The flames from the three fire spirit pillars instantly converged. Morphing into a colossal flame, sword dozens of feet long, its blade entwined with blood-red runes, descending towards Yi Kong with cataclysmic force. Oof! Yi Kong's eyes sharpened as the celestial slayer sword spun in his palm, pale gray chaotic energy coalescing into an equally massive sword energy, cleaving towards the flame giant sword. Boom! The two immense forces collided midair, the atmosphere torn apart with a shrill screech, the searing waves of heat and chaotic power eroding each other, creating a distorted energy barrier that momentarily held them in a stalemate. In the midst of this stalemate, Song Jiang suddenly erupted into wild laughter. Pressing his hands forcefully upon the central formation, a torrent of crimson spiritual energy surging into the array through his arms. Blood Sacrifice Array, activate. This time, we shall offer all cultivators below the Nascent Soul stage from the Burning Incense Valley. What? The Grand Elder trembled, his hands faltering in the formation gestures. Disbelief etched across his features. Valley Master, you cannot sacrifice even the inner disciples and deacons. They had previously tacitly accepted the sacrifice of lower-tier disciples, deeming them inconsequential. Yet many inner disciples were favored apprentices of the elders, and the deacons represented the core strength of the sect. Song Jiang aimed to completely uproot the foundation of the Burning Incense Valley. The second elder's complexion turned ashen, yet he gritted his teeth and hastened his output of spiritual energy. Do not hesitate. If we do not eliminate Yi Kong, we shall all perish. What good are the inner disciples? Once the Valley Master breaks through to the Void Refinement stage, who would dare to join us? The third elder closed his eyes, steeling himself. Act for the future of the Burning Incense Valley. Ultimately, they could not bear to part with their immediate power, even at the cost of the sect's future. No, I am an inner disciple. My master is the second elder. You cannot sacrifice me. Valley Master, spare me. I have guarded the mining veins for the Burning Incense Valley for 10 years. A more harrowing wail erupted as those inner disciples and deacons, who had hoped to escape calamity, found themselves ensnared by the crimson array, their bodies visibly withering, transforming into a dense flow of crimson spiritual energy that surged into Song Jiang's being. The flames of the heaven-destroying array blazed increasingly fiercely, and even the aura of the fire spirit behemoth grew stronger, yet Song Jiang's visage became ever paler. The forceful mass blood sacrifice was nearly overwhelming even for him. The onlookers among the cultivators erupted into chaos, their discussions rising to a clamor. He has lost his mind. Song Jiang has truly gone mad. To sacrifice all below the Nascent Soul stage, he seeks to utterly ruin the Burning Incense Valley. Who would dare to join the Burning Incense Valley now? Today he sacrifices disciples. Tomorrow it could be the elders, who would wish to associate with him. Indeed, even if he defeats Yi Kong, the reputation of the Burning Incense Valley will be irreparably tarnished. No one in the immortal realm would wish to align with him. A classic case of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Several elders from smaller sects shook their heads, retreating in trepidation. They had initially hoped to seize an opportunity, but now feared being swept up in Song Jiang's madness. Even more so, tainted by his infamy. On a nearby rock, Dai Yaoyao rested her chin on her hand, her violet eyes glinting with intrigue. Oh, this old fool truly dares to go all out, even sacrificing his own favored disciples. It seems that power can drive a person to abandon even their last vestiges of principle. Chu Bingran tightened her grip on the ice spirit sword. her icy blue eyes betraying no emotion, only a flicker of understanding. He bets that after defeating Yikong, he can suppress all dissent with his newfound strength and coerce cultivators to join him. Alas, he has miscalculated his master's true power and underestimated the limits of human nature. No one will trust a leader who views their own as mere fodder for sacrifice. Yikong gazed at the increasingly dense crimson hue hovering in the air, feeling the immense pressure of the burning heaven sword, yet the chill in his eyes deepened. He took a deep breath, and the chaotic spiritual energy on the celestial slayer's sword surged violently, overpowering the momentum of the fiery giant sword. Alas, I was mistaken. Upon hearing Yikong's admission, Song Jiang was initially taken aback, but then erupted into maniacal laughter, his eyes gleaming with madness and triumph. Indeed, it is your fault. Had it not been for you, they would not have perished. Song Jiang believed Yikong's mind had faltered and sought to provoke him further. Ha ha ha, old fool. How naive you remain. It is truly remarkable that you have survived until today. Unfortunately, it is too late. Today, I shall transcend into the realm of void refinement through blood sacrifice. Even if you were the chaos demon god, you would meet your end in my incense valley. As he spoke, he frantically absorbed the crimson spiritual energy, his aura visibly surging at an astonishing rate. The barrier of the pinnacle of transformation was shattered in an instant, unleashing a pressure befitting the initial stages of void refinement, causing the very air at the valley's entrance to seem to solidify. Yet the next moment, Yikong's words brought his laughter to an abrupt halt. I was wrong. My error lay in previously showing mercy towards you. Yikong slowly raised his hand, the faint, gray, chaotic energy swirling around his fingertips. His once stooped back straightened abruptly, wrinkles faded from his face, and his grizzled hair regained its luster. Turning a deep black, his once faded coarse linen robe was instantaneously reshaped by the power of chaos into a flowing white gown, accentuating his tall and slender figure. When he lifted his head, a visage so striking it could eclipse the heavens and earth appeared before all. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, a high-bridged nose, and thin lips pressed firmly, he radiated a chilling aura, while the chaotic energy in his eyes resembled a vast sea of stars. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the depictions of the chaos demon god spread by Zhao Wuji. He truly is the chaos demon god. A gasp escaped from the crowd of onlookers, shattering their previous doubts, as they gazed at Yikong with awe and trepidation. Such beauty and presence indeed justified the title of Chaos Demon God. Yikong paid no heed to the shock of the crowd. The celestial slayer's sword hummed in his palm as the pinnacle of transformation's spiritual energy erupted without reservation, surpassing even Song Jiang's initial void refinement pressure by a significant margin. In the face of adversaries, one must eradicate the roots of the threat without granting any opportunity for retaliation. As his voice fell, the celestial slayer's sword was unleashed. The faint, gray, chaotic sword energy, now thrice as thick, akin to a blade cleaving through the heavens, aimed directly at the fiery, giant sword. Chapter 50, The Third Blood Sacrifice. Arrogance. Song Jiang summoned his spiritual energy, attempting to reinforce the fiery giant sword. However, upon contact with the chaotic sword energy, a sharp crack echoed, and the massive fiery sword was cleaved apart, the residual force of the sword energy sweeping towards Song Jiang. His expression changed drastically, and in a panic, he summoned a 6th-tier, mid-grade defensive spiritual artifact, the Crimson Flame Shield. Yet, as the chaotic sword energy struck the shield, a thunderous boom erupted, and the shield shattered instantaneously, the sword energy grazing his shoulder and leaving a trail of blood. With a heart-wrenching scream, Song Jiang was propelled backwards like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the fire spirit pillar, blood spurting from his mouth as the aura of his early-stage void refinement became chaotic in an instant. How could this be? I have clearly broken through to the void refinement stage. Song Jiang lay sprawled on the ground, his gaze vacant, unable to fathom that the realm he had attained at the cost of thousands of his disciples' lives could not even withstand a single strike from Yikong. The surrounding cultivators fell into a profound silence. The earlier chatter about Song Jiang's futile attempts had vanished, replaced by a deep reverence for Yikong's prowess. To fend off an early-stage void refinement with a peak-stage transformation of the spirit was a feat unparalleled among the younger generation in the myriad Dao immortal domain. Some retreated quietly, fearful of being caught in the crossfire of this fierce battle, and none dared to utter another word about vanquishing the chaos demon god. If even Song Jiang, at the early stage of void refinement, could be reduced to such a state, their intervention would only lead to their demise. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Song Jiang watched as Yi Kong approached relentlessly, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. While he could not defeat Yi Kong, he could target Yi Kong's disciples. Fire Spirit Behemoth, go! He bellowed, unleashing a surge of crimson spiritual power that surged into the Fire Spirit Behemoth's body. Directing his gaze toward Dai Yaoyao and Chu Bingran, eliminate them. Upon receiving the command, the Fire Spirit Behemoth turned violently. Its enormous claws engulfed in searing flames as they descended upon Dai Yaoyao and Chu Bingran, who stood upon the rocks. The scorching wave of heat caused the surrounding spiritual herbs to wither instantly, and the surface of the rocks began to melt. "Oomph, do you dare to attack us?" A trace of disdain flickered in Dai Yaoyao's eyes as she unsheathed the devouring immortal sword, its dark purple sword energy slicing through the beast's claw. "Junior sister, do not hold back. Let this fool witness our strength." Chu Bingran nodded, forming hand seals as the profound ice spiritual power coalesced into a massive ice shield before her, intricately adorned with delicate ice patterns, effectively blocking the fiery onslaught. Yi Kong had initially intended to pursue Song Jiang, but upon witnessing the Fire Spirit Behemoth's assault on his disciples, his expression turned icy. Chaos spiritual power gathered beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he positioned himself before the rocks. The sword of slaying immortals unleashing a beam of sword energy aimed directly at the behemoth's singular eye. "Dare to harm my disciples? You seek death." The sword energy grazed the behemoth's eye, leaving a wound deep enough to reveal bone, causing the beast to roar in agony and stagger backward. Dai Yaoyao retracted the devouring immortal sword, a smirk playing on her lips as she observed Yi Kong standing protectively before them. "Have you finally chosen to be yourself?" Just as Yi Kong was distracted by his desire to protect his disciples, Song Jiang suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes glowing crimson as he turned his gaze towards the Grand Elder and the Second Elder not far away. A manic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "If low-ranking disciples are insufficient, then I shall use you elders as offerings. As long as I can slay Yi Kong, even if I were to rebuild the Incense Valley, your legacies will be immortal." With that, he reached out towards the Grand Elder, the crimson array symbols flaring to life as they spread toward the core elders. "Valley Master, have you lost your mind?" The Grand Elder's face turned pale as he turned to flee, only to find his ankles ensnared by the crimson array symbols, his spiritual power drained in an instant. "We are the pillars of the Incense Valley. You have slain us, and even if you triumph over Yi Kong, the Incense Valley is utterly doomed." "Doomed? As long as I draw breath, the Incense Valley shall not be considered finished." Song Jiang sneered. The crimson spiritual energy surged through the array patterns and flowed into his being, the previously chaotic aura stabilizing once more. "If you must harbor hatred, then direct it towards Yi Kong. Were it not for him, you would not have met your demise." The Grand Elder felt the pull at his ankles as the blood-colored array patterns drained his spiritual energy, his complexion shifting from pale to ashen. He gazed upon Song Jiang's malicious grin, memories flashing in his mind at the time he had condoned Song Jiang's blood sacrifice of the lower-ranking disciples. At that moment, he had deemed the sacrifices inconsequential, even secretly relishing the thought of sharing in the glory of Song Jiang's ascension. But now, he realized he had merely been a backup source of blood for Song Jiang's scheme. The so-called core elder merely a morsel meant to expire later than the low-ranking disciples. "Song Jiang, you madman, we have helped you stabilize the Incense Valley. You cannot treat us this way." The Second Elder bellowed, attempting to harness the remnants of his spiritual energy to sever the link with the formation. Yet the instant he stirred his energy, it rebounded upon him, a mouthful of blood spewing onto the array, deepening its crimson hue. They had long since bound their own spiritual power to the formation to propel the burning heaven sword. And now, seeking to extricate themselves, they were utterly powerless. The Third Elder slumped to the ground, his gaze vacant, muttering to himself, "Retribution, this is all retribution. When we exploited those disciples, we should have foreseen this day." He recalled the Foundation disciples crushed by the mines, the intersect stewards forcibly drained of their energy. The suffering they inflicted upon others would inevitably return to haunt them doubly. The blood-colored array patterns slithered like venomous serpents through the elders' limbs, coiling around their necks. gradually siphoning away their remaining spiritual power and vitality. The Grand Elder attempted to grasp the fire spirit pillar beside him, only to have his hand consumed by the array in an instant, leaving behind a charred remnant. The Second Elder's body shriveled at a visible pace, ultimately transforming into a cloud of crimson mist drawn into the core of the formation. The Third Elder could not even emit a cry of despair before becoming part of the blood sacrifice array. The valley echoed only with Song Jiang's maniacal laughter, as he reveled in the crimson spiritual energy, his aura soaring ever higher. The barrier of the initial phase of the void refinement realm was easily breached, a far greater pressure erupting forth, causing even the fire spirit behemoth to submit, groveling in deference and emitting low growls of submission. Song Jiang raised his hand to grasp the burning heaven sword, the flames along the blade shifting from dark red to bright crimson, pulsating with the power of the mid-phase of void refinement, exuding an aura potent enough to incinerate all. Ha ha ha, Yikon, do you see this? This is power. Song Jiang soared into the air, looking down upon Yi Kong with unbridled arrogance, declaring, "Before you perish, allow me to impart one truth. One must act in their own interest, lest heaven and earth conspire against them. These people are merely stepping stones on my path to ascendancy in the immortal domain. From this moment forth, in the myriad realms of the immortal domain, my word shall reign supreme." As his voice fell, the burning heaven sword was swung, unleashing a crimson sword aura that spanned several dozen zhang, imbued with the flames of destruction, sweeping toward Yi Kong. This strike was exponentially more potent than the previous fiery giant sword, where the sword aura passed. The air warped from the searing heat, and the ground cracked open into unfathomable chasms. Even the distant onlookers, cultivators, were sent flying by the shockwave, hastily summoning defensive artifacts to preserve their lives. Chapter 51. Choosing to be oneself. Yi Kong stood firm, refusing to retreat. He gazed at the sword aura, capable of incinerating a transformation-level cultivator without a trace of fear in his eyes, but rather a chilling resolve. The immortal Slayer's sword spun in his palm, as a pale gray chaotic spiritual energy coalesced to its zenith, the sword body humming incessantly, as if resonating with his battle intent. "Is it really your decision?" Yi Kong's voice rang clear throughout the battlefield. "You understand nothing of true power." Dai Yaoyao and Chu Bingran retreated behind Yi Kong, with Dai Yaoyao gripping the Devourer's sword, her violet eyes vigilantly fixed on the fire spirit beast to prevent a surprise attack. Chu Bingran, on the other hand, condensed the power of profound ice, casting a layer of icy mist before Dai Yaoyao. Though it could not fully obstruct the sword aura of the mid-transformation stage, it could disrupt its line of sight. The crimson sword aura drew nearer, the scorching temperature causing Yi Kong's robes to slightly warm. Just as the sword aura was about to strike him, Yi Kong suddenly raised his hand, swinging the immortal Slayer sword to unleash a pale, gray chaotic sword aura, colliding with the crimson sword aura in a thunderous clash. In that instant of collision, the entire burning Heaven Mountain range trembled violently. The pale gray chaotic force and the crimson flames of destruction devoured one another, forming a colossal energy vortex in the air. The surrounding rocks and spiritual herbs were instantly drawn into the vortex, reduced to ash. Song Jiang's smile froze in disbelief. He had never imagined that his breakthrough strike of the mid-transformation stage would be thwarted by Yi Kong's peak transformation stage sword aura. Impossible. This cannot be. Song Jiang howled, desperately channeling his spiritual energy in an attempt to overpower the chaotic sword aura. Yet he soon realized that Yi Kong's chaotic force was gradually consuming his flames of destruction, the pale gray sword aura drawing ever closer, even showing signs of backlash. Observing Song Jiang's panicked expression, Yi Kong's lips curled into a cold smile. "Was not yours. Will never be yours." As his words fell, the spiritual energy of the peak transformation stage erupted once more, causing the chaotic sword aura to surge, crushing toward Song Jiang's direction. Seeing himself unable to withstand Yi Kong's chaotic sword aura, Song Jiang desperately shouted for the fire spirit beast. "Fire spirit beast, hurry up." The fire spirit beast, already agitated by the wound in its single eye, let out a furious roar upon receiving the command, its flames of destruction surging forth, transforming into a crimson streak of light as it barreled toward Yi Kong, its enormous claws, laden with lava debris, forming a pincer attack alongside Song Jiang's burning heaven sword. On one side was the sword aura of the mid-transformation stage, and on the other was the assault of a beast rivaling the peak transformation stage. The two forces intertwined, instantly compressing the air at the valley's entrance to near stagnation. Yikong's gaze sharpened, the immortal slayer's sword crossing before his chest, as chaotic spiritual energy coalesced into a thick pale gray shield upon the sword body. Simultaneously, his left hand formed a chaotic palm print, striking toward the wound of the fire spirit beast. Clang! The flame of the sky sword struck against the shield, sending sparks flying. On the other side, the chaos palm accurately hit the single eye of the fire spirit beast, causing it to let out a pained roar, its momentum faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Yikong spun around, sweeping his sword energy, forcing Song Jiang back while delivering another strike to the fire spirit beast. Though it did not inflict a fatal wound, it plunged the beast into a state of utter frenzy. Ha ha ha! Yikong, you are nothing but this! Song Jiang exclaimed, a flicker of wild joy flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that the fire spirit beast could indeed help him overwhelm Yikong. Moreover, he discerned that while Yikong possessed strength, he lacked combat experience. Glancing at the 3 stone pillars bearing the flame of the sky, the prized treasure of the Incense Valley and his last resort, he declared, "Today, I shall use the flame of the sky to incinerate you, Chaos Demon, and let the entire immortal realm recognize my might." With a sudden bite to his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto the flame of the sky sword. Instantly, the blood was absorbed by the blade, and golden red flames erupted from its body, purer than the previous flame of the sky by more than tenfold. This was the original flame of the sky, a legacy of the Incense Valley for millennia, capable of melting 6-tier spiritual artifacts, and even late-stage void refinement cultivators would shun its sharpness. Fire Spirit Beast, merge with the flame, Song Jiang roared, infusing the flame of the sky into the Fire Spirit Beast. Instantly, the flames enveloping the beast turned golden red, its size doubling, and its eyes filled with a desire for destruction as it charged fiercely toward Yikong. "Old man, why are you dawdling?" At this tense moment, Dai Yaoyao leaned against a rock, swinging her legs and calling out nonchalantly, "If you die in this fight, I won't be collecting your corpse. However, your inheritance still belongs to me." In her hand, she toyed with the devouring immortal sword, seemingly unbothered by the life and death battle unfolding. Chu Bingran stood nearby, observing Yikong's handsome profile. Dressed in white, he appeared noble, and the chilling aura between his brows starkly contrasted with the hunchbacked old man she had previously seen, leaving her filled with confusion. Why does my master, so young and valiant, always get called old man by my senior sister? Little did she know, beneath that term lay the bitter history of Dai Yaoyao, who had repeatedly failed in her attempts to inherit Yikong's legacy. Hearing the urging, Yikong sighed helplessly. This rebellious disciple, even with the sky about to fall, never forgets her thoughts on her inheritance. He glanced at the charging Song Jiang and Fire Spirit Beast, a hint of impatience replacing the coldness in his gaze. It is time to bring this to a close. One sword shall end it. With a flick of his wrist, the chaotic spiritual energy on the celestial slashing sword suddenly became refined, the blade glowing with a faint blue light, and the previously dissipated chaotic power instantly converged, pouring entirely into the sword. One sword to slay the celestial, slay. Yikong intoned softly, his voice not loud, yet imbued with the might to extinguish all things. A blue sword energy soared into the sky, rapidly coalescing into a gigantic sword several dozen feet long. The sword's body was entwined with intricate chaotic thunder patterns, each vibrating as if ready to cleave the heavens and the earth asunder. As the colossal sword took shape, it emanated an all-consuming power, striking directly at Song Jiang and the Fire Spirit Beast. Impossible! What kind of sword technique is this? Song Jiang's expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to summon the fiery heaven blaze once more, but found that the spiritual energy within him was suppressed by the might of the colossal sword, rendering even the fiery heaven blaze dim. The Fire Spirit Beast sensed the impending threat of death and unleashed a frenzied torrent of golden red flames, only to have them instantly devoured by the chaotic sword. Boom! The colossal sword struck the Fire Spirit Beast, which emitted no cry of agony before being cleaved in two by the sword's aura, dissipating into countless fiery sparks. Its very form ground to dust by the chaotic divine thunder. The residual sword energy, unrelenting, sliced towards Song Jiang. His fiery heaven sword shattered piece by piece. The golden red flames extinguished as if drowned by a deluge. Struck by the remnants of the sword as force, Song Jiang crashed heavily against the fire spirit pillar, which shattered upon impact, unleashing a torrent of molten lava. He coughed a mouthful of blood, the sound of his bones fracturing echoing clearly, as his once upright figure crumpled. The aura of his mid-stage void refinement diminished to the brink of death, leaving him incapacitated beside the lava. The valley fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the hissing of the bubbling lava. The onlooking cultivators were utterly dumbfounded, some even forgetting to breathe. Song Jiang, in the mid-stage of void refinement, alongside the guardian beast of the Incense Valley and the primal fiery heaven blaze, had been utterly vanquished by a single strike from Yikong. The power of this chaotic demon god was more terrifying than all the rumors suggested. Dai Yaoyao brandished the devouring sword, curling her lips. It was about time. All this dawdling is delaying my supper with little junior sister. Yikong glanced at the barely breathing Song Jiang and surveyed the devastation of the Incense Valley. Speaking in a calm tone, in the realm of 10,000 immortals, do you truly have a say? Undeterred, Song Jiang turned to the gathered cultivators, attempting to incite them against Yikong, exclaiming loudly, "Everyone, you have seen it. Yikong is the chaotic demon god. We must unite." Before his words could fully escape, Yikong swung his sword, shattering Song Jiang's body. At that moment, Yikong sensed a surge of murderous intent. Among the crowd, Li Xian had been searching for an opportunity to ambush Yikong and, in that instant, inadvertently revealed his murderous intent. Just as Yikong was about to turn around, a mysterious elder's voice resonated in Li Xian's mind, roaring, "Suppress your murderous intent. Use the void transmission talisman and flee." Chapter 52. The Chaotic Demon God, Yi Peel. As Yikong turned to the source of the murderous intent, his peripheral vision caught a sudden flash of blinding white light from a figure cloaked in azure amidst the crowd. In a moment, Li Xian crushed the void transmission talisman. The talisman transformed into a myriad of luminous particles, enveloping his form, and in the next instant, he vanished without a trace, leaving no ripple of spiritual energy behind. The faintly discernible murderous intent dissipated completely with his escape. Yikong raised an eyebrow, extending his consciousness to sweep over the entire crowd. Yet he could detect no further signs of anomaly. Was it merely an illusion? He murmured softly to himself, the fleeting aura of murderous intent, though faint, bore an insidious edge, unlike that of an ordinary cultivator. Yet, with the individual having already fled, further pursuit seemed futile, and he chose to suppress his doubts for the time being. Standing upon the rock, Dai Yaoyao's violet eyes were fixed intently on the direction in which Li Xian had vanished, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. Just moments ago, when Li Xian activated the teleportation talisman, an invisible column of orange energy surged around him, only to dissipate with the teleportation, an indication of the gathering of heavenly fortune. This phenomenon could only be perceived by ancient beings adept in the art of foresight, those who had encountered the children of destiny. The favored child of the heavens certainly fled with great swiftness. She scoffed inwardly, unconsciously caressing the hilt of her Shishin sword. Such individuals, burdened with immense fortune, were the most troublesome. The heavens would clandestinely protect them, and a moment's carelessness could lead to backlash. Though she had reached the initial stage of divine transformation, she lacked complete confidence in detaining him and deemed it prudent to observe the unfolding events, waiting for a moment of absolute certainty before taking action. She glanced at Yikong, pondering whether this person, marked by divine retribution, might offer a solution. Chu Bingran furrowed her brow, the aura she sensed earlier evoking an instinctive revulsion, akin to a cold serpent coiling around her neck. However, by the time she sought to discern it more clearly, the presence had vanished. She lifted her gaze to meet Dai Yaoyao's eyes, just as their glances coincided. Dai Yaoyao slightly shook her head, a flicker of implication passing through her gaze that suggested a later discussion. Chu Bingran immediately understood and suppressed her inquiries. The two silently agreed to refrain from mentioning the matter of the child of fortune, not wishing to disclose it to Yikong. Unaware of the unusual demeanor of his two disciples, Yikong leaped into the air, landing at the entrance of the burning incense valley. He surveyed the scattered spiritual herb fields, the entrance to the spiritual vein, and the tightly shut storeroom, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. The millennia of accumulation within the burning incense valley must not be squandered. It was perfectly suited to serve as cultivation resources for his two disciples. Yaoyao Bingran, come lend a hand, he called out, simultaneously raising his hand to summon a storage ring, chaotic spiritual energy transforming into countless pale gray threads that spread into the valley. Dai Yaoyao immediately bounded over, waving her hand toward a patch of spiritual herbs, her purple-black energy swirling to lift a bounty of high-grade herbs, which she eagerly stashed in her storage ring, exclaiming, "These herbs are splendid." Meanwhile, Chu Bingran approached the spirit stone storeroom, her profound ice energy freezing the surface of the ore, effortlessly extracting several mid-grade spirit stones, which she neatly arranged into the brocade box Yi Kong had extended. Having just broken through to the golden core stage, she was in dire need of a substantial quantity of spirit stones to stabilize her cultivation, making these resources invaluable to her. The onlooking cultivators observed this scene in silence, no one daring to intervene, even holding their breath. The earlier spectacle of Yi Kong obliterating a mid-stage void refinement cultivator and a fire spirit beast lingered in their minds, and none wished to attract such ill fortune. A few scattered cultivators, who had previously contemplated seizing an opportunity, discreetly retreated, wary of being misconstrued by Yi Kong as resource thieves. The murmurs that had filled the air dissipated, leaving only the sound of Yi Kong and his disciples as they collected resources, while his chaotic spiritual energy swept through the burning incense valley, claiming all that was of value. In the realm of Ling Tian, the elevated spiritual herbs, the spirit stones from the mineral veins, the ethereal essence within the repository of spiritual artifacts, the medicinal materials in the alchemy chamber, and even the remnants of the inferno fire seed from the fire spirit pillar were all sealed away by him with the chaotic power and stored in his storage ring. Within less than half an hour, the once resplendent, fragrant incense valley was reduced to mere empty structures and a scene of chaos, devoid of even a single low-grade spirit stone. Done. Yi Kong alighted on the ground, weighing the heavy storage ring in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. These resources will suffice for your ascension to the divine transformation stage. Henceforth, there shall be no worries in your cultivation. Dai Yaoyao approached, peering at his storage ring with curiosity, only to be gently swatted away by Yi Kong. "No peeking. These are for you all." All right. Dai Yaoyao pouted, but refrained from taking anything. She understood that Yi Kong would not shortchange them. Ultimately, these resources would find their way into her and Chu Bingran's possession. Chu Bingran, cradling a brocade box brimming with spirit stones, looked up at him with gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you, Master. With these resources, my speed in breaking through to the Nascent Soul stage can at least double, allowing me to catch up to Dai Yaoyao sooner." As Yi Kong glanced at the sky, he noted the sun had dipped beyond the horizon of the burning Heaven Mountain range, and twilight began to envelop the land. "Let's go find a place to rest. I'll prepare a duck and fish hot pot for you tonight." He led the way out of the valley, with Dai Yaoyao and Chu Bingran following closely behind, their figures gradually fading into the dusk. Meanwhile, in the distance, within the dense forest, Li Xian leaned against an ancient tree, breathing heavily, his complexion pale. The instant the teleportation talisman activated, he sensed Yi Kong's consciousness locking onto him. Had it not been for the timely warning from the mysterious elder, he might have perished beneath that chaotic sword energy. What manner of being is Yi Kong? To wield such power at the peak of the divine transformation stage, and yet be able to slay one in the mid-stage of void refinement, he murmured to himself, a glimmer of trepidation in his eyes. In his sea of consciousness, the voice of the mysterious figure resonated with a grave tone. "This young man's chaotic heritage is beyond my expectations, and that woman in purple is quite extraordinary. For now, do not provoke them." However, the tone shifted. "Chu Bingran's Xianbing Dao body complements your fortune. If you can capture her, it would greatly aid your breakthrough to void refinement. There will be ample opportunities ahead." A flicker of greed crossed Li Xian's eyes as he tightened his grip on the fragments of the teleportation talisman. "I understand. I shall not act so recklessly again." He turned and vanished into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a sinister gaze directed towards the burning Heaven Mountain range. This enmity had only just begun. The next day, in Wandao Immortal City, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the bluestone path, the cries of vendors echoed from the corner of the street. Don't miss out. Uncut footage from the Battle of Fragrant Incense Valley. The Chaos Demon God, Yi Kong, cleaved the void refinement. The fire spirit behemoth was reduced to ashes. Only one medium-grade spirit stone each. Miss today, and you'll wait 100 years. The vendor brandished a crystal-clear footage stone in his hand, its surface replaying the scene of Yi Kong executing a sword slash to slay immortals. The scene of the pale blue chaotic giant sword cleaving through the golden-red flames of destruction, shattering the fire spirit beast, and Song Jiang collapsing beside the magma was vividly captured, including the gasps of the onlooking cultivators. Passers-by paused, some extracting coins to purchase, while others gathered on tiptoe to witness, quickly forming a long queue. Is this the power of the chaotic demon god? To annihilate a mid-stage void refinement with a peak transformation and simultaneously obliterate a millennium-old sect is indeed ruthless. A golden elixir cultivator, who had just acquired a recording stone, gazed at the stone's surface, murmuring to himself, his eyes filled with awe and trepidation. Nearby, someone immediately countered, "Ruthless? Did you not see Song Jiang conducting the blood sacrifice? Thousands of disciples were used as offerings. Yi Kong is acting as the hand of justice. If it were me, I would have also destroyed the Fragrance Valley." Chapter 53. The Battle of the Two Heroes. The discussions in the tea house surged like waves. At a window-side table, 3 loose cultivators surrounded a recording stone, repeatedly replaying the gruesome scenes of the blood sacrifice. The sight of low-tier disciples being dissolved by flames, the indifference of the elders, and Song Jiang's final madness sent chills down the spine. "In my view, Yi Kong still adheres to some principles," remarked an elderly cultivator with a goatee, sipping his tea with certainty. He initially allowed the lower-tier disciples to leave. It was Song Jiang who insisted on sacrificing himself, thus forcing Yi Kong to act. If it were any other demon, would they care about your innocence? Though he said this, one could not overlook the fact that he had annihilated an entire sect. A young cultivator furrowed his brow, asserting that he was no different from Song Jiang. Before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by the goateed cultivator. Song Jiang was devoid of humanity. If Yi Kong does not eliminate him, there will be more victims in the future. The two engaged in a heated debate, and the surrounding cultivators quickly joined in, some supporting Yi Kong, while others condemned him as a demon, causing a cacophony of voices. In the elegant chambers of the tavern, however, the atmosphere was starkly different. Several disciples from the Tai Chi sacred land surrounded the recording stone, their expressions grave. The Son of Heaven was indeed correct. "This Yi Kong is truly the chaotic demon god," exclaimed a disciple in a purple robe, gritting his teeth. "Look at his sword techniques. The power of chaos devours all, just as the rumors described. And his true visage resembles the portrait to the finest detail." Another disciple nodded in agreement. "I heard that the sacred land is already reaching out to more sections. At the Alliance Conference in 3 days, we must eliminate him. Otherwise, once he breaks through to the void refinement stage, we shall have no means of survival." Behind these discussions, there were subtle hands guiding the narrative. The Tai Chi sacred land spread rumors in various tea houses and taverns about Yi Kong's bloodthirsty nature as the chaotic demon god, claiming he would devour the spiritual energy of the immortal domain. They deliberately amplified the footage of Yi Kong annihilating the sect, omitting the details of Song Jiang's blood sacrifice, all to solidify the notorious reputation of the chaotic demon god and rally more sects to join the alliance. Just as the crowd was engrossed in discussions about Yi Kong's destruction of the Fragrance Valley, a gilded communication talisman hovered in the air before the central bulletin board of the Wandao Immortal City. The golden script unfurled slowly with the fluctuation of spiritual power, each character exuding an undeniable pressure. In the sacred realm of Tai, the holy son Zhao Wuji has, on this day, achieved a breakthrough to the initial stage of the void refinement realm at the tender age of 120, marking him as the youngest void refinement practitioner in the myriad Dao immortal domain in 100,000 years. This momentous announcement is hereby proclaimed to the immortal domain. 3 days hence at the Alliance Assembly, the Holy Son will lead the practitioners of the Holy Land to confront the chaotic demon god Yi Kong, safeguarding the tranquility of the immortal domain. As the light of the communication talisman shimmered to life, the bulletin board erupted with excitement. A messenger clad in a blue robe proclaimed the announcement with fervor, his voice resonating throughout half the immortal city. Passers-by halted in their tracks, and even those who had previously gathered around the stone of Yi Kong's likeness surged over, creating a throng so dense that not a drop of water could pass through. 120 years of age in void refinement. How utterly preposterous. A young practitioner who had just broken through to the golden core stage gaped in disbelief, exclaiming, "My master has lived for 3,000 years and has only just reached the initial stage of the transformation god realm with the resurgence of Qi. Zhao Wuji is simply monstrous." Nearby, An elderly practitioner with white hair stroked his beard, his gaze imbued with complexity. The youngest in 100,000 years. In the past, the ancestor of the myriad Tao broke through to void refinement at nearly 2,000 years old. With such talent, Zhao Wuji may well surpass the ancient powers. Amidst the murmurs, someone suddenly recalled an event, clapping their hands. Have you all forgotten what happened a century ago? Zhao Wuji, who established his foundation in 3 days, was hailed as the #1 genius in the immortal domain. Then came Yi Kong, who accomplished his foundation in a single day, overshadowing him entirely. Back then, the city was abuzz with discussions about these two. Now it appears one has become the youngest in void refinement, while the other has reached the pinnacle of transformation god, having slain a mid-stage void refinement practitioner. If these two were to clash, who would prevail? Upon uttering this, the crowd at the bulletin board instantly divided into 2 factions, their discourse growing even more fervent than their previous discussions about Yi Kong. Yi Kong is certainly stronger, exclaimed a practitioner holding the likeness stone of Yi Kong, pointing at the engraved image of one sword slaying immortals. Can a peak transformation god truly defeat the mid-stage void refinement practitioner Song Jiang? Though Song Jiang's power stemmed from blood sacrifices, he was undeniably a mid-stage void refinement practitioner. Zhao Wuji has just begun in the void refinement realm. Can he withstand Yi Kong's sword? You know nothing, retorted another practitioner clad in the outer garments of the Tai Holy Land. Song Jiang's void refinement was merely superficial, built upon unstable foundations through blood sacrifices. The Holy Sun possesses a supreme fire spiritual root, his reputation earned through countless battles. 10 years ago, he felled a blood demon of the late transformation god stage. 5 years prior, he seized the fire spirit pearl from the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. And just last year, he led a campaign to annihilate 3 demon sects. What has Yi Kong accomplished? All Yi Kong does is hide in the myriad Tao sect or emerge to eliminate a crumbling burning incense valley. What merit is there in that? Hiding in the myriad Tao sect? Did you not see the likeness stone? Yi Kong refrains from indiscriminate slaughter. He initially allowed the lower-tier disciples to escape. It was Song Jiang who recklessly engaged in blood sacrifices. Zhao Wuji targets only demon practitioners, protecting the immortal domain. Yi Kong destroys the immortal sects, regardless of the reasoning. He acts like a demon. Are you blind? The burning incense valley engages in blood sacrifices, more ruthless than demons. Yi Kong is executing the will of heaven. The debate has spread from the bulletin board to the bustling streets, tea houses, restaurants, and even the counters of the merchant guilds, where discussions regarding Yi Kong and Zhao Wuji abound. Opportunistic vendors have taken the chance to sell a comparison stone of the duel of the titans. One side depicts Yi Kong slaying the fire spirit beast alongside Song Jiang, while the other showcases Zhao Wuji defeating the blood demon, priced at 2 mid-grade spirit stones each. They were swiftly snatched up. In a private room of the restaurant, Lu Qingyao gazed out at the noisy crowd, her brows furrowed in concern. She had just hurried from the Medicine King Valley, intending to persuade her elder brother, Lu Qing, to abandon his plan to join the alliance, only to arrive at the news of Zhao Wuji's breakthrough. "Brother, look at the situation," she said, directing her anxious gaze at Lu Qing, who sat across from her. Yi Kong's strength is unfathomable, and although Zhao Wuji has broken through to the virtual realm, he may not necessarily match him. There is no need for us from the Medicine King Valley to get involved in this turmoil. However, Lu Qing shook his head, idly toying with a fire spirit pearl he had previously exchanged with Zhao Wuji. "Qingyao, you do not understand," he replied with conviction. "Zhao Wuji has just broken through. This is the perfect moment for him to establish his reputation. At the Alliance Conference, he will surely spare no effort against Yi Kong. If we can lend him our support, the Tai Sacred Land will owe us a favor sufficient to exchange for the ancient alchemical texts of the Wandao sect. Besides, even if Yi Kong is formidable, he cannot withstand the combined might of multiple sects. When the time comes, he will find himself trapped." Lu Qingyao wished to argue further, but she noticed Lu Qing had already risen and was heading towards the door. "I'm going to meet Zhao Wuji to finalize the details of the alliance. You stay here and keep an eye on our alchemists." Watching her brother's retreating figure, Lu Qingyao sighed in resignation. She understood that her brother was blinded by the allure of the ancient texts, and any further persuasion would be futile. In truth, she had a far better plan to acquire the ancient alchemical texts, joining the Wandao sect. Yet, she was uncertain how to broach the subject with her brother. After a long day of travel, it was now the following evening. On the road to Wandao Immortal City, Dai Yaoyao insisted that Yi Kong prepare a dual-flavored hot pot for her. Old man, something feels off. The first time you made me hot pot, it was extraordinarily spicy. Was that intentional? Dai Yaoyao eyed Yi Kong suspiciously, her thoughts racing after last night's meal. Recalling the incident, Yi Kong nearly blushed with embarrassment. His intent had merely been to play a prank on his rebellious disciple. At this moment, his survival instincts kicked in as he replied earnestly, "Oomph. You are unaware of the blessings you possess. I have given you my very best, and yet you still doubt me. How fickle human nature is." He continued to prepare the hot pot, anxious that his disciple might detect any unusual behavior. "Old man, listen to what I'm saying." Dai Yaoyao relentlessly pursued the matter, determined to uncover the truth. "If you keep this up, do you even want to eat hot pot anymore?" Amidst the bustling preparations, he contemplated how to dispel his disciple's suspicions. Dai Yaoyao leaped in front of Yi Kong, continuing her relentless questioning. The old man straightened up and replied, "Do you not believe that culinary delights can alleviate stress and elevate one's spirits? Oomph. Do not try to deceive me. I'm not as naive as you think." As she spoke, Dai Yaoyao deliberately cast a glance at Chu Bingran. Yi Kong took a deep breath, feigning profundity, and declared, "The spicy hot pot serves two purposes. Firstly, it is a personal desire of mine, and, secondly, it aids in alleviating your cultivation pressures." He continued his gestures, asserting at the desolate peak, "Did you not feel overwhelmed by your burdens? Furthermore, after indulging in the intensely spicy hot pot, did you not find your stress considerably diminished, even feeling quite exhilarated?" Dai Yaoyao pondered, albeit skeptically, and indeed found that after partaking in the hot pot, her pressures had lessened, albeit slightly. "All right, I believe you." Yi Kong sighed with relief, successfully misleading this rebellious disciple. However, in the next moment, Dai Yaoyao shifted the conversation. "Old man, I sense a bias in your treatment." She waved the devouring spirit in her left hand and the devouring sword in her right. "What about my junior sister's celestial artifact? I already possess two." Although Dai Yaoyao appeared to advocate for Chu Bingran, her true intention was to pry into Yi Kong's hidden treasures, longing for a share of his legacy. At this juncture, Chu Bingran chimed in sweetly, "Indeed, Master, you do show favoritism. I have been your disciple for quite some time, yet you have not bestowed upon me a celestial artifact, unlike certain others who received two upon entering." Having spent considerable time with Dai Yaoyao, Chu Bingran had adopted a similarly sharp tone. "Bingran, do not learn from your senior sister's mischief. You are my peculiar disciple, and there is no shortage of good things for you." Yi Kong instinctively rubbed his chest, and with a flash of inspiration, manifested the Ice Empress bell and the ice glass sword in his hands. "Here, take these." Yi Kong generously presented the two celestial artifacts to Chu Bingran. Dai Yaoyao observed Yi Kong's chest-rubbing gesture with a look of disdain, relieved it was not a pill he was conjuring. Chu Bingran, unreserved, accepted the two celestial artifacts, examining them with satisfaction. At that moment, Dai Yaoyao signaled Chu Bingran with her eyes. Chu Bingran continued, "Master, you remain biased. Some individuals often boast in my ear that you provide them with only the finest cultivation resources, while I am left with mere inferior ones." Dai Yaoyao, never one to miss an opportunity, produced a small pouch filled with enlightenment tea. It dawned on Yi Kong that these two rebellious disciples were performing a duet aimed at him. Not wishing to let them succeed so easily, he indulged his mischievous side and rubbed his chest vigorously. With a flash of brilliance, Yi Kong retrieved several vials of top-tier enhancement pills suitable for the Golden Core stage and nurturing pills for the Nascent Soul stage, along with 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. "Take these, and do not claim I am biased." Chu Bingran accepted the resources, beaming with delight, and promptly turned to leave, no longer occupied with picking vegetables for Yi Kong. "Ah, the vegetables have yet to be gathered." "Take your time. I shall return to my cultivation. Besides, it is she who desires hot pot. Let her assist you." Chu Bingran chuckled as she gazed at Dai Yaoyao. Dai Yaoyao shot an indignant glance at Chu Bingran, huffing, "What an ungrateful wretch. You expect me, the demon emperor, to gather vegetables? That is utterly impossible." She promptly followed Chu Bingran, declaring, "See, I told you he is ye papery. Do not expect him to share resources with you. Quickly distribute the high-grade spirit stones to sister." Dai Yaoyao observed as Chu Bingran acquired resources, not forgetting to berate Yi Kong. At that moment, she too wished for a share of the spoils. "What? Afraid I might surpass you? Come to me for a kickback? Dream on." Chu Bingran was not one to grant Dai Yaoyao such an opportunity. "You heartless creature." Dai Yaoyao spat, I shall ask for it myself. Yi Papri will give me more. Chu Bingran merely smiled lightly. Then go ahead and ask. Dai Yaoyao pivoted and dashed back to the stove, hands on her hips, fixing her gaze on Yikong. Yip puppity. I have been assisting you. So what harm is there in you giving me some enlightenment tea? With the stock in your storage ring, 10 pounds would be a mere trifle. She was aware that Yikong was hoarding many fine items. The enlightenment tea from her previous small pouch had been depleted after only 2 brews. If she did not take the opportunity to acquire more now, it might be even harder to obtain later. Yikong, while adding spirit shrimp to the clear broth, did not lift his head. Your little treasury is fuller than mine, and you still have the audacity to ask? The last batch of high-level spirit herbs collected from the incense valley. Did you not secretly stash half of it away while I was none the wiser? He had long since discerned the details of this rebellious disciple. Dai Yaoyao's storage ring contained not only the resources he had provided for her cultivation, but also various resources she had pilfered. To say she was affluent would be an understatement. There was no need for him to offer more. Revealed in her thoughts, Dai Yaoyao's face remained unflustered as she defiantly seized a nearby spice jar and, in a fit of pique, poured it in her empty pot. If you won't give it, then so be it. I shall cook myself. Perhaps it will taste even better than yours. She grabbed the jar of chili powder, spilling a generous amount into the pot, mistaking the sugar jar for salt, and adding several spoonfuls, even tossing in a couple of unpeeled spirit garlic cloves. Much to Yikong's chagrin. You can cook for yourself. Just don't regret it, he muttered, too lazy to stop her, and turning back to prepare a hot pot for himself and Chu Bingran. The clear broth exuded a refreshing aroma from the ice spirit crystal, while the red oil pot enveloped the spirit peppers in a spicy fragrance. Slices of spirit deer meat lay neatly on a porcelain plate, and the spirit shrimp tumbled in the pot, turning red and wafting an enticing aroma that stimulated the appetite. Chu Bingran sat nearby, cultivating, the delightful scent lingering at her nose, yet she remained undistracted, her fingers deftly channeling the Xianbing's spiritual energy at an accelerated pace. She wished to catch up to Dai Yaoyao, for a sisterly rivalry awaited them. Before long, all 3 pots of hot pot were ready. Yikong's 2 pots shimmered with vibrant colors and an irresistible fragrance. The pot in which Dai Yaoyao was cooking was a deep, dark hue, with chili powder caked at the bottom and sugar syrup clinging to the fragrant garlic, emanating a peculiar sweet and spicy aroma, accompanied by a strangely tinted steam. With trepidation, Dai Yaoyao picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of spirit meat into her mouth. After just a couple of chews, her face contorted into a grimace, and she spat it out with an exclamation. What is this? Yikong, leisurely savoring his own pot of red oil, raised an eyebrow at her and remarked, Didn't you say you would eat what you cooked yourself? Why did you spit it out? Chapter 55. Zhao Wuji emerges from seclusion. Dai Yaoyao quickly adopted a different demeanor, leaning towards Yikong and tugging at his sleeve. Oh, Yikapi, how could I possibly make this? Your culinary skills are exceptional. Why not share a bit with me? I promise not to hoard treasures again, and will even help you gather ingredients. As she spoke, she deftly grabbed a piece of spirit deer meat from Yikong's bowl and stuffed it in her mouth, mumbling her praise. Delicious. Yours is the best. With a resigned sigh, Yikong scooped some spirit shrimp in her bowl, saying, Eat up, but don't steal mine. He was well aware that this mischievous disciple would resort to trickery, yet he had no intention of letting her go hungry. Soon, she also pilfered some from Chu Bingran's pot, and the two engaged in a playful competition over the food. If only the rebellious disciple, Yikong, were present, it would surely have turned into a fierce contest. While eating, Dai Yaoyao discreetly observed Yikong. The setting sun cast a warm glow on his profile, illuminating the face of a chaotic cultivator capable of slashing through the void with a single sword. Yet here he was, frowning at her for snatching meat, patiently preparing delicacies for her. She suddenly felt that this life was infinitely more enjoyable than her past existence as the Demon Emperor. In her previous life, she had been exalted, surrounded by reverence and schemes, where no one dared to vie for her food, and no one treated her as a nuisance while indulging her whims like Yikong did. However, upon reflection, she found it rather coincidental that both she and Chu Bingran had been reborn, as if an invisible hand was orchestrating events behind the scenes. Even their encounter with Yikong bore an air of unreality. This Yikapi was marked by divine retribution. She wondered how long he could accompany them, her thoughts slowing her movements as she reached for more food. After finishing the hot pot, Chu Bingran sought a place to continue her cultivation. Gripping her ice glass sword, she felt the profound icy power within the celestial artifact. Yet her mind was preoccupied with the conviction that her reunion with Dai Yaoyao was no mere coincidence. In her previous life, she had perished during the sacrificial rites at the immortal sect, her soul seemingly scattered, yet she had been reborn, fortuitously meeting Yi Kong and Dai Yaoyao. But she dismissed further contemplation, tightening her grip on the sword. Regardless of who might be manipulating events from the shadows, her sole focus was to grow stronger. She vowed that when danger approached Yi Kong and Dai Yaoyao in the future, she would be able to step forward and protect them, unlike in her past life when she couldn't even safeguard herself. Yi Kong reclined on a lounge chair in the courtyard, idly toying with an ancient jade slip that had previously eluded activation. This jade slip had been bestowed upon him when he first traversed into this realm, but had remained dormant until he took Dai Yaoyao and Chu Bingran as his disciples, at which point it began to exhibit faint signs of responsiveness. He suddenly realized that encountering these two rebellious disciples might not have been a mere coincidence. The treasures he had been unable to utilize and the cultivation techniques he could not master seemed to have been awaiting their arrival. Who, after all, orchestrated all of this? Gazing at the night sky, his heart brimmed with confusion, yet he soon shook his head. No matter who it might be, as long as he could protect these two disciples, what did it matter if it was all part of a grand design? The moonlight bathed the three of them, each lost in their own thoughts, yet silently considering one another. Some secrets need not be unveiled, and some care is hidden in the mundane. Perhaps this is the most unique way they, as master and disciples, interact. In a city of 10,000 paths, Zhao Wujia's secluded chamber was enveloped in a golden glow as the intricate runes gradually dissipated and a heavy stone door thundered open. Clad in a red ceremonial robe adorned with a flame totem, Zhao Wujia stepped out, exuding the oppressive aura of an early-stage cultivator. Just as the joy of his breakthrough began to spread, a subordinate presented him with a recording stone, instantly darkening his expression. Holy Son, this just emerged from the city of 10,000 paths, is a complete record of Yi Kong's annihilation of the Incense Valley. The subordinate lowered his head, not daring to meet Zhao Wujia's gaze. He was acutely aware that this holy son harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yi Kong, and presenting this information was akin to provoking a hidden thorn. Zhao Wujia gripped the recording stone, channeling his spiritual energy into it. Instantly, the image of the Incense Valley materialized, Yi Kong revealing his true form, wielding his sword to slay the fire spirit behemoth, and Song Jiang being vanquished. Particularly striking was that final blue sword aura, which ignited a cold glint in his eyes. As the recording concluded, he clenched his fists tightly. It was him again. Zhao Wujia gritted his teeth, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Having secluded himself to break through to the early stage of the void refinement realm, he had intended to intimidate the celestial realms with the title of the youngest in 100,000 years, only to find Yi Kong emerging to create such a commotion. The news of a single sword annihilating a sect spread throughout the celestial city, with people comparing him to Yi Kong. The feeling of having his spotlight stolen was more unbearable than death itself. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure, replaying the recording. Focusing on the moment, Yi Kong allowed the lower-tier disciples of the Incense Valley to leave. He played this segment repeatedly, a contemptuous smile gradually forming on his lips. Foolish, possessing the pinnacle strength of the God transformation realm, yet exhibiting such mercy. He had a prime opportunity to eliminate his prey, but wasted time conversing with Song Jiang. Had it been me, not a single soul would have escaped the Incense Valley. In his eyes, Yi Kong's compassion was a fatal flaw. The world of cultivation is inherently a realm of the strong preying upon the weak. Showing mercy to an enemy is tantamount to being cruel to oneself. Yi Kong lacked this understanding, and despite wielding the sword technique capable of slaying immortals, he would never amount to greatness. However, that sword technique capable of slaying immortals was indeed intriguing. Zhao Wujia stroked his chin, his gaze turning greedy. The ability to strike down an early-stage void refinement cultivator at the pinnacle of the God transformation realm suggested that this technique was at least of ancient celestial grade. And then there was his chaotic inheritance, Dai Yaoyao's celestial grade dark spiritual root, and Chu Bingran's profound ice body. He paused, his voice brimming with possessiveness, proclaiming that all of this would eventually belong to him. Suddenly, he recalled the rumors he had previously spread about the chaos demon and couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. It was unexpected that the slander he had casually fabricated had indeed solidified his reputation as a fiend. This could work to my advantage, as it would facilitate the gathering of more sections. Who would dare to allow a bloodthirsty demon to roam the immortal domain? Saint Sun, what shall we do next? A subordinate inquired cautiously. Zhao Wuji approached the window, gazing towards the direction of the 10,000 Paths immortal city, a glint of malevolence flickering in his eyes. Convey my orders. Immediately contact all sects that have agreed to join the alliance. Yaowang Valley, Yuhua Palace, Kaoshan Sect, and those smaller sects that have allied with us. Require them to assemble at 10,000 Paths immortal city within 2 days. With a wave of his hand, a map of the immortal domain materialized in the air, several locations circled in red. Inform Lu Qing that Yi Kong possesses the ancient alchemical texts of the 10,000 Paths sect. If he eliminates Yi Kong, the texts will be his. Also, notify Yuhua Palace that Yi Kong has slain their elder Lu. If they do not avenge this, they should not expect to maintain a foothold in the immortal domain. Additionally, he commanded, have more images of Yi Kong slaughtering the disciples of the incense-burning valley printed, omitting the part about Song Zhong's blood sacrifice, and distribute only the scenes of him slaying people along the routes frequented by the sections. I want everyone to realize that Yi Kong is nothing but a chaotic demon devoid of any moral boundaries. His subordinate bowed and was about to depart when Zhao Wuji called out, wait. Ensure that Yu and Li Qingfeng also arrive at 10,000 Paths immortal city. I need them to identify Yi Kong and Dai Yaoyao. Watching his subordinate retreat, Zhao Wuji approached a bronze mirror, which reflected his handsome yet sinister visage. He gently caressed the image of himself in the mirror, murmuring, Yi Kong, this time I shall not allow you to tarnish your reputation. Your legacy, your martial arts, your disciples, and the title of the greatest genius in the 10,000 Paths immortal domain will all be mine. The mirror glimmered, revealing the madness lurking in his eyes. The alliance meeting 2 days hence would mark the beginning of his complete annihilation of Yi Kong and his ascendance to the pinnacle of the immortal domain. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Kong was reclining in a chair, the jarring mechanical voice of the system jolting him awake from his sweet reverie. Chapter 56, The Chaos Ice Lotus. Ding. Detected that the host's eldest disciple Dai Yaoyao has broken through to the mid-stage of transformation, and the second disciple Chu Bingran has achieved a breakthrough to the mid-stage of Golden Core, rewarding the host with mid-stage of refining void cultivation. As the mechanical voice resonated in his mind, Yi Kong was basking in the moonlight, his eyes squinting, when an overwhelming surge of chaotic spiritual energy suddenly enveloped him. The mid-stage of refining void cultivation flooded into his limbs, and the chaotic cyclone within his dantian expanded threefold without any disorder. Rather, it became denser than before. He raised his hand and clenched his fist, a pale gray spiritual energy swirling at his fingertips, significantly stronger than the power he had wielded when slaying Song Jiang, at least 50% more potent. A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. This effortless victory truly feels increasingly delightful. Before he could savor the thrill of his breakthrough, the system prompted again. Ding. The host had accumulated 100 days of inactivity, triggering a special reward for the centenary sign-in. Without hesitation, Yi Kong opted to sign in, pondering the nature of the prize. Previous sign-ins had mostly yielded spirit stones, cultivation techniques, and medicinal pills. Surely, 100-day special reward would bestow something of greater value. As his words fell, a soft blue radiance coalesced in his palm, swiftly forming a lotus the size of a palm. Its petals shimmered in a semi-transparent, icy blue, each adorned with intricate, faintly golden chaotic patterns, while at its core rested a crystalline ice bead, exuding a cool yet formidable spiritual energy, known as the chaotic ice lotus. The system promptly elucidated. Chaotic ice lotus contains chaotic power and the essence of extreme cold, assisting cultivators of the Xianbing, Dao body, and ice spirit roots to break through boundary barriers, thereby enhancing their physical constitution, a rare spiritual object from ancient times. Yi Kong gazed at the ice lotus in his palm, his eyes lighting up. It was perfectly suited for Chu Bingran. She was a practitioner of the Xianbing Dao body, having just broken through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core, and was in dire need of such a spiritual object to solidify her cultivation, possibly even to breach the late Golden Core stage or directly attain the pinnacle of the Golden Core. He rose and made his way to where Chu Bingran was cultivating, only to find Dai Yaoyao waiting against a nearby tree, her violet eyes fixed on the ice lotus in his palm. She raised an eyebrow and teased, Yi Kong, what treasure have you covertly procured for your junior sister this time? Yi Kong shot her a disdainful glance. You've already attained the transformation god stage. Why compete with a junior sister who has just formed her golden core? He had long discerned Dai Yaoyao's progress. When the system had notified him, he had casually scanned this rebellious disciple and noticed she had deliberately suppressed her spiritual energy to the early transformation god stage, clearly attempting to conceal her true strength. Though he chose not to expose her, Dai Yaoyao pouted but refrained from arguing. She had indeed advanced to the mid-transformation god stage, and her calamity-infused spiritual energy was stronger than before. Even without the chaotic ice lotus, she could cultivate steadily. Furthermore, with Chu Bingran's current low cultivation level, she would be of little help in the challenging trials of the Alliance Conference. Hastening her growth would alleviate some of her own burdens. With an air of impatience, she stepped aside. Hurry and give it to her. Do not delay her refinement. If anyone discovers it, no one will protect her. Yekong approached Chu Bingran, who was sitting cross-legged, the ice glass sword resting upon her knees, faint streams of Xianbing's spiritual energy swirling around her. Upon hearing the commotion, she opened her eyes, and, upon seeing the chaotic ice lotus in Yi Kong's palm, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, this is the chaotic ice lotus meant for you. Yi Kong replied as he extended the ice lotus towards her. Your Xianbing Dao body can perfectly absorb its power once refined. It will not only stabilize your mid-golden core stage, but may even assist you in reaching the late stage. Do not squander it. Chu Bingran accepted the ice lotus with both hands, and as her fingertips grazed the petals, a surge of cool spiritual energy flooded into her body, invigorating her Xianbing spiritual energy. She bowed deeply to Yi Kong, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Master. I will refine it diligently. Should anything arise, I will call for you. Yi Kong patted her shoulder and turned to leave, just in time to see Dai Yaoyao still leaning against the tree, not having departed. Why are you still here? I'm watching over the junior sister to prevent any mishap during her refinement. Dai Yaoyao rolled her eyes and casually set up a barrier to contain the aura of the chaotic ice lotus. This Yi Boppi was utterly careless. Her cultivation experience was far too shallow. Could such a rare treasure be treated so casually? She truly worried herself sick. Though her words were sharp, she could not help but be concerned for Chu Bingran. After all, if this junior sister failed in her refinement, it would not only waste a precious spirit item, but could also harm her foundation. Yi Kong observed Dai Yaoyao's actions and smiled wryly, turning back to the lakeside and reclining once more in his chair. With Dai Yaoyao watching over her, he was confident that Chu Bingran would be fine. It was the perfect opportunity for him to adapt to his recent breakthrough into the mid-stage of void refinement. Meanwhile, deep within the frigid depths of the 10,000-year cold pool in the extreme north of Wandao Immortal Domain, Li Xian stood battered and bruised in an ice cavern, his face ashen. Following the guidance of a mysterious elder in his sea of consciousness, he had traversed 3 layers guarded by ice demon beasts and deciphered an ancient formation, finally catching sight of a blue ice lotus in the center of the cavern. It was indeed the chaotic ice lotus. At last, he had found it. Li Xian's excitement surged as he reached out. Just as his fingertips grazed the petals, the chaotic ice lotus abruptly transformed into a beam of blue light and vanished, leaving behind an empty ice platform. What just happened? Li Xian roared in frustration, striking the ice platform with his fist, causing cracks to spiderweb across its surface. After exerting tremendous effort, nearly perishing in the cold pool, to have the treasure vanish into thin air was infuriating. In the sea of consciousness, the mysterious elder's voice echoed with a hint of confusion and gravity. Strange. This chaotic ice lotus was clearly your opportunity. How could it suddenly disappear? Could a stronger presence have intercepted it? He scanned the entire cold pool, but found no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations, ultimately resigning himself to leave, seeking other opportunities rather than wasting time here. Gritting his teeth, Li Xian cast one last reluctant glance at the vacant ice platform before turning to depart. He knew that lingering here would yield no benefit, only further frustration. Yet, a thorn remained lodged in his heart. Who had seized his opportunity? If he discovered the identity of that individual, he would ensure they met a gruesome fate. Unbeknownst to him, the chaotic ice lotus he had tirelessly sought was currently cradled in Chu Bingran's palm, slowly being refined under the protection of Dai Yaoyao. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this event, Yi Kong, lay in his chair, basking in the moonlight and humming a tune, entirely unconcerned with the matter of the intercepted opportunity. For him, As long as his disciple grew stronger, he cared little for whose opportunity the spirit item originally belonged to. As the night passed, Chu Bingran successfully refined the chaotic ice lotus, her cultivation reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Yikong did not receive any cultivation rewards from the system, indicating that Chu Bingran's breakthrough was insufficient for the system to calculate rewards. However, he was unconcerned, now possessing mid-stage void refinement cultivation in the Wandao immortal domain. As long as he did not act recklessly, he was confident that no one could pose a threat to him. Protecting the two disciples poses no challenge. The trio of master and apprentices tidied themselves and proceeded towards the city of 10,000 Dao. Chapter 57. The Celestial Merchant Guild. At the eastern gate of the city of 10,000 Dao, a throng of people flowed like a river, with cultivators entering and exiting in small clusters, their spiritual instruments and storage bags clinking softly against one another. As Yikong and his disciples arrived at the gate, they were immediately scrutinized by two covert gazes. He Yu and Li Qingfeng, donned in plain azure robes, blended among the city guards, their eyes firmly fixed upon Yikong. The two had previously encountered Yikong's true form in the 10,000 Dao sect. Upon seeing Yikong's handsome visage, clad in a pristine white robe, accompanied by the elegantly dressed Dai Yaoyao in purple and the ethereal Chu Bingran in icy blue, they instantly recognized him. Yu instinctively opened his mouth to call out, but was abruptly restrained by Li Qingfeng. Recalling the scene where Yikong had effortlessly slain a formidable foe, his throat tightened as he whispered, "Are you seeking death? We are no match for him. We must report this to the Holy Sun." The two discreetly retreated to a narrow alley beside the gate, retrieving a communication jade slip, their fingers trembling as they inscribed their message. Holy Sun. Yikong and his disciples have entered the city of 10,000 Dao, unmasked, and are making their way inside. After the message transformed into a flash of crimson light and vanished, He exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Thankfully, I did not act impulsively. Yikong's aura is even more intimidating than in the reflection stone. Li Qingfeng nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with apprehension. The prospect of Yikong targeting them seemed as effortless as crushing a mere chick. Meanwhile, at the city gate, several cultivators had already recognized Yikong. A golden core cultivator holding a reflection stone stared at Yikong for an extended moment before suddenly exclaiming, "It's him, the Chaos Demon God, Yikong. He looks exactly like in the reflection stone." This declaration rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into a lake, instantly drawing a gathering of curious onlookers. Some compared him with the reflection stone. Others stepped back to maintain their distance, while others gazed with keen interest at Dai Yaoyao and Chu Bingran. It truly is him. Look at that white robe and Dai Yaoyao's purple attire. It's identical to when he battled the fire spirit beast in the reflection stone. My heavens! He dares to enter the city so brazenly? Does he not fear trouble from the Tai Chi Holy Land? Are you foolish? He has slain Song Jiang, who is in the mid-stage of the refinement void realm. Who could he possibly fear? Perhaps he intends to confront Zhao Wujuan head-on. The murmurs grew louder, and the crowd gradually formed a circle, encircling Yikong and his disciples. Dai Yaoyao furrowed her brow, a glint of coldness flashing in her violet eyes. Just as she was about to raise her hand to disperse the crowd with her spiritual power, Yikong gently pressed down on her shoulder. He shook his head, his tone calm. There is no need. Let them look. He understood that the more one tried to conceal, the more it might suggest insecurity. It was far better to be open and confident, which would instead deter those with ulterior motives. Chu Bingran gripped her ice glass sword tightly, standing resolutely beside Yikong. Though she felt somewhat uneasy, she did not waver. Having just broken through to the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, her Xianbing Dao body was further strengthened by the nurturing of the Chaos Ice Lotus. With her master and Dai Yaoyao by her side, she feared no one. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a gentle voice emerged. "Yi Fengzhu, may I have a word?" The onlookers turned to see a middle-aged cultivator clad in a gray robe approaching, a jade pendant inscribed with the characters Zhutian hanging from his waist. His demeanor was composed, and his spiritual energy was remarkably contained, indicating he was no ordinary practitioner. "Is he from the Zhutian Merchant Guild?" Someone whispered in astonishment. The Zhutian Merchant Guild was renowned throughout the Wandao Xinyu and surrounding celestial realms for being a neutral trading entity with unfathomable power, engaging solely in commerce and refraining from conflicts, even earning respect from the Tai sacred land. The middle-aged cultivator approached Yikong, clasping his hands in greeting. I am Linimo, the manager of the Zhuqian Merchant Guild's Wandao Xianqing branch. It is an honor to finally meet you. Esteemed friend Yikong. He got straight to the point, retrieving a palm-sized copper mirror from his storage ring. The mirror's surface shimmering with a faint spiritual light. Our guild possesses a live broadcasting array that can relay your activities to those who have purchased the reflection mirror. If you consent, we would share the profits equally. Lin Mo paused briefly before adding. Rest assured, our guild maintains neutrality and would never divulge your whereabouts or plans. This is purely a commercial collaboration. Should you decline, we would not press the issue, but his words trailed off, leaving an implication hanging in the air. Given the capabilities of the Zhuqian Merchant Guild, even if Yikong refused, they had means to discreetly broadcast his actions. His advance notice was both a courtesy to Yikong and a gesture for long-term cooperation. Yikong accepted the copper mirror, his fingers brushing over its surface. Sensing the spatial, spiritual energy contained within, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Collaboration is acceptable. He considered the prospect. An equal share could yield additional resources for cultivation while also granting the Zhuqian Merchant Guild a favor, facilitating future purchases of spiritual artifacts and elixirs. Although he did not require these resources for himself, his disciples did. Moreover, the realm of cultivation valued relationships and social etiquette. Given that even a refusal would likely lead to covert actions by the other party, it was more prudent to agree openly, thus enhancing his reputation for generosity. Indeed, you are most agreeable. Lin Mo's eyes brightened, and he promptly produced a jade slip, stating, This is the cooperation contract. Please review it, and if there are no issues, a signature will suffice. Yikong glanced over the jade slip, confirming there were no hidden traps, and affixed his name. The slip then emitted 2 beams of spiritual light, merging into both his and Lin Mo's bodies. Lin Mo tucked away the jade slip and bowed. May our collaboration be fruitful. The broadcast will commence immediately, with profits calculated daily and directly deposited into your Zhuqian Merchant Guild membership card. He then handed Yikong a purple gold card. Subsequently, he activated the broadcasting array through a communication talisman. What? Yikong actually agreed to the live broadcast. My heavens, how confident is he? Does he not fear Zhao Wuji discovering his weaknesses? It seems he is utterly unafraid. After all, one who can slay those in the mid-stage of the Void Realm should have no concerns regarding Zhao Wuji's alliance. The news spread like wildfire, instantly reaching Wandao, Xiansheng, and even circulating through the Zhuqian Merchant Guild's communication network to nearby sections. Some perceived Yikong's actions as excessively arrogant, viewing them as a provocation toward Zhao Wuji. Some believe that Yikong possesses genuine strength, which emboldens him to act so openly. Numerous cultivators promptly rushed to the Heavenly Merchant Association to acquire viewing mirrors, eager to witness the confrontation between Yikong and Zhao Wuji in real time. Once again, the entire Myriad Dao immortal domain found itself engulfed in a fervent storm of public opinion, stirred by Yikong. Meanwhile, in the temporary stronghold of the Tai Yi Sacred Land, Zhao Wuji, upon receiving messages from He Yu and Li Qingfeng, and hearing of Yikong's agreement to broadcast the event, was infuriated and shattered the teacup on the table. Yikong, how dare you be so arrogant? He rose abruptly, his eyes filled with madness, declaring, Relay my orders. The Alliance Conference shall proceed as scheduled. I intend to show everyone that the so-called Chaos Demon God is nothing but a mere clown before me. Chapter 58. Dai Yaoyao seeks pocket money as Yikong and his 2 disciples navigated through the throngs of onlookers. The murmurs and gasps of admiration from the surrounding cultivators surged like a tide, yet no one dared to impede their passage. Yikong walked at the forefront, his white silk robe brushing against the bluestone path, his steps composed and unhurried. It was not on the bustling streets of the immortal city, but rather on a secluded path behind a fallen peak. Dai Yaoyao tugged at Chu Bingran's wrist, trailing in the middle, her violet eyes scanning the shops along the street. Suddenly, she leaned closer to Yikong, her voice low yet audible enough for those nearby to hear. Old man, I'm taking my junior sister to tour the immortal city. We can't very well go empty-handed, can we? Look at my junior sister, who has just reached the peak of the golden core stage and has no decent attire. As her master, you ought to provide a little something, don't you think? Chu Bingran paused, about to say it was unnecessary, but Dai Yaoyao pinched his wrist. She was well aware that Dai Yaoyao was seizing the opportunity to extort, yet she chose not to expose it, quietly clutching her clothing with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Yikong glanced sideways at Dai Yaoyao. noticing the cunning glimmer in her gaze, and shook his head in resignation. He raised his hand and retrieved 2 translucent white jade boxes from a storage ring, tossing one to each of them. Each contains 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, sufficient for you to purchase the garments you desire. A crash echoed as a cultivator accidentally toppled a nearby stall, their eyes filled with astonishment at the sight of the jade boxes. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones equate to 1 billion low-grade spirit stones, a sum that an ordinary transformation stage cultivator could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime. Yet, Yikong casually bestowed such wealth upon his 2 disciples, a financial power that even a mid-tier sect could scarcely rival. Lin Mo, observing nearby, felt his pupils constrict, further confirming that Yikong's resources were unfathomable. The previous 50-50 partnership was indeed Yikong extending courtesy to the Heavenly Merchant Association. It was fortunate that the young lady had an eye for value, directly offering the precious purple gold card. Otherwise, the Heavenly Merchant Association would have fallen short. Before long, the group arrived at the main establishment of the Heavenly Merchant Association. A 9-story white jade pavilion stood before them, its entrance adorned with intricate spatial array carvings. The spiritual energy was so dense, it seemed almost to condense into droplets. The guards at the entrance, all in the early stages of the Nascent Soul realm, immediately bowed deeply upon Yikong's arrival, showing even greater respect than they would to a sect leader. Lin Mo swiftly approached and pushed open the intricately carved doors, gesturing for them to enter. Master Yi, the Lingyun Pavilion has been prepared for you. Within the pavilion, there exists a 9th grade gathering spirit array and a barrier array, capable of shielding against the spiritual probing of those below the late stage of the void refinement realm. Are you satisfied? The Lingyun Pavilion is an exclusive loft for the top clients of the celestial commerce, the only one of its kind in the entire Wandao Immortal City. Even esteemed elders from the Tai Holy Land may not have the privilege to stay here. Yikong nodded and walked straight in. Thank you, Manager Lin. Dai Yaoyao, cradling a jade box, leaned toward Chu Bingran and whispered, "See, I told you this old man is dripping with wealth. He wouldn't take it out unless pressed." Chu Bingran chuckled and shook her head, but carefully tucked the jade box away. The spirit stones within are sufficient for her to purchase numerous cultivation materials. Ladies, if you wish to shop, our celestial commerce has everything you could desire. Feel free to browse. We offer a flat 20% discount. Yikong glanced at his 2 junior disciples, seeking their opinions, essentially inquiring if they wished for his company. Lin Mo, perceptive to Yikong's concerns, promptly reassured him. Master Yi, rest assured, no one dares to lay a hand on the 2 ladies within the commerce. Old man, don't worry. I will ensure my junior sister's safety. With that, Dai Yaoyao pulled Chu Bingran toward the shopping area of the celestial commerce. Yikong shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, they had the means. Master Yi, my lady requests your presence. Yikong nodded, eager to meet the person in charge of celestial commerce. The live broadcast abruptly ceased. Meanwhile, the stream from celestial commerce had already covered a significant portion of the Wandao Immortal Domain. In the main hall of the Wandao sect, Li Siyuan stood alongside the Grand Elder Xian Jianzi before the water mirror, which displayed Yikong entering the Wandao commerce. Xian Jianzi stroked his white beard, his brow furrowed. Why is Yikong being so ostentatious? Zhao Wujia had allied with numerous sects, including Yuhua Palace and Yaowang Valley, with 3 void refinement cultivators among them. His open display of whereabouts is exceedingly perilous. Li Siyuan remained silent, his fingers rubbing the sect token at his waist, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. He has remained dormant for a century. He would not act so boldly without absolute strength. Did you not see him casually bestowing 100,000 high-grade spirit stones upon his disciple? The attitude of celestial commerce, providing the purple gold card and Lingyun Pavilion, indicates that Yikong's power is likely beyond our expectations. Suddenly, hearty laughter resounded from outside the hall as the peak master of Qifeng, Tai Wuqing, strode in, brandishing a reflective mirror. Ha ha ha, excellent, wonderful. At last, someone from Wandao sect dares to be so assertive. Just moments ago, several disciples approached him, seeking permission to assist Yikong in the Immortal City. Other peak masters chimed in, with the Pill Peak master smiling and saying, since Yikong lifted the sect-S seal, the disciples have experienced tremendous growth in their cultivation, and the elders have also made significant advancements. We have held our breath for far too long. Li Siyuan raised his hand to calm the room, his tone serious. Everyone, let us remain composed. Now is not the time for impulsiveness. Zhao Wujia's alliance is merely a minor nuisance. Years ago, the invasion of the foreign immortal realms nearly led to the annihilation of the Wandao sect. Our current objective is to bide our time, awaiting the opportune moment. If we choose to act, it must be with the intent to unify the myriad immortal realms. Our true adversaries lie within the other celestial domains. Upon hearing these words, the various peak masters solemnly tempered their expressions, recognizing that the sect leader's vision always extended beyond mere present conflicts. Within the falling blossom hall of the Baiwa sect, Luo Lua sat by the window, the reflective mirror in her hand, displaying scenes of Yi Kong and his two disciples. Recollections of Yi Kong executing his sword technique to sever immortals flooded her mind. Contemplating Zhao Wuji's aggressive demeanor, a flicker of resolve appeared in her eyes. The attendant beside her softly inquired, "Sect leader, the envoy from the Tai Holy Land awaits a response." "Shall we?" "There's no need," Luo Liua interjected, her tone resolute. "The Tai Holy Land seeks only to claim the title of the foremost prodigy, whereas the Wandao sect has fought valiantly for the immortal realms. Yi Kong's triumphant return after a century of silence is no mere stroke of luck. Dispatch a message. Baiwa Palace shall not engage in any plans against the Wandao sect. Tomorrow, we will send someone to Wandao sect to convey our goodwill." The attendant acknowledged and withdrew, while Luo Le redirected her gaze to the reflective mirror. The figure of Yi Kong faded from view as he ascended with Lin Mo to the upper echelons of the celestial commerce. In an elegant villa within the Wandao immortal city, Lu Qing, the master of the Medicine King Valley, intently observed the reflective mirror. His breath quickened as he witnessed Yi Kong casually toss 2 jade boxes containing 100,000 top-grade spirit stones to his disciple. Beside him, Lu Qingyao furrowed her brow, concern evident in her voice. "Elder brother, Yi Kong can effortlessly produce 200,000 top-grade spirit stones and secure resources from the celestial commerce for Lingyun Pavilion, including the coveted purple gold card. His strength and foundation are unfathomable. Should we truly align ourselves with Zhao Wuji against him? Unfathomable?" Lu Qing scoffed, his fingers rapping forcefully on the table. "What does he acquire such wealth in spirit stones? The Wandao sect was the sovereign of the immortal realms 100 millennia ago, undoubtedly hoarding countless treasures. Yi Kong hails from a fallen peak of the Wandao sect, and he might possess ancient alchemical texts and exquisite medicinal materials. Once we eliminate him, all these riches will be ours." Chapter 59. The Enraged Zhao Wuji. His eyes glimmered with avarice, completely disregarding Lu Qingyao's counsel as he continued. "Haven't you noticed the reactions of the other sects? The Yuhua Palace has already dispatched envoys to the Tai Holy Land. The Reliant Mountain sect has even brought forth their best 6th-grade spiritual artifacts. If we do not act, we shall gain nothing." Lu Qingyao wished to dissuade him further, but saw that Lu Qing had already seized the communication jade slip, speaking solemnly into it. "Notify all elders. We shall depart to meet Zhao Wuji at dawn tomorrow, bringing all refining void pills and top-grade elixirs. This time, we must secure Yi Kong." The jade slip glowed with a crimson light, and Lu Qingyao sighed in resignation. She understood that her elder brother had become blinded by the allure of treasures, and further argument would be futile. On the morrow, she would return to the Medicine King Valley to safeguard their remaining legacy. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the Qingmu sect's council hall stood in stark contrast. The master of the Qingmu sect gazed at the reflection in the mirror, his complexion paling and his fingers trembling slightly. Yi Kong has slain a mid-stage void refinement cultivator, and with the purple gold card bestowed by the Heavenly Merchant Association and Zhao Wuji's alliance, perhaps we should refrain from participating? The elder beside him nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Master, we are but a small sect with only 3 transformation god cultivators. Should we venture forth, we would merely become cannon fodder. If Yi Kong emerges victorious, our Qingmu sect will be doomed." The other elders concurred, their previous hopes of benefiting from the alliance now extinguished by Yi Kong's displayed prowess. Taking a deep breath, the master decisively declared, "Convey my orders, seal the mountain gate, and no one is to venture outside, regardless of the outcome of the alliance conference. We shall not involve ourselves." Similar scenes unfolded across various sects within the myriad realms of the immortal domain. Some, like Yaoyao Valley and Yuhua Palace, were lured by the treasures left behind by the Wandao sect, resolutely determined to join the alliance. Others, such as the Qingmu sect, chose to remain secluded out of fear of repercussions. Meanwhile, some mid-tier sects, like Fenglei sect and Bishui sect, lingered in indecision, torn between the desire to reap the benefits of the alliance and the fear of Yi Kong's overwhelming strength leading to their own annihilation. At the Taichi Holy Land, Zhao Wujie surveyed the list of sects submitted by his subordinates, his expression dark enough to draw water. Originally, over 20 sects had pledged their allegiance, but now only 13 remained, 5 of which were merely observing without committing their main forces. A group of inept fools. Zhao Wujie slammed the list to the ground, fury blazing in his eyes. Yi Kong is merely at the peak of transformation god. Why do you cower so? The elder beside him hastily approached, bowing respectfully. Odison, temper your anger. Those sects are simply timid. Once the Alliance Conference commences tomorrow and you reveal your initial stage of void refinement strength, they will surely realign with us. Zhao Wujie inhaled deeply, suppressing his wrath, and spoke coldly. Relay my orders. Have Yu and Li Qingfeng identify Yi Kong at the Alliance Conference. And print thousands of copies of the scene where Dai Yaoyao's tribulation body erupted during the Disciple Recruitment Conference. Distribute them at the event. I want everyone to be aware of the dangers posed by Dai Yaoyao. If Yi Kong wishes to shield her, let him become the target of public ire. He grasped the fiery jade pendant at his waist, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Regardless of the number of hesitant sects, tomorrow he would slay Yi Kong, seize his chaotic inheritance and 2 disciples, and ensure the entire immortal domain knew who the true first-rate talent was. He fixated on the scene within the mirror, where Lin Mo led Yi Kong toward the upper echelons of the Heavenly Merchant Association, his knuckles whitening from the strain, the fiery jade pendant growing hot in his grip. Unbidden, memories from 2 days prior surged in his mind. At that time, he had just broken through to the initial stage of the void refinement realm, carrying with him 3 boxes of top-grade spirit stones and 2 fifth-tier superior spiritual weapons as a grand gift. He personally visited Lu Ruyan, hoping to leverage the influence of the Heavenly Merchant Guild to solidify his reputation as the foremost genius within the immortal domain. However, what was the outcome? Lu Ruyan did not even show her face. She merely instructed Lin Mo to hand him a silver card, conveying in a detached manner that the saint's intent had been received and that the guild remained neutral, refraining from deep connections with any sect, thus dismissing him without further ado. Although that silver card allowed for a 95 discount at the Heavenly Merchant Guild, it did not grant him the privilege of entering the upper-level chambers. Not to mention, unlike Yi Kong, who had been personally invited by Lu Ruyan and gifted the prestigious purple gold card, which permitted unrestricted access across all branches of the Heavenly Merchant Guild within the immortal domain and offered the highest level of service. There was only one such purple gold card throughout the entire Wandao immortal domain. Why was that? Zhao Wujie let out a low growl, his eyes filled with twisted jealousy. I am the saint son of the Tai Holy Land, the youngest void refinement cultivator in 100,000 years. Yet Lu Ruyan won't even meet with me. Yi Kong, merely a slandered chaos demon god, receives a purple gold card in her personal audience. He slammed his fist onto the wooden table, which instantly cracked with a web-like pattern, sending the teacups tumbling to the ground, shattering into fragments. The elder beside him was so frightened he dared not breathe. He understood that Zhao Wujie's fury was directed partly at Yi Kong and partly at the humiliation stemming from Lu Ruyan's preferential treatment. The influence of the Heavenly Merchant Guild was unfathomable, and Lu Ruyan's identity remained a mystery. Even the strongest from various immortal domains had to show her some respect. No matter how furious Zhao Wujie was, he did not dare to provoke the Heavenly Merchant Guild, instead suppressing his resentment within, directing all his ire towards Yi Kong. Just then, the reflection mirror suddenly illuminated with a soft golden announcement, Lin Mo's gentle voice resonating throughout Wandao immortal city. Esteemed friends, the Heavenly Merchant Guild will host a rare auction of extraordinary treasures tomorrow evening at our Wandao immortal city branch. The auction items include ancient cultivation techniques, a 6th-tier top-grade spiritual weapon, the Crimson Fire Sword, and even a Supreme Void Refinement Pill and a 6th-tier top-grade barrier-breaking pill. We welcome all esteemed friends to participate. Those holding VIP cards will have priority entry. Upon the announcement, the cultivators gathered before the reflection mirror erupted in excitement. Even Zhao Wujie within the sub-branch was momentarily stunned. The day after tomorrow was the scheduled date for his Alliance Conference, and the Heavenly Merchant Guild chose to hold the auction tomorrow night, clearly capitalizing on the fervor of the Alliance Conference to make a significant profit. What a clever Heavenly Merchant Guild. They truly know how to conduct business. Zhao Wuji sneered, yet a glint of calculation flickered in his eyes. Was Ti Kong quite wealthy? He casually gifted his disciple 100,000 top-grade spirit stones and was granted a purple gold card by the Heavenly Merchant Guild. Tomorrow night's auction would be our first competition. He recalled the supreme void refinement pill that would be available at the auction. Yi Kong, now at the pinnacle of the transformation god stage, desperately needed that medicinal remedy. A sinister smile crept across his lips as he thought, I shall see how many spirit stones you can muster, Yi Kong, and whether you can outbid me at the Tai Holy Land. He turned to the elder beside him and commanded, immediately go to the storeroom and retrieve 1 million high-grade spirit stones. At tomorrow's auction, regardless of what Yi Kong seizes, we must compete with him. Even if we cannot acquire anything, we shall elevate the price beyond his means, allowing everyone to witness who truly holds the most power in the Wan Dao immortal domain. Furthermore, that 6th grade supreme breaking barrier pill is a necessity for me. With this elixir, I can swiftly advance to the mid-stage of the void refinement realm, becoming the true authority in the Wan Dao immortal domain. The elder promptly bowed in acknowledgement. Yes. Odison. Yet, he inwardly murmured, 1 million high-grade spirit stones is nearly the annual operational capital of the Tai Holy Land. Zhao Wujia is willing to expend such a fortune in order to defeat Yi Kong. Unbeknownst to Zhao Wujia, the 6th grade supreme red fire sword, the supreme void refinement pill, and the 6th grade supreme breaking barrier pill were all presented by Yi Kong. Chapter 60. Lu Rian. Half an hour prior, in the top-level loft of the Celestial Merchants Guild, Yi Kong was seated at a pearwood table. Opposite him sat a woman clad in a flowing red gown, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall, her face partially obscured by a delicate crimson veil, revealing only her clear, autumn-like eyes. She was none other than Lu Rian, the person in charge of the Wan Dao immortal domain at the Celestial Merchants Guild. Moonlight streamed through the intricately carved window, illuminating the table draped in cloud-patterned brocade, where several items emanated a faint spiritual glow. These were the idol treasures Yi Kong had retrieved from the system space. A lustrous supreme void refinement pill, a 6th grade supreme red fire sword adorned with flame engravings, and a 6th grade supreme breaking barrier pill contained within a jade vial. Lu Rian's fingertips brushed over the void refinement pill, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. The intricate and uniform pill pattern, coupled with its nearly pure spiritual essence devoid of impurities, clearly indicated it was crafted from an ancient formula. No one in the Wan Dao immortal domain had produced such quality in nearly 10,000 years. She raised her gaze to Yi Kong, her tone laced with curiosity. To think that sect master Yi possesses such an abundance of ancient treasures, it is quite unexpected. They are merely items of no use to me, Yi Kong replied, reclining against the back of his chair with a calm demeanor. One of my disciples possesses a celestial-grade dark spirit root, while the other has an ice path body. These void refinement pills and breaking barrier pills are of no benefit to them. It would be a waste to keep them, so it is better to exchange them for spirit stones to aid them. Lu Rian smiled lightly, refraining from probing further into their origins. The Celestial Merchants Guild valued profit above all else, indifferent to provenance, as long as the treasures were genuine. She recalled previous intelligence gathered, noting that Yi Kong had once temporarily suppressed Dai Yaoyao's calamity body using a 9-transformation golden pill, a legendary elixir said to alter fate itself. It seemed hardly surprising for someone capable of presenting a 9-transformation golden pill to also possess these ancient treasures. I believe I understand Sect Master Ye's intentions, Lu Rian remarked, lifting her teacup to conceal the calculations in her eyes. You intend to use the auction as a means to retaliate against Zhao Wujia? She had long perceived that Yi Kong was not one to passively endure blows. With Zhao Wuji spreading rumors and organizing alliances, Yi Kong would undoubtedly retaliate. And this auction was the most discreet manner of doing so. Yi Kong raised an eyebrow, not denying it. He claims I am the Chaos Demon God, designates Yaoyao as a calamity star, and even wishes to conspire with the sects against me. He must pay a price for his audacity. He paused, turning to Lu Rian, and continued, Miss Lu is an astute individual and should know how to proceed. This void refinement pill, I hope, will be seen by Zhao Wuji, leading him to believe it is the key to my breakthrough in void refinement. As for the barrier-breaking pill, you may discreetly inform the people of the Taiji Holy Land that this elixir can aid mid-stage void refinement cultivators in swiftly advancing. Additionally, this scarlet fire sword should be quite suitable for those with an eternal flame body. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Lu Rian's eyes as she raised her glass in acknowledgement. Rest assured, Master Yi, the trading guild will make appropriate arrangements. Moreover, this will not violate the guild's regulations. She understood that Yi Kong was deliberately setting a trap, having just broken through to the initial stage of void refinement. Zhao Wuji would be most eager to ascend quickly. The barrier-breaking pill was an irresistible temptation for him. He would undoubtedly go to great lengths to seize it. And in doing so, Yi Kong would surely extract a hefty price from him, which would be far more satisfying than a direct confrontation. The Scarlet Fire Sword, along with the exquisite void refinement pill, were also part of Yi Kong's scheme. The two engaged in lively conversation, ranging from the distribution of resources in the immortal domain to ancient sect secrets. Liu Rian occasionally hinted at Yi Kong's chaos legacy, yet he deftly evaded the topic, merely stating it was a matter of fortunate acquisition. Liu Rian did not press further. She knew that cultivating a rapport with Yi Kong was a long-term investment and did not require haste. A person capable of nurturing talents like Dai Yaoyao and Chu Bingran, while also possessing ancient treasures, would undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats in the future. Establishing a good relationship now might provide her with solutions for her lingering ailments later on. As night deepened, Yi Kong rose to take his leave, with Liu Rian personally escorting him to the door of the pavilion. Master Yi, please take good care of the purple gold card. It may prove invaluable in the future. Yi Kong nodded in gratitude and turned, vanishing into the night. Liu Rian stood at the entrance, gazing in the direction Yi Kong had departed, a profound smile gracing her lips. This auction would not only allow the Celestial Trading Guild to reap significant profits, but also grant Yi Kong a favor while testing Zhao Wuji's foundations. Truly a triple gain. She turned back to the pavilion and instructed the maid hidden in the shadows. Subtly leak the information about the void refinement pill and the barrier-breaking pill to the Taiji Holy Land, and embellish the qualities of the Scarlet Fire Sword, stating that it is most suitable for fire affinity cultivators. The maid complied and retreated, while Liu Rian picked up the barrier-breaking pill, a flicker of complexity crossing her gaze. This elixir held some usefulness for her as well. However, if it could help in winning Yi Kong over, it would be worth the temporary sacrifice. The 7th grade Superior Spirit Gathering Array within Lingyun Pavilion continued to operate steadily. The spiritual energy in the air thick enough to condense into fine droplets, which fell upon the jade floor, creating a faint shimmering glow. As Yi Kong followed Lin Mo into the attic, he was first greeted by a subtle fragrance, not the scent of medicinal herbs or spiritual grasses, but rather the refreshing aroma of the cleansing spirit herb lingering on newly laundered garments, soothing and tranquil. In the next moment, 2 figures burst forth from the inner hall. Dai Yaoyao, adorned in a pristine purple skirt embroidered with dark golden vine patterns, moved gracefully, her skirt billowing like the ghostly flowers blooming deep within the demon realm, exuding both allure and an air of nobility. Her long hair, originally cascading freely, was simply styled into a bun, secured with a delicate amethyst hairpin, accentuating her already striking features, softening even the mischievous glint in her eyes. Chu Bingran, on the other hand, wore an ice blue gown, the hem adorned with delicate frost patterns that danced lightly with her movements, as if ice crystals were swirling around her. She opted for simple hairstyle, tying her long hair back with a white ribbon, revealing her smooth forehead and elegant brows. The originally frosty demeanor she possessed was tempered by the gown, lending her a touch of gentleness, reminiscent of an ice lotus quietly blooming atop a snowy peak. Ah, isn't this Yi Fengzhu, favored guest to the heavenly merchants? Dai Yaoyao approached first, assessing Yi Kong with a teasing smile playing on her lips. I thought President Liu would keep you for a few cups of celestial wine and chat until dawn. Why are you back so soon? It seems your charm is not all that impressive. Yi Kong raised an eyebrow, about to respond when he caught a subtle glance from Chu Bingran, her eyes twinkling with amusement. She had thwarted Dai Yaoyao's attempts to dash off several times. After Yi Kong's departure, Dai Yaoyao had been restless, at one moment cautioning her to be wary of being deceived out of treasures, and the next urging her to see if that old man had been lured away by a vixen, her complaints incessant, yet her steps hurried. Understanding the underlying affection in Dai Yaoyao's playful banter, Yi Kong chose not to expose her true feelings, merely replying, though Manager Liu is a businessman, he possesses a certain charm. Perhaps I should return and discuss matters further. Unlike you, who can easily spend 100,000 superior spirit stones on a mere stroll through a merchant's hall. You dare. Those spirit stones are meant for my junior sister's materials. Dai Yaoyao retorted immediately, Then, as if recalling something, she turned and retrieved a neatly folded moon-white robe from her storage ring, casually tossing it to Yi Kong with a hint of disdain in her tone. "Here, this is for you. The white robe you wore before has faded and is unworthy of your title as the Chaos Demon God. Don't go out and embarrass us sisters." Yi Kong caught the robe, feeling the palpable surge of spiritual energy woven within the fabric as his fingertips brushed against it. This was a fifth-tier spiritual robe crafted from a blend of heavenly silkworm silk and cloud-pattern cotton. Not only did it provide automatic defense against attacks from early-stage transformation cultivators, but it also concealed some spiritual energy fluctuations, making it perfectly suited for his current circumstances. The robe fit him perfectly, evidently tailored specifically to his physique, adorned with exquisitely embroidered patterns at the collar that clearly reflected considerable thought and care. A gesture of conscience, perhaps. Yi Kong weighed the robe in his hands, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This rebellious disciple, sharp-tongued yet meticulous in action, was indeed a paradox. Dai Yaoyao, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, felt her ears flush, yet she stubbornly retorted, "Who cares about being conscientious towards you? I merely fear you might venture out in tattered clothes and become a subject of ridicule. After all, we are destined to mingle with the elite." As she spoke, she seized Chu Bingran's wrist and turned towards the training room, exclaiming, "Little junior sister, let us practice. Don't waste time with this scoundrel Yi. We have shopping to do tomorrow." Chu Bingran nodded with a smile, and before leaving, she softly remarked to Yi Kong, "Master, the robe suits you well. Please rest early." She could discern that Dai Yaoyao had spent a considerable half-hour selecting this robe from the ready-made garments, even insisting that the shopkeeper infuse it thrice with cleansing herbs to ensure Yi Kong would find it comfortable. Yi Kong watched the two retreat into the training room, his gaze softening as he traced the delicate patterns on the moon-white robe. Having traversed this world for a century, the first 100 years had been spent in desolation, believing that the path of cultivation would be one of solitude and bloodshed. Yet, unexpectedly, he encountered these two resilient yet tender-hearted disciples, infusing a touch of warmth into the otherwise frigid realm of cultivation. He carefully folded the robe and turned to the window of the loft, gazing out at the moonlit night. At tomorrow's auction, he aimed not only to make Zhao Wujia suffer a financial setback, but also to observe the myriad strange beings that inhabited the myriad realms of the celestial domain. While he harbored no ambitions of dominance, he certainly could not allow others to pose a threat to him. Meanwhile, within the training room, Dai Yaoyao stood before a water mirror, repeatedly adjusting her hairstyle, muttering to herself, "Does he think the robe's color is too plain? I should have chosen a darker shade." Chu Bingran, seated nearby, engaged in her practice, teased her, "Dai Yaoyao, are you perhaps lovesick? The ruthless demon emperor is now indulging in the tender act of buying clothes for others." Dai Yaoyao's face flushed instantly as she lightly slapped Chu Bingran on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Who is being tender-hearted? I simply fear he might lose face out there. Now, focus on your training. Otherwise, you'll be calling me senior sister for sure." Chu Bingran pouted, but could sense the surge of spiritual energy emanating from Dai Yaoyao, significantly stronger than before, likely having reached the mid-stage of transformation. She needed to accelerate her own progress. Otherwise, she would indeed be calling her senior sister. The spirit-gathering formation within Lingyun Pavilion continued to operate as moonlight streamed through the window, gently enveloping the trio. The night was as dark as ink, and beside the western gate of the celestial city, a shadowy figure flitted like a wraith through the shadows of the city wall. Lin Chun tightened the dark cloak around him, pulling the hood low to obscure most of his face, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes. Those eyes shimmered with a depth unfitting for his age, embodying both the pride of having surpassed the mid-stage of void refinement and the caution born from having traversed life and death. While journeying to the Qishao immortal domain, he was ensnared by a spatial rift. Within that rift, even the spiritual energy of the Supreme Wood Spirit Root was thrown into disarray. Had he not encountered the battlefield from 100,000 years ago and obtained the remnants of a Mahayana cultivator, he would have perished in the chaotic void long ago. Now, pure wood-type spiritual energy coursed through him, and his cultivation at the mid-stage of void refinement was as solid as a mountain. Within his storage ring lay an 8th-grade superior spiritual weapon, the Qingmu sword, radiating the essence of life. This sword could cut through iron like mud and manipulate plants within 100 miles, making it his perfect companion. "Yi Kong, the Chaos Demon God," Lin Chun murmured softly, his steps light as he deftly evaded patrolling cultivators, making his way toward the bustling center of the immortal city. Upon emerging from a spatial rift, he overheard two wandering cultivators discussing Yi Kong's decisive strike against the mid-stage void refinement during the Alliance conference with Zhao Wuji, prompting him to resolve to head to Wandao Immortal City. He intended to personally slay Yi Kong, seize his chaotic legacy, and annex the Wandao Immortal Domain without the need for external assistance. He slipped into a small shop selling recording stones, and while the shopkeeper was distracted, he discreetly unleashed a wisp of wood-type spiritual energy, silently whisking away a recording stone labeled Complete Records of the Incense Valley, leaving behind a mid-grade spiritual stone as compensation. Though he relished in bloodshed, he was aware that drawing attention in Wandao Immortal City would be unwise, as it could attract unnecessary trouble. Lin Shan sought refuge in a secluded, dilapidated temple, setting up a simple concealment formation before extracting the recording stone and infusing it with spiritual energy. Instantly, the scene of the Finshan Valley materialized on the stone's surface, Yi Kong's striking visage upon revealing his true self, the resolute swing of his sword as he cleaved through the fire spirit behemoth, and the domineering blue lightning sword aura that felled foes. His pupils constricted with each shift in the imagery, his fingers unconsciously tracing the patterns on his storage ring. A peak transformation god could slay a mid-stage void refinement. The caliber of that sword strike against the celestial was at least of ancient celestial grade, and the chaotic force could even consume flames. Zhao Wuji, that fool, relies solely on sect power, unable to see through Yi Kong's strength. He is doomed to fail, Lin Chen murmured, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he deactivated the recording stone. This works perfectly once Yi Kong and Zhao Wuji are mutually weakened. I shall strike, eliminating Yi Kong while effortlessly dealing with Zhao Wuji, two birds with one stone. He was not in a hurry to confront Yi Kong, instead directing his gaze toward the direction of the All Heavens trading house. Fragments of memory from the Mahayana cultivator's remnants had mentioned the All Heavens trading house, whose backing spanned multiple immortal domains. Lu Ruyan held an abundance of resources and intelligence. Gaining her favor would not only expedite his conquest of the Wandao Immortal Domain, but also, through the trading house's channels, allow him to extend his influence into other immortal domains. This promised a future far brighter than being confined to the Wandao Immortal Domain. Lu Ruyan, the purple gold card. Lin Shan recalled the discussions he had previously overheard, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes. If Yi Kong could obtain the purple gold card, why could he not? An 8th-tier spiritual weapon and the cultivation insights of a great ascension practitioner were sufficient to garner her attention. He rose, concealing the hidden formation of the grass temple once more, donning his hood before making his way towards the celestial trading house. He planned to observe covertly, to gauge Lu Ruyan's attitude towards Yi Kong before determining the opportune moment to present his allegiance. The auction tomorrow evening would serve as an excellent opportunity. At this moment, within the Lingyun Pavilion, Yi Kong was seated in meditation, the chaotic spiritual energy flowing gently within him, a ripple of disturbance stirring in the chaotic divine thunder inside. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and glanced towards the window, raising an eyebrow. Interesting, Lin Shan is at the mid-stage of the void refinement. I can faintly sense the aura of chaotic divine thunder still emanating from him. A pure essence of wood-type spiritual energy roamed within the immortal city, its presence cleverly concealed. Yet could not evade the perception of chaotic spiritual energy. Interesting, Yi Kong murmured softly, yet he did not immediately rise to investigate, choosing instead to recline back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. The daily meals of his two rebellious disciples were quite punctual. He would need to rise early tomorrow to prepare breakfast for them. It was essential to care for these two experienced little ones. Meanwhile, Lin Shan remained oblivious to the fact that his presence had already been detected by Yi Kong. Standing at the street corner opposite the celestial trading house, he gazed at the lights atop the loft, his eyes brimming with unwavering confidence. As the night deepened, the lights of Wandao Immortal City continued to shine brilliantly. Yet no one was aware that a new storm was quietly brewing with the infiltration of the Red Fortune Child. Chapter 62, Dai Yaoyao, alas. This demon emperor is truly troubled. In the dining hall of Lingyun Pavilion, morning light streamed through the intricately carved window panes, illuminating the jade-white tabletop. Steaming bowls of spiritual rice porridge, golden brown roasted spiritual meat, and several dishes of crisp spiritual vegetables adorned the table, filling the room with an enticing aroma. Dai Yaoyao held a bowl of spiritual rice porridge, slurping it while nudging Yi Kong with her elbow, raising an eyebrow. "Yi Poppy, I overheard some practitioners at the trading house yesterday. They said you were the foremost genius of the Wan Dao immortal domain a century ago, breaking the Foundation establishment record in a single day and infuriating that Zhao Wuji for several days." Her words were not merely fabrications. While wandering the trading house yesterday, she had eavesdropped on several elder practitioners discussing the rivalry between the two heroes, vividly recounting the genius contest between Yi Kong and Zhao Wuji, which she had heard distinctly. Chu Bingran also set down her chopsticks, curiosity flickering in her eyes. "Master, does this mean Zhao Wuji harbored great resentment towards you back then? Now that he is targeting you, the rumors surrounding the chaotic demon god must have him as the mastermind behind them, seeking to vent his grievances from a century ago?" The more she contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Zhao Wuji's eagerness to prove himself likely meant he had long regarded Yi Kong as a lifelong adversary. Seizing the opportunity, Dai Yaoyao promptly placed down her bowl, hands on her hips, striking a pose as if to collect a debt. Exactly. He surely harbors resentment for having robbed him of his glory in the past, which is why he deliberately spreads rumors, claiming I am a witch and a harbinger of disaster, causing me to be scrutinized whenever I step outside. All of this is your fault. You must compensate me. As she spoke, she covertly cast a glance at Yi Kong's storage ring, calculating the resources she desired. Yi Kong, biting into a piece of spirit meat, shot a displeased glance at Dai Yaoyao and retorted, "Go away. Are you still going to eat?" He was well aware that Dai Yaoyao was attempting to seize the opportunity to acquire resources, but chose not to expose her intentions. After the hope of inheriting the legacy was dashed for this rebellious disciple, she now sought to snatch resources at any chance. Seeing Yi Kong indifferent to her ploys, Dai Yaoyao pouted, but refrained from causing a scene, instead obediently picking up her chopsticks, secretly plotting, once the auction begins, "Any treasures that catch my eye must be secured by Yi Kong. Otherwise, I would suffer a great loss." Chu Bingran, furrowing her brow with concern, remarked, "Master, Zhao Wujing has just broken through to the initial stage of void refinement. He is allied with over 10 sects and has deliberately spread rumors to rally support. He will undoubtedly exert all his effort against you at tomorrow's alliance meeting. Shouldn't we prepare in advance?" She was unafraid of one-on-one combat, but feared the overwhelming numbers and underhanded tactics that Zhao Wujing might employ against Yi Kong. Yi Kong set down his utensils, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, and replied in a calm tone, "Prepare for what? Those sects he has rallied are either after the treasures of the Wandao sect or coerced into joining. Their hearts are not united, making them easily defeated. As for Zhao Wujing, a cold smile crept across his lips. He is merely at the initial stage of void refinement. Even with those rabble, they're still unqualified to challenge me. Now in the mid-stage of void refinement, armed with the chaos divine thunder and the slaying immortal sword." He regarded Zhao Wujing with disdain. At that moment, a gentle voice floated in from outside. "Master Yi, my young lady has come to pay a visit." Yi Kong raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity crossing his mind. Having just met Lu Rian yesterday, her sudden visit today hinted at potential changes regarding the auction. He stood and said, "Please come in." Soon, Lu Rian entered, adorned in a flowing red gown, her face partially veiled with a delicate crimson fabric, revealing only her clear eyes. Upon noticing the breakfast spread on the table, a hint of amusement danced in her gaze. "It seems I have come at an opportune time, interrupting Master Yi and the two fairies during your meal. Miss Lu is too kind. We have just finished eating." Yi Kong gestured for her to take a seat. Chu Bingran, displaying her keen awareness, poured a cup of spirit tea for Lu Ruyan, while Dai Yaoyao regarded her with suspicion, internally muttering, "This woman's sudden arrival cannot bode well. She surely does not intend to covet Yi Kong as treasures." Lu Ruyan accepted the teacup, but did not drink, immediately addressing the matter at hand. "I have come today to confirm the details of the auction with Master Yi. The news regarding the void refinement pills, barrier-breaking pills, and the crimson fire sword you provided has already caused a sensation, and many ancestral figures from various sects will participate in the bidding. I wish to remind Master Yi Feng that last night, an unidentified cultivator lingered near the merchant establishment, their aura exceedingly subtle, seemingly directed towards Lingyun Pavilion. You must remain vigilant in the days to come." Ye Kong understood implicitly. The enigmatic cultivator mentioned by Lu Ruyan was most likely Lin Fan. He nodded, his tone nonchalant. "Thank you for the warning, Miss Lu. I shall be cautious. As for the auction, I appreciate your assistance." After discussing various treasures, Lu Ruyan prepared to take her leave. In addition to presenting the 3 ultimate treasures, Yikong also offered other exquisite items, including superior foundation establishment pills, golden core pills, and infant formation pills, all of remarkable quality. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly turned back to Yikong, her voice laden with meaning. Master Yifeng, Zhao Wuji has begun to mobilize resources from the Tai Yi Holy Land in Wan Dao Xiancheng. It seems he is determined to acquire the treasures and wishes to compete with you. A wry smile tugged at Yikong's lips. Let him give it a try. After Lu Ru Yin departed, Dai Yaoyao quickly approached Yikong, her excitement palpable. Yi Ba Pai, you orchestrated this auction, didn't you? How cunning. That Zhao Wuji is in for a devastating surprise. But I must admit, I like it. Chu Bingran nodded in agreement. It would be splendid if he were left penniless. Observing the eager expressions of his 2 disciples, Yikong chuckled. Very well. Tonight, we shall engage him in a battle of wits. He pointed at Dai Yaoyao. Tonight, the stage is yours. Dai Yaoyao patted her chest in assurance. Rest assured, I shall certainly make him cough up blood. Knowing the auction was orchestrated by Yikong, Dai Yaoyao lost interest in shopping. Eager only to teach Zhao Wuji a lesson that evening, she tugged Chu Bingran back to the training room to continue their cultivation. Dai Yaoyao was acutely aware that if she and Chu Bingran were to appear on the streets, they would undoubtedly attract attention. Although she possessed mid-stage transformation into divinity, she was wary of potential lurking dangers. She had no desire to suffer misfortune. Moreover, she wanted to keep an eye on Yikong. She couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Ruyan's gaze towards him before leaving was unsettling. Despite Yikong's facade of a composed master, in her eyes, he resembled a novice devoid of cultivation experience, still oblivious to the treacheries of the immortal realm. And a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Alas, my heart is truly troubled. Chu Bingran, uninterested in shopping, focused solely on advancing her cultivation to compete for the position of senior sister against Dai Yaoyao. Watching Dai Yaoyao and Chu Bingran enter the training room, Yikong settled by the pond, reclining on a lounge chair. He continuously rehearsed the sword technique, celestial slash, and the move ice enveloping the world in his mind. Chapter 63, A Meeting After a Century. In the evening, Wan Dao Xiancheng was bathed in the golden-red hue of the setting sun, casting a warm glow upon the white jade pavilions of the merchant establishment, where throngs of cultivators had gathered, their voices rising in a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling market. At the entrance of the merchant hall hung a magnificent scroll, inscribed in golden mystical script, listing the items up for auction. Each name elicited gasps of astonishment from the surrounding cultivators. 10 exquisite foundation establishment pills, 10 golden core pills, and 10 infant transformation pills, all crafted from ancient recipes. My heavens! A 6th-tier supreme barrier-breaking pill. Consuming it allows a void refinement cultivator to directly transcend a realm. What a treasure! Furthermore, there is the Crimson Fire Sword, a 6th-tier supreme spiritual weapon, perfectly suited for fire affinity cultivators. This marks the first occasion on which the merchant hall has publicly unveiled its auction item list. Once the news broke, not only did cultivators from the myriad paths of Immortal City flock to the scene, but even the venerable ancestors of nearby sects hurried over in their flying vessels. The remote bidding array, specially established by the merchant hall, saw long queues form, with cultivators equipped with recording mirrors adjusting their channels, eagerly awaiting the live broadcast to commence. Have you heard? These pills and spiritual weapons are all provided by a mysterious individual, whispered a cultivator in a blue robe to his companion. The merchant hall is raking in a fortune this time, even broadcasting the auction live to ensure everyone witnesses it. His companion nodded in agreement. This merchant hall's live auction will certainly yield substantial revenue. Just those 10 supreme infant transformation pills alone would be enough to incite fierce competition among smaller sects, not to mention the barrier-breaking pill and the Crimson Fire Sword. Such a spectacle is a rare occurrence indeed. While they were engrossed in their discussions, a figure clad in white, accompanied by 2 female cultivators in purple and blue robes, leisurely approached the entrance of the merchant hall. It was none other than Yikong and his 2 disciples. Yikong donned the moon-white spiritual robe gifted by Dai Yaoyao, his ink-black hair elegantly secured with a jade hairpin, his handsome visage appearing even more ethereal under the setting sun. Dai Yaoyao wore a newly tailored purple dress, her lips curving into a smile that was both playful and enigmatic. Chu Bingran, dressed in an ice blue gown, exuded a gentle demeanor tinged with a hint of vigilance. As the trio reached the entrance, they were met with a hostile glare. Zhao Wuji, clad in a red sacred robe, stood at the steps of the merchant hall, flanked by more than a dozen cultivators from the Dai Yaoyao Holy Land, his eyes fixated on Yi Kong with a menacing intensity. His aura, indicative of an early-stage void refinement, radiated unabashedly, causing those nearby to retreat in trepidation. This was the first encounter between Yi Kong and Zhao Wuji in 100 years. 100 years, Yi Kong, have you finally ceased to be a coward? Zhao Wuji spoke first, his tone dripping with derision. I thought you would perish on the fallen peak, forever too afraid to face the world. Yet here you are, daring to attend the auction. He deliberately raised his voice so that all present could hear, seeking to humiliate Yi Kong before the crowd and reclaim the title of the finest of the day. Yi Kong halted his steps, lifting his gaze to meet Zhao Wuji's, his expression devoid of emotion, and merely uttered two words, boring. To him, the contest of genius from a century ago had long faded into oblivion. He neither sought the title of the foremost talent nor wished to engage in a war of words with Zhao Wuji. Yet, the more indifferent he appeared, the more infuriated Zhao Wuji became. The humiliation of being overshadowed by Yi Kong's single day of foundation establishment and the embarrassment of being disregarded by Yi Kong now burned within him like twin flames. How dare you? Zhao Wuji's face flushed with anger, ready to erupt, but was swiftly interrupted by Dai Yaoyao, who seized the opportunity to speak. Tilting her head in a deliberately playful manner, she directed her gaze at Chu Bingran and, with a hint of naivete, remarked, "Junior sister, look at this person, dressed so flamboyantly. Is he not what they refer to as the century's second best? I heard that while our master established his foundation in a day, he took 3 days and was only proud for a brief moment before being forced to bow his head. What audacity does he have to prance around now?" As her words fell, a ripple of subdued laughter erupted among the surrounding cultivators. The label century's second best struck a precise nerve within Zhao Wuji. His countenance darkened instantly, the pressure of initial stage virtual refinement surging violently as he brandished his fist towards Dai Yaoyao, exclaiming, "Impudence! A witch dares to show me such disrespect." Dai Yaoyao promptly ducked behind Yi Kong, feigning fear as she clutched his sleeve and whined, "Old man, he wants to hit me. Look how fierce he is." At that moment, Lin Mo approached swiftly, clasping his hands in greeting, his tone gentle yet imbued with undeniable firmness. "Fellow Taoists, fighting is prohibited within the Heavenly Merchant Guild. I kindly ask you to show the guild some respect." As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with the guards beside him, who immediately stepped forward to form a barrier between the two. Zhao Wuji assessed Lin Mo and then surveyed the inquisitive gazes of the surrounding cultivators, realizing that resorting to violence now would only earn him the disgrace of bullying the weak. Thus, he forcibly suppressed his fury, letting out a cold snort. "Yi Kong, do not think that hiding within the guild will spare you. At the auction, you shall leave empty-handed. I will make you aware of who truly reigns over the myriad realms of the immortal domain." Yi Kong, disinterested, merely nodded at Lin Mo before striding into the auction venue with Dai Yaoyao and Chu Bingran, heading directly towards the luxurious private room on the upper floor. As Dai Yaoyao passed by Zhao Wuji, she deliberately turned back to make a face at him, nearly provoking him into another outburst. Once inside the private room, Dai Yaoyao immediately shed her earlier facade of fear, a triumphant smile curling her lips. "Yi Ba Pai, did you see how flustered he was? Later at the auction, we must make him reveal all his treasures." Chu Bingran nodded in agreement, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. "Master, should we discuss how to raise the bids?" Yi Kong reclined on the soft couch by the window, observing the auction hall below, which was gradually filling up, a cold smile playing on his lips. "No need for discussion. Whatever I desire, he will attempt to contest. We can simply raise the price, as long as the items do not rot in our hands." In another private room, Zhao Wuji's expression remained grim. He whispered to the elder beside him, instructing, regardless of what Yi Kong attempts to seize, "Ensure that we raise the bid. Even if it is merely a foundation establishment pill, he must not be allowed to acquire it easily. I wish to demonstrate to everyone the consequences of offending me." Zhao Wuji. The elder nodded hastily, internally lamenting the gravity of the situation. 150,000 superior spirit stones may not withstand such reckless bidding. Meanwhile, the encounter between Yi Kong and Zhao Wuji outside the auction house was broadcasted live. It was exhilarating. The moment they met, a confrontation ensued. Indeed, the auction would surely be a fierce contest. I possess a recording mirror, which I can offer for communal viewing, 1 hour for 2 medium-grade spirit stones. At this point, some began to capitalize on the recording mirror. As it was not a possession everyone could afford. Count me in. In no time, numerous individuals joined in. Chapter 64. The Unnamed Black Stone. Inside the auction hall of the Heavenly Merchant Guild, crystal chandeliers emitted a gentle glow, illuminating the entire space as if it were midday. The ordinary seats on the ground floor were completely filled. On the middle tier, disciples from influential sects such as the Medicine King Valley and Jade Blossom Palace occupied their designated places. The VIP room on the top floor was shrouded in tightly drawn curtains, with only faint currents of spiritual energy seeping through. No one could ascertain how many hidden powerhouses resided within. In a corner of the ordinary seating area, a middle-aged cultivator clad in a gray robe and wearing a straw hat held a teacup, seemingly indifferent as he surveyed the crowd. This was none other than Chun Tai, the revered leader of the Tai Holy Land, concealing his identity. His fingers caressed the rim of the cup. Yet his gaze was intensely fixed on the exhibition case behind the auction platform, where the barrier-breaking pill and the scarlet fire sword were displayed. His personal attendance was solely for these two treasures. Of course, it was not for Zhao Wuji, but for his own interests. At present, in the late stage of the void refinement realm, he was in dire need of that pill. Should he acquire the scarlet fire sword, it would indeed bolster the foundation of the Tai Holy Land. As for Yi Kong, he regarded him as nothing more than a buffoon, incapable of stirring any significant waves. He could simply leave the matter to Zhao Wuji. In another inconspicuous corner, Lin Fan also donned a hood that obscured much of his face. Utilizing his true eye, he scanned the venue and swiftly locked onto Chun Tai. That faint pressure emanating from the late stage of the void refinement realm might elude others, but it could not escape his discerning gaze. The leader of the Tai Holy Land has arrived, Lin Chun murmured to himself, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. He was determined to secure the barrier-breaking pill. With this elixir, he could break through to the late stage of the void refinement realm within 3 months. By then, he would possess the strength to contend with Chun Tai. At this moment, in the auction loft, Lin Mo hurriedly approached Lu Ruyin and whispered, "Miss, I have detected at least 3 cultivators in the void refinement realm concealing their identities within the venue. One of them exudes an aura close to the late stage of void refinement, while another possesses exceptionally pure wood spirit root energy. Likely the individual who recently infiltrated the immortal city." Lu Ruyin, holding her teacup, calmly surveyed the assembly. "Let them be, as long as they do not cause a disturbance. There is no need to expose ourselves. We acknowledge only spirit stones, not identities." She had long anticipated that the auction would attract various factions, even deploying additional Nascent Soul Guardians and setting up lethal formations. Should anyone breach the rules, they would be exterminated without mercy. Ding! The gentle sound of the auction hammer interrupted the murmurs in the hall. A beautiful auctioneer, clad in a pink dress, took the stage. Her features were charming, and her voice was melodious with a hint of allure. "Welcome, esteemed friends, to the Celestial Merchants Auction. Tonight, we have 30 treasures up for bid, including elixirs, spirit artifacts, ancient scrolls of martial arts, and the chance to uncover unknown rarities. Without further ado, let us commence with the first item." With a wave of her hand, a jade plate rose at the center of the display, upon which rested a fist-sized black stone. The stone's surface was rough, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations or distinctive markings, resembling a mundane rock found by the roadside. The first item for auction is this nameless black stone. It is incredibly hard, and appraisers have been unable to determine its material, spiritual attributes, or usage. The starting bid is 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 100 high-grade spirit stones. Feel free to place your bids. You might just stumble upon a great bargain. As the auctioneer's words faded, a profound silence enveloped the hall. The cultivators leaned forward, some even extending their spiritual sense to probe the black stone, yet nothing was revealed. Could this worthless rock be an auction item? Has the celestial merchant run out of treasures? A loose cultivator could not help but scoff, eliciting laughter from those around. Even Lin Chun furrowed his brows, activating his true eye to scrutinize the stone, but to him, it remained an ordinary rock, lacking any exceptional qualities. So he chose to forego it, unwilling to waste his resources. As a minute ticked by with no bids, the auctioneer urged esteemed guests. "This is indeed the only opportunity for an unexpected find this evening. The other items have been appraised." The black stone was on the verge of failing to sell, and the smile on the auctioneer's face began to falter. Just then, a calm voice emanated from the VIP room above, resonating through the array, 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. The hall fell silent in an instant. All eyes turned towards the VIP room where Yi Kong resided. No one had anticipated that the first bid would come from him. And for this seemingly worthless stone, no less. What was Yi Kong up to? Did the stone possess some hidden secret? Whispers spread among the lower-tier cultivators. Some began to doubt their own judgment. Zhao Wujing in the VIP room scoffed at Yi Kong's bid. What a charade. Is a mere rock worthy of a bid? I reckon he fears missing out on the treasures later, so he bids on a worthless stone to save face. Yet, he too decided to raise the bid. Chun Tai raised an eyebrow, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his gaze. He had also scanned the black stone with his spiritual sense and found nothing amiss. Was Yi Kong merely trying to flatter the celestial merchant, or had he truly discerned something? He refrained from immediate action, opting to observe the situation unfold. Lin Chun clenched his fists, a sense of vigilance stirring within him. Yi Kong's willingness to bid suggested he might possess knowledge of the secrets surrounding the black stone. He activated the Eye of Truth once more, even channeling a hint of what elemental energy to probe, yet the black stone remained unresponsive. Reluctantly, he redirected his focus back to the breaking barrier pill. In the VIP room, Dai Yaoyao leaned closer to Yi Kong, her curiosity piqued. "Yeah, what purpose do you have in acquiring that worthless stone? Can it even be consumed?" Chu Bingran furrowed her brow, chiming in, "Master, this stone seems rather ordinary. Could it be that you've misjudged its significance?" Yi Kong merely smiled, offering no explanation, and gazed out the window, saying, "Fear not, it's merely a small opportunity." Only he understood that when the chaotic spiritual energy had swept across the black stone, it had detected a faint, elusive aura of chaos. This essence resonated with his celestial slashing sword. Though subtle, it was undoubtedly not of mundane origin, possibly a relic from the primordial chaotic era. Even if it proved useless now, it would surely hold great value in the future. The auctioneer, noticing the bid, perked up. "Master Yi bids 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Are there any other friends who wish to raise the bid?" 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Once. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Twice, just as the auctioneer prepared to bring down the hammer for the third time. Zhao Wuji interjected with a bid of 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Yi Kong smiled faintly, countering with 20,000, 50,000, 100,000. Zhao Wuji raised the stakes again, taunting Yi Kong, "You poor soul. Do you truly wish to seize a bargain?" 110,000. "If you wish to raise the bid further, I shall withdraw." Yi Kong was certain that Zhao Wuji was merely trying to provoke him. 110,000 top-grade spirit stones was no trifling sum. However, he was equally convinced of the stone's worth, which far exceeded that amount. Yet, he was reluctant to squander his resources. Even if Zhao Wuji won the bid, the stone would ultimately find its way to him. Feigning indifference, Zhao Wuji proclaimed arrogantly, "Yi Kong, you are still too young. I'm merely playing around. And you've ended up spending over 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. How foolish of you. Ha, it's all yours." He then cast a glance towards the pavilion where Lu Ruyan was seated. The auctioneer, seizing the moment, called out, 110,000 top-grade spirit stones. "Any further bids?" 110,000 top-grade spirit stones. Once. 110,000 top-grade spirit stones. Twice, with no further bids forthcoming. She struck the auction hammer decisively. 110,000 top-grade spirit stones. Third time. "Sold. This unnamed black stone belongs to Master Yi." Chapter 65. The Chaotic Stone. As the auctioneer confirmed the black stone's ownership with the hammer strike, she swiftly adjusted her demeanor, raising her hand to signal the maid to present the second item for auction. A pristine white jade vial, enveloped in a gentle aura of spiritual energy, emerged. Its debut elicited gasps of awe from the lower-tier cultivators. The second item for auction, a top-tier foundation establishment pill. This elixir, crafted from the ancient condensing chi grass and the wash marrow flower, can assist foundational cultivators in breaking through their bottlenecks with absolute efficacy and without any adverse effects. The starting bid is set at 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. No sooner had the auctioneer finished speaking than the venue erupted in excitement. A wealthy family immediately raised their hand. 55,000 low-grade spirit stones. Others quickly followed suit. 60,000. The price soared like a rocket, surpassing 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in mere moments. The value of this exquisite foundational elixir reached its peak. Those with exceptional talent do not require it. while investing a significant amount of spirit stones to nurture a less gifted disciple from a family would not be prudent. Meanwhile, discussions regarding Yi Kong's bidding for the Black Stone intensified in front of the live broadcast. 110,000 upper-grade spirit stones for a worthless rock. Yi Kong must be out of his mind. Provoked by Zhao Wuji, he seems to have truly never been exposed to the world. A cultivator scoffed, toying with the recording stone he had just purchased. Yet, someone countered, well, you know, Yi Kong can slay even those in the middle stage of the refining void. Does he truly lack this 110,000? Perhaps that stone holds some secret. Others speculated. I believe he aims to curry favor with Lu Rian of the Celestial Merchant Guild. After all, the Black Stone is an auction item of the guild. Spending a little to buy face is all it is. Amidst the fervent debates, no one anticipated that this extravagant spectacle would soon be met with a harsh reality check. In the VIP room, as the maid delivered the Black Stone, Dai Yaoyao eagerly snatched it, her fingertips gliding over the stone's rough surface. Her violet eyes suddenly alight with recognition. She had encountered records in ancient tomes from the demon realm, which described that although the surface of the chaos stone appeared ordinary, it concealed a faint essence of chaos. Only ancient beings who had traversed the era of chaos could perceive it. "You poppy, you," she began to exclaim. "This is a chaos stone," but abruptly realized her slip of the tongue, hastily amending her words, though she could not mask her excitement. "You truly have stumbled upon a treasure. This stone is extraordinary." Yi Kong raised an eyebrow, feigning profundity as he cast her glance. "Do you think I would spend 110,000 on a worthless rock?" Yet, inwardly, he was overjoyed. This chaos stone seemed to resonate with the slaying immortal sword. Moments ago, he had distinctly felt a connection from the sword's body, suggesting that this stone could elevate the sword to new heights. He took the Black Stone, retrieved the slaying immortal sword, and gathered a wisp of chaotic spiritual energy at his fingertip, slowly infusing it into the stone's interior. In an instant, as the Black Stone made contact with the chaotic spiritual energy, it erupted with a dazzling pale gray light. The surface fissures began to spread, but did not shatter. Instead, they transformed into intricate chaotic patterns, entwining around Yi Kong's wrist, ultimately coalescing into a stream of light that shot directly into the slaying immortal sword. The sword quivered violently, and the pale gray chaotic spiritual energy surged dramatically. The original rust on the sword's body was partially obscured, revealing delicate chaotic patterns. An overwhelming pressure, far surpassing what had previously emanated, radiated from the sword, instantly enveloping the entire VIP room. It even penetrated the walls, disrupting the spiritual energy within the auction hall. The chaos-slaying immortal sword. Yi Kong grasped the hilt of the sword, feeling the potent energy coursing through it, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his lips. At this moment, the sword of immortal slaying had its power enhanced by at least 30%, granting him the capability to contend even with peak practitioners of the void refinement stage. This sudden surge of oppressive energy rendered the auction hall silent. Lower-tier cultivators, bewildered, looked up towards the VIP room where Yi Kong resided, their expressions filled with confusion. Meanwhile, the expressions of mid-tier sect cultivators changed dramatically. They could distinctly sense the chaotic power embedded within that pressure, reminiscent of the aura Yi Kong emanated when he defeated Song Jiang. What force was this? It was exponentially stronger than Yi Kong's previous aura. An elder from the Medicine King Valley gasped in a hushed tone, instinctively tightening his grip on the elixir bottle in his hand. Cultivators from the Jade Flower Palace exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with wariness. They had initially believed Yi Kong to be merely at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, but it now seemed his depth of prowess was far beyond their expectations. Inside the VIP room, Dai Yaoyao gazed at the upgraded sword of immortal slaying, pouting slightly, yet she could not help but remark, "Consider yourself lucky. A blind cat has stumbled upon a dead mouse." Chu Bingran, having discerned that it was a chaos stone, feigned ignorance and playfully inquired, "Master, how can this stone enhance the sword of immortal slaying to such an extent? What exactly is it?" Yi Kong, without reservation, addressed the audience through the formation, his voice resonating throughout the hall. "It is merely a chaos stone. Fortune smiled upon me, and I chanced upon a small treasure." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd at the mention of the chaos stone. Chun Tai, he tightened his grip on his teacup, oblivious to the tea spilling onto the ground. The chaos stone, a product of the ancient chaotic era, harbored pure chaotic essence. Not only could it elevate magical artifacts, but it also aided cultivators in comprehending the laws of chaos, rendering it an invaluable treasure. He had failed to recognize the origin of this stone earlier. No wonder Yi Kong had bid without hesitation. Lin Shen clenched his fists, regret flooding his eyes. He felt foolish, unable to see through with his true eye. It was undoubtedly a treasure, and he had missed out on such a precious artifact. Had he obtained the Chaos Stone, his speed in breaking through the later stages of void refinement could have doubled, even granting him the opportunity to touch upon the laws of chaos. But now, it was too late to lament. He could only watch helplessly as Yi Kong seized the opportunity. The most affected was Zhao Wuji, seated in the VIP room. His face turned ashen, fingers gripping the armrest tightly, his nails nearly embedding into the wood. He had just mocked Yi Kong as a fool. Yet the latter not only escaped unscathed, but also acquired a treasure that even great ascension cultivators coveted. Recalling his initial strategy to prevent Yi Kong from bidding on any treasures, out of fear of being ridiculed for purchasing worthless items, he inadvertently allowed Yi Kong to obtain the Chaos Stone. Enraged, he trembled with fury, shouting at the elder beside him, "Fool, why didn't you warn me earlier?" The elder, terrified, dared not breathe, silently bowing his head. Who could have anticipated that a seemingly ordinary stone could be a Chaos Stone? The auctioneer, momentarily stunned on stage, quickly regained composure and endeavored to smooth over the situation. It seems that Master Yi Feng possesses remarkable insight. In light of this, let us proceed with the auction of the third item, the exquisite golden pill. This elixir guarantees a 100% success rate for peak foundation building cultivators in forming their core. However, at this moment, the attention of the audience had long shifted away from the golden pill, with all eyes fixated on Yi Kong's Chaos Stone and the sudden surge of oppressive force emanating from it. Chun Tai took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within him, a glimmer of avarice flickering in his eyes. The value of the Chaos Stone far exceeds that of the barrier-breaking pill and the Crimson Fire Sword. If he could seize it from Yi Kong, it would greatly aid his breakthrough into the integration stage. He discreetly raised his hand, exchanging a knowing glance with his attendant, who promptly understood and departed from the venue, evidently to arrange for assistance. Lin Shun contemplated as well, resolving to devise a plan after the auction concluded, hoping to find a way to acquire the Chaos Stone. Meanwhile, in the pavilion where Lu Rian resided, she gazed in the direction of Yi Kong's VIP room, her lips curving into a smile filled with profound significance. The Chaos Stone? Yi Kong, you truly have surprised me. She gestured to Lin Mo, instructing him to bolster security in the auction hall, particularly around Master Yi Feng's VIP room, ensuring no foolish individuals would cause a disturbance. Within the auction hall, the bidding for the exquisite golden pill continued, yet the atmosphere had undeniably transformed. Yi Kong gripped the upgraded chaos-slaying sword, feeling the myriad gazes directed at him, some greedy, some wary, some envious, but none condescending. He understood that from the moment the Chaos Stone displayed its might, the various factions of the myriad Dao immortal domain would no longer dare to regard him as a mere buffoon, and this auction would inevitably conclude with tumult. As Chapter 66 unfolds, the contention for the exquisite golden pill had just reached its conclusion. The fourth item for auction, a fifth-tier superior spirit sword known as the Shadow Sword, was presented on stage. The auctioneer announced the starting price of 80,000 superior spirit stones. When Dai Yaoyao's voice rang out from Yi Kong's VIP room, tinged with urgency, 90,000 superior spirit stones. In another VIP room, Zhao Wujin, upon hearing Dai Yaoyao's voice, immediately roared into the communication talisman without a moment's hesitation. 100,000. He was still brooding over the matter of the Chaos Stone, vowing that Yi Kong should not leave with a single treasure. Furthermore, this shadow sword aligned with Dai Yaoyao's spiritual root. Even though it was not compatible with his fire spiritual root, he was determined to secure it. Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoyao raised an eyebrow at Yi Kong and deliberately elongated her voice as she called out, 150,000. Zhao Wujin gritted his teeth. 200,000. 300,000. 400,000. At that moment, Dai Yaoyao suddenly fell silent. Oh dear, that's beyond my budget. Let's leave it for Holy Sun, Zhao. A wave of subdued laughter erupted throughout the hall. It was evident to all that Dai Yaoyao was intentionally inflating the price, yet Zhao Wujin unwittingly took the bait. The actual value of the Shadow Sword was at most 150,000 superior spirit stones. Yet he had squandered an additional 250,000 on a spirit sword of no use to him. In a secluded corner, Chun Tai observed the unfolding scene. His brow furrowed, as if he could crush a mosquito between the creases. The teacup in his fingertips rattled ominously, and he muttered inwardly, "Fools! They remain oblivious to being played." As the subsequent auction items passed by, Dai Yaoyao refrained from placing any bids. It was not until the 18th item, a 5th-grade concentration jade pendant, that a similar farce ensued. Of little use to an ethereal cultivator, Dai Yaoyao bid 200,000, only for Zhao Wujie to escalate the price to 300,000, ultimately compelled to purchase it. The 25th item, a fragment of an ancient spiritual herb compendium, merely documented the cultivation methods for low-tier spiritual herbs. Dai Yaoyao called out 10,000, only for Zhao Wujie to angrily raise it to 20,000. Once more taking on a burden. In a short span, Zhao Wujie had expended 900,000 high-grade spirit stones on 3 items of negligible value to himself. Once the 3rd item was secured, an elder beside him cautiously interjected, "Saint Sun, Yi Kong, and the others are doing this intentionally. They have no desire for these items. Their sole aim is to make you spend more." The realization struck Zhao Wujie like lightning, recalling the tone of Dai Yaoyao's bids and Yi Kong's unwavering composure, which ignited his fury as he slammed his palm on the table. "Yi Kong, Dai Yaoyao, how dare you toy with me?" Yet, the treasures had already been acquired. The spirit stones exchanged, and any regrets were futile as he watched his auction funds dwindle by more than half. Following the broadcast of this charade throughout the myriad realms of the immortal domain, the sects that had hesitated to join the alliance found their resolve shattered. The master of the Wind Thunder sect, observing Zhao Wujie's distressed visage in the reflection, shook his head at the elder beside him. If he cannot see through such trivial tricks, how can he hope to contend with Yi Kong? He is likely to be embroiled in their schemes. A directive was swiftly issued. "We, the Wind Thunder sect, shall not attend the alliance meeting tomorrow." The Bai Shui sect followed suit, while several other smaller sects outright declared their intention to refrain from the conflict. Within the auction hall, as time progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The climactic 3 treasures were finally set to make their entrance. The auctioneer inhaled deeply, his voice tinged with excitement. "Next, we present the piece de resistance of this auction, the Supreme Refinement Void Pill. This pill is crafted from precious spiritual herbs, such as the ancient dragon bloodgrass and the heavenly soulflower. Upon consumption by a peak transformation god cultivator, it guarantees a 100% breakthrough to the initial stage of refinement void, ensuring a solid foundation without any adverse effects. The starting bid is 500,000 high-grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 50,000 high-grade spirit stones." As his words echoed in the hall, an eerie silence enveloped the space, all eyes fixated on the VIP rooms of Yi Kong and Zhao Wujie. Yi Kong, now at the pinnacle of transformation god, could ascend to refinement void with this pill, enhancing his power significantly. Conversely, Zhao Wujie, having just broken through to the initial stage of refinement void, had no use for the pill but could not allow Yi Kong to acquire it. Otherwise, he would stand no chance at the alliance meeting tomorrow. 500,000. Zhao Wujie nearly shouted his bid, his voice laced with a determined fervor. "Yi Kong, you shall not lay your hands on this pill, even if I cannot use it. I would rather destroy it than let you have it." In the VIP room of Yi Kong, Dai Yaoyao curled her lips in disdain. What a fool, hoarding something he cannot use while trying to obstruct others. Truly deranged. Chu Bingran's expression remained impassive. Has Zhao Wujie been duped? Leaning against the soft couch, Yi Kong toyed with the upgraded chaos slaying immortal sword, his tone brimming with excitement. 500,000. 600,000. Zhao Wujie unhesitatingly matched the bid, his eyes ablaze with madness. He had already lost thrice. He could not afford to falter on the final elixir. 650,000. Yi Kong's voice remained calm. It pierced Zhao Wujie's nerves like a needle. 700,000. Zhao Wujie's voice began to tremble. He understood that if he continued to raise the stakes, the remaining spirit stones would scarcely suffice for bidding on the barrier-breaking pill and the crimson fire sword. Yet, he could not swallow his pride and pressed on resolutely. In the auction hall, the cultivators held their breath. Even Chun Tai set down his teacup, fixated on the 2 VIP rooms. This contest had transcended mere treasure hunting. It had evolved into a duel between Yi Kong and Zhao Wujie. Lin Fan clenched his fists, privately praying, "Let them both suffer, exhausting their spirit stones, so that I may reap the benefits." Lu Ruyan stood by the window of the loft, observing the tense scene below, a faint smile gracing her lips. It seems the climax of this auction has only just begun. She instructed Lin Mo beside her, keep an eye on Chun Tai E and that would spirit root cultivator. Do not let them engage in any underhanded tactics. 750,000. Yi Kong's voice resonated once more, laced with a laziness as if discussing something trivial. Zhao Wuji's fists tightened, his knuckles whitening from the strain, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He turned to the elder beside him, his voice hoarse. How many spirit stones do we have left? The elder's face paled as he whispered, Holy Son, we have only 400,000 remaining. If we bid again, we will have no chance at the barrier-breaking pill and the crimson fire sword. Zhao Wuji gazed at the exquisite elixir radiating a soft white glow on the auction stage and recalled Yi Kong's exuberance after acquiring the Chaos Stone. His mind consumed by a singular thought. I cannot allow Yi Kong to succeed. Gritting his teeth, he shouted into the sound transmission talisman, 1 million. Yi Kong, if you have the guts, keep bidding. The hall fell into an instant silence, all eyes turning towards Yi Kong's VIP room, awaiting his response. 1 million. Zhao Wuji aimed to provoke Yi Kong, ensuring that even if Yi Kong won the elixir, he would be forced apart with a substantial amount of spirit stones. Dai Yaoyao observed Yi Kong with a hint of amusement. 1 million far exceeds the elixir's intrinsic value. Zhao Wuji is trying to bait you. Chu Bingran's lips curled slightly. He is indeed pitiable. This was a trap set for him from the start. Yet, Yi Kong merely chuckled, slowly addressing the sound transmission talisman, his voice clear and resonant throughout the hall. 1 million? Holy Son Zhao, you are indeed generous. However, I shall not contend for this elixir with you. Chapter 67. Chun Tai takes action at the utterance of those words. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Zhao Wuji stood frozen in place, collapsing onto the plush couch. He had spent 800,000 on a pill he could not utilize, only to discover that Yi Kong had never intended to engage him in a fierce battle. Yi Kong, you have deceived me. Zhao Wuji howled, nearly bursting through the door of the VIP room, only to be firmly restrained by the elder. Yi Kong's voice resounded once more, laced with a hint of mockery. Saint Zhao, it was you who insisted on raising the bid. I did not coerce you. It seems that Tai Holy Land is indeed quite affluent. The auctioneer, regaining composure, swiftly struck the gavel. 1 million high-grade spirit stones for the first time. 1 million high-grade spirit stones for the second time. 1 million high-grade spirit stones for the third time. Sold. The exquisite Lianshu pill belongs to Saint Zhao. As the sound of the gavel echoed, Chun Tai's lips twitched, casting a fierce glare towards Zhao Wuji's VIP room. He had become utterly disillusioned with this foolish saint. The subsequent barrier-breaking pill and red fire sword would have to be fought for on his own. Meanwhile, a flicker of wild joy flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. With Zhao Wuji exhausting his spirit stones and Yi Kong withdrawing from the contest, the upcoming two treasures would lack one competitor. The atmosphere in the auction hall turned increasingly bizarre following Yi Kong's withdrawal, as everyone understood that Zhao Wuji had lost this round. Clutching the searing, exquisite Lianshu pill, Zhao Wuji's heart was consumed by boundless fury and regret. He recognized that he had fallen into Yi Kong's trap, yet it was too late to remedy the situation. He could only unite with other sects under the pretense of slaying the Chaos Demon God to ensure the peace of the immortal domain and eliminate Yi Kong. At that time, victors would be lords, while the vanquished would be scorned. Who would care about his momentary defeat? The audience watching the live broadcast had not anticipated Zhao Wuji's swift downfall, and disappointment was etched on their faces. Across the myriad corners of the Wandao immortal domain, the cultivators before their scrying mirrors erupted into a frenzy. In a tavern, a bartender polishing glasses remarked to the gathered spectators, Zhao Wuji is truly a fool. Yi Kong clearly raised the price on purpose, yet he eagerly offered spirit stones. How can he still be regarded as the youngest Lianshu cultivator of the past 100,000 years? More like the most foolish in a century. Beside him, a supporter of Zhao Wuji flushed with indignation and retorted, what do you know? The saint did not want Yi Kong to obtain the Lianshu pill. This is for the safety of the immortal domain. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, they were met with a chorus of laughter. For the immortal domain? He bought the pill, yet has no use for it. He is clearly afraid of losing. The supporter of Zhao Wuji fell silent, as it was evident to all that the contest had resulted in a complete defeat for him. In the auction hall, Zhao Wuji listened to the faint jeers from outside. His expression darkened like iron. He abruptly pushed away the elder's hand, seized the exquisite Lianshu pill from the table, and stormed out of the VIP room. his steps unsteady yet fueled by overwhelming rage. Let's go. Back. At tomorrow's Alliance conference, I will make Yi Kong pay dearly. He could no longer bear to stay here. With each passing second, he felt those gazes piercing into him like daggers. A century ago, he was overshadowed by the foundation-laying prowess of a single day, and now, 100 years later, he found himself ensnared once more. This humiliation, he vowed to make Yi Kong pay for with his life. Observing Zhao Wuji's disheveled retreat. In the VIP room, Dai Yaoyao laughed uncontrollably. Huh? Look at his flustered expression. Doesn't he resemble a child who has had his candy snatched away? Chu Bingran couldn't help but curve her lips, her earlier concern diminishing somewhat. The more impatient Zhao Wuji became, the more likely he was to reveal weaknesses in the upcoming alliance meeting. Yi Kong cast a calm glance in the direction Zhao Wuji had departed, his demeanor serene. He wondered what sorts of individuals might be drawn out by the next two treasures. The auctioneer's impassioned voice resonated through the hall. Next up is the second featured item, the sixth-grade supreme spiritual weapon, the Crimson Fire Sword. This sword harbors pure fire attribute spiritual energy, capable of augmenting the attack power of fire affinity cultivators by 30%. It possesses a built-in flame effect. With an opening bid of 600,000 top-grade spirit stones, and increments of no less than 50,000. As the words fell, a deep voice emerged from the ordinary seating, imbued with an undeniable pressure. 600,000. The crowd turned to see a gray-clad cultivator, his hat obscuring his face, slowly raising his hand. His tone was unremarkable, yet it silenced the entire assembly. This aura, though deliberately restrained, subtly betrayed the domineering presence of a late-stage void refinement master. Which sex elder was this, concealing their identity to claim the Crimson Fire Sword? Whispers erupted among the lower-tier cultivators, while those from Yaoyang Valley and Yuhua Palace turned pale, instinctively retreating. They could not contend with such a formidable entity. Lin Shen's pupils constricted, his grip on the armrest tightening. He recognized this as the aura of Chun Tai, but dared not speak out. The Crimson Fire Sword, being fire attribute, was of no use to his wood affinity, and he had no desire to confront a late-stage void refinement master head-on. 650,000. An elder from a mid-tier sect, fueled by a stroke of luck, placed a bid, hoping for a chance. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than Chun Tai's voice rang out once more. 80,000. His tone remained flat, but carried an undeniable coercion, instantly silencing the crowd. No one dared to bid against him. 80,000 top-grade spirit stones far exceeded the sword's actual worth. And more importantly, no one wished to offend an anonymous late-stage power. 80,000 going once. 80,000 going twice. 80,000 going thrice. Sold. The auctioneer struck the gavel, internally relieved that Yi Kong did not contest with this formidable figure. Otherwise, the auction could have spiraled out of control. Chun Tai accepted the Crimson Fire Sword, casually stowing it in his storage ring. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the barrier-breaking pill display behind the auction stage, his eyes brimming with greed. This was the true objective of his journey. With the sale of the Crimson Fire Sword, the auction finally approached its most exhilarating moment. The third featured item, the sixth-grade supreme barrier-breaking pill. As the auctioneer unveiled the jade box, the pristine elixir, radiating a soft, golden glow, captivated the entire auction hall, causing the very essence of spiritual energy to surge, rendering the air almost viscous. The final item for bid was the sixth-tier supreme barrier-breaking pill. The auctioneer's voice trembled as he proclaimed, "This pill can assist practitioners in transcending their bottlenecks, enabling a direct leap to a higher realm. For those in the late stage of the void refinement, consuming it can propel them beyond the pinnacle of void refinement, with even a chance to break into the integration stage." The starting price was set at 1 million high-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 100,000. 1 million. Chun Tai almost immediately placed his bid, his tone resolute and unwavering. This elixir was his indisputable target. 110,000. A sudden, unfamiliar voice echoed from the back of the auction hall, emanating from a modest seat. It was Lin Shun. Aware that he was no match for Chun Tai, he nonetheless refused to concede easily, daring to take a chance in hopes of securing a fortunate opportunity. Chun Tai frowned and cast a cold glance towards the source of the voice, retorting, 120,000. The oppressive aura of a late-stage void refinement practitioner instantly locked on a Lin Shun, leaving him frozen, nearly gasping for breath. Gritting his teeth, Lin Shun was about to raise his bid further when he sensed the murderous intent in Chun Tai's eyes, compelling him to reluctantly withdraw. He understood that continuing the contest could jeopardize his very life. Just then, an authoritative voice resonated throughout the auction hall. A wave of dangerous energy suddenly targeted Chen Tai. Please retract your pressure and adhere to the auction house's rules, or you shall bear the consequences. Chapter 68. Li Siyuan takes action. Upon sensing the perilous aura, Chen Tai, in a frail tone, hastily clasped his hands in apology. I have acted inappropriately, despite being a formidable figure in the 10,000 Dao immortal domain. He found himself dwarfed in the presence of the celestial commerce. The auctioneer quickly intervened to ease the tense atmosphere. 120,000. Does anyone wish to raise the bid? At that moment, a languid voice emerged from the VIP room. 130,000. The entire hall erupted in astonishment. No one anticipated that Yi Kong would suddenly join the bidding. Currently at the peak of the transformation stage, the barrier-breaking pill was not an urgent necessity for him. So why engage in a contest with Chen Tai? Chen Tai swiftly turned his gaze towards Yi Kong's VIP room, his tone laced with caution. Master Yi, this pill is of no use to you. Why meddle? Leaning against a plush couch, Yi Kong toyed with the chaos-slaying sword, his voice unperturbed. Wealth determines possession of treasures. I shall have use of this pill in a few days. In truth, he had ample access to such elixirs, but did not wish to allow the elder to acquire such a strategic resource at a paltry price. Simultaneously, he awaited a certain individual to make a bid. 140,000. Chen Tai clenched his teeth in frustration, inwardly cursing Yi Kong for his deliberate disruption. 150,000. Yi Kong's voice remained calm, yet it pierced Chen Tai's heart like a thorn. This time, he brought merely over 2 million spirit stones, and should he raise the bid further, he would likely find himself unable to sustain it. In the auction hall, everyone held their breath, and the cultivators before the live broadcast were in an uproar. Yi Kong was about to confront the mysterious elder head-on. Was he out his mind? My heavens! 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. This amount equaled a decade's worth of income for a mid-tier sect. Now, a spectacle was about to unfold. Who would ultimately secure the breakthrough pill? Chen Tai took a deep breath, his eyes igniting with fervor. This breakthrough pill was of paramount importance to him. He could not afford to let it slip away. He bellowed into the communication talisman. 180,000. Yi Kong, if you dare to raise the bid again, I shall withdraw. Yi Kong arched an eyebrow and smiled at Dai Yaoyao beside him. This old man is getting anxious. He then spoke slowly into the talisman. 180,000. Indeed, Chun Shangzhu is quite affluent. This pill shall belong to you. The entire hall erupted once more. A faint smile crept onto Chen Tai's lips. Yi Kong was still too inexperienced. Did he think he could toy with him like he did with Zhao Wuji? Unfortunately, he was not Zhao Wuji. This pill was his for the taking. The auctioneer, regaining composure, promptly struck the auction hammer. 180,000 high-grade spirit stones. First call, 180,000 high-grade spirit stones. Second call, 180,000 high-grade spirit stones. Third, at that moment, the voice of Li Siyuan from the Wandao sect resonated within the formation. 200,000. This was Li Siyuan participating in the bidding through an advanced imaging mirror. Upon hearing this voice, a smirk appeared on Yi Kong's face. Li Siyuan indeed had an eye for opportunity. Li Siyuan. Chen Tai recognized his voice, astonished that Li Siyuan would interject at this juncture. Your Wandao sect is on the verge of bankruptcy. What capital do you have to contest this pill with the old man? Li Siyuan's calm voice replied, that is not your concern. Either raise your bid or withdraw. Chen Tai's lips twitched. How dare Li Siyuan speak in such a tone before the revival of spiritual energy? It seemed Li Siyuan had acquired the legacy of the Wandao sect. The urgency to accelerate the onslaught on the Wandao sect was evident. 210,000. The auction hammer hovered in the air as Chen Tai's 210,000 had yet to dissipate when Li Siyuan's voice came through the long-distance bidding array. Exuding a sense of composure, 220,000. This proclamation echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the auction hall. Chen Tai clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. The spirit stones he brought were dwindling. To raise the bid further would exceed his budget. Yet abandoning the breakthrough pill would completely derail his plans for advancing to the integration stage. Li Siyuan, do not push your luck. He roared into the talisman. The pressure of his late-stage void refinement nearly spiraling out of control, only to be subtly suppressed by the array of the Qiantian trading firm. Li Siyuan's laughter came through the formation, still unperturbed. Bidding is simply a matter of who can offer more. If you cannot produce the spirit stones, kindly exit the stage. As his voice fell, He raised the bid, 2,500,000. The atmosphere erupted. 2,500,000 high-grade spirit stones equated to the total income of a mid-tier sect over 30 years. The long-fallen Wandao sect surprisingly managed to produce such a substantial sum, which proved that it was far from the decline it appeared to be. The lower-tier cultivators exchanged whispers, their eyes filled with astonishment. The mid-tier sect cultivators wore complex expressions, both wary of the Wandao sect's hidden depth and increasingly greedy for the legacy that lay behind it. Chen Tai stared at the auction stage, his face as pale as iron. He realized he could no longer afford to raise the bid and could only grit his teeth and utter 3 words. I withdraw. With that, he abruptly stood up, sweeping his sleeves as he departed, his back radiating boundless fury and resentment. Li Siyuan's unexpected intervention not only caused him to miss the barrier-breaking pill, but also made him lose face before the crowd. He would surely hold Wandao sect and Yikong accountable for this grievance. The auctioneer regained composure and hastily struck the gavel, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. 2,500,000 high-grade spirit stones for the first time. 2,500,000 high-grade spirit stones for the second time. 2,500,000 high-grade spirit stones for the third time. Sold. The 6th-tier supreme barrier-breaking pill belongs to Li Siyuan, the sect master of Wandao sect. As the gavel's sound echoed, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Even Lu Rian stood by the window of the loft, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. She, too, had not anticipated that Wandao sect possessed such confidence. The maidservant of the Heavenly Merchants Guild swiftly approached, using a remote formation to confirm the delivery details with Li Siyuan. Subsequently, she publicly assured, "Rest assured, Sect Master Li. The guild will personally escort the pill to Wandao sect within a day, ensuring absolute safety." In a corner, Lin Fan silently clenched his fists while observing the scene. He had initially believed that only individuals like Yi Kong and Zhao Wuji could stir the winds of change in the Wandao immortal domain. Yet he was taken aback to discover that the fallen Wandao sect harbored such profound resources, even causing the master of Tai Holy Land to return empty-handed. It appeared that the Wandao immortal domain was far more intricate than he had imagined. He murmured to himself, a glimmer of caution flashing in his eyes. Until he possessed complete certainty, he must not easily reveal his strength. It was prudent to remain dormant and wait for the opportune moment to act. The news of the auction's conclusion spread throughout the Wandao immortal domain. The revelation that Wandao sect had purchased the barrier-breaking pill for 2,500,000 high-grade spirit stones utterly overturned everyone's perception of this fallen sect. The forces that had originally coveted Wandao sect's remaining resources now exhibited even greater greed in their eyes. They were convinced that Wandao sect must possess legacies from 100,000 years ago to dare spend gold so liberally, and they began to secretly contact allies, preparing to take action after the Alliance Conference to carve out a share for themselves. Chapter 69. Zhao Wuji regaining confidence. However, many forces also alter their attitudes. The Master of Wind, Thunder sect gazed at the image of Li Siyuan bidding calmly in the mirror and sighed to the elders. 100,000 years ago, the Myriad Path sect fought valiantly to protect the immortal domain, and now it reveals such profound depth, evidently a testament to the foresight of its ancestors. Rather than opposing them, it would be wiser to align ourselves. Perhaps we might bask in their glory. The smaller sects, such as the Azure Water sect and the Verdantwood sect, have also made their decisions, opting to delay their involvement in Zhao Wujia's alliance and instead observe the movements of the Myriad Path sect. Meanwhile, the Celestial Commerce took advantage of the situation, promptly announcing through communication talismans to the entire immortal domain after the auction concluded. Tomorrow, we will be live-streaming Yi Kong's journey in its entirety. With a limited-time restock of the viewing mirrors, purchased swiftly. Upon the release of this news, the branches of Celestial Commerce in Myriad Path Immortal City were instantly inundated with eager patrons. The previously ample stock of viewing mirrors was sold out in less than half an hour, with many cultivators willing to pay triple the price just to secure a chance to witness the live broadcast. Everyone was aware that tomorrow marked the day Zhao Wujia would join forces with other sects to confront Yikong. Outside the eastern gate of Myriad Path Immortal City, Zhao Wujia was to hold a touching conference atop the 100-mile mountain, an event rarely seen in thousands of years, a clash of titans. As Yikong and his 2 disciples exited the auction hall, the night had deepened. Dai Yaoyao skipped alongside Yikong, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Li Siyuan is quite impressive. He dared to bid 2.5 million. It seems the Myriad Path sect harbors many treasures. Chu Bingran nodded in agreement, a glimmer of reassurance in her eyes. Li Siyuan indeed possesses some discernment, recognizing the significance of the barrier-breaking pill. With this pill, the Myriad Path sect's power will surely surge. Yi Kong gazed at the myriad stars above, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Li Siyuan has not only showcased the Myriad Path sect foundation, but has also garnered public favor through the auction. However, this may incite the greed of those power-hungry factions. And tomorrow is likely to be tumultuous. This would also serve as a test for Li Siyuan to ascertain whether he was worthy of collaboration. He then turned to his two disciples, his tone taking on a serious note. Tomorrow, you shall remain at the Lingyun Pavilion. No way. I want to accompany you. Dai Yaoyao immediately protested, unwilling to miss out on the excitement. I shall go too. Chu Bingran stepped forward, determined not to appear weak in front of Dai Yaoyao. Both Dai Yaoyao and Chu Bingran understood Yi Kong's intentions. Today's auction served to sift through their adversaries, and those who would attend the demon-slaying conference tomorrow were doomed. Oof. Do not forget, they seek to eliminate me. Dai Yaoyao harnessed her spiritual energy, a dark aura of calamity manifesting in her hands. You are merely collateral. Chu Bingran suddenly emanated an icy chill, poised to speak, but was interrupted by Yi Kong. All right, I recognize your prowess. Let us all go together. You must protect your junior sister. Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoyao became elated, proudly gazing at Chu Bingran. Little junior sister, your senior sister will ensure your safety tomorrow. Chu Bingran shot a glance at Dai Yaoyao, retorting, Who says I need your protection? I will be the one protecting you. Hee. Amidst their playful banter, the trio returned to the Lingyun Pavilion. In the sacred grounds of Tai, the flickering candlelight illuminated Zhao Wujia's bloodshot eyes. At his feet lay the Qingfeng sword and the Ningxin jade pendant he had previously photographed, his spiritual energy in turmoil, nearly bursting through his meridians. The sense of defeat from the earlier auction weighed heavily upon him, like a massive stone, rendering him breathless. Chuntai approached him slowly, raising his hand to release a stream of spiritual energy, calming his turbulent breaths. His voice was steady, akin to a serene pool. Stay composed. It is merely a momentary setback. A person of great ambition cannot avoid some obstacles. Zhao Wujia abruptly lifted his gaze, a lingering madness in his eyes, but tinged with a hint of grievance. Lord, I clearly aimed to prevent Yi Kong from acquiring the Lianshu pill, yet in the end, I was played for a fool. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. Even the Wandao sect dares to challenge us. That old man Li Siyuan would never have spoken to you like this before. Your attempt to thwart the Lianshu pill was justified, Chuntai reassured him, patting his shoulder with a tone of affirmation. If Yi Kong obtains that pill, he could break through to Lianshu tonight. Spending $1 million to acquire it may seem like a loss, but in reality, it has severed his quickest path to advancement. A shrewd investment, indeed. He paused, then continued. As for your emotional outburst, it is not entirely your fault. Yi Kong's opportunism with the Chaos Stone unsettled your composure. Who could remain calm after being overshadowed for a century? His words acted as a calming balm, gradually soothing Zhao Wujia's agitated spirit. Lowering his head, he murmured, Yet I still brought shame upon the sacred grounds. Reputation is earned through strength, not mere words, Chuntai asserted, his tone firm and gaze piercing. Your earlier dissemination of rumors regarding the Chaos Demon made Yi Kong the target of public ire, a strategic move. A justified cause will unite more sections. In the future, when the Wandao immortal domain is unified, no one will remember your minor miscalculation today. They will only recall how you vanquished the demon and safeguarded the peace of the immortal domain. He raised his hand and retrieved a crimson longsword from his storage ring. The Chi Hua sword, which he had procured at the auction, its blade radiating a searing glow in the candlelight. Take this Chi Hua sword. Zhao Wujia's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed at the sword. Lord, this is yours. He knew that the Chi Hua sword was a 6th-tier supreme spiritual weapon, enhancing the power of fire affinity cultivators by 30%, and that Chuntai had spent 800,000 high-grade spirit stones to acquire it. How could he so readily bestow it upon him? Take it, Chuntai insisted, placing the sword firmly in his hands, his tone brooking no argument. At tomorrow's Demon Extermination Conference, you must not only defeat Yi Kong, but also demonstrate the profound foundation of Tai sacred grounds to those sects observing. This sword is yours to increase your chances of victory and to test whether the Wandao sect will intervene on Yi Kong's behalf. as well as to gauge his significance in their eyes. A fleeting moment of reluctance flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by a steely resolve. This sword was purchased for you. As Zhao Wujie gripped the Qi Hua sword, feeling the warm spiritual energy emanating from its blade, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thank you, Lord. Tomorrow, I shall not disappoint you. I will vanquish Yi Kong, so that the myriad realms of the celestial domain may know who the true sovereign is. Furthermore, Chen Tai produced a black jade vial and handed it to Zhao Wujie. This is a 6th-tier, top-grade spirit explosion pill, which, when consumed, can temporarily elevate one's cultivation to the mid-stage of the void refinement realm, albeit with significant side effects, leaving one weakened for half a month. Unless absolutely necessary, it must not be used. He fixed his gaze upon Zhao Wujie, his tone grave. Yi Kong's sword is formidable, and his strength eludes my perception. If you find yourself outmatched, prioritize your life over pride. Do not engage recklessly. We still have plans to assault the Myriad Dao sect, and we cannot falter at this juncture. Zhao Wujie took the vial, clutching it tightly as if it were his last trump card. He nodded vigorously. I understand, Master. Chen Tai cast one final glance at the supreme void refinement pill on the table before retrieving it. I shall take this void refinement pill with me. The Holy Land has several peak transformation elders. It is perfect for cultivating a new void refinement practitioner, thereby enhancing our foundation. While he provided little explanation, Zhao Wujie instantly comprehended. The Holy Master had long devised a grand strategy. Dealing with Yi Kong was merely the first step. With the unification of the myriad realms as the ultimate goal, after Chen Tai departed, Zhao Wujie stood alone in the room, gripping the red fire sword and absorbing the spirit power of the explosion pill. The flickering candlelight illuminated his face as the frenzy gradually subsided, replaced by a chilling resolve. He approached the window, gazing toward the direction of Myriad Dao City, and murmured to himself, Yi Kong, tomorrow at Hundredly Mountain shall be your final resting place. The chaotic demon god? I will ensure everyone knows you are but a fool. He raised his hand, grasping the red fire sword, and began to cultivate. He intended to familiarize himself with the sword's spirit power tonight, striving to unleash its maximum potential come dawn. The fire attribute spirit power within the room thickened gradually, intertwining with the essence of the red fire sword, creating a searing aura. At the Celestial Merchant Association, at that moment, Lu Rian knocked on the door of the Lingyun Pavilion. Chapter 70. Lu Rian's Astonishment. Within the kitchen of the Lingyun Pavilion, the lights shone brightly, and the fragrant aroma of spirit rice porridge mingled with the tantalizing scent of roasted spirit meat. Yi Kong, clad in a plain apron, expertly stirred the porridge with a jade spoon, his movements far from those of a cultivator capable of slaying in the void refinement realm. Dai Yaoyao sat on a nearby wooden stool, swinging her legs, occasionally reaching for the roasted spirit meat, only to be playfully rapped on the hand with the spoon by Yi Kong. What's the rush? It's not ready yet. You'll complain about its taste later. Humph. Who asked for your opinion? Dai Yaoyao pouted and withdrew her hand, yet could not resist gazing longingly at the roasting platter. Yi Kong, if your culinary skills were to open a shop in the celestial domain, you would undoubtedly prosper. Chu Bingran stood beside them, arranging bowls and chopsticks with a smile in her eyes. This warm scene evoked a sense of tranquility that she had never experienced in her past life. Just then, a voice rang out from outside. Master Yi, my young lady has come to pay a visit. Yi Kong wiped his hands and untied his apron. Please come in. As Lu Ruyin entered the Lingyun Pavilion, she happened upon a captivating scene. Yi Kong, clad in a moon-white robe with sleeves rolled up, revealed a portion of his arm. Dai Yaoyao, puffing out her cheeks, gazed longingly at the roasted meat, resembling a gluttonous little kitten. Chu Bingran, holding a bowl and chopsticks, exuded an air of gentle refinement. This tableau bore little resemblance to the fearsome, chaotic demon god spoken of in the outside world. Instead, it brimmed with the warmth of everyday life, momentarily startling her. Miss Lu, what brings you to visit at such a late hour? Yi Kong gestured for her to take a seat, and Chu Bingran, ever perceptive, poured a cup of enlightenment tea. Regaining her composure, Lu Rian retrieved a storage ring from her spatial storage, presenting it to Yi Kong. Master Yi, this is your rightful share from tonight's auction, for 1,500,000 top-grade spirit stones, along with an additional 500,000 from the live broadcast, totaling 5 million. Come and take a look. As soon as the storage ring was placed down, a resounding thud echoed, indicating its substantial weight. Dai Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned in, nearly pressing her face against the ring. Yet, Yi Kong did not immediately accept it. Instead, he cheerfully inquired, I have just prepared some late-night snacks. If Miss Lu does not mind, why not share in a taste? Lu Ruyan hesitated for a moment. Having practiced fasting for many years, she had not savored the culinary delights of the mortal realm in a century. However, the sight of the steaming spirit rice porridge and the golden roasted spirit meat, coupled with Yi Kong's sincere gaze, compelled her to nod, albeit reluctantly. Then I shall impose. Once seated, Lu Ruyan delicately scooped a spoonful of spirit rice porridge. As it grazed her palate, a warm surge of spiritual energy flowed down her throat into her abdomen, easing the tension within her spirit energy. She widened her eyes in surprise, not expecting such purity of spiritual essence to be concealed within what appeared to be an ordinary porridge, tinged with a faint hint of chaotic aura. How does it taste? Is it to your liking? Yi Kong observed her reaction, a smile gracing his lips. Dai Yaoyao, heartily devouring the spirit meat, chimed in with a teasing tone, of course. Yi Kong may have his shortcomings, but he does possess some culinary talent. Internally, she scoffed at Lu Ruyan, thinking she lacked any principles. If invited, she simply stayed. Chu Bingran gently added, the spirit food prepared by our master can aid in cultivation. It is even gentler than ordinary elixirs. Lu Ruyan silently nodded, taking another bite of the spirit meat. The tender flesh, infused with a fragrance of herbs, melted in her mouth, subtly enhancing her internal spiritual energy. She gazed up at Yi Kong, increasingly convinced of the depth of his enigmatic nature, to possess the 9-turn golden pill and exceptional culinary skills. He surely harbored secrets beyond her imagination. During their meal, Dai Yaoyao suddenly asked, Miss Lu, will your Tianjin Commerce still be broadcasting the Alliance Conference tomorrow? Lu Ruyan affirmed. Naturally, we have already informed the cultivators across the entire immortal domain. The broadcast will be continuous. Dai Yaoyao's eyes gleamed with mischief as she remarked, if the old man wins, wouldn't your broadcasting revenue see another surge? At that moment, a delightful smile graced Lu Ruyan's lips. If Master Yi emerges victorious, it is likely that our live stream revenues will double. We can negotiate our share then. She turned her gaze towards Dai Yaoyao, who, moments ago, had resembled a gluttonous child, yet now spoke with clarity and shrewdness, revealing a cunningness that belied her apparent naivety as a novice cultivator. Observing Chu Bingran, who appeared gentle, Lu noticed a fleeting, barely perceptible coldness in her eyes as she mentioned the Alliance Conference, as if she had endured countless battles. The trio of master and disciples, though seemingly youthful, exuded en inscrutable aura. Dai Yaoyao oscillated between playfulness and composure. Chu Bingran alternated between warmth and sharpness, while Yi Kong maintained an air of unflappability, as if he held dominion over all. After their late-night feast, Lu Ruyan felt an unsettling sensation, akin to dining with 3 ancient beings. Yet she could not articulate what felt amiss. Once the meal concluded, she dared not linger, standing to bid farewell. Thank you for your hospitality, Master Yi. I shall take my leave now. The Alliance Conference is tomorrow, and the Trade Association will finalize the livestream arrangements. Politely, she sipped the Dao Insight tea, astonished to discover that this seemingly ordinary beverage was, in fact, the fabled tea of enlightenment. Without concern for her decorum, she drank it all in one gulp, preparing to savor its essence. Yi Kong accompanied her to the door, smiling as he said, Thank you, Miss Lu, nodding in acknowledgement as she turned to depart. A singular thought occupied her mind, to hasten back and digest the Dao Insight tea, and to avoid offending this trio of master and disciples. They have never seen the world. As soon as Lu Ruyan left, Dai Yaoyao eagerly rushed to her storage ring, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ye puppy, let us divide the spirit stones. With 5 million high-grade spirit stones, how much can each of us 3 share? Yi Kong retrieved the storage bag and poured out 2 heaps of spirit stones, each resembling a small mountain, handing them to Dai Yaoyao and Chu Bingran. You both shall receive 250,000 each. Cultivate diligently, and refrain from calling me Yi Poppy in the future. Dai Yaoyao embraced her share of spirit stones, grinning from ear to ear, yet she stubbornly retorted, I shall still call you Yi Poppy. Chu Bingran gracefully accepted her portion, bowing respectfully to Yi Kong and sweetly expressing, Thank you, Master. Yi Kong chuckled and patted her shoulder. Bingran understands propriety, unlike certain individuals who take advantage and feign innocence. Dai Yaoyao pouted but refrained from countering. Instead, she clutched her spirit stones, her eyes brimming with joy. With these 250,000 high-grade spirit stones, her cultivation could at least reach the pinnacle of the transformation stage, bringing her closer to regaining her former strength. After Yi Kong departed, Dai Yaoyao leaned towards Chu Bingran, smirking with a hint of mockery. Little junior sister, calling master for a few spirit stones, what has become of the dignity of your former life as the Ice Empress? Chu Bingran, stowing away the spirit stones, smiled lightly. Dignity cannot be consumed, nor can it enhance my strength. Besides, master is truly deserving of respect. He treats us well, does he not? Dai Yaoyao was momentarily taken aback, gazing into Chu Bingran's earnest eyes. She recalled Yi Kong preparing midnight snacks for them, offering spirit stones, and safeguarding them. Her lips twitched, yet she refrained from retorting. Deep down, she understood that although Yi Kong often feigned disdain for them, he had never truly mistreated them. However, she could not emulate Chu Bingran's obedient demeanor. All right, I know you're sweet-tongued. Dai Yaoyao rolled her eyes and turned towards the cultivation room, determined to practice diligently. She thought to herself that she needed to showcase her abilities to Yi Kong tomorrow. She was not merely a gluttonous waste. Chu Bingran watched her retreating figure, a helpless smile gracing her lips. She too grasped a spirit stone and began her meditation. She needed to swiftly break through to the Nascent Soul stage in order to assist her master and senior sister at tomorrow's Alliance Conference. The spirit gathering formation within Lingyun Pavilion continued to operate, while moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the two diligent figures engrossed in their training. Meanwhile, Yi Kong stood by the window, gazing towards the direction of Bailey Mountain, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 71. The demonic god should act as a demonic god does. In the early morning of Wandao, Xian City, the mist had yet to dissipate. Yet many cultivators had already gathered on the streets, their eyes fixed intently on the direction of the universe commerce. Since the live broadcast began, everyone had been eagerly awaiting the sight of Yi Kong and his disciples heading to Bailey Mountain. Outside Lingyun Pavilion, Yi Kong donned a moon-white spirit robe, gifted by Dai Yaoyao, holding a food box filled with spirit fruits for his two disciples to consume on their journey. Dai Yaoyao, munching on a spirit fruit, skipped alongside him, her violet eyes scanning the surrounding cultivators with a hint of disdain. In contrast, Chu Bingran gripped her ice glass sword, her expression serene, though a flicker of coldness flashed in her eyes upon sensing malicious intent emanating from someone nearby. Yi Kong, you chaotic demonic god, dare you show your face? A voice suddenly shouted from the crowd, yet the individual only dared to stand 10 paces away, fear preventing them from approaching. Yi Kong's previous display of power had instilled dread in ordinary cultivators. Seemingly unfazed, Yi Kong continued forward, casting a casual glance at the accuser. His chaotic spiritual energy inadvertently spread, causing the person to turn pale, their throat constricting, rendered speechless. As they progressed, more and more cultivators gathered on either side, some hurling angry curses, others watching with curiosity, while a few recorded the moment with mirroring stones. Yet none dared to truly impede their path. The live broadcast from Universe Commerce showcased Yi Kong's composed figure juxtaposed against the agitated crowd, with cultivators in front of the camera discussing fervently. This is the demeanor of a true powerhouse. If it were Zhao Wujia, he would have likely resorted to violence by now. It's hard to say. Perhaps he is merely putting on an act. Once they reach Bailey Mountain, who knows how ruthless he may become. Simultaneously, Bailey Mountain was already teeming with people. On a platform halfway up the mountain, Zhao Wujia, clad in a crimson holy robe and wielding the crimson fire sword, stood on a high pedestal, eloquently addressing the dense crowd below. A large banner reading "Exterminate Demons, Uphold Justice" fluttered vigorously from the flagpole behind him. Dear friends, Zhao Wujia's voice reverberated through the air, imbued with incitement. In light of the calamity that is embodied in Dai Yaoyao, posing a threat to the celestial realm, it is utterly bewildering that Yi Kong not only refrains from subduing her, but instead takes her as his disciple. This decision may well invite further disaster upon the immortal domain. He raised his hand, and with a sweep, a manifestation of spiritual energy coalesced in the air, depicting the scene of Dai Yaoyao's malevolent aura erupting at the Disciple Recruitment Conference. The image was deliberately magnified, rendering it particularly grotesque. The cultivators below stirred restlessly. Many lesser practitioners, unaware of the true circumstances, turned pale and began to curse Dai Yaoyao as a harbinger of doom. Witnessing this, Zhao Wujing continued to stoke the flames, The Taoist Song Yin from the incense-burning valley merely had a minor dispute with Yi Kong, yet he exterminated the entire valley. Such a ruthless individual, practicing the chaotic method of devouring all things, if allowed to grow stronger, will surely consume the entire spiritual essence of the celestial realm, leaving no refuge for any of us. His tone was fervent, as if genuinely concerned for the safety of the celestial realm. The gathering today aimed to eradicate Yi Kong, the scourge, and restore peace to the myriad paths of the immortal domain. Exterminate the demons. Exterminate the demons. Some cultivators shouted in unison. Beneath the high platform, the sect leader of the Reliant Mountain stroked his beard, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. He cared little for the so-called calamity embodiment. His mind focused solely on the legacies of the Myriad Dao sect. Meanwhile, an elder from the Jade Blossom Palace exchanged furtive glances with those nearby, calculating how to claim a share should Yi Kong falter. In a corner stood Lu Qing of the Medicine King Valley, his brow furrowed. The words of Lu Qingyao urging him not to get involved echoed in his mind, yet his obsession with ancient alchemical recipes kept him rooted in place. These factions were acutely aware that Zhao Wujing's words were merely a pretext. The so-called Demon Extermination Conference was but a guise to eliminate Yi Kong and usurp the Myriad Dao sect. Yet, none dared to expose this ruse. After all, aligning with the banner of righteousness allowed them to seize benefits openly while avoiding the ire of the masses. What could be more advantageous? At that moment, a calm voice emanated from the foot of the mountain, cutting through the clamor. How splendid, truly splendid. The crowd turned to follow the voice. And there appeared Yi Kong and his two disciples ascending the mountain. Upon seeing her unflattering image in the air, Dai Yaoyao's eyes widened in indignation, ready to lash out, but was restrained by Yi Kong's hand on her shoulder. Chu Bingran gripped her ice-glass sword, vigilantly focusing on Zhao Wujing atop the platform, a faint chill emanating from her. Zhao Wujing's pupils contracted at the sight of Yi Kong, his grip tightening around the crimson fire sword. Yet he feigned composure. Beilujink, Dolmertz, Yikon, do you still have the audacity to show your face? Today, I shall act on behalf of the heavens and slay you, the chaotic demon. Yi Kong, standing at the base of the platform, lifted his gaze to Zhao Wujing, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Acting on behalf of the heavens? I am most eager to see what path you truly tread. His voice, though not loud, possessed an undeniable resonance, ensuring all present heard him distinctly. Zhao Wujing declared with righteous fervor, "What path do I tread? It is the path of the celestial realm. Yikon, you must provide everyone with an explanation. The calamity that befalls Dai Yaoyao shall not be lifted, and the celestial realm shall remain in turmoil as long as she exists. Why do you insist on protecting her?" A mid-stage elder from the Yuhua Palace leaped forth from the crowd, his voice hoarse and desperate, attempting to incite more to rally to his side. Immediately, several cultivators affiliated with Yuhua Palace echoed his sentiments, clamoring for Yi Kong to surrender the witch and renounce his cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yi Kong's gaze turned icy, his grip on the chaos-slaying sword tightening slightly, as the pale gray sword aura coiled around the blade, exuding an oppressive force that stifled the breath. He uttered no superfluous words, only coldly declaring, "Why must I, Yi Kong, explain my actions to you?" As his words fell, he raised his sword, directing a condensed chaos sword aura that sliced through the air with such swiftness that it left no time for reaction. With a soft thud, the elder of Yuhua Palace who had just shouted out could not even emit a cry. His throat was severed by the sword aura, blood gushing forth as his body collapsed to the ground, breath extinguished in an instant. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone was struck dumb by this sudden act of violence. Those who had previously joined in the outcry recoiled in terror, no longer daring to utter a sound. Within the live broadcast of the Celestial Merchant Guild, countless watching cultivators gasped in astonishment. Yi Kong indeed proved to be as ruthless as rumored. Yet his ferocity bore an air of integrity, unlike Zhao Wujing, who concealed his intentions. "My disciple is lovely and well-behaved. How can you label her a calamity?" Yi Kong's voice resonated across the expanse of 100 miles. Upon hearing Yi Kong describe her as lovely and well-behaved, Dai Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with joy, the anger she had felt from the slander dissipating entirely. She deliberately puffed out her chest and raised her chin toward the surrounding cultivators, playfully proclaiming, "Junior sister. Did you hear that? The old man says I'm adorable." Chu Bingran, observing Dai Yaoyao's playful demeanor, couldn't help but twitch her lips. Is this truly the Demon Emperor? Yi Kong, however, paid no heed to Dai Yaoyao. The chaotic energy around him surged, laced with provocation. Yet he pivoted his words, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since you deem me a chaos demon god, should we not engage in deeds befitting such a title? Otherwise, would it not render your praise futile? Today, none who set foot upon this 100-mile mountain shall escape with their lives. Yi Kong's voice rang out again, colder than before, imbued with an undeniable resolve. The chaos-slaying sword in his grasp hummed, thirsting for the nourishment of blood. Chapter 72, A Step, a Kill. Arrogance. On the high platform, Zhao Wujin finally regained his wits, trembling with rage, his grip on the Chihua sword turning white from the exertion. Yi Kong, do you truly believe that you alone can contend against so many sects? Today marks your demise. He bellowed to the cultivators behind him, commanding, kill Yi Kong and Dai Yaoyao. Eradicate them completely. The disciples of the Tai Holy Land surged forward first, wielding spiritual energy, their power swelling as they charged toward Yi Kong and his disciples. In the eyes of the mountain sect's leader flashed a glint of ruthlessness as he commanded his disciples behind him, act. Capture Yi Kong. Members of Yuhua Palace and Yaowang Valley also sprang into action. At this juncture, there was no retreat. They either had to slay Yi Kong and share the spoils or be vanquished by him. In the ruthless world of cultivation, only death in battle remained as the sole option. Little junior sister, hold tight. Chu Bingran. Her toes lightly touching the ground as her figure soared like a violet butterfly. With a food box filled with spiritual fruits in hand, she darted straight towards a colossal green stone on the side of Bailey Mountain. Her fingertips flowed with spiritual energy as she swiftly set up a concealed formation around the stone, effectively blocking external disturbances while providing a clear view of the unfolding battle below, a perfect vantage point for observation. The two settled cross-legged, and Dai Yaoyao casually tossed a translucent jade fruit to Chu Bingran while she herself picked up a fiery fruit, biting into it with a satisfying crunch as juice splattered. Watching Yi Kong charge alone into the enemy ranks, she chewed the fruit and remarked nonchalantly, this Yi Ba Pai, though typically lethargic, proves quite efficient in slaying foes. Chu Bingran accepted the jade fruit, gently wiping its skin, a hint of amusement glimmering in her eyes. He is not a merciful person. He merely refrains from indulging in bloodshed most of the time. She took a small bite of the spiritual fruit, its sweet essence melting in her mouth. Her gaze fixed on Yi Kong. There he stood, wielding the chaos-slaying sword, each swing accompanied by a faint grayish sword aura. Wherever he passed, the practitioners of the Tai Holy Land fell like wheat under the scythe, blood staining the stone steps leading up the mountain. Yet not a drop marred his moon-white robe. Now this is what I call tempering. Dai Yaoyao swallowed the fruit flesh and pointed to the frenzied practitioners rushing forward. What we will face in the future will be far stronger than these mere minnows. If he cannot even hold his ground in this situation, how can he stand with us? As she spoke, she picked up another spiritual fruit, her eyes reflecting the composure of someone who had been through much. In her previous life as the Demon Emperor, she had encountered mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a spectacle 100 times more grand than this. In her eyes, the current battle was but a minor skirmish. Chu Bingran nodded silently, continuing to savor her spiritual fruit. But her gaze hardened as she witnessed a practitioner from Yuhua Palace attempting to ambush Yi Kong from behind. Sensing her shift in mood, Dai Yaoyao patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, Yi Ba Pai is not one to fall to ambushes easily. Look, he has already noticed. Indeed, just as the dagger of the Yuhua Palace practitioner was about to pierce Yi Kong, he deftly turned his wrist, striking the hilt of the chaos-slaying sword against the opponent's chest with pinpoint accuracy. A crisp crack echoed as the practitioner's ribcage shattered, blood spewing forth as he was sent flying against the mountainside, falling silent. Splendid. Dai Yaoyao clapped her hands, akin to an audience member witnessing a thrilling performance. That was quite ruthless. Too bad it didn't result in a clean kill. Chu Bingran shook her head in exasperation, but refrained from arguing. She understood that while Dai Yaoyao appeared casual, she was keenly observing the battle, ready to act at a moment's notice should Yi Kong find himself in peril. At this moment, beneath the mountain, Yi Kong was consumed by a bloodlust, yet he maintained an unwavering composure. With steady steps, he ascended the stone stairs. The chaotic slaying sword in his grasp came alive. Its sword aura surged forth, preventing anyone from approaching within 3 feet of him. An elder from the Reliant Mountain sect, at the late stage of the transformation realm, wielded a 5th-grade spirit weapon, a large blade, and bellowed as he struck at Yi Kong. Yi Kong, prepare to die. Without lifting his head, Yi Kong sidestepped the blade's edge, his wrist twisting as the sword blade grazed the weapon's body, unleashing a sword aura that surged toward the elder's neck. The elder's pupils constricted in shock. Attempting to retreat, he found his feet ensnared by chaotic spiritual energy, leaving him to helplessly witness the impending attack. With a sickening sound, blood erupted forth, and his head fell, rolling to the ground below Zhao Wujia's platform, his expression frozen in terror. This spectacle elicited a barely perceptible smile from Zhao Wujia, who stood above. The more Yi Kong slaughtered, the more blood he spilled. In the eyes of the bewildered cultivators, the infamy of the chaotic demon god solidified. Whether the fallen were from the Tai sacred land or other sects mattered little to him. The more Yi Kong killed, the more advantageous it became for him. Ultimately, when he personally vanquished the demon, he would ascend as a revered hero throughout the myriad realms of immortals. Zhao Wujia mused to himself, "Well done, splendidly executed." Yet he deliberately called out to those below, "Yi Kong, you truly are a bloodthirsty demon. Today, I shall act in the name of justice and rid the world of your menace." His words were directed not only to the cultivators present, but also to the countless immortals watching through the live broadcast. In the stream, Yi Kong's demon-like visage sparked unprecedented discussions. Some, upon witnessing the mountain of corpses, turned pale with fear, exclaiming, "So ruthless. This is no cultivator, but a demon." Others countered, "It was they who first besieged Yi Kong. The world of cultivation is inherently one of the survival of the fittest. Would you wait to be slaughtered?" Many rogue cultivators, admiring Yi Kong's unstoppable prowess, gazed at him with reverence, proclaiming, "This is the essence of strength. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if they do, I will eradicate them completely." As time passed, Yi Kong finally reached the platform midway up the mountain. By this point, the number of cultivators assaulting him had dwindled to a mere few. Two early-stage elders from the Tai sacred land, the early-stage palace master of Yuhua Palace, an elder from the Reliant Mountains sect at the peak of the Transformation Realm, and Lu Qing, the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley at the late stage of Transformation Realm. Their faces were ashen, hands trembling around their spirit weapons, eyes filled with terror as they beheld Yi Kong drawing ever closer. They had not anticipated that Yi Kong, relying solely on his own strength, could breach the encirclement of so many sections. "Come at me together," Yi Kong declared, halting his advance. The chaotic slaying sword hung at his side, droplets of blood falling to the ground, pooling into a small crimson puddle. His voice was calm, yet it carried an oppressive, murderous intent that made it difficult for the elders to breathe. Observing this from the platform, Zhao Wujia's expression remained placid, devoid of any emotion. He possesses the cultivation of the initial stage of void refinement, holding the red fire sword in hand, along with explosive elixirs and his unparalleled sacred fire immortal body that he has never shown to others. These elements serve as his confidence. Meanwhile, Dai Yaoyao, perched upon the azure stone, raised an eyebrow at the unfolding scene and smiled at Chu Bingran, saying, "Junior sister, the grand performance is about to commence. How many moves do you think Ibapi will take to dispatch these minor fish?" "I wager one move." Chu Bingran shook her head, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. His strength is far beyond this. Perhaps he won't even require a single move. As they savored the spiritual fruits, their gazes were fixed fervently upon the platform halfway up the mountain, eager to witness how Yi Kong would resolve the situation and especially to see his ultimate confrontation with Zhao Wujia. Meanwhile, in a live broadcast below the mountain, cultivators from across the entire immortal domain held their breath, none knowing how this century-long feud would culminate. Chapter 73, Sword Training. On the platform halfway up the mountain, the leader of Yuhua Palace gripped the fifth-tier superior spiritual weapon, the Azure Water Sword, his knuckles whitening with the strain, yet his gaze continually darted toward the high platform. He wished to retreat, but Zhao Wujia's icy stare pierced through him like a needle. Should he dare to turn, he would be swiftly annihilated. The elder of Kaoshan's sect and Lu Qing were similarly pale, clutching their spiritual weapons, their feet seemingly weighed down, compelled to stand their ground with grim determination. "Go." The two void refinement elders from Tai's sacred land exchanged glances, unleashing their momentum first. Their initial stage, spiritual energy, surging like a tide as they brandished a long knife and a spear, flanking Yi Kong from both sides. Upon witnessing this, The leader of Yuhua Palace and the others could only grit their teeth and follow suit. The azure water, sword emanating a mist. The elder from Kaoshan's sect swung his large knife, releasing a formidable energy, while Lu Qing unleashed several poison needles. The five formed a pincer movement, attempting to ensnare Yi Kong in the center. Yi Kong stood firm, his gaze calm as he observed the five assailants approaching. The chaos-slaying immortal sword gently rotating in his hand. He did not immediately employ the sword of immortal slaying. Instead, he recalled the multitude of sword techniques he had practiced. From the initial stage of cultivation's gentle breeze sword technique to the later acquired falling star sword technique and flowing cloud sword technique, these methods, whether agile or forceful, had never encountered a real combat opportunity until now. At this moment, these five individuals became the perfect whetstone for his blade. In response to the long knife from the elder on the left, Yi Kong shifted his steps, executing the gentle breeze sword technique's wind walk, his figure evading the blade like willow catkins carried by the breeze. Simultaneously, his sword traced a graceful arc, embodying the falling star sword technique's meteor fall, targeting the elder's wrist. The elder, caught off guard by Yi Kong's use of such a low-tier sword technique, hastily withdrew his knife to block, only to be rattled by the sword energy, stepping back 2 paces to steady himself. Immediately following, the long spear from the right lunged forward. Ye conseil iris philipput. His sword technique evolving abruptly into the flowing cloud sword technique's water entanglement, allowing the blade to glide along the spear's shaft, effortlessly dissipating the opponent's strength. Then, with a flick of his sword tip, he aimed directly at the adversary's throat. This series of movements flowed seamlessly, appearing simple yet targeting vital points with precision, causing Zhao Wujia on the high platform to narrow his pupils in shock. He discovered that Yi Kong was not exerting himself in desperation, but rather practicing his swordsmanship. No more hesitation. He is exploiting you all to refine his combat experience. Unleash your ultimate techniques and eliminate him. Zhao Wuji shouted, his voice tinged with urgency. He had not anticipated Yi Kong's audacity to practice swordplay in such a life-and-death predicament, fearing that if Yi Kong became attuned to the rhythm of battle, their chances of victory would diminish. The master of Yuhua Palace and others turned pale upon hearing this revelation. No wonder they could not injure Yi Kong and were instead being led by the nose. They were merely tools in his hands. A blend of anger and fear surged within them, and they no longer held back, each invoking their most powerful techniques. The master of Yuhua Palace summoned a colossal wave with his azure water sword, forming a curtain of water that rushed toward Yi Kong. The elder of Kaoshan's sect swung his large blade, unleashing a golden aura that spanned dozens of feet, exuding a cataclysmic force. Lu Qing produced a jade vial, pouring out a handful of black powder and casting it toward Yi Kong. The powder ignited upon contact with air, transforming into toxic flames. Yi Kong observed as the five unleashed their ultimate techniques, his gaze remaining unperturbed, yet he gradually ceased his intricate sword maneuvers. He realized that no matter how exquisite the swordplay, it paled in comparison to the sheer effectiveness of fundamental strikes, chops, hacks, thrusts, when confronted with absolute strength and chaotic spiritual energy. Especially when faced with a multitude of attackers, complex techniques would only reveal vulnerabilities. Only simple and swift assaults would break the deadlock most efficiently. It seemed that the basic sword techniques were indeed the most practical. Yi Kong murmured to himself as the faint gray sword energy of the chaotic slashing immortal sword surged dramatically, abandoning any pretense of elaborate movements. He met the water curtain head-on, delivering a powerful strike. This blow lacked any ornate effects, yet it was imbued with pure chaotic energy, cleaving the water curtain in two. The residual sword energy rushing toward the master of Yuhua Palace. Before the master could react, the sword energy pierced through his chest, causing the azure water sword to slip from his grasp as his body collapsed to the ground, breath extinguished. The elder of Kaoshan's sect's golden aura followed swiftly, but Yi Kong sidestepped, simultaneously thrusting his blade with a straightforward piercing technique, imbued with the weight of chaotic spiritual energy, which effortlessly penetrated the elder's aura and struck his heart. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the sword tip protruding from his chest, before he fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. Lu Qing's toxic flames had not yet approached Yi Kong when they were thwarted by a barrier formed from chaotic spiritual energy. Yi Kong then retaliated with a swift strike, the sword energy slicing through the air like lightning, severing Lu Qing's arm, scattering the black powder across the ground, yet leaving Yi Kong unscathed. Spare me, spare me. Lu Qing fell to his knees, his face drained of color, pleading for mercy, devoid of the earlier greed and resolve. In that moment, he recalled the words of his sister, Lu Qingyao, which rang true. Yi Kong paid no heed to his pleas, delivering a decisive strike, granting Lu Qing no chance. The two elders from Tai sacred land, witnessing their comrades fall one after another, were engulfed by a despairing ferocity in their eyes. They understood that if they did not fight with all their might at this moment, their demise was inevitable. The elder on the left, wielding a blade, let out a fierce roar, channeling all his spiritual energy into the long knife, which erupted with a blinding golden light, coalescing into a mountain-splitting blade aura stretching dozens of feet. Simultaneously, the elder on the right, armed with a spear, unleashed his power. The spear tip swirling with ferocious fire attribute energy, transforming into a burning dragon-like spear shadow. Yi Kong, prepare to meet your end. They bellowed in unison, their blade, aura, and spear shadow intertwining to form a chaotic energy pillar of gold and crimson, accompanied by a piercing shriek that rent the air, hurtling towards Yi Kong with tremendous force. This strike was their ultimate combined technique, a desperate gamble of their lives, its power far surpassing that of either elder acting alone, capable of severely wounding a mid-stage void refinement cultivator. Yi Kong's gaze sharpened as he sensed the overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Not daring to show any hint of carelessness, he gripped the chaos-slaying sword tightly, infusing it with the pinnacle of his transformation power and chaotic energy, causing the pale gray sword aura to swell, forming a robust sword shield before him. With a thunderous clash, the energy pillar collided with the sword shield, a deafening roar echoing across the mountains for miles. The violent shockwave of spiritual energy radiated outward, instantly fracturing the stone slabs of the platform, sending nearby cultivators flying, their mouths spilling blood. Yi Kong felt an immense force surge forth, his arms numbing as the chaotic energy within him violently oscillated, forcing him to stagger back 5 paces before he could barely regain his footing. He glanced at his palm, noticing faint bloodstains from the backlash of spiritual energy. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The combined might of these two was indeed stronger than he had anticipated. "Ha ha, Yi Kong, you are nothing but this." The elder with the blade, seeing Yi Kong being pushed back, erupted in ecstatic laughter. "You are merely at the peak of transformation. Enduring this strike means today is your final day." Chapter 74. Is this enough? If not, we can add more. The elder with the spear, panting heavily, fixed a ferocious gaze upon Yi Kong, determined to pursue despite having exhausted much of his energy from the powerful assault. This scene ignited a frenzy among the surrounding cultivators. Yi Kong had been forced back. He could not withstand it. Truly, the elders of the Tai Holy Land possessed formidable combined techniques. In a live broadcast, those who once supported Yi Kong began to waver, some exclaiming, "The peak of transformation battling against 2 initial stage void refinement cultivators is indeed too much." Indeed, they are not Songjiang. On the high platform, Zhao Wuji wore a smug smile, knowing well that Yi Kong would eventually reveal a flaw. Dai Yaoyao, seated on the blue stone, set down her spiritual fruit, raising an eyebrow. These 2 old fellows still possess some tricks. Chu Bingran also withdrew her relaxed demeanor, her grip on the ice glass sword tightening slightly, but was restrained by Dai Yaoyao. "No need to rush. Yi Ba Pai is not so easily defeated. He is observing their hidden cards." As expected, after stabilizing himself, Yi Kong did not panic. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes, attuning himself to the tumultuous, chaotic energy within. The recent assault, though it forced him to retreat, allowed him to thoroughly gauge the strength of his 2 opponents. The warm-up had concluded. Yi Kong suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within. The chaotic slaying sword whirled rapidly in his grasp, and a faint gray sword aura coalesced into a refined chaotic blade. No longer adhering to a defensive stance, he charged towards the 2 elders, his figure darting like a specter, evading the remnants of their spiritual energy attacks, and instantaneously arriving before them. Alarmed, the 2 elders' expressions drastically changed as they attempted to summon their spiritual power once more, only to realize that their energy was depleted beyond recovery, leaving them unable to react in time. Yi Kong twisted his wrist, the sword, imbued with a force that could rend all, first shattered the long blade of the elder wielding it. Then the blade plunged straight through his chest. In swift succession, He evaded the hasty strike from the elder with the spear, retaliating with a blade that severed his head. The two lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground, blood staining the cracked stone slabs. Yikong sheathed his sword and stood tall. Although his moon-white robe bore a few bloodstains, he remained erect, exuding a suffocating aura of power as the chaotic spiritual energy gradually receded. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. The cultivators who had been cheering moments ago were now frozen in place, their eyes filled with disbelief. Yikong not only withstood the lethal combined assault, but also retaliated by slaying two elders at the initial stage of void refinement. Such prowess surpassed even the pinnacle of divine transformation. The live stream erupted with discussions anew. My heavens, this is true strength. The previous retreat was entirely intentional. Slaying two at the initial stage of void refinement with a peak of divine transformation. What kind of monster is Yikong? Zhao Wuji is in peril. He is likely no match for Yikong. Bailey Mountain. Swish. Upon witnessing Yikong's defeat of the two elders, Zhao Wuji could no longer contain himself. The crimson fire sword in his hand erupted with a blinding red glow. The fire attribute, spiritual energy, surged forth like molten lava, coalescing into a crimson sword aura several dozen feet long. With the might to incinerate all, it surged towards Yikong in a fierce strike, his signature move. The crimson fire slash. The attack arrived with astonishing speed. Yikong had just sheathed his sword and had yet to fully regulate his breath, forcing him to hastily raise his sword to block. Clang! The chaotic slaying sword collided with the crimson sword aura, and the pale gray chaotic energy intertwined with the red flames, producing a deafening sound of metal crashing. Yikong felt a searing force travel along the sword's body, the chaotic energy momentarily suppressed by the flames. He was sent hurtling back like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the mountainside, stirring a cloud of dust. Sizzle! His moon-white robe was singed by the flames, instantly burning several holes, leaving faint scorch marks on his exposed skin. Ha ha ha! Yikong, you are nothing but this. Zhao Wuji, wielding the crimson fire sword, descended from the high platform, unleashing the full force of his initial stage of void refinement, which loomed over the hearts of all cultivators like an invisible mountain. He looked down disdainfully at Yikong, who was rising from the dust, and said, "In the face of absolute cultivation, you are merely a slightly stronger insect. A century ago, you bested me. A century later, I can still tread upon you." Within the live broadcast, the discussions among the cultivators completely shifted in favor of Zhao Wujia. Indeed, the peak of transformation is the peak of transformation. Yikong possessed the ability to fight beyond his level, but so did Zhao Wujia. In comparison, Yikong fell short. The prowess of Zhao Shengzi's crimson fire slash was formidable, rendering Yikong unable to withstand it. The century-long rivalry was finally nearing its conclusion, despite Yikong's strength. He was ultimately outmatched in cultivation. Even some of the loose cultivators who had previously supported Yikong could not help but sigh. Fighting beyond one's level ultimately has its limits. Yikong's achievements are commendable. On the bluestone, Dai Yaoyao observed the torn fabric of Yikong's robe, and instead of feeling worried, she burst into laughter. This Yikong, his new clothes, worn for just a day, are already burnt. I shall never buy him clothes again. Chu Bingran, with a hint of amusement in her eyes, remarked, yet someone has already purchased him several sets. Dai Yaoyao was momentarily at a loss for words. Those are for my own use. I wouldn't give him any. Stubbornness. Chu Bingran turned her attention back to the battlefield, disregarding Dai Yaoyao. Amidst the dust, Yikong slowly straightened his body, coughed a few times, yet a playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He brushed off the dust and looked at the torn robe, feigning regret as he shook his head. What a pity, this robe was specially chosen for me by Yaoyao. It's already torn after just one day. Shaking his head and shrugging, a sharp pain shot through his arm. Ouch, that truly hurts. With that, he stepped forward, and the aura surrounding him suddenly transformed. The original peak of transformation energy fluctuations began to rise steadily, soon stabilizing at the initial stage of virtual refinement. Even more substantial than Zhao Wujia's presence. You call me an insect? Yikong gazed at Zhao Wujia, his eyes full of mockery. Is my current cultivation sufficient to be your opponent? If not, I could certainly add a bit more. What? The arena fell into an instant silence. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Yikong had concealed his cultivation. He was not at the peak of transformation, but had already broken through to the initial stage of virtual refinement. The smile on Zhao Wujia's face froze. His eyes filled with shock and elation. You two have broken through to the initial stage of virtual refinement. The pride he felt when he had sent Yi Kong flying moments ago vanished, replaced by an overwhelming excitement. He finally had a true rival. The previous victory seemed dull in his eyes. Only by battling the equally ranked Yi Kong could he cleanse the humiliation of a century ago. Chapter 75, The Eternal Sacred Fire Body. The live broadcast went wild among the cultivators. My heavens! Yi Kong has concealed his cultivation. He is also at the initial stage of virtual refinement. His previous retreat was intentional, wasn't it? What incredible performance. The century-long rivalry has finally arrived. The confrontation between two cultivators at the initial stage of void refinement marks a true pinnacle battle. Those who previously underestimated Yi Kong are now left speechless. Their opinions swiftly reversed. In this duel, the outcome remains uncertain. Ha ha ha! Splendid. Zhao Wujia erupts in laughter, his fiery spiritual power surging dramatically, enveloping him in crimson flames that dance around the scarlet fire sword, resembling the descent of a fire deity. Yi Kong, you are worthy of being my opponent. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true void refinement prowess entails. Gripping his sword with both hands, he channels all his spiritual energy into it. As the red flames coalesce into a sword chi more formidable than before, subtle spatial distortions manifest around the sword chi, representing his ultimate move, the scarlet fire flame slash. Receive my strike. Zhao Wujia bellows, swinging his sword towards Yi Kong, the sword chi streaking forth like a red meteor, exuding an aura capable of incinerating the heavens and earth, aimed directly at Yi Kong's face. With a focused gaze, Yi Kong no longer holds back. The chaotic slashing immortal sword erupts with a pale gray chaotic spiritual energy, interwoven with a faint glimmer of golden lightning, the very essence of chaotic divine thunder. He grasps the sword with both hands, infusing it with the spiritual energy of the initial stage of void refinement and the chaotic divine thunder, slowly lifting the blade to meet the incoming crimson fire sword chi, delivering a powerful slash, a sword that splits the heavens. The pale gray chaotic sword chi, infused with golden lightning, collides violently with the red flame sword chi in midair. A deafening roar echoes, surpassing all previous clashes. A violent shockwave of spiritual energy surges like a tsunami, obliterating the platform on the mountainside. Nearby cultivators are hurled several dozen meters away, spitting blood from the impact. The banners atop the high platform are instantly incinerated, and even the distant clouds are scattered by the force. Crimson flames and chaotic lightning intertwine, forming a colossal energy vortex in the sky. The flames strive to consume the chaos, while the chaos relentlessly devours the flames, with neither force able to dominate the other. Both Yi Kong and Zhao Wujia are pushed back by the shockwave, each feeling the terrifying power of the other. Zhao Wujia's fiery sword chi is scorching and domineering, capable of incinerating spiritual energy, while Yi Kong's chaotic sword chi embodies devouring and destruction, dismantling all forms of energy. Yet, the battle is far from over. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhao Wujia's eyes gleam with madness as he raises the scarlet fire sword once more, preparing for his next assault. Yi Kong steadies himself, the chaotic slashing immortal sword humming in his grasp, brimming with battle intent. Come, today, we shall finally settle our century-long grievances. On the mountainside, crimson flames and chaotic gray energy intertwine as the peak confrontation between the two cultivators at the initial stage of void refinement officially enters a fervent phase. Meanwhile, in a live broadcast, cultivators from across the celestial realm hold their breath, fixated on this century-old conflict. Amidst the ruins of the mountains, no one notices a patch of shrubbery on the slope, where pale green spiritual energy flows quietly. Lin Chun conceals himself in the shadows, eyes tightly shut, fully activating his superior with spiritual root, surrounded by countless, almost imperceptible vines. The tendrils spread greedily like bloodstains along the ground, burrowing into the corpses and incessantly siphoning the remnants of spiritual energy which flowed into his dantian. A low hum resonated as a faint green light enveloped Lin Chen's entire being. The spiritual energy within him surged like a rolling snowball. The barrier between the mid and late stages of the void refinement realm shattered like paper under the onslaught of immense spiritual power. He suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of ecstasy and ruthlessness flashing within them. Feeling the unprecedented strength coursing through him, he murmured softly, "Yi Kong, you subjected me to humiliation on the fallen peak. Today, I shall make you pay for your past deeds." He lifted his gaze towards the center of the battlefield, where the confrontation between Yi Kong and Zhao Wujie had reached a stalemate. The collision of their spiritual energies generated shockwaves that caused the surrounding spiritual plants to wither. A cold smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips. He would wait for them to inflict mutual destruction before seizing the opportunity to reap the benefits. At that time, not only would he slay Yi Kong and seize the legacy of chaos, but he would also eliminate Zhao Wujie, absorbing the influence of the Tai Chi Holy Land and completely rewriting the landscape of the myriad realms of immortality. In the heart of the battlefield, Zhao Wujie looked at Yi Kong's calm demeanor with growing agitation. After several direct confrontations, he had discovered that Yi Kong's chaotic spiritual power seemed inexhaustible, while his own was rapidly depleting. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. No longer could he afford to wait. Gritting his teeth, a look of determination flashed in his eyes as he suddenly shouted, "Unquenchable holy fire body, activate." Boom! As the words left his lips, crimson flames surged around Zhao Wujie's body, transforming from a previously violent blaze into a warm, jade-like glow, yet emanating a disquieting pressure. The flames spread across his skin, forming a layer of golden flame armor, adorned with ancient fiery patterns that exuded the aura of primordial holy fire. His momentum surged dramatically, approaching the mid-stage of the void refinement realm, causing the surrounding space to warp slightly under the heat of the flames. Is that a special physique? Among the onlookers, some exhaled in astonishment, their eyes filled with shock. The unquenchable holy fire body, a legendary physique that is said to be immune to all fire attacks and enhances fire attribute spiritual power. In the live broadcast, the cultivators erupted in excitement. No wonder Zhao Wujie dares to claim the title of the youngest void refiner in 100,000 years. He has such a trump card hidden away. Yi Kong is in danger, with the unquenchable holy fire body bolstering him. Zhao Wujie is not someone in the early stages of void refinement can contend with. The cultivators of the Tai Chi Holy Land cheered excitedly. The Holy Sun is magnificent. With the unquenchable holy fire body unleashed, Yi Kong is bound to be defeated. However, Dai Yaoyao, perched upon the stone, retracted her earlier nonchalance, her brows furrowing slightly. This physique is rather intriguing, but no more than that. Chu Bingran tightened her grip on the ice glass sword, a flicker of vigilance passing through her gaze. The pressure of the unquenchable holy fire body even elicited a sense of oppression from her, a golden core cultivator. Yi Kong gazed intently at the holy fire armor adorning Zhao Wujie, his expression transforming into one of earnestness. He could distinctly perceive that the opponent's fire attribute spiritual power had not only grown stronger, but also possessed an indomitable characteristic. No matter the assault, the flames would swiftly regenerate. Quite intriguing. A hint of battle fervor tugged at the corners of his mouth as the Chaos Slayer's sword rotated gently in his grasp. Its pale, gray, chaotic spiritual energy illuminating the chaotic divine thunder with increasing brilliance. Yet, even with the holy fire's indestructible form, could it truly be invincible? Defiance in the face of death. Zhao Wujie roared, his figure lunging towards Yi Kong with the swiftness of teleportation. The flames on the crimson fire sword coalesced into a massive firebird, screeching sharply as it lunged at Yi Kong. This strike, augmented by the holy fire's indestructible form and the might of the crimson fire sword, was a formidable 30% stronger than the previous crimson fire flame slash. Yi Kong stood resolute, gripping his sword with both hands, channeling the chaotic divine thunder and chaotic spiritual energy entirely into the blade, unleashing a powerful strike, a sword strike to vanquish the immortal thunder. Chapter 76, Slaying Zhao Wujie. The pale gray sword chi entwined with blue lightning, forming a colossal sword silhouette in the air that collided thunderously with the firebird. The clash of thunder and flames resonated with a piercing crackle, as the lightning endeavored to obliterate the flames. However, the flames, bolstered by the holy fire's indestructible form, continuously revived, resulting in a stalemate between the two forces. Seizing the moment, Zhao Wujie pressed forward, thrusting the crimson fire sword toward Yi Kong's chest. The patterns on the flame armor glowed, and a column of fiery light erupted from the sword's body, seeking to engulf Yi Kong. Yikong sidestepped, but the fiery light grazed his shoulder, igniting his moon-white robe, sending searing pain coursing through him. He retaliated with a strike aimed at Zhao Wuji's flank, but the opponent's flame armor deflected it, leaving a charred mark upon the blade. Ha ha ha! Yikong, do you feel it? My holy fire's indestructible form renders me immune to all physical and fire attacks. You cannot harm me. Zhao Wuji laughed maniacally, his onslaught growing ever more ferocious as he swung the crimson fire sword towards Yikong, each strike imbued with a cataclysmic force. Yikong continued to retreat, sustaining increasing wounds, yet remaining composed. While evading, he meticulously observed Zhao Wuji's attack patterns, seeking a flaw in the holy fire's indestructible form. Immune to all attacks? A cold smile crept upon his lips, for that was far from certain. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Lin Fan watched Yikong gradually succumb to disadvantage, a flicker of excitement igniting in his gaze. He quietly tightened his grip on the greenwood sword, poised to strike the moment Yikong was gravely injured. Yet unexpectedly, just then, Yikong abruptly halted his evasive maneuvers. The chaotic divine thunder on the Chaos Slayer's sword surged dramatically, forming a blue lightning barrier that thwarted Zhao Wuji's assault entirely. It is time to conclude this. Yikong's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable pressure, slowly lifting the Chaos Slayer sword, its tip directed at Zhao Wuji as he spoke. Your eternal sacred fire body is indeed formidable. Yet you have overlooked a critical detail. The power of chaos can devour all forms of energy, including your sacred flames. As these words fell, Yikong swiftly summoned the chaotic spiritual energy within him, and the chaotic slaying immortal sword erupted with a dazzling brilliance. Within the pale, gray sword aura, blue lightning danced like a wandering dragon as it struck toward Zhao Wuji once more. With a single stroke, the immortal slaying sword devoured. This strike lacked any extravagant effects, yet it emanated a sense of annihilation that instilled a palpable threat of death in all present. Zhao Wuji's complexion changed dramatically as he felt an unprecedented fear, yet he still strained to lift the crimson fire sword in an attempt to defend himself. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Chun watched the sword strike, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. He had not anticipated that Yikong harbored such a trump card. Yikong, you have forced my hand, Zhao Wuji exclaimed, gazing at the sword shadow entwined with chaos and lightning, his pupils constricting as the dread of death engulfed him like a tidal wave. He understood that merely relying on the eternal sacred fire body could not withstand this blow. He had no choice but to fight with his life on the line. In a sudden motion, he retrieved a black explosive spirit pill from his storage ring, swallowing it without a moment's hesitation. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, unleashing an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy that detonated within him, coursing through his limbs and bones. His cultivation rose at an observable pace, ascending from the initial stage of void refinement to a fleeting peak in the mid-stage, while his sacred fire armor became even more resplendent, with golden hues shimmering amidst the fiery patterns. Zhao Wuji let out a pained scream as the side effects of the explosive spirit pill began to manifest. His meridians were torn apart by the violent spiritual energy, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he clutched the crimson fire sword tightly, channeling the surging energy and the power of the eternal sacred fire body into the sword. Eternal sacred fire, slay. The crimson fire sword erupted with an unprecedented radiance, condensing into a colossal sword shadow several dozen feet long. This sword shadow contained the indomitable essence of the eternal sacred fire body, combined with the explosive power of the spirit pill, and charged toward Yikong's chaotic sword shadow with a momentum of destruction. This strike represented his final trump card, a desperate counterattack for his very life. Boom! The two sword shadows collided violently in midair, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy that swept across the mountains for miles. The entire mountain trembled violently as rocks tumbled and dust filled the air. The live broadcast momentarily shook, and countless cultivators watching held their breath, fixated on the battlefield enveloped in light and dust. At first, the two sword shadows remained locked in a stalemate, with the crimson sacred fire sword shadow continuously resurrecting itself in an attempt to resist the devouring force of the chaotic sword shadow. However, the chaotic sword shadow resembled an unfathomable abyss, relentlessly dismantling and consuming the power of the sacred fire. Yet soon, the scales of victory began to tip. The power of chaos inherently counteracts all forms of energy, and the chaotic slaying immortal sword, nurtured by the chaos stone, possessed a devouring strength that far surpassed its previous form. Sizzle. The chaotic sword shadow cleaved through the center of the sacred fire sword shadow, as though it were tearing apart paper. The pale, gray, chaotic spiritual energy enveloped the blue lightning, gradually devouring and dismantling the crimson flames. The indestructible trait of the sacred fire sword shadow vanished before the chaotic force, and the flames extinguished rapidly, akin to a flickering flame succumbing to a deluge. No! Zhao Wuji cried out in despair, acutely aware of the rapid dissipation of the spiritual energy within him. The effects of the explosion spirit pill were waning, and the power of the undying sacred fire body was suppressed by the chaotic force, leaving him powerless to maintain the sword shadow. As he beheld the chaotic sword shadow, imbued with an aura of destruction, cleaving through the sacred fire sword shadow towards him, a deep sense of regret flashed in his eyes. He regretted his century-long obsession with the title of the first in the world, viewing Yi Kong as his lifelong adversary. He lamented his eagerness to prove himself after breaking through the virtual realm, spreading rumors and orchestrating the extermination of Demons Conference, which had driven him to the brink of despair. Most regrettably, he had just consumed the explosion spirit pill. He could now sense that after its effects faded, not only would he suffer a significant decline in cultivation, but he might also face the severing of his meridians, rendering him a cripple. Yet, the path to immortality is a relentless struggle against the current, and from the moment he regarded Yi Kong as a rival, there had been no turning back. In the pursuit of immortality, I have no choice, Zhao Wuji murmured, relinquishing resistance and closing his eyes. The chaotic sword shadow ruthlessly struck him, shattering the sacred fire armor in an instant, and the pale gray chaotic spiritual energy surged into his body, dismantling his spiritual power and vitality. With a violent cough, Zhao Wuji spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground, his breath rapidly fading. As the dust gradually settled, all present beheld Zhao Wuji lying amidst the shattered stones, his sacred fire armor in ruins, the crimson sword fallen beside him, its flames extinguished long ago. His eyes widened in shock, yet devoid of any breath. Only the trace of dried blood at the corner of his mouth bore witness to the culmination of a century-long grudge. A profound silence enveloped the arena, whether among the observing cultivators or those watching the live broadcast across the entire realm of immortals. All were rendered speechless by this spectacle. After a long pause, a trembling voice broke the silence. Zhao Wuji is dead? Immediately, an unprecedented uproar erupted, with discussions in the live broadcast surging like a tidal wave. Yi Kong has triumphed. After a century of rivalry, Yi Kong emerges victorious. The chaos power is truly terrifying. Even the sacred fire, undying body enhanced by the explosion spirit pill could not withstand it. From now on, the myriad realms of immortals shall likely be led by Yi Kong. Dai Yaoyao, perched upon the blue stone, discarded the core of the spirit fruit she had been holding, clapped her hands, and a smug smile graced her lips. Not bad. He didn't embarrass us. Chu Bingran also exhaled in relief, a smile illuminating her eyes. He has won. As she prepared to descend from the stone platform, she was halted by Dai Yaoyao, who smirked. Wait, it's not over yet. As soon as Dai Yaoyao's words fell, a subtle tremor suddenly reverberated through the ground of Balishan. Chapter 77. A sword slays the immortal, icebound. Immediately, the entire forest at the mountainside seemed to come alive, as countless robust branches violently tore themselves from the soil, bearing sharp barbs that surged towards Yi Kong like venomous serpents. On the ground, tendrils burst forth from the earth, swiftly ensnaring Yi Kong's ankles in an attempt to drag him down. Yi Kong raised an eyebrow. The chaotic spiritual energy from the recent battle had yet to settle. Yet he instinctively activated his spiritual energy shield. A pale gray barrier of chaotic spiritual energy enveloped him. As the branches and tendrils collided with it, a series of cracking sounds ensued, yet more plants continued to surge forth, seemingly inexhaustible. Who dares? The onlooking cultivators erupted in panic, retreating in fear as they cast terrified glances towards the woods. No one had anticipated that, with Zhao Wuji's recent demise, anyone would dare to strike at Yi Kong. In a live broadcast, the discussions among the cultivators swiftly shifted. What is happening? Why have the spirit plants of Balishan suddenly come to life? Someone is manipulating the plants. It's a wood spirit root cultivator. On the blue stone, Chu Bingran gripped her ice glass sword tightly, yet felt powerless, being at the peak of the golden core stage. She would be of little help if she intervened. Alas, concern breeds chaos. Dai Yaoyao narrowed her violet eyes, malevolent energy swirling at her fingertips. As her gaze swept through the depths of the forest, quickly locking onto a figure concealed within the shadows of the trees, a late-stage void refinement cultivator, quite intriguing. From within the woods, Lin Shen slowly emerged, his hood slipping away to reveal a youthful yet sinister face. In his hand, he held a green wood sword, and a faint green, spiritual energy enveloped him like mist. Wherever he passed, withered flora sprang back to life, yet an unsettling sense of oppression accompanied this revival. This was the ability bestowed by his supreme wood spirit root, enabling him to control the growth of all things while also siphoning vitality. "Yikong, long time no see." Lin Shun smirked coldly, his eyes brimming with jealousy and greed, and spoke. "3 months ago at the Disciple Recruitment Conference, you were merely a struggling foundation establishment cultivator. Yet now you have become the foremost genius of the myriad celestial domains. How laughable." He advanced step by step towards Yikong, his late-stage void refinement pressure unabashedly released, akin to an invisible mountain bearing down upon the hearts of all present cultivators. "Were it not for your monopolization of the inheritance of the fallen peak, I should be the one standing here today." Yikong regarded Lin Shan with calm eyes. Yet a flicker of understanding passed through his gaze upon hearing the mention of the fallen peak's inheritance. Lin Shan, no wonder he harbored such deep animosity towards him. It was indeed for the sake of the fallen peak's legacy. However, the inheritance of the fallen peak, the myriad Tao immortal scripture, and the myriad Tao cauldron, had already been entrusted to Li Siyuan, a traitor unworthy of possessing the legacy. He slowly raised the chaos-slaying immortal sword. Despite the recent battle having depleted some of his spiritual energy, the devouring nature of the chaotic force allowed him to retain 70% of his peak combat prowess. Moreover, he still concealed his mid-stage void refinement cultivation. Unworthy indeed. Lin Shun let out a derisive laugh, raising his hand to unleash a surge of wood element spiritual power. The spiritual plants within 100 miles responded to his call, instantly coalescing into a colossal wooden spirit hand that struck towards Yikong. "Today, I shall demonstrate the vast chasm that exists between the late stage of void refinement and its early stage." Choosing to engage here was a meticulously considered decision. Yikong's rapid growth had presented an opportune moment to eliminate him and seize his legacy. "Be careful," Chu Bingran could not help but exclaim. "Little junior sister, your condition seems off." Dai Yaoyao's eyes glimmered with a hint of insight, remarking, "Look at Yikong's calm demeanor. Lin Shen may be in for surprise." Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she discerned that Yikong had concealed his true strength. Sure enough, as the massive wooden spirit hand approached, Yikong did not evade. Instead, he took a bold step forward. The chaos-slaying immortal sword erupted with a pale gray sword aura, intertwined with azure chaos divine thunder. "One sword to sever the spirit," he bellowed, the blade carving a fierce arc as the sword energy instantly pierced through the wooden spirit hand. The chaos divine thunder spread like a raging inferno along the vines. Where it passed, the spiritual plants wilted in an instant, turning to ash. Quite intriguing. A flicker of excitement danced in Lin Shen's eyes. The stronger Yikong became, the more he yearned for the legacy of the fallen peak. "Spring thunder has passed, and all things are reborn," Lin Shen shouted, forming seals with his hands as a pale green spiritual power surged around him, flooding into the roots of the charred spiritual plants that had been scorched by the chaos divine thunder. A shocking spectacle unfolded. The branches and vines, once reduced to char, began to sprout anew at a visible rate, tender green shoots breaking through the scorched exterior. In an instant, they grew into towering trees, while the vines spread wildly. Thicker than before, their barbs adorned with a faint green halo, emanating an eerie aura from their evolution after absorbing the chaos divine thunder. What? Yikong's pupils constricted. This world was indeed bizarre. The chaos divine thunder, originally a force of destruction and purification, had become nourishment for his opponent's spiritual plants. Lin Shen's extraordinary wood spirit root was far more extraordinary than he had imagined. The surrounding spiritual plants, as if nourished like ferocious beasts, surged towards him in overwhelming numbers, intertwining branches forming a net, while the vines, akin to chains, swiftly sealed off his retreat. In a live broadcast, The cultivators erupted in an uproar. Lin Chen's wood spirit root is truly sinister. Even the divine thunder can serve as nourishment. Yi Kong is in danger. The spiritual plants are multiplying uncontrollably. They cannot be exterminated. Indeed, the late stage of void refinement is no trivial matter. After just finishing with Zhao Wuji, Yi Kong may not hold out. Even Chu Bingran, perched on the green stone, tightened her grip on the ice-glass sword, her eyes revealing a hint of concern. Remind him. Oomph. Dai Yaoyao scoffed, a playful glint flashing in her purple eyes as she remarked, some experiences must be faced personally. Perhaps he has already devised a solution. Hearing this, Chu Bingran found merit in her words. In her past life, her cultivation had been excessively rigid, her strength stemming solely from her innate talent. Indeed, as Yi Kong gazed upon the seemingly endless array of spiritual plants before him, he experienced a fleeting moment of astonishment, which quickly gave way to composure. He recalled the technique he had practiced by the pond at Lingyun Pavilion the night before, ice enveloping the miles. The power of chaos is capable of transforming all things. It can control fire as well as solidify ice. With a sudden shift, the chaotic spiritual energy surrounding Yi Kong transformed, a piercing chill emanating from the pale, gray stream of energy. The vines that had been coiling around his ankles were instantaneously encased in ice, shattering into fragments with the slightest touch. He plunged the chaos-slaying sword into the ground, and the frigid spiritual energy surged along the blade into the earth as he intoned, a single stroke to slay the celestial, ice enshrouded. Crack! From the epicenter of Yi Kong, the chill radiated outward. Wherever it spread, the wildly growing spiritual plants were swiftly frozen, their verdant leaves cloaked in frost. Robust branches transformed into sculptures of ice. Even the vines dancing in the air were suspended mid-flight, becoming exquisite chains of crystal. In mere moments, the mountainside appeared to morph into a winter wonderland. Those evolved spiritual plants, nourished by the chaotic divine thunder, rendered immobile in their icy prison. With a sudden force, Yi Kong withdrew the chaos-slaying sword, unleashing a pale, blue sword aura that swept across the frozen spiritual plants. Boom! Countless ice sculptures shattered instantaneously, disintegrating into a flurry of ice shards, while the remnants of the spiritual plants scattered alongside, their vitality utterly extinguished. This time, no plant would be reborn. The power of ice not only solidified their forms, but also froze the wood's spiritual energy infused within, severing any possibility of revival. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 78, Dai Yaoyao's Concerns. All present were left speechless, astounded by the spectacle of ice enveloping the miles. In an instant, Lin Chen, who had previously held an absolute advantage, found his proud manipulation of wood spirits dismantled by Yi Kong, a reversal so swift that it left everyone unprepared. In a live broadcast, the discussions among the cultivators turned once more. My heavens! Yi Kong can wield ice spells too. The power of chaos is truly omnipotent. Who just claimed Yi Kong couldn't endure? This is true strength. Lin Chen must be reeling. With all the spiritual plants frozen shards, how could he possibly fight back? Standing amidst the scattered ice shards and remnants of spiritual plants, Lin Chen's initial excitement gradually solidified into incredulity. He abruptly lifted his gaze, fixating intently on Yi Kong, a flicker of frenzied greed flashing in his eyes, to manifest all things through chaos, to command both water and fire. The inheritance of Luopao Peak indeed surpasses my wildest imaginings. Rather than feeling disheartened, he became increasingly exhilarated. The greater Yi Kong's strength, the more it affirmed the rarity of the inheritance he sought to seize. Alas, you're simply too weak, Lin Chen bellowed, his hands forming seals once again as the wood's spiritual energy surged wildly around him. This time, it was not the manipulation of the mountain's spiritual plants, but rather the extraction from a storage ring of dozens of wood spirit orbs, each exuding a potent essence of life. Moreover, throughout the years, he has amassed a plethora of precious wood-based materials, which he now crushes into fine particles, transforming them into pure wood elemental energy that seeps into the earth. Would spirit prison arise? With Lin Chen's furious roar, the ground beneath Yi Kong trembles violently, and countless robust black vines burst forth from the soil. These vines are harder than before, their surfaces adorned with ancient runes, exuding an aura of devouring power. This is a secret technique Lin Chen acquired from the remnants of a great ascension. By channeling his own spiritual energy and merging it with the essence of the earth, He has forged an indestructible prison. Once ensnared, escape is impossible unless the caster is defeated. The black vines intertwine instantaneously, forming a colossal cylindrical prison that ensnares Yi Kong at its center. The runes on the vines illuminate, casting a subtle green glow, creating an invisible barrier that isolates the devouring effects of chaotic energy. Yi Kong, this wood spirit prison can absorb all forms of energy, including your chaotic power. Lin Shun stands outside the prison, a smug smile playing at the corners of his mouth, relishing the prospect of Yi Kong's predicament. Inside the prison, Yi Kong observes the constricting black vines around him, feeling the chaotic spiritual energy within him being gradually siphoned away, his brow arching slightly. He attempts to strike the vines with chaotic lightning, only to find that the moment the lightning makes contact, it is absorbed by the runes, transforming into nourishing energy for the prison. Even when he employs the power of ice to freeze the vines, they swiftly thaw under the influence of the runes and continue to constrict. Interesting, Yi Kong muses, a smile creeping onto his face rather than panic. He slowly closes his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of spiritual energy within the prison, and suddenly recalls the remnant of chaotic essence within the chaotic slashing sword. The power of chaos not only devours and evolves, but can also assimilate all forms of energy. On the azure stone, Dai Yaoyao watches Yi Kong trapped within the prison, finally setting aside her previous nonchalance, her brow furrowing slightly. This prison is quite intriguing. How will you break free, Yi Kong? Chu Bingran thinking it may be time to alert him. Why the rush? I wish to see where his limits lie. Dai Yaoyao's expression grows serious. Have you not noticed the bothersome aura emanating from Lin Shun? Her words awaken Chu Bingran from her reverie. Her icy blue pupils flicker as she spots the crimson light pillar above Lin Shun. The child of destiny. Dai Yaoyao nods affirmatively. Indeed. Is it targeting us? Chu Bingran's expression turns grave. Perhaps, or it could be aimed at Yi Kong. Dai Yaoyao's tone is uncertain. If he fails, you must retreat immediately. I will devise a plan to rescue him. As she speaks, a wisp of dark energy begins to emanate from her. Are you intending to trigger the calamity within you? Chu Bingran seizes Dai Yaoyao's arm. Have you lost your mind? Mel, you are the one who is mad. Dai Yaoyao shoots a glare at Chu Bingran. Yi Kong has provided me with numerous life-saving treasures. Besides, I am not that foolish. Yet, at that moment, she has surreptitiously grasped the soul-devouring bell in her hand. Chu Bingran understood that Dai Yaoyao valued her life more than anyone else and was unlikely to act foolishly. The cultivators watching the live stream grew increasingly anxious. Yi Kong was trapped. This wooden spirit cage could even absorb the power of chaos. Lin Shen's move was ruthless. It seemed Yi Kong was truly in peril. Just as the spectators were engrossed, the image in the viewing realm suddenly froze. Damn, time's up. Simultaneously, a prompt appeared on the viewing mirror, requesting a recharge. The cultivators, upon witnessing this, quietly produced spirit stones to recharge, eager to see how Yi Kong would respond. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Celestial Merchant Association, Lu Ruyin was also watching the live stream. Miss, the number of cultivators watching the live broadcast has reached a historic high. Lin Mo reported excitedly. I see. Lu Ruyin's thoughts were not focused on the profits of the Celestial Merchant Association at that moment. Rather, she was deeply concerned for Yi Kong's safety. Yi Kong was pivotal to her ability to exit the myriad paths of the immortal domain and return to the greater world. Outside the cage on Bailey Mountain, Lin Shun watched as Yi Kong gradually became helpless, a smug smile spreading across his face. He could already envision seizing the chaotic inheritance and dominating the immortal domain. Simultaneously, he sought to uncover why the 9-turn golden pill and the soul-devouring bell, which had once been within his grasp, had ended up in Yi Kong's possession. Yi Kong concealed a staggering secret that could potentially elevate him to the status of a world sovereign. At that moment, Yi Kong within the cage suddenly opened his eyes, and a dazzling pale gray light erupted from the chaos-slaying sword. This time, it was not thunder or ice, but the pure essence of chaotic origin. He raised his hand and plunged the chaos-slaying sword into the ground at the center of the cage, uttering a low incantation, power of chaos. Assimilate with the wooden spirit. The pale gray chaotic essence surged along the sword's body into the vines of the cage. The runes that had originally absorbed the power of chaos began to flicker violently upon encountering the source. What followed was astonishing. The runes on the black vines gradually transformed into pale, gray, chaotic patterns. The once rigid vines began to yield to the chaotic origin, no longer contracting, but instead slowly loosening and extending towards Lin Chun. What? Lin Chun's expression drastically changed as he sensed the connection between himself and the wooden spirit cage being severed, even feeling a surge of chaotic power rebounding through the vines. Impossible. Your strength cannot assimilate my wooden spirit cage. Yi Kong slowly withdrew the chaos-slaying sword, and the power of chaotic origin around him surged dramatically. Under his control, the wooden spirit cage actually reversed direction, sweeping towards Lin Chun. How foolish of me! Wood, fire, earth, metal, and water all mutually generate and restrain one another. This wooden spirit cage is merely a slightly more powerful wood-based spell. A cold smile curled at the corner of Yi Kong's mouth. Nothing is impossible. It is my turn now.